death toll that is being given by the government at this point?
That's what the top sources have told us. That 26 of them have died and 13 are being treated at different hospitals. Some of them are wounded at very critical locations because the attackers possibly try to ensure that they're hitting and aiming at those places where the chance of survival is less, and that's why you see a lot of lives being lost. Plus, the location is which is the one where there's no motorable access. You have to either hire a pony or you have to walk towards that area, and that's what resulted in the maximum damage. But there are certain, dead bodies just still or yet to be identified. That's what our sources are telling us, and it will take a while for them to be identified. And our sources are telling us that. They have moved the bodies to Srinagar, and this is from where they'll be shifted to their respective locations, their respective homes, first to Delhi, and from Delhi onwards, the bodies will be proceeded. Look, it's a massive magnitude attack, after Pulwama, possibly the biggest attack that has taken place in Kashmir Valley. Clearly one where the attempt is to not only derail the peace, but also grab the headlines, grab the eyeballs, because these sort of attacks, is not regular, and these sort of attacks do not happen regularly. We have seen that security forces have maintained calm and peace in Jammu and Kashmir, and forces have been able to have an upper hand on the situation, particularly, post Pulwama and post eviction of Article 370. Attacks like these were seen as a thing of the past. But now, since the attack has taken place, who is held accountable? Where does the responsibility lie? Who is the who is the one who could have tipped off the forces, particularly generated inputs about this? Why wasn't the input generated? There are a lot of questions that need to be asked, but for now, the priority for the government and the administration is one: look, they've lost an operation which is going on. The second is to transport these bodies back and give it to their families, and then try to fix responsibility and also see that, who are the ones who are responsible for it. As of now, the entire area is still under cordon. It's still a little dark here where we are. And with the first light, we believe that the massive scale operation will again be lost, and possibly a couple of them, these who are responsible for killing these civilians, might be tracked or might be spotted in these mountains. So a massive scale operation is on. The forces are trying to hunt them down. It's a matter of time, possibly, till the forces are able to avenge these killings. But yes, one has to see, but does the Cabinet Committee of Security do? What kind of decision do they take? And, since the Prime Minister is also coming back, has cut short his visit, and other dignitaries like the Home Minister possibly could also be attending the meeting, and other security agencies can possibly later on bring in their input about what really can be done in these circumstances. Look, there will also be pressure on the government to follow with some action, because this is clearly killing of civilian and innocent civilians is something which will not go down well. And to basically see that, because they have set a standard like Balakot in the past when Pulwama attack took place, and before that also, carrying out surgical strikes.
All right.
What kind of action to follow? One has to wait and see.
Yes, Ishan, we'll keep coming back to you, but right now we are getting some reactions of the eyewitnesses. Let's listen that first.
अपने आप बोले ना मुझे
पर थी क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाली से मेरा पति साइड में था एक इंसान आया उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
ये जो भीड़ सब है प्रेशर आप टेंशन मत लो
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो
हम बचा देगा कोई बात नहीं बेहतर करेंगे फोन
प्लीज भगवान
क्या हुआ इसको क्या हुआ
प्लीज ask for help we don't need
ओके डोंट वरी यू ओके यू नीड अ वाटर सर
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का हम लोग बाल बाल बचे हैं मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा
All right, we are getting more breaking inputs now. The search operation intensifies in Jammu and Kashmir's Pelgam, and drones, tracker dogs and helicopters from Indian Army have been employed for search operations along with the RR units and para jawans. Let me now go back to my colleague Ishan Vani on this. Ishan, clearly the search operations have intensified. What do we know about the whereabouts of the terrorist at this point?
Well, yes, search operations have been intensified, and with the first light, there's possibility of forces trying to check all these forest areas, particularly the top belt of these, mountain area where, forces are trying to trap their movement down. Because there's a possibility of three plus persons being involved in this particular attack, and that's why, given the magnitude of this attack, they are going to carry out a thorough search on the upper reaches, particularly this mountain terrain, and not an easy operation to be carried out because admin is always at an advantage when you're sitting at a height and you have already carried out an attack and then moved into the woods. So it becomes a little difficult for the forces. But yes, it seems like the forces are, ready to carry out their operation in the war forest area. Even yesterday, when we were reporting here, they had brought in big lights and they were installing them in those areas where they need to actually carry out searches. And there's a possibility of a few missing as well because we saw yesterday that the family was looking for their loved one, just near the hospital, and they were missing. Their father was missing, and they were looking for their father. They where did he go? Because there was certain burst of gunfire, they couldn't find him. So yes, a lot of leads, a lot of clues needs to be taken just before the official statement is issued. Remember, there is no official statement that has been issued, but the army has just yesterday tweeted out saying that there is an attack, and post which a lot of units of the army have been deployed near the area. But there is no specific, detailing to what really transpired, how it happened, how many are in. But sources in the police have clearly told us that it's around 26 have been killed and 13 others are being treated. And the sort of incident, it's like a carnage, like you saw during the Mumbai attack when the gunmen opened indiscriminate at the people. So it's a situation similar to that. And they were identified, they were singled out, and then they were shot at. And most of them are men, and because first they asked their name and they asked them when they checked their religion, and then they shot them. So that is where it gets a little trickier that they were to specifically target certain section of the religion, and that's what they did. But yeah, there will be a large-scale operation that will be done in the parts of Jammu, in the parts of Kashmir, particularly South Kashmir, though the number of local recruitment has gone down and the valley has been peaceful. Just 2 weeks back, Amit Shah was in Kashmir chairing a security meeting, getting a hang of how the security looks right now in Kashmir.
All right. Many thanks, Ishan, for getting us the latest. But this is the latest that we are getting at this point. The search operations have intensified in Jammu and Kashmir's Pelgam. Let me take this question across to Akash Sharma as well. Akash, when we talk about the terrains of Pelgam, like Ishan also mentioned, that it is, of course, a very difficult terrain. And this could actually be a challenge for the forces out there.
Yes, indeed, it's a challenge, Sharon, because in fact, the location is a tracking location where you cannot approach the location with a four-wheeler, and in fact, going there with a two-wheeler is difficult because it's at height. Difficult it is to go to that particular place. In fact, even when you are going there barefoot. In fact, today at this point in time at this particular location, the sanitizing process is happening. This is, the residence of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. We know that how in some time from now, these top ministers of the Indian government will be a very part of the CCS meeting. And Sharon, why I'm mentioning the CCS meeting again and again is because of the fact that we have seen this deadliest attack yesterday. And Ishan was pointing out that how it is one attack that has not been, in fact, the kind of attack has not been seen in the recent past. We know that Riyasi attack happened in June last year, where civilians were killed. But even in that, attack, it was indiscriminate firing, as I was mentioning it, just a while back. We have seen several sort of attacks in Jammu area, in Rajouri, Poonch, Kishtwar, Kathua, and Doda as well. But even in these attacks, no civilians were targeted. Yes, these were attacks on the security forces, specifically on Indian Army, the troops and the convoys of Indian Army. But this time around, they have targeted civilians, and not just that they have, come and, open fire. They basically planned it in such a way that they came there and asked for the identity, asked for their religion, and then shot them in front of their relatives. It is one of the incident that in fact has prompted people to ask several sort of questions. In fact, questions are related to security situation in Jammu and Kashmir, because after abrogation of Article 370, we have seen that how Valley has remained peaceful, largely peaceful. We have seen attacks, we have seen a number of incidents, but the number has come down. And this is the reason why the discussion is on the response now as to what will be the kind of response, from Indian government. We have seen in the past that how, surgical strikes and air strikes were conducted, on the Pakistani terror camps, cross the border. In fact, these actions and moves were, largely appreciated, by the people here in the country. But today, as to what is going to be the response and how government is going to tackle the particular situation is going to be very, very important. And this particular thing will somewhere be decided in the CCS meeting. In fact, in some time from now, we are expecting this meeting. Finance Minister, is already is also back in Delhi. Finance Minister is a very part of the CCS meeting. We have External Affairs Minister, and in fact, Defense Minister and Home Minister as well. Prime Minister is going to, chair the particular meeting. Very important meeting where the next course of action will be decided. At least 26 people, have been killed in this particular attack, where these terrorists, who have claimed, in fact, the TRF, have claimed the responsibility of the particular attack. But there are theories, there are inputs that this particular group has traveled from Jammu and has carried out this sort of attack.
All right. Many thanks, Akash. I request you to please stay with us, as I'm also joined by CNN News 18 Zahoor Rizvi on this broadcast, who is in fact reporting live from Pahalgam at this point. Zahoor, what is really the update that you can give us from the point where you're standing right now in Pahalgam? What is really the all right? क्या है वहाँ पे अभी जो चल रहा है? क्या है लेटेस्ट जो आप हमें बता सकते हैं पहलगाम से?
बिल्कुल, ये वही रोड है, खनाबल पहलगाम रोड। ये आप देख सकते हैं, डेजर्टेड लुक, ये आप देख सकते हैं। और हम आपको बताएं कि कल जिस तरह से एक आतंकी जो हमला हुआ यहाँ बाइसन पहलगाम में, उसके बाद जो है हालात काफी चेंज हो गए। इस हाईवे पे, इस खनाबल पहलगाम रोड पे काफी जो भीड़ भाड़ रहती थी, ट्रैफिक रहता था, लेकिन अभी आप देखिए डेजर्टेड लुक। कैमरामैन दिखा सकते हैं आपको, क्योंकि इस पे अभी गाड़ियां नहीं चल रही है, ट्रैफिक प्ले नहीं हो रहा है, और जगह जगह जो है सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस ने नाके बिठा के रखे हैं। और बिल्कुल सर्च ऑपरेशन कल से ही शुरू किया गया था, और सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की काफी टुकड़ियां जो है वहां पे, यहाँ पे जो है वो तैनात की गई है। और कल जिस तरह से, क्योंकि हालांकि हमने कोशिश की थी आगे जाने की, यहाँ आगे सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो है वो अलाउ नहीं कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि पूरा ये जो इलाका है सील कर दिया गया है, सर्च ऑपरेशन जारी है, और जगह जगह से जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की टुकड़ियां हैं वो यहाँ पे तैनात की गई है। और कल जिस तरह से दोपहर में, ये आफ्टरनून में ये वाकया पेश आया, इंसिडेंट पेश आया, ये टेरर अटैक, जिसमें तकरीबन 26-27 लोगों की मौत वाकया हुई है और कई लोग जख्मी भी हुए हैं। हमारे यहाँ गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज अनंतनाग में कुछ लोग अभी भी जो है वो जेर इलाज हैं। और कुल मिलाकर हम ये कह सकते हैं कि इस आतंकी हमले के बाद जो है काफी खौफ और दहशत जो है वो फैल गया है। आप ये देख सकते हैं, एक बार फिर मैं दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। और हमने देखा कि सुबह से और कल शाम से ये ट्रैफिक जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ से मैनेज किया जा रहा है। जगह जगह पे जितने भी टूरिस्ट फंसे हुए हैं कहीं ना कहीं, तो उनको अकोमोडेट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट ने ऑलरेडी जो है उनने भी एडवाइजरी जारी की है कि अगर कहीं पे कोई टूरिस्ट स्ट्रैंडेड है, और अगर हम जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की बात करें तो उन्होंने भी, और जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है अनंतनाग की या दीगर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, उन्होंने भी कोशिश की है कि कहीं ना कहीं जो है वो अकोमोडेट करे जितने भी टूरिस्ट स्ट्रैंडेड हैं। लेकिन यहाँ जो आप अभी सिचुएशन देख रहे हैं, सिचुएशन आप बिल्कुल आपके सामने है कि किस तरह से ये डेजर्टेड लुक, और यहाँ पे काफी ट्रैफिक जो होता था वो प्ले करता था, क्योंकि इस बार हमने देखा कि एक अच्छा खासा फ्लो जो टूरिस्ट्स का था वो डेस्टिनेशंस की बात करें, चाहे वो सोनमार्ग हो या गुलमर्ग हो या और कोई टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, यहाँ पे जो है टूरिस्ट का काफी अच्छा फ्लो था, लेकिन अचानक कल जिस तरह से ये इंसिडेंट, ये टेरर अटैक और उसके बाद जो हालात जो है काफी उसमें तब्दीली जो है वो रोनुमा हुई है। और कल गृह मंत्री भी आए और अभी जो है वो शायद पहलगाम का विजिट करेंगे और जो चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं वो भी शायद पहलगाम का विजिट करेंगे कल से ही, क्योंकि काफी ऑफिशियल्स जो हैं चाहे वो सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज के बाकी जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पे मौजूद थे। आप ये देख सकते हैं, कैमरा मैन आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये आप देखिए, ये सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो हैं अभी आप देख सकते हैं सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का जो ये फ्लो है ये आप कहीं ना कहीं देख सकते हैं। और यही वजह है कि फिलहाल अभी यहाँ पे सिचुएशन बनी हुई है वो कहीं ना कहीं ये दर्शा रही है कि अभी हालात किस तरह से बने हुए हैं। और मैं आपको बताऊं कि अभी हालात जो है ये आप देखिए, बिल्कुल यहाँ पे इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं और एक बार फिर मैं दिखाने की कोशिश करूंगा कि हालात किस तरह से बने हुए हैं। जी
जी, जहूर हमारे साथ बने रहिए। We are in fact getting a breaking input right now. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to visit the hospital today to meet the injured, and ensuring that there is no delay in the treatment of the injured is currently the top priority for the government at this point. Let me now go back to my colleague Zahoor Rizvi. जहूर, जब हम बात करें जो इंजर्ड टूरिस्ट हैं उनकी अभी देखभाल जो है वो प्रायोरिटी, टॉप प्रायोरिटी है। कितने लोग अभी इंजर्ड हैं उस पे लेटेस्ट आप हमें क्या बता सकते हैं?
देखिए, कल जिस तरह से इंजर्ड की लिस्ट हमारे पास आई थी, तकरीबन 11-12 लोग जो थे वो इंजर्ड थे। उनको यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज में और पहले फर्स्ट एड उनको क्योंकि यहाँ पे पहलगाम बेस हॉस्पिटल में दिया गया और उसके फौरन बाद जो है उन्हें शिफ्ट किया गया गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज में और कहीं ना कहीं उनका इलाज भी चल रहा है। और ऐसे में जो इंतजामिया है, जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है और जो भी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज हैं वो प्रायोरिटाइज कर रहे हैं कि जो जितने भी लोग इंजर्ड थे इसमें तो उनको कहीं ना जो है वो उनको बचाया जाए। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि उनकी देख रेख और उनको जो है एक सेफ पैसेज दिया जाए, उनके अपनी अपनी मंजिलों की तरफ रवाना किया जाए, ये सबसे बड़ी प्रायोरिटी है अभी। और हमने देखा कि जितने भी अभी लोग इंजर्ड थे वो यहाँ के मेडिकल कॉलेज में अभी जो है वो उनको ट्रीटमेंट दिया जा रहा है और उनकी काफी देख रेख की जा रही है। हमने कल भी देखा कि जो स्वास्थ्य मंत्री है यहाँ की जम्मू कश्मीर की सकीना, तो वो खुद वहां गई और उन्होंने खुद हालात का जायजा लिया। यहाँ पहलगाम में भी उन्होंने हालात का जायजा लिया और कुल मिलाकर ये कह सकते हैं कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और ये जो ओवरऑल इंतजामिया की अगर हम बात करें या सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज की बात करें तो कहीं ना कहीं वो कोशिश कर रही है कि जितने भी अभी लोग इसमें इंजर्ड भी हुए हैं उनकी देख रेख जो है वो की जाए, देखभाल उनकी की जाए। और जो फिलहाल अभी इसमें जिनकी मौत वाकया हुई है उनको भी कहीं ना कहीं अपने जो है उनकी एंसेस्ट्रल रेजिडेंस की तरफ जो है वो रवाना किया जाएगा जल्द ही। फिलहाल अभी आप ये दोबारा मैं दृश्य दिखाने की कोशिश करूंगा कि इस तरह से ये डेजर्टेड लुक, ये वही खनबल पहलगाम रोड है जिसपे काफी ट्रैफिक फ्लाई होता था, लेकिन इस बार आप देख सकते हैं कि काफी जो है सुनसान पड़ा है। और यही वीरानी का मंजर जो है कल शाम से हमें देखने को मिला और जगह जगह नाके भी बिठा के रखे सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस ने और सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस ने सर्च ऑपरेशन का दायरा जो है वो वसी किया है। क्योंकि हमारे अगर आप देखेंगे दाएं और बाएं डेंस फॉरेस्ट्स हैं तो उन डेंस फॉरेस्ट्स में जो हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैं वो अपना ऑपरेशन जो है वो शुरू कर चुकी है कल से ही।
जी, बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए ज़हूर रिजवी और सारी जानकारी देने के लिए। वी आर इन फैक्ट गेटिंग अ रिएक्शन ऑफ द विक्टिम who was in fact part of the entire incident. Let's listen.
मुझे बताइए कैसा ये वहाँ का पेश आया?
हम बस घूमने के हिसाब से आए थे पहलगाम और वहाँ पे अटैक्स हो गए तो हम भाग के आ गए, जैसे तैसे अपनी जान बचा के आ गए। वो भगवान का लाख लाख शुक्र है कि हमको बचा लिए। बाकी 1 मिनट के अगर हम 2 मिनट भी वहाँ रुकते थे तो आज हम यहाँ पे नहीं होते थे।
चलो आप मुबारक है, आप बच गए। आप मुझे बताइए उस वक्त सिचुएशन क्या हुई जब फायरिंग हुई?
वो तो भाग दौड़ इतनी थी हद से ज्यादा कि लोग समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या करें, अपनी जान कैसे बचाएं।
तो आपको किसने लाया फिर यहाँ पे?
हाँ,
आपको किसने लाया यहाँ पे?
नहीं हम खुद ही आए।
अच्छा,
घूमने के हिसाब से आए थे।
नहीं यहाँ हॉस्पिटल किसने लाया फिर आपको?
डॉक्टर्स ने भेजे, वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स ने। हाँ।
तो आप मुझे बताइए जिस वक्त फायरिंग हुई माहौल कैसा हो गया?
बहुत भयानक था। उस वक्त हमारा होश यानी दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा था या होश नहीं था कि हम खुद को कैसे बचाएं।
हुआ है तमाम टूरिस्ट्स पर, और साथ ही साथ जो यहाँ के लोकल्स हैं उन्होंने खुले दिल से, खुले जहन से इस हमले की कड़ी मजम्मत की। और यही वजह है कि कल रात भर हमने ये देखा कि कैंडल लाइट प्रोटेस्ट निकाले गए, न सिर्फ पहलगाम बल्कि जो एडजेसेंट एरियाज है, जो जम्मू कश्मीर के मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में, श्रीनगर की बात करेंगे, साउथ कश्मीर के शोपियां इलाके की बात करेंगे, या फिर चिनाब वैली की बात करेंगे, तो वहाँ से जो आम लोग हैं वो निकल आए और जो सिविल सोसाइटी मेंबरान है उन्होंने खुले तौर पर, खुले मंच से इस अटैक को नकारा।
All right, so that is one of our colleagues who's in fact reporting from Jammu and Kashmir regarding the incident. So there are, of course, the measures that have been taken up. Like our colleagues Akash and Ishan also mentioned that the security has intensified as far as the search operations are concerned across Jammu and Kashmir, and especially in Pelgam. We also spoke to Zahoor Rizvi, who in fact told us that the tourism department has issued an advisory for all the tourists who have in fact been stuck at Pelgam. So the priority at this point is to make sure that the injured are well treated and then send them back to their respective hometowns. We are getting another breaking input as far as the entire story is concerned. Now, as Prime Minister Modi, US President Donald Trump hold talks after the Pahalgam terror attack, government sources have revealed that Trump has extended full support to India to bring to justice the perpetrators of the heinous attack. Now, sources further reveal that Prime Minister Modi thanked President Trump for his support and said that India is determined to bring the perpetrators and backers of this cowardly and heinous terrorist attack to justice. All right, so this is the latest that we are getting. Remember, across the globe, the world leaders have in fact been condemning the terror attack that has happened in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. And what we are getting as far as the latest is concerned, Prime Minister Modi has in fact spoken to US President Donald Trump, and they held talks after the terror attack. Now, for more details on this, I'm now joined by Siddhant Mishra on this broadcast. Siddhant, world leaders across the globe are condemning the attack that took place in Jammu and Kashmir, and especially when we talk about US President Donald Trump has also condemned the incident, especially when US Vice President J.D. Vance is in India.
Well, that's right. In fact, yesterday, Press Secretary of Donald Trump also confirmed that President Trump will be speaking to Prime Minister Modi soon. In fact, there has been multiple statements which has come from United States since yesterday, from State Department, from US NSA Mike Waltz, from President Trump, Vice President Vance. So, all the wings and officials of US government have condemned this terror attack and have perhaps called it a terror attack and expressed condolences to the families. Perhaps this also talks about that how much close two countries are as far as the issue of terrorism is concerned. In fact, last time around also, when there were tensions with Pakistan at that point in time only, in fact, President Trump said this in an interview in run-up to the election, that when there were tensions going on with Pakistan at that point in time, he at that time extended help to Prime Minister Modi, but Prime Minister Modi told him back that he will handle the situation. Perhaps so that's the level of understanding and closeness between the two leaders. Last time around also when he was in office, he extended help to India. This time around again, his whole administration is monitoring situation very, very closely. There have been 4 to 5 condolences messages coming from various officials and departments of the U.S. government. And now President Trump has called Prime Minister Modi to convey the condolences. In fact, President Trump has condemned the attack and said that the United States stands with India in its fight against terrorism and offered all possible support. So again, support has been extended, and assurance is coming from United States that United States stand with India in its fight against terrorism. Perhaps a very, very big assurance, a very the reflection of the friendship between the two leaders. In fact, Prime Minister Modi also thanked President Trump for his support and said that India is determined to bring the perpetrators and backers of the cowardly and heinous terrorist attack to justice. So, support pouring in from various countries. In fact, since yesterday, whether it's President Putin, President Trump, whether it's United Arab Emirates, whether it's Israel, all countries have condemned this terror attack and have perhaps tagged India to fight terrorism. So, again, it says a lot about how these countries understand and perhaps are sensitive enough to understand this issue of terrorism, and how they also understand it very well that India has been the victim of terrorism from a very, very long time.
All right. Many thanks, Siddhant, for getting us all those details. And with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News.
What smart is he?
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वाली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
मेरे सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके, और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है सब. बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा. पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने. मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ, और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी. और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड.
आवरी जगदाले, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वाली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
मेरे सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके, और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है सब. बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा. पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने. मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ, और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी. और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड पे एक टेंट.
Welcome back. We continue to be on the coverage of the dastardly attack that took place in Jammu and Kashmir, Pelgam. We are in fact getting a breaking input on this. A motorcycle has been recovered near the site of the incident. The bike is reported to be black in color and without a number plate. It is believed that overground workers may have arranged the vehicles used by the terrorists. The identity of the owner of the suspicious bike is under investigation. Let me now go across to my colleague Ishan Vani on this. Ishan, has the owner of the bike been identified yet?
Well, not yet, but forces will try to see if this bike has got to do anything with the attack at all. It has raised suspicion because it does not have a number plate on it. That's why it's a little suspicious for the security forces, at least on the backside of this bike. This will be part of the investigation to know whether anyone had parked it there, whether there was any FIR as this one. Because if you lose a high security number plate, which is essential in Jammu and Kashmir, you have to register an FIR or report again in the police station. So this is an investigation whether this bike was really used by an OGW to transport them there, or whether this bike has been there for some time, on the side of this road, or whether this bike was purposely used by those who were carrying out attacks. This is all matter of investigation, and the forces are trying to see that does this belong to anyone who was working there, or does it belong to anyone who carried out an attack, or was this bike stolen in recent past to carry out this attack to reach to the spot. But most likely, they might have used the mountainous track as they have been using in the past. But the investigation towards the angle of the bike has not been ruled out. So that's why, the bike is also being looked at. It's a suspicious vehicle so far, but not directly. We have been told that it has got to do something with the attackers or any OGWs, but definitely an investigation to what really was a bike without a number plate doing there. Look, HSRV number plates generally give forces clue and lead who does the bike belong to. And if you want to carry out an attack, you generally don't have number plates on your bike or a vehicle. And that's why the suspicion has been raised. And now security forces are looking out if there are any owner who comes forward for his bike, or was it used by OGW or anyone to transport them there and then carry out this deadly attack. There will be a lot of leads and clues and possibility of investigating agencies like the NIA also coming in and probing the role. But that is once the search operation gets over, that's once the operation that's underway gets over, then the NIA will come to the scene and see what all leads and clues they can pick up from the spot. But for now, it looks like the security forces will try to carry out an extensive search of the mountainous area, try to figure out, where were the loopholes and how they can go about this operation to eliminate all those who are responsible for killing 26 Indian lives.
All right. I request you, Ishan, to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input as far as the entire incident is concerned. Now, an Indian Navy officer was among 26 people killed in the deadly terror attack on tourists in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. And Navy officer Vinay Narwal, resident of Karnal, and got married on April 16th and was on leave. Let me now go back to my colleague Ishan Vani on this. Ishan, this is one of the most tragic incidents that has been, in fact, reported. 26-year-old Navy officer was, in fact, killed in the entire incident.
Absolutely right. The young Navy officer who had just gotten married 6 days back was on his honeymoon in Kashmir when he was shot at. Now look at the trauma that his wife, those who saw it happen will have for the rest of their life. They saw their loved ones being lost in front of their eyes. Among them, we are told are two foreign nationals, and one works with an IB in Hyderabad, and another one was this Navy officer, which are among the 26 killed. And this is very shocking, basically, for those who witnessed it, because many of them were with their family members at the point when the attack took place. And this is something, if you witness a carnage like this, even with the young minds that those who were there, including their children, they saw their loved ones getting killed. That is the trauma that's going to stay with for the rest of their life. There are pictures that we have seen of their loved ones trying to move their husbands, trying to move their sons out of this particular area, feeling terribly helpless to actually move them out, because the area does not have a road connectivity, and because of the that challenge that existed there, they couldn't take them down in a proper manner and on a particular time, and blood was lost, which resulted in the death. But as I said, that it's a trauma for the wife who had come for a honeymoon, which turned really, really ugly, and now one has to see that what are the details to come in about the other people who were part of this particular different group of tourists who had come to Kashmir on their leisure. And because of this particular attack, there have been some cancellations. We are told by the tour operators, by the people who wanted to visit Kashmir and wanted to explore Kashmir. They have cancelled their visits. They have cancelled their bookings that they had done in advance. We are told by multiple tour and travel companies in Kashmir that they had to get cancellations. They got cancellations from the bookings that they have done. They have been called to cancel their bookings. So yes, all of this is very scary, even for the locals of Kashmir who are involved in this business, where they have for years taken employment out of this particular method of earning money. But the bigger problem is that a lot of people had actually now started to invest, with the peace being there in tourism and other related businesses, so as to establish themselves well. And now this particular attack will definitely act as a blow to all of them, and precisely to those who basically have now taken loans from the banks, who have now tried to baby step into this particular industry, and for them it's very tragic. And even today, we will be seeing a protest that will take place in Srinagar's Lal Chowk, where people associated with the tourism will protest. And this is for the first time after a very long time, or first time in more than a decade, when a condemnation and protests have come in from various quarters of the society, including those who were part of separatist camp, where everyone is saying that killing of innocent civilians is not something which any religion permits.
All right. I request you, Ishan, to please stay with us as we are getting more versions of the eyewitnesses of Pahalgam terror attack. Let's listen.
रेस्क्यू में मैंने रेस्क्यू किया उस वक्त मैंने 3 इंजोर्ड देखे, क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत थी, घोड़े भी थे, घोड़े वाले भी थे, लोकल भी थे, टूरिस्ट भी थे, टूरिस्ट का रश बहुत था। 3 हमने देखे, 3 हमने रेस्क्यू किए, जो इस वक्त जेएमसी हॉस्पिटल में।
How many terrorists were there? How many terrorists were there? 2 थे। कितने फायर उन्होंने फायर किए? 2 किए। 2, ओके।
सर क्या हुआ, कैसे पूरा बताएं, कैसे पता चला, आप प्लीज बताएं। मुझे मालूम है ये बड़ा कष्ट की समय है, लेकिन जो हो सके आप प्लीज बताइए।
देखिए अराउंड 3 बजे हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि वहाँ पर कुछ अटैक हो गया है और शुभम भैया को गोली लग गई है। ऐसा बता रहे हैं कि ये 11 लोग क्योंकि 17 तारीख को गए थे और आज पहलगाम में थे। इनमें से भैया और भाभी, जिनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है, ये दोनों लोग घुड़सवारी करते हुए ऊपर की तरफ गए जहाँ पर आतंकी हमला हुआ। वहाँ पर एक तरीके से जेनोसाइड टाइप कैरी आउट किया गया, जहाँ पर कई लोगों का नाम पूछा गया, कई लोगों को ये कहा गया कि तुम हिंदू हो, और भैया से ये कहा गया कि अगर तुम कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम तुम्हें गोली नहीं मारेंगे। इसके बाद उनके सर पे गोली मार दी गई, और भाभी के ऊपर, क्योंकि जस्ट बगल में वो खड़ी थी, तो बहुत ही ट्रॉमेटिक एक्सपीरियंस एक था। उनके ऊपर पूरा खून वगैरह, वो पूरा खून से सन गई थी, और उनसे कहा कि तुम जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने तुम्हारे साथ क्या किया। जब ये घटना वहाँ पर हुई तो फिर उन्होंने फ़ोन करके जो बाकी लोग पीछे थे उनको खबर दी, और एक तरीके की जब इस तरह की घटना हुई तो भगदड़ मच गई वहाँ पर। करीबन 3 बजे हम लोगों को ये जानकारी मिली। उसके बाद वहाँ पर क्योंकि भगदड़ मच गई थी, तो कुछ वहाँ के जो लोग वहाँ पर भी थे उनको भी क्लैरिटी नहीं मिल रही थी कि क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या हुआ, क्या नहीं हुआ, क्या भैया ज़िंदा हैं कि नहीं ज़िंदा हैं। उसके करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल होता है, जिसमें हम लोग देख करके पहचान पा रहे थे कि वो शुभम भैया हैं। वो पड़े हुए थे ज़मीन पर, और उनके सर का हिस्सा डैमेज था, जिसमें गोली लगी हुई थी, और पूरे में खून ही खून बिखरा हुआ था। वो वीडियो देख करके हम लोगों ने उनकी पहचान करी। उसके बाद जो लोग वहाँ पर थे उन्होंने भी वो वीडियो देख करके उनकी पहचान करी। उसके थोड़ी देर बाद फिर ये कन्फर्मेशन आई कि शुभम भैया की डेथ हो गई है।
A man from Karnataka, Shivamogga, identified as Manjunath, lost his life in Pahalgam attack today. Now, we spoke to his wife and who narrates the horrifying ordeal that turned their lives upside down. Take a look. All right, so we are moving on to another breaking that we are getting at this point. Prime Minister Modi has in fact cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia and has landed in India, is what the latest that we are getting at this point. Let me now go across to my colleague Payal Mehta on this broadcast. Payal, as expected, Prime Minister Modi has cut short his Saudi Arabia visit and has landed in India.
Yes, the Prime Minister, in fact, taking an emergency decision last night after what we saw yesterday in the afternoon, that dastardly attack, which actually resulted in killing of many innocent citizens, had decided to not just come back to India, but also skip the official dinner that he was scheduled to participate in last night. And he's chosen to come back. So what we're given to understand is the Prime Minister is just about landed at the Pelgam airport in the national capital. And I can tell you one thing for sure, that, Sharon, there will be a series of meetings in the entire day that will follow, because this is like unprecedented scenario that one has really witnessed, and very sad incident coming to the fore, where innocent citizens have been made target, and in fact, tourists have been made target by the terrorists. The Prime Minister, of course, yesterday asking the Union Home Minister to rush to Kashmir, and that's the reason you saw the Home Minister yesterday in Srinagar, in fact, participating in a series of meetings, including security review meetings as well. Today, of course, the Home Minister is expected to be going to Pahalgam. However, the Prime Minister and the senior ministers in the government are expected to hold a series of meetings. We're given to understand that some point in time in the morning, you can have the Cabinet Committee for Security, which comprises of top ministers in the government and top officials from the MHA, from the Defense Ministry, and of course the NSA, to participate in this meeting to take an overview of the situation, to of course also assess the security situation which exists over here, and that's going to be a crucial meeting to watch out for in terms of what India's steps really are going to be from here on, given the fact that the world over has in fact stood in solidarity with India in this hour of grief.
Also, Payal, do we know about the schedule or the time of the CCS meeting that is scheduled to take place, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister himself?
We'll have to just wait for some more time to get a detail on that, given the fact that the Prime Minister has just landed in the national capital. Of course, you can expect a series of meetings to take place, because although the Prime Minister was briefed yesterday by the Home Minister essentially on what the steps really would be, and probably he would have had a conversation with the Home Minister more than once, from what we do understand. But there will be a series of briefings where the Prime Minister will in fact get, the moment he comes, he'll be getting a briefing on what the situation is on ground, what are the intel inputs that we're going to get. And we can expect that meeting to take place at around 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, is what our sources have indicated. But like I said, the Home Minister is already there in Jammu and Kashmir in solidarity with the people, reviewing the situation, overlooking at what the situation really stands on ground. And even, in fact, Finance Minister, who was on an overseas tour in America, she's also trying to cut short a visit, take the earliest flight and come back. She's also a member of the Cabinet Committee for Security. Although this week we did not have any cabinet meeting, given the fact that the Prime Minister was traveling, it'll be important to see and wait if the cabinet also meets, in an emergency situation.
Also, Payal, what do we know about the initial plan that was of Prime Minister in Saudi Arabia? How many days visit was this that has now been cut short?
Sharon, he was supposed to return this evening after attending a series of meetings. In fact, there was a diaspora program which was also supposed to take place last night. But after what panned out yesterday in the afternoon, the Prime Minister not only advised the Home Minister to go and visit Kashmir, he in fact reviewed the situation, got a feedback from the Home Minister first thing as soon as the news came to the fore, and as a result, he cut short his visit, decided to fly back. He took a flight late. He took his flight back late last night and then just about landed in Delhi. We're still waiting for the visuals to come in, through the agencies, but we do understand from our sources that the Prime Minister has in fact landed back in India.
We continue to be on this story, Payal. All right, I request you, Payal, to please stay with us. We are getting another breaking input on the very same story. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has also cut short her visit to United States and Peru to return to India following the Jammu and Kashmir terror attack. All right, so now we just heard from Payal that Prime Minister has cut short his Saudi Arabia visit. It was, in fact, a 2-day visit, and he was supposed to come in the evening. But now, along with Prime Minister, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has cut short her visit to US. Now, let me now go across to my colleague Pallavi on this. Pallavi, give us more details now after Prime Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has also cut short her visit to US.
Yes, Shireen, it's very clear that the government wants all its ministers and all hands on deck back into the country, given the kind of a calamity which has hit us. She was supposed to be away for 10 days. After America, she was expected to go to Peru. But what we have now been told by Finance Ministry is that she has decided to cut short her visit. She's coming back at the earliest flight possible. So she's all on her way back already, Shireen. And apart from that, an urgent CCS, and she's a member of the CCS, Cabinet Committee on Security. She will be attending it. And apart from that, of course, the cabinet meetings, because it's very clear now with the Prime Minister back, there are going to be a series of strategy meetings on how we are going to combat this crisis.
Pallavi, when we talk about Nirmala Sitharaman's visit, it was a very crucial visit to US as well as Peru. What was the initial plan? When was she supposed to return back?
But she was supposed to be away for 10 days, apart from the meetings with the IMF and the World Bank, and on the sidelines, many trade talks. Given its importance in the context of the tariff imposition, she was then supposed to go to Peru later next week, and this was a total 10-day visit. But, after the Prime Minister asked the Home Minister to rush to the site, the Prime Minister himself cutting short his visit. He was supposed to be back later tonight, but he's come back early. He's expected to come back early in the morning. And, there will go be those endless rounds of meetings. There's a Cabinet Committee on Security, have ministers like the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, Rajnath Singh, the Home Minister, and of course chaired by the Prime Minister himself, and of course Jaishankar. So what the government wants, what the Prime Minister wants, all its top ministers, all hands on deck, so as to plan the next strategy, because what is it that you're going to do? You need to get world support. You already are getting world support. So she is back. She's on her way back. That's what our Finance Ministry sources are telling us. And whenever that meeting is slotted for the CCS as well as the cabinet meetings, and whatever plan the Prime Minister and his team have up ahead, she of course is going to be a part of that.
All right. Many thanks, Pallavi, for getting us all those details. So Prime Minister as well as the Finance Minister are back in India. They both are members of the CCS, which is all set to take place. The meeting is set to take place today. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
Brought to you by
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके, और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा. पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने. मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ, और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहाँ पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी. और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड.
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ
Hello and good morning. Thank you for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Shen Elizabeth Matthew. Let's begin this bulletin with the top news this hour, which is terror that has struck Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. At around 2:30 p.m. on Tuesday, terrorists in army fatigues opened fire at tourists, killing 26 of them and injuring 13 others. Now, the survivors and the eyewitnesses say that the terrorists handpicked Hindu terrorists and shot them dead. They shot people if they did not look like Muslims, is what we are hearing. And in fact, reports suggest that victims were asked to recite the Kalima, which is a formal Islamic declaration of faith, and if they couldn't, they were shot. Several videos have come to the fore, and from moment of the attack to the aftermath, all has been captured. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was on his official visit to Saudi Arabia, has cut short his visit and has returned to India. Prime Minister Modi will shortly chair Cabinet Committee on Security meet, and even Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is returning early from US-Peru visit. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah is in Jammu and Kashmir and taking stock of the situation. And Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level security meet and is expected to meet victims at the hospital today.
आपने आप बोले ना मुझे
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाली से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
ये जो भीड़ सब है, प्रेशर आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति को बचा लो।
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं, क्या हुआ, इसको क्या हुआ?
Please ask for help. We don't need
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा।
रेस्क्यू में मैंने रेस्क्यू किया उस वक्त मैंने 3 इंजोर्ड देखे, क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत थी, घोड़े भी थे, घोड़े वाले भी थे, लोकल भी थे, टूरिस्ट भी थे, टूरिस्ट का रश बहुत था। 3 हमने देखे, 3 हमने रेस्क्यू किया जो इस वक्त जेएमसी हॉस्पिटल में।
How many terrorists were there? How many terrorists were there? 2 थे। कितने फायर उन्हें फायर किए?
2 किए।
2, okay.
All right. Now, CNN News 18's Arunima speaks to family members of deceased Naresh Agarwal's brother Dinesh, who was shot dead by terrorists. Listen.
अग्रवाल जी, आप लोगों के पास इस वक्त क्या जानकारी है, क्या हालात है?
कुछ नहीं, ये हम हमारे घर आराम से एकदम सेफली पहुंच जाए, सरकार से हम यही निवेदन करते हैं।
कल आप लोगों को क्या वायरल वीडियो देखकर मालूम चला, कैसे खबर है?
वो सबका मोबाइल वो हो गया, वो बच्चे ने
वहाँ हमारा छोटा भाई है, उससे अपडेट मिला कि हमारे मामा जी को गोली लगी है एंड इज डेड। सो हम बस उनको सेफली ले जाना चाहते हैं, उनकी बॉडी को।
आप लोग रायपुर से यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं,
रायपुर छत्तीसगढ़।
आप बता रहे थे कि टिकट का खर्चा भी काफी ज्यादा है, क्या है?
दिल्ली से श्रीनगर तक का 43,000 है, उसीलिए दे के आ रहे हैं, और रायपुर से दिल्ली का अलग है।
आप ये भी कह रहे थे मोदी जी की सरकार से आप चाहते हैं, आप मुझसे कुछ कह रहे थे कि आपका जो
एक्शन होना चाहिए इस बारे में, जो भी हुआ हम सफर कर रहे हैं, हमारी फैमिली सफर कर रही है, बट आगे और कोई सफर ना करे, हम सेफली पहुंच जाए बस।
आप गवर्नमेंट से चाहते हैं कि इसका जस्टिस किया जाए?
या
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं आपको जाने दूंगी, आपने जो सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट नरेट किया था कि एक छोटी बच्ची भी थी,
हाँ, छोटी बच्ची भी है,
दोबारा बता दीजिए क्या आपको?
छोटी बच्ची भी है, वो छोटी बच्ची वो पापा के साथ खड़ी थी उसके, और उसके साइड से
बस एयरपोर्ट से निकल रहा है,
गोली लगी तो पीछे वाला आदमी ने खींचा तो उसको भी गोली मार दी गई।
बच्ची बच गई है?
हाँ, बच्ची गई।
All right, I'm now joined by my colleague Zishan Wani, who is in fact reporting live from Pelgam, and Akash Sharma, who is reporting live from the national capital outside Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. Let me now go first across to Ishan Wani. Ishan, the one question that is in everyone's mind is, what about the terrorists? How many of them are there? Have they been neutralized yet?
None of them has been neutralized yet. The number could be between 3 to 5. And the sort of clues and the leads that forces have been able to get, it seems like an AK rifle and M4 possibly was used to carry out this kind of attack. We're in Pahalgam right now. The hustling and bustling market, even in the morning hours, is today fallen silent. You will see shops are shut and business establishments have come to a grinding halt. There is a common shutdown call by the civil society in Kashmir to protest against the brutal killing of the innocent civilians. Then my VJ Bashir Lone will also show you this mountain range where this particular incident unfolded. Over there, you see this green ridge, this green covered ridge where the Baisaran Valley is located. This is where the attack took place, and this is where the first gunshots were heard. And that's where all the tourists were when this particular incident unfolded. And today, the Pahalgam wears a deserted look because this will be generally full of people with hustle and bustle, tourists going about their morning routine in shops, at other business establishments, but all of them are shut today. And this is a hospital which became a lifeline for all of the injured persons and all of those who were brought here immediately after the attack. There's a small little hospital generally used to run for the specific small community of people who live in Pahalgam. But yesterday it became a lifeline for all of those who were injured in this particular attack. And Pelgam is a very bustling tourist place where you have thousands in numbers, locals and tourists coming to enjoy, to have their fun for the day. And this turned just into a very carnage kind of a situation for all those tourists who had come to Kashmir to enjoy their day. And this is exactly the place where I showed you where this attack unfolded. And gunmen actually started identifying them one by one and then shot them. That means they had time to identify them. They had time to carry out attacks like these, where they had time to actually identify them, shoot them down, and they had possibly kept people at several locations to ensure that if the security forces track their movement down, they are alarmed about it. And there is a possibility, and one version of the story from the security establishment, that on the entry and exit gate of this particular valley, they must have kept somebody there to keep a check on who's coming inside this particular bowl-shaped valley, and to alarm them if the security forces rush in. But the sort of videos that we have seen, it's very horrific. You see a wife right next to the husband crying helplessly because there was no help available to them for their husband to be rescued from that place. And similarly is the story of several of those who have lost their loved ones, including those children who have seen their fathers getting killed in front of their eyes, those who have seen their loved sons getting killed in front of their eyes. And that trauma is definitely going to stay with them for the rest of their lives. But yes, the grim reminder also is that Kashmir's, glowing and promising tourism industry could come to a grinding halt with all of these scenes unfolding here in Pelgam, where a lot of investments have been made by people from small businesses to a large business, where locals and also others came in to basically push in for the tourism upliftment in these areas and try to ensure that tourism is a source of income for them. It just is not about those who directly get benefit from the trade. It starts from even from a small dhaba person to everyone who will be hit by this particular attack. And because there are cancellations, at least 2 tour operators who I spoke with confirmed to me that they have had cancellations, and tourists are now willing to come to Kashmir because of the sort of news and the visuals they have seen. How it pans out for the rest of the summer, we have to wait and see. Though it was looking like a promising summer with 8 lakh tourists visiting Tulip Garden in a span of month. So that is where a lot of people had purchased their taxis, cars, and other investment they had made just to ensure that their businesses keep running, their household keeps running. But now it can be a story altogether different. How it pans from here onwards, one has to wait and see.
Absolutely. The tourism is going to take a hit as far as the entire terror attack in Pahalgam is concerned. We'll keep coming back to you, Ishan. Let me now go across to my colleague Akash Sharma, who's reporting live from outside Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. Now, Akash, all eyes on the meeting, the CCS, that is going to take place today. Prime Minister has cut short his Saudi Arabia visit. Nirmala Sitharaman is in fact coming back to India. All eyes on that particular meeting. What do we know about? What is the expected time of this particular meeting?
Right, so we still don't know the exact timing, but yes, Prime Minister Modi has just landed here in Delhi, and we are expecting this meeting to start very soon. In fact, I'm standing outside the residence of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. You rightly pointed out, Defense Minister, the role of Defense Minister is very, very important and crucial in CCS meeting, and that's the reason why we are stationed here keeping an eye on every happening. We know that how this deadliest attack has happened yesterday and today. This important meeting will begin in some time from now. We still not sure of the timing, but expecting that Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh would leave from his residence in some time from now. I'm showing you the visuals where security is there, routine security is there, and we are expecting some sort of briefing from the service chief as well. Though we still don't have any sort of confirmation on the arrival of Indian Army Chief, but generally it is seen, ahead of the CCS meeting, that Indian Army Chief normally comes to, Raksha Mantri to brief him about the situation. As of now, I'm showing you these visuals, Sharon. This is an important day, given the fact that CCS meeting, has been called after the, the attack that happened yesterday. And this meeting is important because it's a high-level meeting. In fact, the highest level security meeting in the country, where we have top ministers of the Indian government, sitting together and deliberating as to what can be done as far as security front is concerned. We know that how Amit Shah yesterday, went to Jammu and in fact, met with senior officials of the security forces. In fact, he chaired a meeting at LG House yesterday. And today we are seeing a number of developments where PM has cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia. In fact, has landed just a few moments ago. And, we are expecting the Raksha Mantri would be leaving from his residence anytime soon to take part in the CCS meeting, where they'll deliberate on the incident that has happened and also the future course of action as far as, this incident is concerned. We know that how, several sort of operations have been conducted by security forces in Jammu and Kashmir area in the past few months, specifically after, the attacks that have happened on security forces. And in fact, several attacks on civilians as well. We, know that how in Riyasi, attacks were conducted. In, Kashmir also, there were, incidents, against Kashmiri Pandits. So several incidents have happened. But yes, after abrogation of Article 370, Kashmir was largely peaceful, and whatever has happened yesterday, it is one of the deadliest attacks, in the history of Kashmir, in the recent past, especially after the abrogation of Article 370. Important day and important meetings ahead. We are waiting for the CCS to happen and, in fact, begin soon. Raksha Mantri to leave in some time from now. We still don't have the confirmation of the timing, but we'll let you know very soon. Cheryl.
All right. Many thanks, Akash. I request you, Ishan, as well as Akash, to please stay with us, because right now we are going to talk about what really transpired, what really unfolded as far as the Pelgam terror attack is concerned. Now, we are going to put out point by point as to what really transpired as far as the entire incident is concerned. It all started at about 2:30 p.m. yesterday, and tourists were enjoying the phony ride and snacks at Bhai Siran. So this is a tourist place. Everyone knows that one of the most tourists, come in Pahalgam, and they were enjoying the rides there. And that is when tourists were targeted by a group of armed terrorists. While they were enjoying, while they were on vacation, the tourists were attacked by an armed group of terrorists. And later, what we are getting to know is that around 3 to 4 terrorists were dressed in army fatigue. This is very important, because this is being pointed out by all the experts that the terrorists were camouflaged in the army dress. They were in army fatigues, and when they attacked the tourists over there. The next point is about how one of the terrorists inquired about the couple's religion. This is what the version of the eyewitnesses, the victims who have in fact been telling us, that their identification, their religion identification were in fact asked. Then terrorist shot man after he revealed that his identity is Hindu. This is the another point that has in fact been raised by a number of the eyewitnesses there, that they were shot after they identified their religion. Now, terrorists asked victims to recite kalima before attack. This is an Islamic declaration. All the victims were asked to recite the kalima before they were shot dead, is what we are learning at this point. And one of the terrorists inquired about the couple's religion. All right, so this is what we are learning at this point, that terrorist shot man after he revealed his Hindu identity. So this is the points that has in fact been raised, the versions that have been coming in from a number of the eyewitnesses. The terrorist asked victims to recite kalma before the attack. Remember, this is an Islamic declaration, and they were asked, the tourists were asked to recite kalma, and terrorists tripped tourists to confirm their religion. This is another version that is coming in from the eyewitnesses. They were asked to take down their trousers. Now, majority of the victims were men, women who watched in horror. We have seen those videos where there is complete chaos as far as that entire area in Pelgam is concerned. We are seeing tourists running across, and police suspect locals backed the terrorists in attack. This is another crucial input that we are getting at this point, that the police have suspected that locals could have supported the entire incident, and officials suspect encrypted apps used for communication. So the communication between the terrorists, there was an app that was used for the communication, is the latest that we are learning at this point. So the investigation is, of course, on. There is a search that is intensified as far as the neutralizing the terrorists are concerned. But these are the latest that we are getting as far as the officials are concerned. All right, we are cutting across to these live visuals of Prime Minister, who has in fact reached the national capital. His aircraft has just landed. He has cut short his visit of Saudi Arabia. It was a 2-day visit in Saudi Arabia. And after the incident in Pahalgam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has cut short his visit of Saudi Arabia and has now just landed in the national capital. So these are the live visuals that we are getting to you right now, that Prime Minister has returned to India. There is going to be a CCS meeting, one of the crucial meetings that is going to take place, and Prime Minister is going to chair that particular meeting. Remember, as part of the CCS, the Home Minister is a member of the CCS, the Finance Minister, the Defense Minister, and Prime Minister is going to head the CCS meeting that is all set to take place. All eyes on that particular meeting that is going to take place. Remember, when Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia, when the incident took place, the Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi Arabia, has also in fact condemned the entire incident. Let me now go across to my colleague Payal Mehta on this broadcast. Payal, Prime Minister, we are now getting the live visuals of Prime Minister, who has now just landed in the national capital, and all eyes are going to be on the CSS meeting that is going to be headed by him.
Well, of course, it is, in fact, the return of the Prime Minister in an unprecedented situation. It definitely is not happy homecoming for the Prime Minister, when he's normally very, very happy when he returns from an overseas tour. This is an emergency situation, given the fact what we've witnessed in the last, few hours as well. But of course, you can see the Foreign Secretary along with the Prime Minister, Mr. Vikram Misri, is there. And most important, you can see Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, also along with the Prime Minister, returning back to the national capital. And today you can see a series of meetings which will follow. And, in all these meetings, you can also expect the NSA to be there. NSA also has been somebody who's had deep-rooted connections with Jammu and Kashmir and knows a lot of detailing over there as well. So his inputs are going to be extremely important. Although the Home Minister is currently already in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, he's already there in Srinagar. He's expected to go to Pahalgam sometime today as well. But the Prime Minister cutting short his visit, coming back to the capital city to hold a series of meetings to understand what the situation really is and the next steps that are to be taken by India. Because, like I said, the world over has criticized what has happened. World over has condemned what has happened and expressed their solidarity with India in this hour of grief, where 26 innocent, citizens who have been tourists who had gone to Jammu and Kashmir have been brutalized in this fashion.
Payal, when we talk about the government, what are you picking up from your government sources? What is really the priority of the government at this point when we talk about the entire terror attack?
The priority definitely would have been to make sure that, all those victims who have lost their loved ones, they are able to get back to their bases as conveniently as possible. Of course, returning of the mortal remains will also be one thing that will be watched out for, and that's the reason several chief ministers, including the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Eknath Shinde, also spoke to the Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Rammohan Naidu, last evening, asking him to prioritize the return of the mortal remains of those who had actually lost their loved ones. That's going to be on the priority. As far as the security apparatus is concerned, the Home Minister has already taken a detailed review yesterday in the presence of the top officers, and of course the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir also being present over there. That's going to be the priority number one in that respect as well. But what are the further steps that are supposed to be taken? That's something which of course is also will be reviewed in security meet that the Prime Minister is expected to take today. Sharon, our top ministers in the government, whether it's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, whether it's Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, and even External Affairs Minister Mr. Jaiswal, along with the officials, form part of the Cabinet Committee for Security. The Home Minister is already in Jammu and Kashmir. The Finance Minister is trying to get back to the country after being on an overseas trip. So it will be important to see what steps the what steps are taken up as far as that meeting is concerned. Probably a lot of these ministers are expected to in fact attend this meeting probably online or through various officials. You can also expect the officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs to be present in that meeting of the Cabinet Committee for Security when it takes place today. It's 7:15 in the morning. The Prime Minister just about landed back, and you can expect a series of meetings were given to understand to begin from 9 a.m. this morning.
All right. I request you, Payal, to please stay with us. These are the live visuals that we are getting at this point. Let me now also go across to Aman Sharma, who is joining me on this broadcast. Aman, so we are getting these live visuals of Prime Minister who has now just landed in the national capital. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has also cut short her US and Peru visit. Clearly, the priority for the government at this point is to entirely handle the situation that has happened in Pahalgam.
Well, Sharon, yes, this underlines the gravity of the situation. The Prime Minister, whose trip to Saudi Arabia was to happen today as well. He had important meetings there today as well. He was to return, in fact, only tonight. He has cut short his trip. Last night, the Prime Minister also did not attend the official dinner in Saudi Arabia and Jeddah, and he boarded the flight back from Jeddah late last night. Just about half an hour back, we hear that he has landed in Delhi as well, and you can see these live visuals. And the Prime Minister has come back because this kind of gruesome attack in Kashmir, he yesterday spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah from Jeddah itself, took stock what had happened and instructed Home Minister Amit Shah to immediately rush to Srinagar. We saw the Home Minister leave for Srinagar around 7 in the evening yesterday. The Home Minister has rushed to Srinagar. The Prime Minister has cut his trip short. There are high-level security review meetings that are to happen today. So very, very soon, the Prime Minister is back and he will be taking a complete stock of the situation again before meeting his topmost ministers. And, what kind of response will be given. The security forces are already mounting a counter-attack, the counter-operation in that area. But what larger message needs to be sent? We have seen India in the past launch big offensive after such big terror strikes have happened, be it Pulwama or be it earlier in Uri. So there is a lot of anger in the country, very, very clearly. The government also understands that, is cognizant of that people are angry. Even the government is very, very disturbed over how the incident has happened, selectively targeting innocent tourists in Kashmir. The first such big, attack on tourists in Kashmir. This is perhaps the biggest terror attack on India since the Mumbai 26/11 attacks. So that is the gravity of the situation. That is why you see the Prime Minister cutting short his trip, landing back in India. And we can now see a flurry of security review meetings happening today. And the government has all hands on deck to in a way tackle what has happened in Kashmir.
But Aman, also, when we talk about the entire incident, the terrorists are still at large and they have still not been neutralized. So is there actually a concern, a fear that there could in fact be possible more terror incidents?
Well, the forces are on complete alert, not just in Kashmir, but also in major cities across India. In Delhi, there's an alert which has been issued as well. The government doesn't want to take any chances. See, this incident, Sharon, has happened in this meadow, which is about 6 to 7 kilometers away from Pahalgam. It is not even accessible by road. You can only go by a pony there, and it's a popular site. So there were hundreds of tourists there like any other time, and tourism has been on an all-time high in Kashmir. This is also the tourism season, and there's been heavy rush in Kashmir of tourists. So this attack, in the past, terrorists, yes, have attacked security forces. They have attacked, Hindu migrant laborers also, and many targeted attacks. But an attack on tourists in Kashmir has never been heard in recent years. And this is going to have, Sharon, a very, very impact even on the tourism sector of Kashmir. Already the tour operators and you can see the locals in Kashmir actually come out with candlelight marches against this particular attack, because they also realize that not only is it a horrific loss of lives and attack on tourists, which has never happened in Kashmir earlier at this scale, this also will affect, the economy and the livelihood of people in Kashmir who depend on tourism. So in a way, the humanity, which has been hurt in this attack, the way 26, 27 people have died, this includes foreign nationals as well. The government wants to act very, very strongly and decisively in this particular
All
matter.
right. So the Prime Minister has landed in the national capital. All eyes on that CCS meeting that is all set to take place later today. Now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, we had in fact told you earlier that the search operation has intensified. Like our colleague Ishan Vani also mentioned, that there is a search of about 4 to 5 terrorists who in fact killed the innocent tourist in Pahalgam, and the search operation is still on. And I believe these are the visuals of that Mi-17, which is in fact a Soviet-designed Russian military helicopter, which is in fact pressed into action for the search of these terrorists, who are in fact, like Ishan also mentioned, is a very difficult terrain as far as Pahalgam is concerned, and that is why the search operation is in fact taking a bit of time. And this is one of the priorities of the government at this point, to neutralize those terrorists who were involved in the terror attack. Now, like we pointed out earlier, it was around 2:30 p.m. when a group of armed terrorists, in fact, shot a number of tourists who were in the Pelgam area, and they were dressed in army fatigues, is what we are learning at this point. And after the entire incident, the terrorists had in fact ran off to the jungles nearby, is what our colleague have in fact been pointed out. And ever since then, the search operations, of course, is on, and this is, of course, a priority of the government at this point, to neutralize these terrorists so that there are no more such incidents as far as the terror attack is concerned. So we are learning that in the entire incident, the sources have been suggesting around 26 people have lost their life, and these are innocent terrorists innocent tourists, I beg your pardon, who have in fact lost their life as far as the entire incident is concerned. And right now, the search operation has intensified, like we pointed out earlier as well. Dog squad, drones, all have in fact been pressed into action, and the latest is that Mi-17 is in fact flying over the mountains in Pahalgam in the search of the terrorists. So what we are like we pointed out earlier, that as far as the entire incident is concerned, all this took place yesterday at about 2:30 p.m. when a number of the tourists were in Pahalgam. They were enjoying their snacks. They were in fact riding the pony, which is very famous as far as Pahalgam is concerned. It's a tourist sport, very famous for these activities. All right, for more details on this, I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Ishan Vani on this broadcast. Ishan, so Mi-17 has in fact been pressed into action for the search operation. Give us more details.
Well, yes, helicopters are hovering around this particular area where the attack took place, possibly to also track those down who have launched that particular attack yesterday. There is also helicopters being used for the relief and rescue operation, though most of it has been completed. But yes, top officials are going to come to Kashmir, to this particular place, to get a first-hand account of how the situation unfolded and what are the security measures that have been taken. We have seen already a massive deployment of paramilitary forces and Jammu and Kashmir police being made around this particular area to basically trap them down or not let them escape from this place. But look, the challenge is that all these ridges and mountain peaks are dense and covered. You see, my video will show you the sort of foliage and the sort of thickness that this forest cover has. So it becomes difficult for them to even trap any movement of these militants who carried out the attack from this particular area. But yes, there will be technology that will be pressed into action. You'll see the civil paramilitary forces and the forces who are carrying out this operation have been pressed into service to ensure that those who are responsible for killing them are here. Are not to let them go out of this area. You'll still see that there are helicopters hovering all around these mountain places. This is to ensure that to track them down, to ensure that they don't leave out of this place. You will now see that Mi-17 helicopter on your screens is moving out after it landed a short while back. So yes, there is a full support of every force that we have available in Kashmir: Air Force, the Indian Army, the CRPF, the J&K police, and everyone has pressed their best people into service to ensure that anyone who has carried out this attack is not allowed to leave this area. And every restrictions have been imposed on the movement of tourists who are coming here. They have been stopped from coming here. So because the operation is still on, and then later on, you will also see investigating agencies like the NIA taking over the case and investigating it further. From the looks of it, it was very clear that they were going to target, they were going to attack these civilians, and they knew that who they are going to target and why they're targeting them. They also knew it. It's post 2019 to basically what they call as the demographic change is something where they try to target non-locals, Kashmiri Pandits, and non-local Hindus as well were targeted, and we have seen that target killing taking place, but not of this magnitude. So that is where the problem lies, that why is it that such magnitude attack could not be preempted by the security forces? Could it have been prevented? Could there have been better intelligence gathering in terms of trying to see that if these attackers had such plans, and if they had shared it definitely with their handlers across, that they would, because without the handlers, without the go-ahead from the other side, they wouldn't have carried this attack on their own. So there are a lot of things that need to be looked at, and that's why the Home Minister is in Kashmir, camping in Kashmir himself, getting a first-hand account of how things look like on the ground and what sort of plan has been made by the police, by the army, to ensure that these attacks do not take place, or those who are responsible for these attacks are actually neutralized. And this is the scene right now. The market is wearing a complete deserted look. Only police vehicles are being seen flying around this location, and except for the police, we haven't seen many moving in this area. You will also notice still there's a large helicopter movement, again an Mi-17 helicopter coming here. So yeah, this gives you an idea about the intensity at which the operation is taking place at the moment, because this area is inaccessible, hard to go, and that's why massive deployments have been made in these areas to ensure that the security forces are kept on alert and they are given a free hand to deal with any such eventuality.
All right. I request you, Ishan, to please wait stay with us. We are also getting visuals of Prime Minister who has now landed in the national capital. And this is the cavalcade of the Prime Minister who is in fact heading from the airport, and later today will in fact be part of the CCS meeting. All right. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट जाते घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारी वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या?
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे, और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे।
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम, आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहां पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
All right, we are getting a breaking input now. Immediately on his arrival, Prime Minister took a briefing meeting at the airport with NSA and External Affairs Minister, Foreign Secretary, to discuss the situation in view of the terror attack. Let me now go across to my colleague Aman Sharma on this. Aman, upon arrival itself, Prime Minister has swung into action.
Yes, Sherin, the Prime Minister has just landed in Delhi, just a while back, and at the airport itself, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar, and the Foreign Secretary were present at the airport. When the Prime Minister landed there, the Prime Minister has, at the airport itself, held a review with these three top people to review the situation in view of the terror attack. You know, the entire incident which has happened in Pahalgam and the urgency which has been shown by the government due to the gravity of the situation. The Prime Minister cutting short his visit of Saudi Arabia and rushing back to India. And here you can see in these pictures, the Prime Minister is getting a briefing from the NSA, from the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and the Foreign Secretary, who are briefing the Prime Minister on what has transpired in the, since last evening when the horrific news from Pahalgam came, what is the death toll, and also the response from various countries. Donald Trump had called up the Prime Minister in Saudi Arabia to express the complete support of the US behind India when it comes to responding to this terror attack as well. The Russian president has also called up the Prime Minister and condoled. In fact, Russia has also condoled this attack and, expressed full support from India. So major countries in the world, there's almost a global unison behind India when it comes to this particular incident which has happened targeting innocent tourists in Kashmir. And you can see these pictures where the Prime Minister is getting a detailed briefing at the airport itself from the Foreign Secretary, from the National Security Advisor, and the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar on what has happened in Pahalgam. The Prime Minister would also be soon holding a top-level security review meeting also with his top ministers and heads of the various armed forces on what is going to be India's response, how the counter-terrorism operation is being conducted right now to nab the 3 to 4 perpetrators of this horrific attack, and we could see swift action coming today in this matter.
Yes, so these are the visuals that we have access at this point after the arrival of Prime Minister in the airport itself. The Prime Minister has swung into action, and there is a brief meeting that is in fact going on, where you can see in the visuals itself there is Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister. Apart from that, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Foreign Secretary, who are seen in this particular meeting. So upon arrival itself, the Prime Minister took this meeting in the airport itself to look into the situation in view of the terror attack that happened in Pahalgam. Now, remember, there is in fact a CCS meeting that is all set to take place, which will be in fact chaired by the Prime Minister himself. And Prime Minister was on a 2-day visit to Saudi Arabia, and he was supposed to come back today evening only, but because of this drastic and cowardly attack in Pahalgam, he decided to cut short his trip. And not just the Prime Minister, but the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who was also on a 10-day visit to US and Peru, has also cut down her visit to US and Peru and is now coming back to the national capital. So there is all eyes on that particular meeting that is going to take place as far as the CCS meeting is concerned. Remember, the members of the CCS are the Minister of Home Affairs, Minister of Defense. Apart from the Prime Minister is going to head that particular meeting, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar all will be part of that CCS meeting that is going to take place. I'm now joined by my colleague Aman Sharma on this broadcast. Aman, we were talking about how the 2-day visit of the Prime Minister has been cut short. World leaders across the globe are condemning this drastic, the cowardly incident that took place in Pelgam.
Yes, Sharon, and you can see these visuals on the screen. The Prime Minister has just landed back in India after cutting short his visit to Saudi Arabia. He had very important engagements today as well, but he has cut short his visit. He flew back to India last night. He's landed just a while back, and you saw that all hands are on deck. You see the top security officials of the country, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval at the airport, in fact at the tarmac. When the Prime Minister landed in Delhi, the Prime Minister has held a review meeting with the NSA, Mr. Doval, as well as the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar and the Foreign Secretary at the airport itself. He has taken stock of what has happened since yesterday, since the news of this dastardly attack came of, over 26 people dead, including foreign nationals in the Pahalgam terrorist attack. What has been the response of the security forces? We believe the Prime Minister has been briefed about that, the counter-terrorism operation that is going on in Pahalgam to nab the perpetrators of this horrific attack. The Prime Minister soon will also hold a top-level review meeting with his ministers. The Cabinet Committee on Security is expected to meet also in Delhi soon, where it will be decided how the India is going to respond to this, this dastardly terror attack. Never before in Kashmir have innocent tourists been targeted by the terrorists in such a manner. The whole manner in which this attack has happened, targeted killing of Hindu tourists, is something which is really concerning to the government. The location of the attack also, Pahalgam being a big tourist attraction, it is also the base camp for the Amarnath Yatra, which begins in the next few weeks. The attack coming while US Vice President J.D. Vance was in India, while Prime Minister was abroad in Saudi Arabia. The timing of the attack and the manner of the attack, 3 to 4 gunmen with sophisticated weapons opening indiscriminate fire on innocent tourists. The Prime Minister is very, very concerned about this, and we saw this in his statement also yesterday, that the reaction of the government will be very, very swift and decisive against the perpetrators of this attack and their sponsors. So that is why we are seeing the Prime Minister immediately in action mode as soon as he's landed in India. Home Minister Amit Shah is in Kashmir. He was rushed there last evening by after a chat with the Prime Minister. So, Shirin, that is the gravity of the situation. Amit Shah is already in Kashmir. Mr. Modi has cut short his trip, has come back to India, and immediately on landing has taken a security review, a stock of the situation.
Also, Aman, let's talk about what is, at this point, what is really the priority of the government at this point, because we know that there are a number of people who have already been injured. The terrorists are still at large. What is the priority of the government at this point?
See, Sharon, of course, the priority is to understand first the dynamics of this terror attack. Who are these terrorists? Are these foreign terrorists? Are these Pakistani-linked terrorists? The outfit which has claimed responsibility so far is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba, is backed by Pakistan. So, in a way, the foreign hand in this attack. And why at this particular time? Is there a conspiracy to destabilize JNK, to send a strong message? Because the way, the terrorists targeted tourists, this comes just a few days after what we heard the Pakistani army chief say, the anti-Hindu rant that he made in Pakistan. So all this linked? Is Mr. J.D. Vance's visit right now in India, Prime Minister being in, Saudi Arabia, the Amarnath Yatra coming up, the tourists who have been targeted in this particular attack, the Pakistani army chief's statement, are these all linked? Is this part of a big conspiracy? That is also top on the government. The government is trying to find, decipher that through the inputs that the intelligence agencies have. Also, to ensure that people who have been, injured in this particular attack, the families are comforted. The relief and rehabilitation soon after this attack. But I think top on the government mind, Sharon, is the response. What will be the response of India to this particular incident? We have seen earlier when big terror strikes have happened in Uri or Pulwama, what India did. So all eyes, the government also knows people are angry. These visuals that people have seen on their screens of, the deaths of tourists, this has angered people across the country. People, victims of this attack, Sharon, range from various states. It's like a India tragedy, and that is why I think the government is putting all hands on deck and taking immediate
Absolutely.
security.
All hands on deck as far as this terror attack in Pelgam is concerned. Many thanks, Aman, for joining with us and giving us all those details. Now, let's go to another breaking that we are getting at this point. Pakistan Army violates ceasefire along the line of control in Tata Pani area of Poonch. Indian Army retaliated effectively. Let me now go across to my colleague Tejinder Singh Sodhi on this broadcast. Tejinder, even while the terrorists are still at large, we are seeing that Pakistani army has now violated the ceasefire.
Yes, you see, the Pakistan army resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation along the line of control. This happened in the Tattapani area along the line of control in Poonch district. The Indian army has retaliated effectively to the Pakistan fire. We are told that this was a small arm fire from the Pakistan side, and the firing lasted for quite some time. though there has been no reports of any casualty or damage on the Indian side, but the Indian army retaliated effectively to the Pakistani aggression. Pakistan has been using the garb of ceasefire violation to push in armed terrorists into the Indian side. And in the recent past, we have seen several such instances wherein Pakistan army has been giving cover fire in the garb of ceasefire violation to the infiltrating terrorists. So today's ceasefire violation comes in the backdrop of yesterday's terror attack in Pahalgam in South Kashmir, wherein so far 26 people they have lost their life. Many are still battling for their life in the hospital. Pakistan continues to provoke India by means of this type of aggression on the line of control. This is not for the first time that since the ceasefire agreement was enforced by both the sides. Both the sides had agreed that there would be a complete ceasefire on the line of control, but Pakistan time to time continues to violate that agreement by resorting to unprovoked ceasefire violation, by resorting to firing on the Indian army on the line of control. But the Indian army has been giving a befitting response to Pakistan. Yes.
All right. Many thanks, Tejinder, for getting us all those latest. Now we are getting another breaking input. The CCS meeting that we were talking about earlier, we are getting this breaking input that it is all set to take place at 7 LKM at 11 AM today. Let me now go across to my colleague Payal Mehta on this. Yes, Payal, over to you. Give us more details.
The Cabinet Committee of Security, which is of course going to take a review on the situation that exists on ground effective yesterday, is likely to be held at 11 AM is what we're able to understand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be chairing that meeting. In that meeting, you can expect Rajnath Singh to be present. You can expect Minister Jaiswal to be present. At present, the Finance Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, is traveling overseas, and the Home Minister currently is in Srinagar. Top officials of the Intel forces, and of course, the armed forces will also be present in the meeting along with NSA Ajit Doval is what we're given to understand. And like we've been saying that ever since the Prime Minister's arrival in the national capital, you can expect a series of meetings to take place. In fact, at the airport itself, the Prime Minister in fact held a meeting with the Foreign Secretary, with the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Ajit Doval, the NSA chief. And of course, a series of meetings are going to follow in the day as we build up to what India's response really will be to this dastardly attack which is taking place on its citizens.
All right. Many thanks, Payal, for getting us that latest input. We'll keep coming back to you as and when the CCS meeting begins. Now, we are getting another breaking input. The government sources have in fact revealed to CNN News 18 that 4 to 6 terrorists still believed to be hiding in the hills around Pelgam. An operation will continue to nab them, and choppers could also be used. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Arunima, who is in fact coming live to us from Srinagar at this point. Arunima, the top priority, the important task for the forces out there is to nab these terrorists, isn't it?
Absolutely, and not just these terrorists, but their handlers, their akas in Pakistan. The government is coming up with a consolidated plan of action, and I think that meeting that the Prime Minister is holding upon landing in Delhi is crucial in that regard. Union Home Minister is here in Srinagar, and what is working to the government's advantage? I just want to move out of the frame and give you a glimpse. This is the road from the airport, further on from Humama, and you see usually. You will see this to be a very buzzing road, but today all you see are taxis and some military presence, some police presence, because the hartal has been called. These streets which are usually buzzing with activity, yes, it's early morning yet, but there is a sense that you get after speaking to locals that the hartal call is organic, that the people in Kashmir are also protesting against the targeting of the tourists. So if the government takes some strong action, takes some strong measure, the sense that the government gets from the ground is that there will be support for whatever they decide.
Arunima, when we talk about the entire Pelgam area, it is, of course, the terrains are going to be a challenge for the forces to nab the terrorists, isn't it?
Yes, the place where the terror attack has happened doesn't have a motorable road. It's about 40 minutes if you are on a horseback. it's about 40 minutes, and if you are trekking, then it could be an hour, 10 minutes or so. The security forces also, it is a task because they suspect that this group of terrorists, they're all believed to be foreign terrorists. At least one could be a local who's guiding them and who's aware of the topography. So the security forces have to ensure that the forested areas are not used as a trap by these terrorists, where security forces enter and then there's sniper fire from the other side. And that is why an aerial view option is also open. Choppers have been pressed into service, and these choppers will be used to get a bird's eye view to figure out exactly where these terrorists could be hiding. And this operation will continue till they nab and bring to justice the perpetrators of this horrible crime.
And Arunima, we also earlier saw a report of you speaking to the victims' family members. What are they suggesting? What are their demands right now?
See, most of them are numb. Nobody expected that tourists could be targeted in Kashmir. In the past also, terror attacks have happened in the valley, but the tourist has always felt safe here. The local economy depends on tourists, and this was a start of the summer season. Lot of honeymooners were here. In fact, I have spoken to a couple who just got married 5 days ago, and they are in Srinagar. Maybe we can play out that ground report as well. But the general sense was that the kind of attack that happened, where tourists were targeted, children saw their fathers drop dead, screams of "Papa, Papa" in one, few of those videos which the family members were showing. It is unnerving what they are going through, but most have become numb. 2-3 families, one from Raipur, one from Jaipur, they told me all they want at this stage is that they be allowed to go back home with the mortal remains, that the body be released at the earliest. There also, they expect red tapeism. They feel that there could be a bureaucratic wrangle to get the body out of the hospital. And at the airport, there is some amount of chaos at the airport as well. A, because of the tourist influx. B, because now you will see the cargo hold full of coffins carrying body bags. So there is management required there too. That is what the family members are bracing up for right now. All that they're asking of the government is just help us get back home and help us grieve with our close ones. One family which has come from Chhattisgarh, you might have seen that viral video where a deceased Dinesh Agarwal has been shot right here from point blank range. And his brother spoke to me and said Dinesh's daughter was standing right next to him, and there was another fellow tourist who tried to protect the daughter and pushed her back. And because he did that, that fellow tourist was also gunned down. That is what Dinesh's widow has told the family members. So that's the kind of testimonies that these family members are hearing, who are coming to retrieve the body. They have to ensure that the survivor wives, the survivor kids, their mental health is also taken care of, and all of them can safely go back home so that they can mourn with their extended family and process this immense loss that they have suffered.
Yes. Arunima, I request you to please stay with us as we are getting more breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Now, NIA team has reached Srinagar is the latest that we are getting at this point. Let me now go back to my colleague Arunima on this. Arunima, when the terrorists are, still at large, what is really the process that is followed? Is it going to be a multi-pronged agencies who, in fact, are pressed into action? What is really the steps that are taken to nab the terrorist?
I would answer that question, but I just want to take forward what you were telling the viewers about the National Investigation Agency. NIA's, one team is already stationed in Jammu and Kashmir. Another senior officer just landed from Delhi. The senior officers from the Border Security Force are also here. So to answer your question, it is going to be a multi-layered, multi-pronged approach. NIA would get into the picture only once the cordon and search operation is over. They will be allowed to pick up evidence from the ground, from the crime scene, only once the go-ahead is received from the army. But their process of investigation could be on even without going to the spot, because they suspect the role of overground workers who could have helped these terrorists with logistics, with food, and perhaps guiding them to Pahalgam as well. So the first part of NIA's job will be to ensure that the OGWs are identified. Home Minister is here, so the top officials are expected to meet the Home Minister. A briefing, a security review is expected today. Also, post that, I think there will be a multi-pronged approach. First one will focus on nabbing the terrorists. Second one will focus on investigating how this attack was conspired. And third, along the line of control, and I think Tejinder has already reported this, that Pakistan attempted some kind of a ceasefire violation, which was retaliated in Poonch. To help you understand the topography, South Kashmir and the Poonch-Rajouri area are separated by Pir Panjal. South Kashmir is where Pahalgam and Anantnag are. So if you cross the Pir Panjal, then you reach Rajouri and Poonch. So in that sense, Pakistan trying to violate the ceasefire in Rajouri Poonch area is also quite significant. So there is a multi-level, pushback that the government is planning, but their first priority is to ensure that those who have lost their loved ones, a helping hand is extended to them, a healing touch is offered to them.
Absolutely. That is, of course, the priority of the government at this point. But also, let's talk about the tourists who are now stuck in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in and around the area of Pelgam. Is there an advisory that has been issued by the government or by the tourist department for them?
Yes, there is a self-styled hartal, so to say. Earlier, Kashmir saw hartals which were called by Hurriyat, and they were mostly in protest against government action. But this time, various bodies have decided to call this hartal as a matter of protest because tourists have been targeted. Tourists contribute majorly to the economy of Jammu and Kashmir, and the way the dastardly fashion in which this attack has been carried out, even the local Kashmiri is shocked, and therefore they are on their own deciding to strike work. Even private schools have decided to cancel their classes today. Those schools have declared holidays as well. So here in the Kashmir Valley, it is spontaneous outbursts of support for those who are carrying out their operation against the terrorists. They too want justice for the tourists.
All right. Many thanks, Arunima, for getting us all those latest input. We'll keep coming back to you. But right now, it's time to take a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
मेरा वोल्टास
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में. और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या?
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने.
Hello, you're watching CNN News 18's breaking news show. We're staying with all of the country's top stories at this hour. My name is Toya Singh. We are starting by taking you straight to Jammu and Kashmir, where yesterday a realtor from Karnataka and an accountant from Odisha, these are just some of the people who lost their lives when terror struck Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. At around 2:30 p.m. yesterday, terrorists in army fatigue opened fire at tourists, killing 26 of them and injuring 13 hours. It was an attack that lasted, according to the survivors, more than 20 minutes. Eyewitnesses and survivors say that those who were killed were hand-picked. They were hand-picked tourists. They were then shot dead. We're also learning that it was targeted to the degree that those who were shot at because they did, quote, not look like Muslims. In fact, reports suggest that victims were asked to recite different verses. Now, we're going to bring you more context around this entire story. But first, all of the developments that have taken place in the last few minutes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was on his official visit to Saudi Arabia. He's cut short his visit. He has returned to India. On his arrival, the Prime Minister was briefed on the attack by the Foreign Secretary, the NSA Ajit Doval, the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Those are the visuals you're looking at on your screen right now. That meeting has just taken place. The Prime Minister will, in just a little while from now, it's 8 a.m., it's going to be 8 a.m., in just about more than 2 hours from now, the Prime Minister will be chairing a cabinet committee on security meeting. Meanwhile, the Home Minister Amit Shah is in Jammu as we speak. He's taking stock of the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a high-level security meeting and is expected to meet victims at the hospital today. Remember, the perpetrators remain at large. A search operation is taking place across Kashmir to find them. We'll just go over to our reporters to get more context. Today, through the day, we're going to have a battery of reporters joining us to bring us wall-to-wall coverage on this story. Let's start very quickly with our colleague Akash Sharma. He's joining us in this moment to bring us more on the developments as we speak. Akash, thank you for joining us this morning. Akash, tell us, in the last 2 hours, what developments have we seen take place on this story? What kinds of coordination are we seeing take place?
Right. So Prime Minister has landed here in Delhi. This is one important and big development, given the fact that he was, on Saudi trip, and after that, he has come back. In fact, we are expecting a CCS meeting, that is Cabinet Committee for Security, high-level meeting between the cabinet ministers and, in fact, the Prime Minister, where we have top 5 ministers of the government: Finance Minister, Defense Minister, Minister of External Affairs, and Home Minister as well. And, in this particular meeting, it will be deliberated as to what can be the next course of action. But as far as the current developments are concerned, so I'm standing outside the Raksha Mantri's residence. And in fact, you can see, in some time from now, we are expecting that, Raksha Mantri would be coming out and would be going towards the Prime Minister's residence. But as of now, you see, as far as the Indian Army is concerned, so such operation is on. And, other than that, they have employed their drones, they have employed their helicopters, because their focus is to, look for those who were behind the attacks. And this is the reason why such operation is being conducted, and that is the priority. Other than that, we have colleagues reporting from on ground, talking about the victims, talking about the families, and talking about the search operation. As far as New Delhi is concerned, so CCS meeting is one important meeting, important development that is going to happen. Payal, our colleague, is reporting that how at around 11, this meeting is scheduled, and we are expecting that Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh would be leaving from his residence in some time from now, Toya. Okay. In fact, we are stationed outside the Raksha Mantri's residence, and we'll let you know as once he's coming out of the particular house.
Akash, confirm for our audiences, as we await you bringing us that update, confirm for our audiences what security forces do know about the terrorists who perpetrated this attack. What information is known?
Right. So there are several theories till now, because, they are still looking for those who were behind the attacks. And these theories suggest that there are 2 different groups, of 4 to 5 terrorists, who carried out this attack. And in fact, the officials are suggesting that this can be the same group which was active in the Kishtwar region. But again, since such operation is on, so we have very limited information. Toya, we have seen that how in the areas like Kishtwar and Doda, several incidents have happened, several attacks, in fact, have happened. But in this particular case, this was a targeted killing where, these tourists were asked for their religion, for their identity, and they were shot in front of their family members. In fact, at least 26 casualties is what we have been told that have happened in this particular case, where we have 26 deaths and several others are injured. We have also been told that IB officers were there in the casualties. One IB officer, one Navy official as well, one Air Force official as well, in fact, was there in the casualties, and several other individuals, hailing from different parts of the country, from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, from Haryana, and several other places, in fact, from
Akash,
other
we're going to
states of
keep
South.
checking in with you. Our colleague Akash joining us from outside Rajnath Singh's residence in this moment. Akash is going to be tracking his every movement. Right now, breaking news coming in that we have to move to very quickly. Right, we're learning about an attempt to infiltrate through general areas in Baramulla right now. We're learning approximately 2 to 3 terrorists tried to make this infiltration attempt. And what we're learning right now is that they were essentially challenged and stopped. But the operation is in progress as we speak. Our colleague Ishan Vani, who has been bringing us coverage through the day yesterday, joins us right now to tell us a little bit more about this incident. Ishan, just bring us more details right now. We believe the operation is still in progress. What do we know?
Well, yes, the operation is still in progress. We are told by the Indian Army in the General Nala area of Uri, a group of infiltrators tried to come in who were carrying, AK rifles with them. There has been exchange of gunfire that we are learning has happened, and the alert troops have challenged them, and the firefight is still going on. This is near the line of control, and it's happened in the immediate aftermath of what we saw unfold in Pahalgam. That infiltration attempt has been made in Pahalgam, in Uri sector, to infiltrate more of these gunmen inside the Indian territory. And that's when the forces were able to monitor their movement and detect their movement, and that's when they were challenged, and the gunfire is still going on. After a very long time, we've seen that through Uri, that an infiltration attempt has been made, infiltration bid has been made, which is currently, the army is engaging them in gunfire. Additional reinforcements have been sent to that area near the line of control, and the forces are trying to ensure that they're able to neutralize all of them who are possibly in that particular area of Uri. And whether or not they had crossed the LC, that'll be interesting to see. But for now, we are being told that there's exchange of gunfire that is taking place, which means that the encounter has ensured as soon as the infiltration attempt was detected. This is the time of the season when snow starts to melt and the passes where the traditional infiltration takes place. They try to sneak in as many as possible to keep the situation ongoing in Kashmir Valley. But successfully, the army has been able to foil it by detecting it early. There are night vision devices also installed along the line of control. And also, there are high-tech equipments which have helped the army to detect such kind of movements. And possibly, because this happened in the early morning hours, so they might have used these devices to track them down, to detect them. And now we have been told by sources, and the Indian Army is confirming that the infiltration bid has been foiled. At least 2 to 3 are still engaged in the gunfire.
Okay, Ishan, we're going to keep one eye on this incident, but we're now going to ask you about everything that took place yesterday. What we want to understand in more specificity, can you just describe to our audiences the region in Pelgam, where, or it's rather 6 kilometers outside of Pelgam, where this incident took place, describe the area around it, and the leading theories around where the perpetrators could have escaped and how.
Okay, if we could go full frame for a while, I'll show you the area. This is the general area of Pahalgam. This is the hospital, which was a small hospital and has been turned into a big one. The construction is on. That's where every injured and everyone who was shot was brought first, and immediately a team of doctors was rushed in. You will notice that this area is completely beautiful. There are snow-covered peaks. It's covered with lush forest area. And this is where tourists come in numbers to enjoy their day, enjoy their time in Pahalgam. But yesterday turned ugly for them. I'll show you behind where this encounter took place, though sun is a little harsh from this side. But my cameraman will be able to show you this ridge there. This is where actually the encounter took place. This is where the firing took place, and this is where the operation is currently underway. This is the ridge where they were trapped down, and since then the para, the Indian Army, and other units have been mobilized to ensure that they don't escape from this area. This area is generally full of tourists in the morning hours. They go to the shops, they go around doing morning walks and go about doing their regular activities. But today it wears a complete deserted look. Look, the shops are shut down completely. There is no shop which is open. There is a shutdown call that has been given by several socio-political organizations, religious organizations, and other outfits to basically condemn these killings and to ensure that a wider condemnation is done by people. And generally, this is the area where you will see a lot of hustle and bustle because there were a lot of tourist booking that were taking place.
Right.
We are told by multiple tour operators that at the moment, and after the killings, they have received calls from their clients who have asked them to cancel their bookings and they no longer want to come to Kashmir because out of fear. It's always the tourism blossoms when you have a sense of peace and stability. Because of yesterday's attack has been specifically on tourists that has scared them, and that is not something which people of Kashmir would have wanted, because yesterday it has brought down with it the tourism blooming sector. In just a month or so, 8 lakh tourists had visited just the Tulip Garden. You can imagine that coming summer was hopeful for this industry.
Right, this is peak tourist season. We are just a few weeks away from the Amarnath Yatra starting, and this has all taken place at the base camp, the initial point at which the Amarnath Yatra actually starts. Just stay with us, please, Ishan. If we could ask you to stay with us, we'll come back to you in just a second. Right now, for our audiences, we're going to take you very quickly through what it is that eyewitnesses of what took place yesterday in the afternoon had to say. Take a look.
अपने आप बोले ना मुझे
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाली से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
ये जो भैया साहब है प्रेसिडेंट, आप टेंशन मत लो,
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो,
हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं भैया। तो
प्लीज
क्या हुआ, इसको क्या हुआ?
प्लीज ask for help, we don't need
Okay, don't worry. You okay? You need a water, sir?
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर परमात्मा रक्षा करेगा।
रेस्क्यू में मैंने रेस्क्यू किया उस वक्त मैंने 3 इंजोर्ड देखे, क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत थी, घोड़े भी थे, घोड़े वाले भी थे, लोकल भी थे, टूरिस्ट भी थे, टूरिस्ट का रश बहुत था। 3 हमने देखे, 3 हमने रेस्क्यू किए जो इस वक्त जेएमसी हॉस्पिटल में।
How many terrorists were there? How many terrorists were there? 2 थे। कितने फायर उन्होंने फायर किए?
2 किए।
2, ओके।
यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ आतंकवादियों का, हम लोग बाल बचे हैं, मगर
Okay, let's go back to our colleague Ishan. Ishan, you were just pointing out to us the immediate surroundings around you. You were pointing to us each of the areas where yesterday's incident took place. Now, Ishan, if we could ask you, tell us about the surrounding areas. Where do security forces believe terrorists could have escaped and how?
Okay, so this is the area where actually the Bisaran Valley is located. Behind these peaks, you will see in between all of these lush trees that you have here, pine trees, this is where the Bisaran Valley is. There's no road which takes you there. You have to trek or use horses to go there that you rent locally. And that's why a lot of blood was lost while they were shot. It took a while for them to come down. It took a while for the forces and the civilians to rescue them and pull them down. So that is why the time was of essence yesterday when they were brought down while they were injured. But this is where the Bisaran Valley is located. But if you look at these mountains and the ridges that surround this area, this is all interconnected. So I'll ask my camera person to pan and show you all of these mountain ridges are connected. These are interconnected, and then they, reach towards that particular spot where the Amarnath Yatra takes place. Behind, if you can see a snow-covered peak, this is where the Amarnath grave shrine is located. And this is where generally the Amarnath Yatra takes place. And, this point of time, the worry for the agencies will also be about the Yatra, that, Yatra is just around the corner and there will be a lot of hustle and bustle here. So there is a possibility of them attacking. But that is where the security grid has to be alarmed. Now, even if you look at this entire area, you'll see massive, peaks covering. And it will become difficult for the security forces to track these militants down if, they try to escape from these routes. And that is where they have to be a little careful and monitor through helicopters, drones, and advanced technology to see if they could figure out any of these terrorist movement. But as far as as from the looks of it, forces have tried to surround every side of this particular location to ensure that they don't escape from this place. But a little tough ask for them again, because these are dense forest area. And if you keep tracking the sort of technology that is available with them, there are offline maps and apps that are used by trekkers, professional trekkers, that they have access to them, which has been found on their phones whenever they have been killed. So they can download it offline without needing a GPRS connection. They can go on, use their direction wherever they want to go, and then try to go to some other place from this location, because these mountains are interconnected. Even if you start trekking for several days on these mountains, you can reach Srinagar. You can go to Sunmarg, where an attack on Gagangir took place. Similarly, when the Gagangir attackers were killed in Srinagar, the most possible way was they trekked all the way from Sunmarg towards Srinagar. So that is where the challenge lies, that the mountains are becoming a new challenge for the security forces.
Ishan, stay with us, please. So Ishan is joining us live from Pelgam. He's just been pointing behind him, remember, to the range in which it's possible that the terrorists may have escaped. Let's go over to our colleague Arunima now. Arunima joins us live this morning from Srinagar. Arunima, if we could ask you now about the coordination efforts that are taking place between security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, the center, to track down these terrorists. Can you just bring us an overview, please?
Yes, there are multiple agencies which are on the job currently, like Ishan has been reporting from Pelgam. The first priority is to ensure that these terrorists who are responsible for one of the worst attacks in recent times, and that too against tourists, they are brought to justice. So the Indian Army is leading that operation. Of course, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Central Paramilitary Forces are all assisting them in that operation. Intelligence agencies are on the job as well, trying to figure out as to who were the overground workers. What we do know at this stage is that the intelligence agencies suspect that there could be a group of 4 to 6 terrorists, most of them foreign terrorists who were involved in this attack, held by at least one local terrorist. So they are trying to get whatever information they can about this local contact who allegedly helped the FTs gain access to that area in Pahalgam. The NIA team is also on the job. NIA will get access to the crime scene only once the coordinated search operation is over, but they're already carrying out the preliminary probe, assisting the Jammu and Kashmir police in figuring out who could be the OGWs. Did these terrorists recently infiltrate or not? For that, border security force is which mans the international border. The line of control is of course under the Indian Army, so they are trying to figure out whatever details they can about whether this is a fresh infiltration. The data available with the center suggests that about 70 terrorists, foreign terrorists, are active in Jammu and Kashmir at the moment. Many could have been lying low. So the investigation will also focus on who were those people who were helping these FTs survive here. And I'm in fact coming to you live from the Maharaja Hari Singh Hospital here in Srinagar. That's on my left. There is all the bodies from Pahalgam were brought to this hospital. Last evening, 26 people have died in the mortuaries here. The bodies have been kept. There is very strong police bandobast here. And I think the family members of the deceased will get a chance to identify the bodies once they come here. And then the government is going to aid the family members to take the bodies back home. We have managed to speak to some family members, ones who have traveled from Chhattisgarh, from Rajasthan, from Maharashtra. And all they want at this stage is that help us take back the mortal remains home so that we can grieve in peace. That's the only thing they're asking of the government. And I think that healing touch is the second most important thing on the list of government priorities at this moment.
Arunima, thank you for pointing that out. Arunima is standing, as she said earlier, next to a hospital where bodies are present right now. Horrifying details coming in. Arunima, we'll return to you in a second. Let's go over very quickly to our colleague Kamalika, who joins us live right now. Kamalika, over to you.
See, we are standing outside Bitan Adhikari, who is one of the person who got killed yesterday. He got a bullet injury in his shoulders. That's what we are getting. This is the place. He's basically techie. He used to work in the ITs in Florida in US. And whenever he used to come to Calcutta, this is the flat where he used to stay. There's huge deployment of police security now. Yet only his cousin stays here, Deepak, and he's totally shattered. He's not in a position to talk. And also Bitan's parents are there in another flat in Behala. They are also very old and they are not able to talk. And you know what happened, what we are getting it from the sources out here, is that Bitan and the family, they planned a vacation in Kashmir, and they went to Kashmir on the 16th, and so they were supposed to return on 24th, and yesterday they was last, they were going, they went to this mini Switzerland, what they say, and even in the afternoon, they had spoken to Deepak, who is inside. He is just, we tried to speak to him, but yesterday night, the Chief Minister spoke to the wife, Shohini Odhikari, who is now in Srinagar, and also one of the ministers came here. His cousin is totally shattered. They are not able to gauge that how could this thing happen. So it's in this entire area is totally, they are shocked, and how this could happen, because they are totally in no clue, and they today evening expected the body might come. That's what we are getting from the source in the family. The government is speaking to, the resident commission is speaking to, obviously, the authorities in Srinagar, but definitely another person we have spoken to is Shudipto Dash. He's not been injured, but he was supposed to go there. Last moment he changed his plan, he went to a Shiv Mandir, and then this incident happened. They have come down to Srinagar, we have spoken to them over phone. It's all about, they're saying that they could not sleep all through the night. It's all about the fear, because Kashmir developed a good tourist place, and Bengalis, lot of Bengalis, they generally go to Kashmir in the last 1 year specifically. So this is a very shocking bad day, and this is the place where Bitan used to stay when he used to come in India.
Okay, Kamalika, stay with us. That's Kamalika joining us live from Kolkata, spotlighting the family of someone who has passed away in this attack that took place yesterday. Now, we're going to continue to bring you reactions and ground reports. First, let's take a look at an interview our colleague Arunima, who, as you remember, is positioned in Srinagar, an interview she carried out with victims of yesterday's attack. Take a look.
अग्रवाल जी, आप लोगों के पास इस वक्त क्या जानकारी है, क्या हालात है?
कुछ नहीं, ये हम हमारे घर आराम से एकदम सेफली पहुंच जाए, सरकार से हम यही निवेदन करते हैं।
कल आप लोगों को क्या वायरल वीडियो देखकर मालूम चला, कैसे खबर लगी?
वो सबका मोबाइल वो हो गया, वो बच्चे ने
चुका है वहाँ पे, हमारा छोटा भाई है, उससे अपडेट मिला कि हमारे मामा जी को गोली लगी है एंड इज डेड। सो हम बस उनको सेफली ले जाना चाहते हैं, उनकी बॉडी को।
आप लोग रायपुर से यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं।
रायपुर छत्तीसगढ़।
आप बता रहे थे कि टिकट का खर्चा भी काफी ज्यादा है। क्या है?
दिल्ली से श्रीनगर तक का 43,000 है, उसीलिए दे के आ रहे हैं, और रायपुर से दिल्ली का अलग है।
आप ये भी कह रहे थे मोदी जी की सरकार से आप चाहते हैं, आप मुझसे कुछ कह रहे थे कि आपका जो
नुकसान होना चाहिए इस बारे में, जो भी हुआ, हम सफर कर रहे हैं, हमारी फैमिली सफर कर रही है, बट आगे और कोई सफर ना करे, हम सेफली पहुंच जाए बस।
आप गवर्नमेंट से चाहते हैं कि इसका जस्टिस किया जाए?
या
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं आपको जाने दूंगी। आपने जो सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट नरेट किया था कि एक छोटी बच्ची भी थी,
हाँ, छोटी बच्ची भी है,
दोबारा बता दीजिए क्या आपको?
छोटी बच्ची भी है, वो छोटी बच्ची वो पापा के साथ खड़ी थी उसके, और उसके साइड से गोली लगी, तो पीछे वाला आदमी ने खींचा, तो उसको भी गोली मार दी गई।
ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೇಕಾದವರಾಗಿದ್ರು, ಭಾಳ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ನೇಚರು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇರಲಿ, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಏನೇ ಒಂದು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಬೇಕು, ಸಹಾಯ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ಇವರು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಸಂಬಂಧಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒಬ್ಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ನೇಚರು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಬಯಸ್ತಿದ್ದವರು. ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವಿನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ಗಳು ನಮಗಿನ್ನೂ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬಬಲಿ ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಮಗ, ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಸದ್ಯದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೊರಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರ ಪಾರ್ಥಿವದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಖಚಿತವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಅಶ್ವಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್.
Okay, those are relatives of victims of yesterday's horrific attack. Let's go back to our colleague Arunima, who has been on the ground interviewing victims, families. Let's go to her to understand more. Arunma, can you just tell our audiences, since you have had the chance to speak to multiple families, what is the account that you've been able to piece together of what happened in that 20-25 minutes duration of the attack?
So here is what eyewitnesses tell us, or survivors have told their families. Around 2:30 in the afternoon is when this attack unfolded, and it appears that by 3 p.m. it was all over. There were honeymooners, there were holiday people who were out on a holiday with their family, so husband, wife, kids. When these gunmen, initially it appeared that they were gunmen, they were carrying AK-47 rifles, dressed in what eyewitnesses describe as military fatigues. They reached the meadow and started asking about the identity of some of those who were killed. And at least one eyewitness said that her husband was asked to identify if he was a Muslim or not. And when they realized he was not a Muslim, he was shot dead. This is what one eyewitness said. The others said that they was mainly targeting males. Group of 4 to 6 is what the assessment of the intelligence agencies are. Some look like sniper fire. For example, Dinesh Agarwal, whose brother and nephew's interview we just ran, Dinesh was on a family holiday with his wife, with his daughter. His daughter was standing next to him, and there was another tourist who was with them. When the terrorists started speaking to Dinesh, the fellow tourist tried to save his daughter and yank her away from the line of fire. That angered apparently the terrorists so much that they turned around and shot that fellow tourist dead as well. We are not putting out Dinesh's photograph, but if you see it, there's no chance. In fact, one of the viral videos, the locals are heard, asking for mercy when they see the brutality with which Dinesh was killed. A lot of sons, young kids, not even in their teens, in fact, confronted. That's one testimony that we have heard, that one child confronted the terrorist saying, "You've killed my father." The father was from Karnataka. "You kill me also." To which apparently the terrorists turned around and say, "Go say all this to your prime minister. Go say this to Modi." And then they walked away. So it looked like a targeted, well-planned killing where mostly male members who were identified by their names, they were killed in cold blood, and it was over before anybody knew what had hit them. And soon the local ghodawalas, the Pony Association president, and the locals who were there to help get some facilities for tourists, they were the first responders, trying to offer water, trying to calm down the wailing children, calm down the wives who had now suddenly become widows.
A heartbreaking tragedy that we've watched. Arunma, just stay with us, please. Arunma joining us live from Srinagar, bringing us updates on this entire story. Let's quickly shift focus. Sudat Bharadwaj joining us live right now outside the residence of Bharat Bhushan. He's one of the residents of Karnataka who died in yesterday's attack. Sudat, over to you. So that do go ahead. We've come over to you. Do go ahead. We believe you're standing outside Bharat Bhushan's house. To bring us more context.
Yes, we are just outside Mr. Bharat Bhushan's house here in Bengaluru's Matikere area. He unfortunately passed away yesterday in the Pahalgam terror attacks. What we also hear is that he was attempting to actually hide behind one of the trees, and that's when one of the terrorists actually shot him from afar. He was a software employee, but had recently, opened his own diagnostic center here in the Bhadrapa layout area of Bengaluru. His wife and a 3-year-old child have survived as a result of the unfortunate incident. In fact, we have one of the neighbors of Mr. Bharat Bhushan here, retired Professor Nagraj. Sir, how long have you known Mr. Bharat? How do you feel knowing about this news, sir?
Bharat Bhushan ಅವರ ಬಾಲ್ಯದಿಂದಲೂ ನಾನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಲ್ಲೆ. He is very active, aerodynamic. He is planning to start a industry. Tragedy is terrorists killed him. This is intolerable. ಭರತ್ ಭೂಷಣ್ ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಗರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಂದರ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಘ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ಸುಂದರ ನಗರದ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾಗರಿಕರನ್ನ ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿಸಿ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಭಕ್ತಿನ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತ.
Sir, how are the parents of the boy doing, sir? How are the parents of Mr. Bharat Bhushan doing? Is the father or anyone?
They are old. His mother is almost on the deathbed. She's on oxygen. His father, just half an hour back, his relatives informed this situation, his message to his father. How can they tolerate? ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್? ದೇಶ ಈ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದ ಹಣೆಬರಣ ಇದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಎದುರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅವರನ್ನ ಸೆದೆಬಡಿಯೋದಕ್ಕಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹದ್ಬಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ತರಕ್ಕಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಮಿಲಿಟರಿಯ ಬಂದೂಕುಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಬಂದೂಕುಗಳು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮವರೇ ನರಸದ ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ನುಗ್ಗಿ ಬಡಿದು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್, ಇದು ಹಿಂದೂ ವಿರೋಧಿ ನಡವಳಿಕೆ. ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಹಿಂದೂನಾ ನೀನು, ಹಿಂದೂನಾ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿ 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 ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಗುಂಡಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
I mean, as you can just see, clearly he's expressing his frustration with the attacks. He says that if the government is not able to control this, then we should see a permanent end to it. He has just mentioned that, in fact, the father of Mr. Bharat Bhushan was just informed half an hour ago, and he's in a helpless state as of now. His mother is unfortunately on a death pledge. She's, in fact, placed on a ventilator, and of course has no idea about what has happened to her son. So it's an extremely unfortunate case here. Aged parents, suffering with their own diseases. The mother is on a deathbed. The father has just been informed of this. So an extremely unfortunate death that has taken place here. The Pahalgam terror attacks have claimed 3 lives so far in Karnataka, and the attack on civilians has truly sent shockwaves across the nation. And this is yet another case that has unfortunately left the parents of a young man bereaved.
Right, scarred forever. Sudha, thank you for bringing us that account. Sudha joins us live from Bangalore. Let's take you, our audiences, now to Delhi, the capital, the heart at where Akash, our colleague, is positioned right now outside Rajnath Singh, the defense minister's residence. Akash, we touched in with you right at the start of the show, at which point we asked you a little bit about what was planned for the day. Can you tell our audiences a little bit more about, in terms of developments, what has taken place, how we are seeing the ministries coordinate what is a very, very important security search operation that is taking place right now?
Right. So, Toya, for the entire day, focus is going to be the search operation.
Right.
This is the operational part, because as far as this attack is concerned, so we know that now agencies want to, search for those who carried out this attack. So this is the operational part. As far as developments here in the national capital are concerned, so CCS is expected. We are not sure of the timings yet, but definitely CCS is one thing that is on the cards, and this is the reason why I'm standing outside the residence of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Initially, we were expecting that Army Chief may come to the residence of Raksha Mantri, but this has not happened. And in fact, sources are telling us that there is no such plan. Of course, RM must have spoken to Army Chief must have spoken to Raksha Mantri about the incident. But as of now, there are no such plans. Outside Raksha Mantri's residence, I'm standing, and we are expecting that in some time from now, he may come out, to meet Prime Minister or to be a part of CCS meeting. This is one important development for the day. In the meeting, this meeting is crucial because in the meeting, the top ministers of the government, in fact, will be deliberating on the incident, on the attack, and what can be the future course of action. Toya, I have been mentioning that this is one of the deadliest attacks in the history of Kashmir, specifically after the abrogation of Article 370. And we have seen that how, tourists were targeted for the first time. We have seen attacks on civilians, but, targeting tourists and asking for their religion, asking for their identity is something, that has happened for the first time. where we have 26, casualties, 26 people, dead after the particular incident, in fact, killed in the particular attack. At this point in time, the focus would be the search operation, and in fact, the agencies are trying to ascertain the identity of those who were involved in this particular attack. There are inputs, in fact, that possibly some local, guy has helped the group of terrorists, who carried out this particular attack, because this location, as Ishan, in fact, was pointing out, that is a typical terrain where you cannot take your, motor vehicle easily.
Right.
And this is a trekking site, trekking location where there were hundreds of tourists, present at that point in time at around 2:30 when this attack happened. It is one of the deadliest attacks. We have lost 26 individuals. And as of now, all eyes are there on the CCS meeting that
Right.
Prime Minister is going to chair. In some time from now, we'll get the clarity on the timings. But definitely it is there on the in the agenda, and it will be an important meeting.
Akash, thank you. Akash is talking about the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. It's supposed to take place in a little while from now. To tell us a little bit more about what is on the Prime Minister's agenda. Remember, the Prime Minister landed in Delhi after cutting short his Saudi trip. He's already held meetings with the NSA and the External Affairs Minister. Let's just go over to our colleague Payal to understand more about what is being planned through the rest of the day, how decisions will be taken. Payal, over to you.
Well, of course, Toya, I'm currently outside the residence of the Prime Minister, where, of course, as of now, there are no activities. But soon, all the activities expected to be done from here as well. We can expect the Cabinet Committee for Security meeting to take place, in which top ministers of the government, whether it's the Home Minister, the Defense Minister, the Finance Minister, they are all members of that. But, unfortunately, that incident which is coming last night has forced the Home Minister to, in fact, travel to Kashmir. The Finance Minister is also overseas and is returning back later this evening as well. So you can expect the other ministers to reach at some point in time when the decision is finally taken, because obviously we are given to understand that probably the government will also wait for the Home Minister to visit Pahalgam and see how the situation really is on ground, because that briefing has to be given to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has jumped into action the moment he's landed in the national capital. You could see him signaling to the NSA while he was getting off the flight to come and meet him as well. The NSA knows a thing or two, definitely about the valley and about Kashmir in particular. So his inputs are going to be extremely important, given the fact that this is an unprecedented situation that one has seen. The most dastardly attack that we have seen in a long, long time. Innocent civilians, especially tourists, being made, victims over here as well. So we can expect in a bit from now a flurry of meetings to take place at the Lok Kalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister. The CCS is going to be the top-notch meeting to look forward to, because that's where the Prime Minister will be briefed in detail by the security agencies, by the officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs, because the Home Minister, accompanied by the Home Secretary, is already there in Kashmir. So it'll be
Right.
important to see what series of meetings really follow. But the Prime Minister will be given a series by series meeting details, and of course we are given to understand the Prime Minister has already spoken to the Home Minister more than a couple of times to update him about the situation. What really exists on ground. So the Home Minister has held a detailed security meeting even yesterday in Kashmir.
Payal, thank you. Payal is tracking, as we told you a little while earlier, each of the Prime Minister's movements, the manner in which the answer is coordinated from India. Payal, we'll just stay with you. We're just going to go very quickly to our colleague Arunima right now. We have breaking news coming in from Srinagar. Let's bring it to our audiences. Home Minister Amit Shah, we told you already, had travelled to Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir. This had taken place over 12 hours ago, and we're learning that right now he's expected to reach the police control room. We're just going to wait for our colleague Arunima or other colleagues on the ground to join us to bring us more context around this. Remember, the Home Minister had arrived there, as we told you a little while earlier, more than 12 hours ago to coordinate the security response to this incident. Remember, the perpetrators remain at large. A coordinated search operation, a vast coordinated search operation is at play as we speak. Right now, as we were being told by our colleague Ishan Vani, the region, Pelgam, the meadow in which this took place is about 6 kilometers from central Pelgam. And it's important to understand that it is largely a mountainous region that surrounds it, filled with thick forests, which is what has made the search operation a little more complicated. Now, as we speak, both helicopters and drones, according to our colleague Ishan Vani, are being deployed to track down the individuals who perpetrated this attack. They're believed to have been 3 to 4 terrorists. We'll wait for our reporters to join us to bring us more context. But the trickiest part, that is tracking down where they are, whether they have escaped, where they could have escaped to, and how. Whether there were locals who were assisting them, these remain some of the key questions. Remember, this entire incident took place just a few kilometers away from Pelgam, but the region in which it took place, it's a small meadow. That meadow is not directly connected with a road. It's a rough dirt road, which made possibly taking down the victims to Pelgam a much, much tougher task. But did it make their escape easier, the terrorists' escape easier? That's what remains one of the key questions. Our colleague Arunima joins us right now to bring us more details. Arunima, we were just sharing with our audiences that the Home Minister, as we speak, is headed to a police control room in Srinagar. Can you bring us more details?
Yes, we are at the police control room. We are told that the Home Minister could come here. This is where, before the bodies are handed over to the families, it is expected that the police formalities, there are a lot of formalities that have to be completed. Investigation requires that proper post-mortem is carried out, and the nature of injuries on the bodies is recorded as is required under BNSS. So all those procedures have to be completed. The government does realize that it is a very, very tough time for the family members, those who have lost their loved one in front of their eyes, especially the wives and the children who lost their loved ones. For them, it's a tough time, but these are investigation related formalities that have to be completed. The security bandobast at the police control room is for you to see. There are multiple layers of security personnel who are deployed here. Of course, there is the Jammu and Kashmir police. There is also the paramilitary which has been deployed. There is one more vehicle of CRPF carrying officials which is coming in. So the security is getting tightened as we hear that the Home Minister could be here any moment now. More and more vehicles. Okay, this is the Jammu and Kashmir police vehicle which is coming into to the police control room. There is a high alert in all of Jammu and Kashmir since the attack happened in Pahalgam. All installations and PCR, the police control room, is of course one of those key installations. They have tightened security, and because of the Home Minister's visit, also security is quite tight here. He's expected to come here. He will have to be a part of the cabinet committee on security whenever that CCS meeting is convened in Delhi. But before he heads back to attend that meeting, I think he would also want to visit Anantnag, where some of the injured are admitted in the hospital. So as of this moment, the sense that we get is that he will first come to the police control room here in Srinagar, and then subsequently move towards Anantnag, where some of the injured are admitted. He could also meet the family members here when he comes to the PCR.
Arunima, could you also tell our audiences what are the leading theories around the organization that might be? All right, we've just run out of time. Arunima, stay with us, please. We'll just head into a quick break. On the other side, we will continue to bring our audiences role in coverage on this story. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Do stay with us. This is the Breaking News Show on CNN News 18.
MDH का किचन
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में, और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने सबको मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है। उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है।
जी
मेरे
बताइए।
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े।
आवरी जगदाले, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है,
जी।
जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में। और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे।
तो
बट उन लोगों
आप
ने,
कितने लोग थे मैम? आप आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहां पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट
मैं
स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे हमारे साथ। मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट जाते घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद। तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है। उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है।
जी
मेरे
बताइए।
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े। तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारी वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है सब। बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा। पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, हम मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है। तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने। मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ। और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी। और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड पे एक टेंट था, वहां पे भी बहुत सारे थे, वहां पे भी कुछ लोगों को, मतलब मोस्टली सब जेंट्स को ही इन लोगों ने मारा है सर।
और अनेरी बाकी जो लोग थे आपके साथ, जो विमेन थे, जो बच्चे थे, उनके साथ कुछ किया इन लोगों ने?
Welcome back. You're watching the morning news show, and we're continuing to bring you stories around what took place yesterday. All of the details. Right now, though, the visuals on your screen that we're going to be showing you in just a second, these are visuals of the spot where the attack actually took place. Let's take you there. Now, tourists were enjoying horse rides. This is the lush green meadows of Besaran, as you can see over here. Now, it is called Mini Switzerland because of its lush nature, and it's important to point out to you the valley over here. These are the mountains that surround it. This region is about 5 to 6 kilometers away from Pahalgam, which is why we say that this incident itself took place in Pahalgam. But it's important to point out for you that these lush forests are what have made the security and search after this entire incident become so difficult. This region is a region that typically acts as the base point for trekkers. So if, for example, you're about to go up to the Amarnath Yatra, this is one of the base points. And it's important to point out to you that this incident took place not only at the height of tourist season, but also just a few weeks before the Amarnath Yatra was itself slated to begin. The region over here is largely a meadow, but around it you have small shops that are run by locals. Of course, right now everything is shut after the attack that took place yesterday. Both Baisran and the nearby Pahalgam both have shutdown taking place, and it's a voluntary shutdown. Locals have decided to shut down their stores in this entire region. Now we're going to be shifting our focus. Let's take you straight to Srinagar. Our colleague Arunima is on the ground in Srinagar. Remember, she was outside the hospital where a number of the victims' bodies were. Take a look. She brings us this report from just a few seconds ago. just bring you that ground report. Our colleague Arunima, as we told you a little while earlier, was present outside the hospital at which the bodies are. Ambulances had just come in carrying the bodies. A post-mortem is going to be taking place. We'll just bring you more context on it in a second. We'll have reporters joining us. But right now, let's shift focus to something else. The other big aspect of this story, let's go to it very quickly. Breaking news coming in. Remember this big question, where are the perpetrators right now? Where have they possibly escaped to? I believe what we're being able to share with you right now is a screen grab taken from one of the videos of the attack, and it shows a man holding an AK series assault rifle. Agencies believe that this is one of the terrorists involved in the attack. We just have reporters joining us to bring us more context on this. If so, this would be one of the first sets of visuals we have of the terrorists. Remember, where they are right now remains a key question. Security search operations taking place across Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of the country. Let's just go over very quickly to our colleague Tejinder. He joins us. Tejinder, what details are security forces able to derive from these screenshots?
Toya, right now there are multiple inputs which security agencies are getting from various eyewitnesses in the area. There are certain videos which have emerged of the terror attack, and one such video has a grab of one of the suspected terrorists who carried out this terror attack. In this photo, the terrorist is seen holding an AK-47 series assault rifle. Though the security agencies are still looking for the terrorists who are still believed to be hiding in the area, they say that this terror attack happened in two different groups. The terrorists are believed to be 7 to 8 in number. One group believed to be 3 to 4. They carried out the firing. They identified the people, and there was another group of 3 to 4 terrorists that was standing at a distance from the spot where this incident did take place. This area is forested. There are huge forest, mountainous area, and this links with the place where the terror attack took place has borders with the district of Kishtwar, Doda. So in every possibility, the terrorists are hiding somewhere in the thick jungle of the area. There are natural caves, and the area has thick vegetation. So the topography of the area is also hampering the operations. But security forces have already deployed helicopters, drones to find out where these terrorists are hiding. And we saw yesterday the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir putting out a tweet that the anti-terror operation has already begun. The blood of the entire nation is boiling with this terror attack, and the perpetrators of this heinous terror attack would soon be identified and would be neutralized. Directions yesterday, what we are told that after a Home Minister held a high-level security review meeting in Raj Bhavan, Srinagar, and he passed on directions to every security agency and top officials of all the security agencies who were present there that he needs the result and a result in the shortest possible time. So all efforts are being made by various security agencies to ensure that the terrorists who are responsible for this terror attack, they are located and they are neutralized at the earliest. Also, the Home Minister, what we are told, have instructed the security agencies to find out the local people who provided logistic support, who provided information and other facilities to these terrorists. They also need to be identified, and they also need to be taken to task as per the law. So directions have already been given. The operation is on. Elite para commandos from the Indian Army, they have also been dropped at the search operation site. The commandos from the CRPF are already there. The Special Operation Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police is also there. So a multi-agency, multi-security agency operation is underway right now in Pahalgam to trace out these terrorists. High-tech gadgets, including drones and other surveillance equipments, are being used to trace the footprints of the terrorists.
Ishan, we're just to come back to you in a second. Let's go over to our colleague Arunima. As we told you a little while earlier, Arunima is positioned right now in Srinagar. And just a few minutes ago, as we speak, there are visuals that she's bringing us from outside the hospital where she's stationed. Take a look. This is a ground report from just a few seconds ago. Take a look.
Okay, the ambulances have started arriving. These are coffins and body bags which are being brought into the police control room. This is where the post-mortem will be carried out, and these ambulances are one by one. They're all coming into the police control room to bring in the dead body so that the legal formalities are completed. I think I've already counted 10 ambulances and there are more coming in. So 26 people have died, and all 26 bodies are now being brought in after being brought from Pahalgam to the Maharaja Hari Singh Hospital here in Srinagar. Now these ambulances are ferrying the dead bodies, the mortal remains of those who died in the dastardly attack. There is a Jammu and Kashmir police security convoy also that is traveling with these ambulances, and the post-mortem will be carried out here. And then from the police control room, once the post-mortem related formalities are completed, the family members will be given a chance to take back the mortal remains. There is one more, police vehicle that I can see. So the security bandobast is quite, quite strong here because I think the Home Minister is also expected to reach here, सर आप कुछ बता सकते हैं क्या?
कुछ नहीं बता
तो आपको कोई जानकारी है
क्या हुआ था कैसे?
Okay, that was one family member who was here to get the body. Sir, कोई जानकारी? Okay, these are vehicles carrying the family members also. This is the vehicle which is carrying the Jammu and Kashmir police personnel for the ceremonial wreath laying that will be carried out once the Home Minister arrives. There will be a ceremonial wreath laying here. Homage on behalf of the country will be paid by the Home Minister to those who have died in this dastardly attack, and preparations are underway. You can see the wreath there being brought in. So the preparations are underway to ensure that on behalf of the country, respect is paid to those who lost their life in this terror attack.
Okay, let's just go over to our colleague Arunima to understand more. Arunima, we just played out for our audiences that live report that you brought us from a few seconds ago as the bodies were brought in for the PM, the post-mortem. What is the plan now?
Okay, I'll just move out of the frame and give you a glimpse of the police control room. At this moment, the bodies have been taken inside. I showed in that report how the ambulances were being wheeled in. Moments after that, one bus full of family members or the next of kin of the deceased, they came here. And they will now, I think, complete the legal formalities. The bodies will have to be identified. It's a tough time for the families, but there are some legal proceedings that have to be carried out to ensure that the families can go back home with the mortal remains of their loved ones, carry out their last rites, get a closure. Because most of these people were out on a holiday. They had not even imagined in their dreams how this holiday to Jammu and Kashmir will turn out for them. They need that healing touch. They need that closure. But before all of that, this is an important legal procedure that has to be completed. So the post-mortem, I think, is underway. It will take some time for the post-mortem process to be completed. Home Minister is expected here at the police control room. He could meet the family members and express his condolence on behalf of the very saddened countrymen. And then he could also go to the General Hospital in Anantnag, where some of the injured are admitted. My colleague Ishan has picked up after speaking to local sources that there is a plan that is being worked out for an aerial survey of Pahalgam by the Home Minister as well. But that is still work in progress. Home Minister is likely to go back for the CCS. But so that entire itinerary is still work in progress, but he is taking continuous updates from our army commanders, from the Jammu and Kashmir police, and from the paramilitary about the situation in Pahalgam as a cordon and search operation continues.
Arunima, thank you. Our colleague Arunima joins us live from Srinagar in this moment. As we told you right now, she's outside the police control center. She will continue to bring us live reportage on this story through the rest of the day. We're going to head into a quick break. On the other side, our 24/7 coverage of this story very much continues. This is CNN News 18's breaking news show. We'll stay here with this story. Mahi sir, how much?
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है,
जी.
जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में. और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट
मैं
स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी
मेरे
बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े. तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारी वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है. सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ. और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा. पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, हम मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने. मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ. और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहां पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी. और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड
Avri Jagdale, her father was shot today. मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
हम लोग पहलगाम बेटा वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है,
जी.
जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में. और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं, तो पता नहीं कौन थे.
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे, ये जो टूरिस्ट
मैं
स्पॉट?
मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे. हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद. तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको, मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है. उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो. मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है.
जी
मेरे
बताइए.
सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. We continue to be on the coverage of the drastic attack that took place in Jammu and Kashmir's Pelgam. Now, terror bleeds Jammu and Kashmir once again as 26 tourists were killed in a terror attack in Pelgam in what is the deadliest attack in the valley since the 2019 Pulwama strike. Now, the attack took place at Baisaran, a meadow accessible only on foot for by pony, where a group of tourists has gone visiting on Tuesday morning. Now, the survivors and the eyewitnesses say that the terrorists handpicked Hindu tourists and shot them dead. In fact, reports suggest that victims were asked to recite the kalma, which is a formal Islamic declaration of faith, and if they couldn't, they were shot. Several videos have come to the fore. The Resistance Front, a shadow group of the banned Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba terror group, has claimed responsibility for the attack. And meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who returned to New Delhi, cutting short his visit to Saudi Arabia, also took stock of the situation. Now, on his arrival, Prime Minister was briefed on the attack by Foreign Secretary NSA Ajit Doval and External Affairs Minister Dr. S.J. Shankar, who were present at the airport during this particular meeting. Now, Prime Minister will shortly chair the Cabinet Committee on Security meet. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah is in Jammu and Kashmir and taking stock of the situation. And Home Minister Amit Shah also chaired a high-level security meet and is expected to meet the victims at the hospital today. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Ishan Vani, who is reporting live from Pelgam, and Arunima, who is reporting live from Srinagar. Let me now go first across to Ishan Vani. Ishan, let's first talk about the death toll. Has there been an official number that has been released by the government, and what do we know about the injured and also the mortal remains of the dead? Has that been handed over to the families yet?
Well, there's no statement from the government or any list that they have released. But we know from our sources in the police, and the police officials have confirmed to us that 26 have died, which includes a man from the Navy, one from the Air Force, an IB man from who was deployed in Hyderabad. Apart from him, there are other civilian tourists who are also there to enjoy their day as a tourist in Kashmir. Now, what has happened is that all of this has triggered a kind of panic, although there is no need for tourists to panic at all. And the government has been trying to say this all along, that there's no need to panic. But the panic is because, of course, there are families who are concerned about their loved ones who are traveling in Kashmir. And there's an active operation also going on in Pahalgam. So every vehicle which is entering Pahalgam is being thoroughly checked, and not a lot of tourists have been allowed here. We haven't seen any tourist activity taking place here. And even if you look at the market right now, it's completely deserted. Majority of the shops are closed. We yesterday saw a candlelight protest also taking place in Pelgam, where people condemned this killing and said that this is hitting their livelihood, this is hitting their daily life, and this will definitely act as a blow to their livelihood while this crime has been committed. But if you look around, you will see the market is deserted. The people are looking at what the situation is outside. It's still early morning, but generally Pahalgam would be abuzz since early morning every day, and then people will go about doing their normal routine. And this will be full with tourists. People will be eating at these eateries, but that hasn't happened today. Specifically because this is something which has sent shock waves among people, and this is something where people have actually condemned it. You will see now that Deputy Divisional Commissioner Kashmir is going towards that site where the attack has taken place. All the top officials are in Kashmir right now, taking stock of the situation, including the Home Minister, who will be in some time from now laying a wreath at the police control room in Srinagar. What we have been also given to understand that he has further schedules in Kashmir, and they are being finalized. And but this is something which has shocked Kashmir, and every socio-political organization, schools are closed. There's a ban call by political parties, including the National Conference, the PDP. So religious outfits have also condemned this killing and saying that this is against the principles of Islam, that you can't kill any innocent civilian. And you will also notice behind me, my video will show you, these are the MI-17 choppers taking sorties from this place. This is for the relief and augmenting of forces if needed for the deployment and quick deployment of security forces. But yes, this is a beautiful place, and shockingly, what happened yesterday is even more devastating for the families who saw their loved ones getting brutally killed. The scenes were equally hard to watch for all of us here who saw these pictures and videos of people seeing their loved ones being shot at point blank. We spoke to some of these victims who were in shock. They said that they were identified and shot dead. They were here yesterday on this road looking for their loved ones, looking for their family members who they had lost, or they were unable to trace them for long hours because many of them were injured, taken to hospitals, and some did not know that in the midst of chaos, where did they go and where did they escape, and if they are fine. That was the scene yesterday. But the government is saying there's no need to panic for the tourists, and people should be feel safe. There is a security bandobast around the corner, and there's no need to be panicking at the moment.
All right. I request you, Ishan, to please stay with us. I'm also joined by Payal Mehta, who's reporting live from 7 LKM, and also Akash Sharma, who is reporting live from the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. But before that, we are getting a breaking input at this point. Prime Minister Modi's plane did not enter Pakistan airspace while returning urgently from Jeddah on Wednesday. I'm now joined by CNN News 18 Siddhant Mishra. Siddhant, this is a very crucial information that we are getting at this point, that Prime Minister Modi's plane did not enter Pakistan airspace.
Well, that's right, Sharon. In fact, the SOP of using Pakistan's airspace has changed, and now Indian dignitaries do take Pakistan airspace. And in fact, the flight radar suggests that while returning from Jeddah, India One did not take Pakistan airspace, perhaps opted for an alternative route. Again, shows perhaps that this decision has been taken in the aftermath of Pahalgam terror attack. And in fact, right after the landing in New Delhi, Prime Minister Modi was briefed by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, NSA Ajit Doval, and EAM S. Jaishankar. The Prime Minister Modi's plane avoided Pakistani airspace and perhaps took an alternative route is also in a way sending out a strong message.
All right. And also, when we talk about the security protocol of, all right, many thanks, Siddhant, for getting us all those details. Let me now go back to my colleagues. You can see on this wall, I'm joined by Payal, Akash, Ishan, and Arunima. Let me now go across to Arunima, who's reporting live from Srinagar. Arunima, when we talk about the terrorists who are still at large, it is still a security concern. So what is the security that has been set up as far as the entire Srinagar is also concerned? And is this a concern of fear that there could in fact be another strike that could happen?
Well, that fear always is there because we're talking about Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan has special love for the peace in Jammu and Kashmir. It doesn't let go of any opportunity to strike terror, as we are seeing in Pelgam also. So that concern is perennial. But is it heightened concern after Pelgam, especially in Srinagar or other parts? I don't think that is what the agencies are expecting. However, the entire valley and also the Jammu division, the security bandobast is quite tight at the moment. There was an attempted, infiltration attempt, we are told, because there was a ceasefire violation in the Rajouri Poonch sector. Our forces have retaliated to that too. As far as Pahalgam is concerned, it has been shut down completely. Nobody from outside is being allowed inside the Pahalgam town. There are barricades that have been set up at the entrance of Pahalgam. Even us, who are from the media fraternity, we can't enter there with our equipment. So it is very tight security. And meanwhile, at the crime scene where this crime occurred, where this terrorist attack occurred, there is a multiple layer of cordon that has been laid. All the hills around this meadow, the place where this attack happened was a meadow, but there are hills around it. And the initial suspicion is that one local terrorist who was accompanying these alleged foreign terrorists, he showed them the way to come down from the hills. So the hills are also being scouted for. Air surveillance has been mounted. Technical surveillance is also on. And an IA team is here on the ground. They are carrying out their own preliminary probe, assisting Jammu and Kashmir police, the army, the CRPF, the Jammu and Kashmir Special Operation Group, BSF at the international border. They're all trying with all their might to ensure the terrorists responsible for this dastardly act are brought to justice. And meanwhile, here in Srinagar, we are at the police control room. The family members have been taken inside where the postmortem is ongoing. The family members will have to identify, and at least in one vehicle which was carrying the family, I saw the widow of one of those who has died. It's a tough time for those who have actually seen the massacre happen in front of their eyes, but they have to complete these legal formalities too. That is currently underway here at the police control room of Srinagar.
All right. So that's Arunima, in fact, reporting from Srinagar. She's, in fact, talking about how the security has been briefed up. And right now, post-mortem of the deaths are, in fact, taking place at the point. I request all my reporters to please stay with us. We are, in fact, getting another breaking input as far as the entire incident is concerned. Now, what we are learning is that India's potential retaliation options, because, of course, now after this cowardly attack, there is going to be, anyway, a response from India. And the first point here is that conduct strikes like Uri or Balakot on TRF, Lashkar-e-Taiba and terror camps. So this could be one of the options. Second is step up the artillery fire along LOC to target Pakistani military posts. This could in fact be a second option in terms of retaliation. Now deploy intelligence and LED ops to neutralize the TRF and LET operatives. So this is the third option that could in fact be adopted by Indian authorities. Now repeat Balakot strike, airstrike in POK or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So this is the other option that we are seeing at this point, and bolster counter-insurgency ops to eliminate terror networks is the another retaliation option that could in fact be adopted by India at this point, because all eyes are now going to be what is going to be the strategy as far as India is concerned. Let me now go across to my colleague Akash Sharma on this broadcast. Akash, of course, when we talk about the action that is expected from Indian authorities, it is something that going to be very powerful. But right now, the priority for the government is to neutralize and nab the terrorists who are still at large.
It has been happening for a while now. We have seen multiple attacks in Jammu area, where in Rajouri and Poonch, there were specific attacks on the convoys where ambushes were laid, for the troops movement. We have seen, recently attacks in areas like Katua, Doda, Kishtwar as well. But this time around, it was against the tourists, the deadliest attacks, one of the deadliest attacks that have happened in the entire region. And when it is about the retaliation or when it is about the response, so there are, several options that can be opted. Definitely, CCS meeting is going to happen where it will be deliberated as to what can be the response. All out operation is something, that we are anticipating, in the entire Jammu and Kashmir region. We know that how agencies have been working, for last so many months, where Indian Army, in fact, intensified its deployment in the Jammu region, specifically south of Pir Panjal, where 3,000 additional troops were sent just few months back, for the counter terrorism. And in fact, we know that how we have the systems in place, we have the grid in place to stop the infiltration. But this time around, if at all, military action is being deliberated and is going to happen, then what are the options? We know that how capable, our forces, our services are. Specifically, if we talk about Indian Army and Indian Air Force, we have seen, the responses in the past where, surgical strikes were conducted, where air strikes were conducted. Whether or not India is going to opt some sort of similar option, it is still a larger question. But as of now, there are several sort of options, in fact, that can be deliberated upon. And we are, in fact, expecting this CCS meeting to happen very soon, where Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, in fact, will be a very part of it. And, Prime Minister Modi is going to chair that particular meeting. Remember, Prime Minister has just landed, in fact, in Delhi just few hours back. And in fact, he is going to take part in this high-level security meeting, to further deliberate as to what can be the options and, how the government is planning to deal with the current situation. As far as this attack is concerned, so Arunima, Ishan and other colleagues have been reporting from on the ground that how these 26 individuals were targeted. They were asked for their identity. They were asked for their religion before the shootout in front of their family members. But at this point in time, what is going to happen next is the big question. And I'm standing outside Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's residence. Raksha Mantri has no in fact engagement for the day, except the 4 p.m. Speech that is at Manek Shah. Whether or not it is going to happen, we are not sure. But yes, it was in his agenda. We are expecting that in some time from now, he will be leaving from his residence for the CCS meeting. And, after that, we are expecting that we'll get some sort of indication as to what is going to happen next, Sharon.
All right. So all eyes on that CCS meeting that is all set to take place at 11 a.m. at 7 LKM, from where Payal Mehta is in fact reporting live right now. Let me go across to Payal. Payal, Prime Minister cut short his trip to Saudi Arabia. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is in fact coming back to India. We saw at the airport itself, there was External Affairs Minister, NSA, as well as Foreign Secretary briefing the Prime Minister. Amit Shah is in Srinagar. Clearly, this is all hands on deck, and clearly the entire cabinet has swung into action regarding the entire incident.
Well, of course, the Prime Minister is currently at his 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence. In a bit from now, you can expect a flurry of meetings to really take place. Like you explained, the Prime Minister came down, cutting short his trip from Saudi Arabia, came down to the national capital, was briefed at the airport by the NSA, by the Foreign Secretary, and of course Mr. Jaishankar, the Foreign Affairs Minister, who also came back with the Prime Minister from the trip of Saudi. And it's going to be a very, very important day to watch out for, given the fact that multiple rounds of meetings, especially meetings to take place, which will brief the Prime Minister of the security situation in the valley, what's really has been going on as well. Of course, like Arunima and Ishan have been reporting that Home Minister will be reaching the police control room to pay his obeisance to the families of those people who had actually lost their lives in this dastardly attack. And in a bit from now, you can expect more activity to happen as far as this Lok Kalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister is concerned. Multiple people have already spoken to the Home Minister. We saw Rahul Gandhi, in fact, sharing tweet in the morning that he spoke to the Home Minister, assured complete support to the government in this hour of grief and crisis. Of course, Civil Aviation Minister also being, also spoke to the Minister, to the Home Minister, assured him that all arrangements will be taking place to convenience those people who wanted to go back, whether it's tourists or whether it's the kin of the dead who have actually lost their lives in this dastardly attack. So, special flights being organized as well by the government of India to make sure that no inconvenience is caused to those people who actually have to come back from Kashmir in a tragic manner. What had been a vacation turned out to be a tragic turn of events, and our hearts go out to everyone who's actually being impacted by this, and the locals nonetheless, because eventually it's going to be their biggest loss. Last year we saw a historic number of people actually going to Jammu and Kashmir in this season, which is the peak tourist season. But this time around, of course, it looks like it's going to be doom, and that's making the locals extremely unhappy, especially in the tourist location, where because they feel that livelihoods will be snatched with an incident like this.
Absolutely. That is, of course, one of the concerns. And let me now go across to my colleague Arunima, who is in fact reporting live from Srinagar. There seems to be some movement and development. Over to you, Arunima.
Yes, Shireen, this vehicle which you're seeing on your screen, 7146 vehicle, is carrying family members. I saw a teenage boy who has lost his father, and this traveler also 1774. So these are vehicles which are carrying the family members, and just ahead of them are the ambulances which are carrying the mortal remains of the tourists who lost their lives in the dastardly terror attack yesterday. And by now, I think at least 18 ambulances have come in. Total number, if we are being told, is 26. So total of 26 coffins will be brought here. There is a police hospital right behind the police control room. That is where the postmortem is being carried out. And the family members or the next of kin have been asked to come here so that they can identify the bodies. It's a legal formality. One understands, and I can see when these family members are going in, I mean, their facial expressions, from what you can see from here, tells you what a harrowing last 24 hours they have had, and there seems to be no end to their torrid times that they are facing. But this is a legal formality that has to be completed. So young, wives who have suddenly become widows, young kids who were out on a holiday with their father and mother, now suddenly not realizing what had hit them. All of these people are being coaxed inside the police hospital there, because they have to complete the legal formality of identifying the body, post which the postmortem will be carried out, and only then will they be in a position to take the bodies back home. There are bodies to be taken to Raipur, to Jaipur, to various parts of Maharashtra, to Karnataka. It is traumatic. There are honeymooners here, wife who has lost her 5-day-old husband. I can't really express in words after speaking to them what they are going through. All that they're asking is, let us go back home, allow us to mourn in peace with the rest of our family.
Absolutely, Arunima. There was, in fact, a harrowing incident that the entire people, the tourists there, had to go through. We have seen some of those tragic visuals that has, in fact, been coming in from Pelgam. Let me also now go across to my colleague Sudat, who is, in fact, reporting from Karnataka. Sudat, I believe there are at least 2 families who have, in fact, lost their life as far as this entire incident is concerned. You spoke to the family members of those victims. What are they telling you?
Well, yes, we are in touch with them. We just spoke to the wife of one of the victims from Shivamogga, Mr. Manjunath. We CNN News 18 spoke to her, and she mentioned that her husband was shot from afar, and even when she and her son offered to get shot by this terrorist, seeing that her husband was dead, they said that ask Modi to do that. And clearly, the family has yet to really feel what's going on. The reality of what's happening is yet to sink in for them. They're not even getting the time to really grieve in peace or mourn in peace and truly let it sink in about what the tragedy has taken place. What we hear is that Pallavi, in this case, Pallavi had a son, and Mr. Manjunath had gone to Kashmir to celebrate the fact that her son actually secured 98% in the 12th grade or the second PU examinations here. But what was supposed to be a celebratory trip has seen an unfortunate, truly unfortunate and a tragic end with Mr. Manjunath passing away. His body is set to arrive in the Shivamogga by around 6 p.m. today, while yet another body of Mr. Bharat Bhushan here at whose residence, near whose residence we are actually here, right here in Bengaluru, is set to arrive as well at around 3 p.m. at the Bengaluru International Airport. And what some of the families say or the neighbors say is that Mr. Bharat Bhushan was a truly dynamic man. He wanted to in fact set up his diagnostic center here in Bengaluru post the trip. But once again, such dreams have been shattered here. You can see many families have been bereaved. And in Mr. Bharat Bhushan's case, he has just a 3-year-old son. And the wife now has to deal with the fact that a 3-year-old son, has to be raised. It is yet to sink in for the little child about what has actually happened and how his dad has unfortunately passed away. She is seen actually grieving and mourning the loss with Minister Santosh Lad, who's right now here in Karnataka, who's right now in fact here in Srinagar itself, ensuring that all the bodies are flown back home. Preparations are in full swing. The Karnataka government is ensuring that all the bodies of at least 3 residents are brought back home as soon as possible. One more case, what we hear is that Mr. Madhusudan, who originally hails from Andhra Pradesh, but was a resident of Ramurthy Nagar area here in Bengaluru. He too has passed away, but more details are awaited in that regard. But yes, the harrowing tragedy that took place in Pelgam yesterday has left many families bereaved, including some ones from Karnataka as well. We have to see how the government really retaliates from here and how the Karnataka government responds and offers any form of compensation to these families, even though nothing can really fill the void.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, we are seeing the family members of the victims who are seeking answers, who are seeking justice to what has really happened in Pelgam. I request all my colleagues to please stay with us as we are getting another breaking input on the very same story. Now, Pak terror bleeds Indian civilians, but Pak minister ducks blame. We have absolutely nothing to do with it. We reject terrorism in all its forms and everywhere, says Pakistan's Defense Minister Khwaja Asif on the Pahalgam attack. Let's listen to what exactly they had to say.
प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, क्या कहेंगे आप?
पाकिस्तान का इससे कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है। कथित तौर पे ये सारी होम ग्रोन जो है इंडिया के खिलाफ जो है मुख्तलिफ जो उनकी सो कॉल्ड रियासतें हैं उनमें बगावतें हुई हैं। एक नहीं, दो नहीं है, दर्जनों के हिसाब से। नागालैंड से लेके कश्मीर तक और साउथ में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, मणिपुर में, ये सारी जगह हिंदुस्तान की जो दिल्ली में जो हुकूमत है उसके खिलाफ बगावत हुई है। और ये होम ग्रोन है, लोग अपनी हुकूक मांग रहे हैं। एक हिंदुत्व वाली हुकूमत जो लोगों को एक्सप्लॉइट कर रही है, माइनॉरिटीज को, जिसमें मुसलमान भी हैं, जिसमें क्रिश्चियंस भी हैं, जिसमें बुद्धिस्ट भी हैं, उनको एक्सप्लॉइट कर रही है, उनका कत्लेआम कर रही है। ये उसके खिलाफ बगावत है, जिसकी वजह से ये वहाँ पे इस किस्म की एक्टिविटीज हो रही हैं। हम बिल्कुल कथित तौर पे इसका हमारे साथ कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है और हम किसी भी सूरत में जो है टेररिज्म को कहीं भी सपोर्ट नहीं करते और बेगुनाह लोग जो हैं वो कहीं भी जो है इस किस्म की जो जंगें हैं, लोकल जंगें जो हैं, उनका निशाना नहीं बनने चाहिए। इसमें कोई शक शुबे की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है। हमारी नेशनल जो पॉलिसी है उसमें बिल्कुल कोई नहीं है। जो नॉन कम्बैटेंट है उनको बिल्कुल टारगेट नहीं करना चाहिए। लेकिन अगर कहीं पे जो है फौज है या पुलिस है जो जुल्म ढा रही है वहाँ पे हिंदुस्तान में लोकल लोगों में जो अपने हकूक मांग रहे हैं, जिनके बुनियादी हकूक भी उनको मुयस्सर नहीं है, तो अगर वो बगावत कर रहे हैं, हथियार उठा रहे हैं, तो इसमें पाकिस्तान को इल्ज़ाम लगाना तो बहुत आसान है। तो हमारे पास तो एविडेंसेस हैं, रोजाना एविडेंसेस हैं जो हम
All right, let me now go back to my colleague Siddhant Mishra on this broadcast. Siddhant, on very expected lines, the statement that is coming in from the Pakistan Authority that we have nothing to do with this, and it seems that this is homegrown terrorism.
Well, that's right. That has always been their standard reply. They are shameless people, and they have nothing to say what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir. It is completely been orchestrated, planned, and executed by Pak-based group, and in fact, backed Pakistani ISI. There's no doubt about it. They have never been liking the development taking place in Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir in last few years. In fact, the annual budget of Jammu and Kashmir more than of the annual budget of whole of Pakistan. Perhaps that's the difference between the two countries. They are not like UAE and other Middle Eastern countries have pledged their investments in Jammu and Kashmir. They are not looking that the tourism is getting situation is getting back to normal, and perhaps this is the reason that this cowardly, dastardly, and in fact, civilians, tourists were targeted this time. So,
all right, there seems to be some error with that connection with Siddhant Mishra. We'll keep coming back to you, Siddhant, but right now we are getting another breaking input. Now, 2 terrorists neutralized in Baramulla. Infiltration bid has been foiled. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point, that 2 terrorists have in fact been neutralized in Baramulla. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Tejendra Singh Sodhi on this broadcast. Tejendra, are these 2 terrorists also the ones who are involved in the Pahalgam incident?
No, these terrorists were not involved in the Pahalgam incident because this is a fresh infiltration bid that the army has foiled. Pahalgam is in South Kashmir, whereas in Uri is in Baramulla. So the army says that they noticed a group of 2 to 3 terrorists who were trying to infiltrate into the Indian territory from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in the Sarjivan area, which is on the line of control in Uri Nala area of Baramulla. This group of terrorists was challenged by security forces, and which resulted into a firefight. There was an encounter which resulted when these terrorists were spotted by the army. So there was heavy exchange of fire, and so far the army says that 2 terrorists have been neutralized in this encounter, as the security forces have foiled this infiltration bid which was being carried out by the terrorists. The army says that a large quantity of arms, ammunition, and warlike stores have been recovered from the terrorists. So the army maintains that the operation in the area is still under progress. So it clearly demonstrates that on one side, when the terrorists who are still in India, who had come from Pakistan, they are carrying out a mayhem by targeting civilians, by killing civilians. On the other hand, Pakistan continues to
2 terrorists have in fact been neutralized in Baramulla is the latest update that Tejendra Singh Sodhi is in fact getting us at this point. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
लाल रंग
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
What a save! What a save!
I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
My dear cool.
ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
Now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, we had in fact told you earlier that the search operation has intensified. Like our colleague Ishan Vani also mentioned, that there is a search of about 4 to 5 terrorists who in fact killed the innocent tourist in Pahalgam, and the search operation is still on. And I believe these are the visuals of that Mi-17, which is in fact a Soviet-designed Russian military helicopter, which is in fact pressed into action for the search of these terrorists, who are in fact, like Ishan also mentioned, is a very difficult terrain as far as Pahalgam is concerned, and that is why the search operation is in fact taking a bit of time. And this is one of the priorities of the government at this point, to neutralize those terrorists who were involved in the terror attack. Now, like we pointed out earlier, it was around 2:30 p.m. when a group of armed terrorists, in fact, shot a number of tourists who were in the Pelgam area, and they were dressed in army fatigues, is what we are learning at this point. And after the entire incident, the terrorists had in fact ran off to the jungles nearby, is what our colleague have in fact been pointed out. And ever since then, the search operations, of course, is on, and this is, of course, the priority of the government at this point, to neutralize these terrorists, so that there are no more such incidents as far as the terror attack is concerned. So we are learning that in the entire incident, the sources have been suggesting around 26 people have lost their life, and these are innocent terrorists innocent tourists, I beg your pardon, who have in fact lost their life as far as the entire incident is concerned. And right now, the search operation has intensified, like we pointed out earlier as well. Dog squad, drones, all have in fact been pressed into action, and the latest is that Mi-17 is in fact flying over the mountains in Pahalgam in the search of the terrorists. So what we are, like we pointed out earlier, that as far as the entire incident is concerned, all this took place yesterday at about 2:30 p.m. when a number of the tourists were in Pahalgam. They were enjoying their snacks. They were in fact riding the pony, which is very famous as far as Pahalgam is concerned. It's a tourist sport, very famous for these activities. All right, for more details on this, I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Ishan Vani on this broadcast. Ishan, so Mi-17 has in fact been pressed into action for the search operation. Give us more details.
Well, yes, helicopters are hovering around this particular area where the attack took place, possibly to also track those down who have launched that particular attack yesterday. There is also helicopters being used for the relief and rescue operation. Though most of it has been completed, but yes, top officials are going to come to Kashmir, to this particular place, to get a first-hand account of how the situation unfolded and what are the security measures that have been taken. We have seen already a massive deployment of paramilitary forces and Jammu and Kashmir police being made around this particular area to basically trap them down or not let them escape from this place. But look, the challenge is that all these ridges and mountain peaks are dense and covered. You see, my video will show you the sort of foliage and the sort of thickness that this forest cover has. So it becomes difficult for them to even track any movement of these militants who carried out the attack from this particular area. But yes, there will be technology that will be pressed into action. You'll see the civil paramilitary forces and the forces who are carrying out this operation have been pressed into service to ensure that those who are responsible for killing them are here. Are not to let them go out of this area. You'll still see that there are helicopters hovering all around these mountain places. This is to ensure that to track them down, to ensure that they don't leave out of this place. You will now see that the CRPF, the J&K police, and everyone has pressed their best people into service to ensure that anyone who has carried out this attack is not allowed to leave this area. And every restrictions have been imposed on the movement of tourists who are coming here. They have been stopped from coming here. So because the operation is still on, and then later on, you will also see investigating agencies like the NIA taking over the case and investigating it further.
Welcome back. We continue to be on our coverage on the deadly attack that took place in Pelgam in Jammu and Kashmir. Terror bleeds Jammu and Kashmir once again as 26 tourists were killed in a terror attack in Pelgam in what is the deadliest attack in the valley since the 2019 Pulwama strike. Now, the attack took place at Baisaran, a meadow accessible only on foot or by pony, where a group of tourists had gone visiting on Tuesday morning. Now, the Resistance Front, a shadow group of the banned Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba terror group, has claimed responsibility for the attack. And meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi, who returned to New Delhi, cutting short his visit to Saudi Arabia, also took stock of the situation. Now, on his arrival, Prime Minister was briefed on the attack by Foreign Secretary NSA Ajit Doval and External Affairs Minister Dr. S.J. Shankar were present at the airport during this particular meeting. Now, Prime Minister will shortly chair the Cabinet Committee on Security meet. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah is in Jammu and Kashmir and taking stock of the situation there. And Home Minister Amit Shah also chaired a high-level security meeting and is expected to meet victims at the hospital today. We are, in fact, getting a series of reaction on this. Let's listen.
The Pelgam attack saw a lot of honeymooners also, getting victimized by the terror attack. But did that change plans of those who wanted to come here? Vishwajit and Surbhi, recently married, have come to Srinagar. Vishwajit, जब आप लोगों ने सुना कल इस अटैक के बारे में, परिवार वालों ने नहीं कहा कि मत जाओ. Surbhi, आप कहना चाहेंगी? Did they tell you not to go?
Yes, they are very scared, but actually we have already booked our hotels and flights, so last moment we cannot cancel it. So that's why we have come and we'll try to cut short the trip so that we can be safe and go back safely.
Is Pahalgam still on your itinerary? आप पहलगाम जाएंगे?
Our second day was Pahalgam, but now we will stay at Srinagar only.
You stay at Srinagar only. But is there any sense of apprehension या कोई insecurity या किसी क्या चल रहा है दिमाग में?
Insecurities तो है मैडम के चेहरे पे.
There are some insecurities, but I think the government will take some security measurements.
You're confident that the government will keep you safe?
I think so.
घर वालों से क्या कहेंगे आज? उतरते ही फोन पे इत्तला कर दी है, क्या बोला उन लोगों?
अभी तो कनेक्ट ही नहीं हुआ है, नेटवर्क ही गायब है. We just took SIM card. We just took.
Okay, so wish you a good trip. I hope you enjoy yourself. आप लोगों के पास इस वक्त क्या जानकारी है, क्या हालात है?
कुछ नहीं, ये हम हमारे घर आराम से एकदम सेफली पहुंच जाए, सरकार से हम यही निवेदन करते हैं.
कल आप लोगों को क्या वायरल वीडियो देखकर मालूम चला, कैसे खबर लगी?
वो सबका मोबाइल वो हो गया, वो बच्चे ने
वहाँ हमारा छोटा भाई है, उससे अपडेट मिला कि हमारे मामा जी को गोली लगी है एंड इज डेड. सो हम बस उनको सेफली ले जाना चाहते हैं, उनकी बॉडी को.
आप लोग रायपुर से यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं.
रायपुर छत्तीसगढ़.
आप बता रहे थे कि टिकट का खर्चा भी काफी ज्यादा है. क्या है?
दिल्ली से श्रीनगर तक का 43,000 है, उसीलिए दे के आ रहे हैं, और रायपुर से दिल्ली का अलग है.
आप ये भी कह रहे थे मोदी जी की सरकार से आप चाहते हैं, आप मुझसे कुछ कह रहे थे कि आपका जो
नुकसान होना चाहिए इस बारे में. जो भी हुआ, हम सफर कर रहे हैं, हमारी फैमिली सफर कर रही है, बट आगे और कोई सफर ना करे, हम सेफली पहुंच जाए बस.
आप गवर्नमेंट से चाहते हैं कि इसका जस्टिस किया जाए?
या
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं आपको जाने दूंगी. आपने जो सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट नरेट किया था कि एक छोटी बच्ची भी थी.
हाँ, छोटी बच्ची भी है.
दोबारा बता दीजिए क्या आपको.
छोटी बच्ची भी है, वो छोटी बच्ची वो पापा के साथ खड़ी थी उसके, और उसके साइड से
बस एयरपोर्ट से निकल रहा है,
गोली लगी, तो पीछे वाला आदमी ने खींचा तो उसको भी गोली मार दी.
All right, joining me right now is Kamalika, who is reporting live from Beaton Adhikari's house. He was killed in the terror attack. Kamalika, what is the family members telling you at this point?
See, they are very, very much bereaved and they are shocked because this is the house where Bitan Adhikari, generally he stays in US, Florida. When he used to come to Calcutta, he used to stay in this house. You can see that huge police security has been provided to them. Last night, Minister Arup Viswas, he came here. The family, he has a cousin here who is putting up here, and his parents are very old and they are staying in some other place in Behala, and they are very, very, very much upset and bereaved, and they are not in a condition where they can talk. Only the cousin said that they have spoken even yesterday, and after that, what happened? And today, a while ago, the uncle of Bitan Adhikari's wife, Shohini Adhikari's uncle, he came here and he was absolutely broke down because there was a 10 years of marriage. Bitan Adhikari and his wife, they used to stay in the US, in Florida, and whenever they used to come, they used to stay here. And this time they had a special plan to go to Kashmir for a vacation, and that's what they went on 16th to the vacation. And the vacation was almost at the end, and tomorrow to 24th, they were supposed to come back. So it's a shock. They are very, very much shocked. They're not in a position to talk. The bereaved family, the parents stay in Behala, in other places. Today the body is expected to come in the evening. Here you can see that security has been provided by the police is there, but the family of Bitan Adhikari is absolutely shattered, because even yesterday afternoon they spoke with Bitan and his wife, and they have a small children who is for around 4.5 years of age. So absolutely it's a shocking atmosphere out here. The family, they are in no mood to talk. They have spoken last night a little bit, and they are just like they're just in a state of shock. Today the uncle came in and they are all shocked and they are broke down.
All right. Many thanks, Kamalika, for getting us all those details. And there are many such tragic and harrowing stories that are coming across from India, because around 26 innocent tourists have lost their life. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
Brought to you by
Now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, we had in fact told you earlier that the search operation has intensified. Like our colleague Ishan Vani also mentioned, that there is a search of about 4 to 5 terrorists who in fact killed the innocent tourist in Pahalgam, and the search operation is still on. And I believe these are the visuals of that Mi-17, which is in fact a Soviet-designed Russian military helicopter, which is in fact pressed into action for the search of these terrorists, who are in fact, like Ishan also mentioned, is a very difficult terrain as far as Pahalgam is concerned, and that is why the search operation is in fact taking a bit of time. And this is one of the priorities of the government at this point, to neutralize those terrorists who were involved in the terror attack. Now, like we pointed out earlier, it was around 2:30 p.m. when a group of armed terrorists, in fact, shot a number of tourists who were in the Pelgam area, and they were dressed in army fatigues. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. Now let's talk about how after the terror attack, tourists are forced to leave Srinagar, thus witnessing a rush at the airport.
मुझे बताइए कैसा ये वहाँ का पेश आया?
हम बस घूमने के हिसाब से आए थे पहलगाम, और वहाँ पे अटैक्स हो गए तो हम भाग के आ गए, जैसे तैसे अपनी जान बचा के आ गए। वो भगवान का लाख लाख शुक्र है कि हमको बचा लिए। बाकी 1 मिनट के अगर हम 2 मिनट भी वहाँ रुकते थे तो आज हम यहाँ पे नहीं होते थे।
चलो आपको मुबारक है, आप बच गए। आप मुझे बताइए उस वक्त सिचुएशन क्या हुई जब फायरिंग हुई?
वो तो भागदौड़ इतनी थी हद से ज्यादा कि लोग समझ ही नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या करें, अपनी जान कैसे बचाएं।
तो आपको किसने लाया फिर यहाँ पे?
हाँ,
आपको किसने लाया यहाँ पे?
नहीं, हम खुद ही आए।
अच्छा,
घूमने के हिसाब से आए थे।
नहीं यहाँ हॉस्पिटल किसने लाया फिर आपको?
डॉक्टर्स ने भेजे, वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स ने। हाँ।
तो आप मुझे बताइए जिस वक्त फायरिंग हुई माहौल कैसा हो गया?
बहुत भयानक था। उस वक्त हमारा होश यानी दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा था या होश नहीं था कि हम खुद को कैसे बचाएं।
पहलगाम में कल हुए आतंकी हमले के बाद जहां पर आज वादी भर में बंद की कॉल रखी गई है, वही सयाह से वाबस्ता लोगों में नाराजगी पाई जा रही है, क्योंकि भारी तादाद में जो सयाह है उन्होंने अपना दौरा कैंसिल किया है और वो अपने घरों की ओर लौट रहे हैं। हम इस वक्त श्रीनगर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट के बाहर है। आप देखिए यहाँ पर क्योंकि जो टूरिस्ट है वो अपने घरों की ओर जा रहे हैं। ये देखिए क्योंकि टूरिस्ट काफी सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पर मौजूद थे और कई सारे ऐसे टूरिस्ट हैं जिन्होंने अपना जो टूर है वो कैंसिल किया है और अब वो अपने घरों की ओर लौट रहे हैं। जिस तरह से आपको मालूम है पहलगाम में भारी तादाद से जो टूरिस्ट है वो निकल चुके हैं और यहाँ पर क्योंकि श्रीनगर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट पर सुबह से ही जो टूरिस्ट है उनका रश लगा हुआ है और कई सारे टूरिस्ट वो अपने घरों की ओर लौट रहे हैं। जिस तरह से मैंने पहले ही कहा, जहां पर जो कश्मीर भर में इस हमले की मजम्मत की जा रही है और बंद की कॉल रखी गई है, वहीं पर सयाहत से वाबस्ता जो लोग हैं उनमें नाराजगी है। नाराजगी इसलिए क्योंकि काफी सारी टूरिस्ट वादी कश्मीर में मौजूद है और मुख्तलिफ सयाहती मकामात पर जो टूरिस्ट है वो मौजूद है, लेकिन अब ये टूरिस्ट आहिस्ता आहिस्ता अपने घरों की ओर लौट रहे हैं। श्रीनगर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट के बाहर ये देखिए क्योंकि लगातार आप देखिए जो टूरिस्ट है वो गाड़ियों में आ रहे हैं और अपने घरों की ओर वापस वो लौट रहे हैं। श्रीनगर इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट पर सुबह से ही इस तरह का मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है और आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जो टूरिस्ट है और जिन्होंने अपना जो दौरा है वो कैंसिल किया है वो अब एयरपोर्ट की ओर जाने रवाना है और वो अपने घरों की ओर लौट रहे हैं।
Now, CNN News 18 spoke to families of those lost their loved ones in the dastardly Pelgam terror attack. Listen.
सर क्या हुआ और कैसे पूरा बताएं, कैसे पता चला, आप प्लीज़ बताएं। मुझे मालूम है ये बड़ा कष्ट की समय है, लेकिन जो हो सके आप प्लीज़ बताइए।
देखिए अराउंड 3 बजे हमें ये जानकारी मिली कि वहाँ पर कुछ अटैक हो गया है और शुभम भैया को गोली लग गई है। ऐसा बता रहे हैं कि ये 11 लोग क्योंकि 17 तारीख को गए थे और आज पहलगाम में थे। इनमें से भैया और भाभी जिनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है, ये दोनों लोग घुड़सवारी करते हुए ऊपर की तरफ गए जहाँ पर आतंकी हमला हुआ। वहाँ पर एक तरीके से जेनोसाइड टाइप कैरी आउट किया गया, जहाँ पर कई लोगों का नाम पूछा गया, कई लोगों को ये कहा गया कि तुम हिंदू हो और भैया से ये कहा गया कि अगर तुम कलमा पढ़ दो तो हम तुम्हें गोली नहीं मारेंगे। इसके बाद उनके सर पे गोली मार दी गई और भाभी के ऊपर क्योंकि जस्ट बगल में वो खड़ी थी तो बहुत ही ट्रॉमेटिक एक्सपीरियंस एक था। उनके ऊपर पूरा खून वगैरह, वो पूरा खून से सन गई थी और उनसे कहा कि तुम जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बताना कि हमने तुम्हारे साथ क्या किया। जब ये घटना वहाँ पर हुई तो फिर उन्होंने फ़ोन करके जो बाकी लोग पीछे थे उनको खबर दी और एक तरीके की जब इस तरीके की घटना हुई तो भगदड़ मच गई वहाँ पर। करीबन 3 बजे हम लोगों को ये जानकारी मिली। उसके बाद वहाँ पर क्योंकि भगदड़ मच गई थी तो कुछ वहाँ के जो लोग वहाँ पर भी थे उनको भी क्लैरिटी नहीं मिल रही थी कि क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या हुआ, क्या नहीं हुआ, क्या भैया ज़िंदा हैं कि नहीं ज़िंदा हैं। उसके करीबन 2-3 घंटे बाद एक वीडियो वायरल होता है जिसमें हम लोग देख करके पहचान पा रहे थे कि वो शुभम भैया हैं। वो पड़े हुए थे ज़मीन पर और उनके सर का हिस्सा डैमेज था जिसमें गोली लगी हुई थी और पूरे में खून ही खून बिखरा हुआ था। वो वीडियो देख करके हम लोगों ने उनकी पहचान करी। उसके बाद जो लोग वहाँ पर थे उन्होंने भी वो वीडियो देख करके उनकी पहचान करी। उसके थोड़ी देर बाद फिर ये कन्फर्मेशन आई कि शुभम भैया की डेथ हो गई है।
A man from Karnataka, Shiv Moga, identified as Manjunath, lost his life in Pelgam attack today, and we spoke to his wife, who narrates the horrifying ordeal that turned their lives upside down. Take a look at this report.
No, myself and my son are not at all hurt. We are absolutely all right, but we have lost our husband in front of our eyes.
What exactly did the attackers say to you, ma'am, during the entire attack? Did they threaten anything? Did they offer a chance for you and your son to escape or anything?
No, they didn't. अगर वो हमें मारना चाहते तो हम वो मार सकते थे, क्योंकि मेरे पति उन्होंने दूर से मेरे पति को मारा पहले।
Okay.
शूटिंग दूर से हुआ।
Okay.
जब मेरे पति के मैं और मेरे when my son came near our husband, he was no more. Okay. So that terrorist, he was handling he was taking a big pen and he was near to us. So I shouted at him, "You have killed my husband, so you please kill me also." Even my son also said, "एक कुत्ते मेरे पापा को मारना, हमें भी मार दो." So he said, "No, tell to Modi." He said like that, and he went away.
Okay, ma'am.
If he would wanted to kill us, he would have killed, but he didn't kill us. He, actually, according to me, they have targeted only male because no female have hurt.
Okay.
But if they have hurt accidentally, but mainly they have targeted men.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, were any other family members with you? Who have you actually come with to Kashmir, ma'am?
Sorry?
Who else have you come to Kashmir with, ma'am, apart from your husband?
Only 3 of us. My husband, me, myself, and my son. After enough, sir, I'm
Yes, sir. Ma'am, I just wanted to see what are the preparations to come back home, ma'am. Is the district administration in touch with you?
Yes, they are helping. And as I'm from Karnataka, Shimaga, कर्नाटक के MP राघवेंद्र सर ने हमें फोन किया था और बैंगलोर के MP तेजस्वी सूर्या सर यहाँ आ रहे हैं, कल मुझे मीट करेंगे। सब लोग मुझे हेल्प कर रहे हैं। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट मेरे हेल्प कर रहा है और यहाँ के लोग भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मुझे तो कॉल आया मेरे गांव से।
Now, Santosh Jagdale is one of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. His daughter Aswari Jagdale, in an exclusive conversation with CNN News 18, says that the terrorists confirmed the faith of the victims before shooting them. Listen.
Anavri Jagdale, her father was shot today. Ma'am, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। बताइए क्या हुआ आपके पिताजी के साथ?
बेताब वैली घूमने गए थे, जहाँ पे मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड करके एक स्पॉट है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग थे और अचानक से फायरिंग शुरू हुई फ्रॉम नोवेयर दोपहर के टाइम में और कुछ आतंकवादी होंगे शायद, अभी उनको आतंकवादी हम लोग बोलते हैं तो पता नहीं कौन थे।
तो आप कितने लोग थे मैम? आपके परिवारजन कितने लोग थे वहाँ पे ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट?
मैं मेरे परिवार को पकड़ के 5 लोग हम लोग थे। हमारे साथ मतलब हम जैसे घूमने आए थे वैसे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट यहाँ पे घूमने आए थे, अलग अलग जगह से ही होंगे शायद। तो उन्होंने ऐसे सबको मोस्टली जेंट्स को पकड़ के गोलियां मारी है। उनको पूछा कि तुम्हारा मजहब क्या है, तुम कौन हो, हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मेरे पापा को मैं अपने पापा का भी इंसिडेंट बताऊंगी, बाकी मुझे किसी का कुछ पता नहीं है।
जी बताइए।
मेरे सामने बैठे थे वो, जब गोली फायर कर रहे थे तो वो एक लड़का यंग ही होगा, वो आया गन लेके और उन्होंने मेरे पापा को उठाया और बोला कि अजान पढ़े। तो कुछ नहीं बोले वो पहले, तो फिर बोला कि तुम लोगों ने मोदी को सर पे चढ़ा के रखा है, तुम्हारे वजह से हमारा मजहब खतरे में है, मोदी को तुम लोगों ने बहुत चढ़ा के रखा है, इसलिए हम लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है। सब बोला कि तुम लोगों ने ऐसा न्यूज बनाया है कि हम तुम्हारे बच्चों को और औरतों को मारते हैं, हमने कभी किया है क्या कुछ गलत तुम लोगों के साथ? और बोले कि अजान पढ़ो नहीं तो मार दूंगा। पापा मेरे हिंदू है, हम लोग हिंदू है, मराठी है, हमें कुछ नहीं पता है। तो उन लोगों ने डायरेक्टली गोलियां मार दी मेरे पापा को मेरे सामने। मेरे साथ मेरे चाचा भी थे, उनको भी गोलियां मारी मेरे साथ। और हम जिधर छुपे थे वहाँ पे और भी एक फैमिली थी, उनमें से भी 2 लोगों को गोली मारी। और हमारे ऑपोजिट साइड पे एक टेंट था, वहाँ पे भी बहुत सारे थे, वहाँ पे भी कुछ लोगों को, मतलब मोस्टली सब जेंट्स को ही इन लोगों ने मारा है सर।
और अनेरी बाकी जो लोग थे आपके साथ, जो विमेन थे, जो बच्चे थे, उनके साथ कुछ किया इन लोगों ने? आप लोग वहां से कैसे निकले, मतलब हाउ डिड यू एस्केप फ्रॉम देयर?
कुछ नहीं किया है। जब वो लोग भाग गए वापस उधर से, तो हम लोगों ने अपने लोगों को उठाने की कोशिश की, बट हम कुछ नहीं।
And with that, we have come to the end of this bulletin, but we'll continue our coverage on the cowardly attack that took place in Pelgam.
Brought to you by
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans. Coffee.
I am my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
Now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, we had in fact told you earlier that the search operation has intensified. Like our colleague Ishan Vani also mentioned, that there is a search of about 4 to 5 terrorists who in fact killed the innocent tourist in Pahalgam, and the search operation is still on. And I believe these are the visuals of that Mi-17, which is in fact a Soviet-designed Russian military helicopter, which is in fact pressed into action for the search of these terrorists, who are in fact, like Ishan also mentioned, is a very difficult terrain as far as Pahalgam is concerned, and that is why the search operation is in fact taking a bit of time. And this is one of the priorities of the government at this point, to neutralize those terrorists who were involved in the terror attack. Now, like we pointed out earlier, it was around 2:30 p.m. when a group of armed terrorists, in fact, shot a number of tourists who were in the Pelgam area. Now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, we had in fact told you earlier that the search operation has intensified. Like our colleague Ishan Vani also mentioned, that there is a search of about 4 to 5 terrorists who in fact killed the innocent tourist in Pahalgam, and the search operation is still on. And I believe these are the visuals of that Mi-17, which is in fact a Soviet-designed Russian military helicopter, which is in fact pressed into action for the search of these terrorists, who are in fact, like Ishan also mentioned, is a very difficult terrain as far as Pahalgam is concerned, and that is why the search operation is in fact taking a bit of time. And this is one of the priorities of the government at this point, to neutralize those terrorists who were involved in the terror attack. Now, like we pointed out earlier, it was around 2:30 p.m. when a group of armed terrorists, in fact, shot a number of tourists who were in the Pelgam area, and they were dressed in army fatigues, is what we are learning.
Very good morning. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Prithween Valia, and well, we continue to track the latest as far as the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. We are picking up more news, in the latest preliminary probe suggests, and this is as per highly placed sources in the agencies, that terrorists were also wearing helmets, mounted cameras. Entire sequence of event was videographed, is what we're learning. There are more details on the manner in which multiple terrorists gathered all the deceased together, segregated them into male and female. But my colleague who joins us with that bit of breaking news update coming in, the focus is now shifted to the investigations. We've seen the entire area cordoned off. The last 24 hours have been very, very critical in terms of, brainstorming what really went on here. A lot of introspection that is taking place. Arunima, tell us what you're making of this source-based information coming in from the agencies.
So there are eyewitness accounts available. Survivors have now managed to tell the security agencies what they really saw. And based on that account, this is what the investigating agencies know so far. At around 2:30, this attack unfolded. I think it was all over by 3 p.m. And this ensuing half an hour, the unsuspecting tourists, most of them who were enjoying the lush meadow, having a good time there. The weather was clear, the weather was nice. And suddenly a group of three gunmen who were apparently dressed in military-like fatigues. They asked all those who were in that spot to gather together, and they were then segregated into groups of two, male and female. there is no clear mention of what they did to the children, because there were a lot of children as well. In fact, I can see the vehicles which have brought back the families. There are children as young as 5-year-old. There are some pre-teens, some who are teenagers. So there were children of all age groups. But these terrorists segregated the groups into male and female and focused their attention on the male group, asking them for their name and for their religious identity. At least one eyewitness account suggests that her husband was shot dead because his name sounded like a non-Muslim name. That's one account. And then it looks like that there were other terrorists who were at a distance, because one survivor account suggests that the deceased actually got a sniper shot, and he died. There was some indiscriminate firing as well. And some people, postmortem is still on, so the exact cause of death will be ascertained. But the preliminary probe seems to suggest that some people died of blood loss. They got a bullet injury below their waist in their limbs. Had they been given medical attention in time, they perhaps would have lived. And that is making the agencies wonder if the spot was also chosen with a lot of deliberation, knowing fully well that this was not a motorable road. You would have to come to the nearest medical center on a horseback. And if you're severely injured, if you have a bullet injury, then a 45 minutes to a 1 hour journey on a horseback to get you the nearest medical aid could be the difference between life and death. And that is making them wonder if this was done with proper planning, if a proper plan was in place. And this videographed element, they were wearing apparently cameras, helmet mounted cameras, which we have seen get used in Rajouri Punch also when the trucks were attacked. And this helmet mounted camera footage is then used as propaganda video by TRF. So there is a possibility that that was the purpose of these helmet mounted cameras as well.
Okay, all right. Many thanks for that quick update, Arunam. I do want to emphasize more on, what explains this kind of a scenario given the geographical difficulties that come into play. We've all been talking about how Baisaran, this meadow was about 6 kilometers ahead of Pahalgam. There was no access by any vehicles, non-vehicular route really. So you either travel to that particular valley area by foot or by ponies, and that perhaps what made bringing back some of those injured so very difficult. Coming back to you in just a bit, but going across to Akash, who joins us with more. Akash, we're also picking up news of how the Raksha Mantri is going to be briefed by the Army Chief. Get us more details on what you're learning.
Right, Raksha Mantri has just reached the South Block. In fact, we are learning that high-level security meeting is going to happen in South Block before the CCS meeting. And I'm learning, that Indian Army Chief is going to brief, Raksha Mantri on what has happened and how the operations are progressing as of now. Because remember, Indian Army is carrying out the search operations as of now. And, they are looking for those who are behind the attacks. And in fact, we know that how a joint operation was launched yesterday. But as of now, we are learning that in some time from now, a high-level meeting is going to start. And Indian Army Chief is going to brief Raksha Mantri on the entire operation as of now and also on the attack that has happened yesterday, Prithvi.
Okay, so a lot of high-level meetings are going to take place through the day. Do remember the Prime Minister's cut short his visit as well. He's back in the national capital. He's going to be holding some of these crucial meetings. Going across to Arunima for a quick update as well. Arunima, yes, like you were rightly pointing out, it was so very difficult to bring back some of those injured, ensure that they're given medical treatment in time, given the geographical or the topographical challenges in play as far as the Baisaran Valley is concerned. Give us a sense of what's happening in the latest. We're told that the mortal remains of the deceased have been brought back from the Pahalgam hospital to Srinagar.
Yes, I am coming to you live from the police control room. And the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, has just arrived. And also Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. There is a wreath-laying ceremony at the police control room where Home Ministry is also expected. And just behind this PCR is a police hospital where the ambulances have brought back the mortal remains of those who lost their lives yesterday. Buses and smaller vans carrying the survivors have also arrived. Most of them have the heartbreaking, heart-wrenching task of identifying the dead body. They've had a torrid last 24 hours. For example, I was speaking to for 2 years wedding in Himachal Pradesh, and they thought they will utilize this opportunity to spend some quality time together in Kashmir. The husband got shot in his leg, and the wife yesterday, when she was brought back, okay, there's one more bus which is carrying the family members. So these buses are carrying family members continuously. The ambulance continues to bring in the bodies. There's one survivor who's inside that ambulance. I can see her totally distraught and disheveled. So going back to the eyewitness account that we heard, this family, this couple from UAE, the wife got to know only a short while ago, when finally her brothers and the rest of the family came to meet her. That is when the news was broken to her here that she has lost her husband. All this while, she was given the impression that he's injured. So that's the kind of heart-rendering scenes that's unfolding here at the police control room hospital.
Okay, many thanks, Arunima, for getting us that quick update. You know, we'll keep coming back to you. There's lots that's going to take place in Srinagar as well. Home Minister's already in Srinagar. He's personally monitoring the situation. We've been hearing from top officials in the government as well on how the Home Minister is taking stock of the entire situation. He is going to be in the control room monitoring each and every aspect of the investigations as well. Do remember, para forces have also been brought in. Apart from that, there are 2 battalions currently stationed that are looking at the security system or the security apparatus in Pahalgam. Zaka Jacob is with us in the studios as well. Zaka, we've been tracking responses coming in from Pakistan. We see world leaders come together, condemn this dastardly attack. Needless to say that the entire world stands with India at this point in time, but this is also given a call once again for renewed introspection on what more needs to be done, and a lot more needs to be done.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, India has to respond, and India has to be seen to be responding. I mean, the last major attack that we had of this fashion was in Pulwama in 2019, and we saw the response to that through Balakot. And I want to draw a distinction, because Pulwama, at the end of the day, was an attack that happened on combatants. It happened on CRPF Jawans. This is the first time that civilians have been targeted, tourists who have nothing to do with Kashmir, who have nothing to do with the geopolitical situation there, as we see protests erupting there in Jammu. We've seen protests not just in different parts of the country. We've seen protests, importantly, I think, in Kashmir also. A lot of ordinary Kashmiris, people who are involved in the business of tourism, people who benefit from the local economy there because of this huge influx of tourists, a lot of them have come out and protested. And I think that's an important thing to underline. But I think the big picture, the meta picture is this. Number one, the Prime Minister will be convening an emergency meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security. That's going to happen anytime post 11 o'clock is what we're given to understand. What we're seeing in the bottom part of your screen are the convoys of the Chief Minister, the Lieutenant Governor, the Home Minister, who is, of course, there at the Police Control Room headquarters in Srinagar. He will be paying his respects to those who died. And then subsequently, he will be going to Pahalgam as well. Now, the onus of the response, of course, is on the security establishment. It's on the political establishment. And the nature of the response is going to be in 2 parts, I reckon. The most proximate response, of course, is to try and find out who are the 4 terrorists who are behind the attack, this dastardly attack that we saw in Pahalgam yesterday. There are still 4 of them, we understand, who are out at large. So the most proximate response would be to hunt them down and to neutralize them. That is going to be the step number 1. That's going to be the most proximate response. And then you have the question of what do you do to deal with this fount of terror? Like India responded through Balakot or through the surgical strikes in 2017 after the Uri attacks, India will have to respond. Not least because we have seen the comments made by the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff just a week ago, speaking to overseas Pakistanis and saying, Kashmir is our jugular vein and we'll never let our jugular vein go away. And that Indians and Hindus and Muslims are essentially 2 different people in 2 different nations and so on. And then a week later, this happens. So India, I don't think, has a strategic choice here to be seen as not responding. It has to respond to Pakistan. The question is, what is the nature of that response? What can India do in a way that the response is seen as A, proportionate, and more importantly, seen as a deterrent? Because you know this, Kritsween, I mean, in military parlance, the whole point of any military response to this kind of asymmetric warfare is to ensure that there is enough pain for the enemy that he does not carry out or dare to carry out something similar for a sustained period of time. So I think deterrence is going to be the key. Akash is there. He's been speaking to top defense establishment sources. I believe that the Chief of Army Staff, General Dwivedi, will be briefing the top political leadership, including the Prime Minister, at 7 LKM very soon. he's going to lay out a range of options for the political leadership to take a call. That these are the 3 or 4 options in front of us. The ultimate arbiter or the ultimate authority who will take the call on what the nature of India's response will be to what we saw in Pahalgam yesterday is the Prime Minister and the political leadership. And the nature of that response will pretty much determine the course of India-Pakistan ties, the course of India's response to terror, as it were, for the foreseeable future, as we see the convoy of Home Minister Amit Shah arriving there at the police headquarters in Srinagar. Kutsween, you can walk us through these pictures.
Okay, so these are visuals coming in from the police control room in Srinagar. As Zaka was also pointing out, a lot of high-profile movement is going to be witnessed over the next few hours. The Home Minister personally monitoring the situation there. He's also going to be in attendance as far as the wreath-laying ceremony is concerned. He's going to be, he's going to be at the center of that. Going across to Arunima, she joins us with more on these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Yes, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on here, Arunima?
Home Minister has just arrived. We just saw before the Home Minister's arrival, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, followed by him, followed by Manoj Sinha. And just now, just a minute ago, Home Minister Amit Shah has also come to the police control room. The top brass of the Jammu Kashmir police, the paramilitary, the military, NIA officials, BSF officials, IB officials who are coming from Delhi, they're all here to pay their last respect. The family members, the survivors, those who lost their loved ones, they were being brought here for the last 1.5 hours or so. So there is an opportunity for them to meet the Home Minister and share with him firsthand what they saw, what they experienced. Home Minister on behalf of the country is expected to assure them that justice will be done, that Government of India will avenge this. And post that, I think in a few minutes from now, you will start getting visuals of the wreath-laying ceremony that will be underway.
Okay, and we have these visuals. Arunima, keep talking to us, but a quick interruption there. Home Minister Amit Shah on our screens, he's going ahead with the wreath-laying ceremony as was being discussed. So keep talking to us, but these are live visuals coming in of the Home Minister as you see on your screens as well. Yes, Arunima.
Yes, so the Home Minister is leading the countrymen in paying his last respect to those who have lost their lives. Usually such scenes are reserved for combatants, for men and women in uniform. But what has happened to these Indians is no less, and Home Minister and the country's establishment. They deserve this kind of a final farewell because what has happened to them is a dastardly attack. They have become the victims, but it is an attack on the soul of India. In fact, one survivor from Karnataka says the wife and the husband along with their child had come for a holiday. The child apparently challenged the terrorist saying, "You've killed my father, kill me also." And the terrorist turned around and said, "Go tell that to Modi." So there's no doubt in anyone's mind that these people were killed not because they were tourists, not because they were from Maharashtra or Karnataka. They were killed because they are Indians, and they were killed because these terrorists wanted to send a message to the Indian establishment. So the Indian government, Home Minister Amit Shah, by other officials is just letting these bereaved families the country is standing firmly with them, and this will be avenged at whatever the cost. The country is going to avenge this. That healing touch, those words for those who have had a harrowing time in the last 24 hours would mean a lot, because Home Minister Amit Shah is in effect one of the top two most important people in India's government and central government. For him to reach out to these family members and pay his last respect on behalf of the country to the deceased will perhaps give them some kind of a sense of justice, that yes, government of India has not abandoned them, and justice will be done eventually.
Important to also underline the fact that Home Minister Amit Shah was rushed to Srinagar immediately after receiving news of yesterday's attack. The Prime Minister was on a 2-day visit to Saudi Arabia. He cut that short. He's come back, landed early this morning. These are extremely poignant images. The Home Minister has been part of such deeply sorrowful in the past, but mostly, as Arnab said, it was in the case of military force personnel who were killed. This is perhaps for the first time that he's also part of a farewell ceremony for civilians, non-combatants, tourists, whose only crime or whose only fault really was that they happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. He's laid the wreath, and then he has proceeded to the place where the family members were gathered of the who perished. He will be speaking with them. He will have to offer them words of comfort, and at the same time, words of reassurance that the government of India, as Arunima said, will not abandon them, and that their grief will not go in vain. Their pain and their loss will not go in vain. This is an extremely, perhaps the toughest situation that anyone can find himself, and certainly a politician or a minister can find himself, where he's having to comfort the loved ones, the near and dear ones of those who have perished in a meaningless, in a senseless terror attack like the one that we saw in Pahalgam. But Arunima, if I can just get your thoughts on, we have seen in the past where people in uniform, whether they are Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, whether they are uniformed personnel of the Indian Army, members from the political establishment, have to be part of these farewell sort of ceremonies, these wreath-laying ceremonies, and there are words of comfort that they can offer to family members of those who are in uniform. But to civilians, to tourists, who even in their wildest imagination would not have thought that this is where they would end up, 24 hours after what we saw yesterday. What can possibly be words of comfort, words of succor, words of reassurance from the highest political establishment in the country?
Zaka, when you are a man or a woman in uniform, even your family is trained to bear loss. Right from the time you wear that uniform, you're told that this comes with a risk. So mentally, I think at some level you're prepared. But for a civilian, there is no such training. There is no such medical, mental conditioning. Definitely not when you're out on your honeymoon, being married only for 4 days or 5 days, or when you're celebrating the good marks that your son has scored in his class 12, or just celebrating a wedding or a picnic or an extended family holiday. You are not prepared mentally for this kind of a tragedy to strike you. So whatever little words of comfort all of us can offer them will be less. But having spoken to some of the survivors and their family members, I can tell you what's going on in their mind. They want this harrowing time to end. They want to take back the mortal remains of their loved ones to their place of origin, back home, and mourn with their loved ones. They want that sense of closure. And of course, once that is done, once this immediate final rituals, the final goodbye is bid, and they're back home. Of course, they would want the country to avenge what the injustice that has been done to them. That is also on their mind. One of the survivors, he's a nephew of Mr. Agarwal, Dinesh Agarwal, who was shot dead point blank here. This nephew told me that I have full faith in the government, that my loss is irreparable, but the country will pay, these terrorists for what they have done. But at this point, all I want is to take my aunt home and let her grieve. So that sense of closure, they all realize that this is a very long drawn bureaucratic process for the postmortem to be completed, for the body to be identified, and then to get the body released from the hospital, pack it right in the right way, to be taken to the Srinagar airport. Even the Srinagar airport is not accustomed to handle this kind of a situation. Extra flights have now been announced. So the family members are now thinking on those terms, that just facilitate for us so that we can go back home with the mortal remains and grieve with our extended family. That's the sense of closure that's on their mind at this moment.
All right, Anurma, just give us a moment. We're getting more breaking news, and we're trying to piece together, the attack itself that happened. And we're now getting more information, more leads. We're learning from top police sources that there were 4 terrorists who were actively involved in carrying out the attack in Pahalgam. There were 3 others who watched over these 4 terrorists even as they went through this carnage in a place called Baisaran. It's a meadow which is about 5 kilometers in radius in Pahalgam in South Kashmir. One of these 4 terrorists has been identified, and I think we showed a picture from a different angle where you couldn't see his face. But he is believed to be a person called Adil Guri, who has reportedly come back from Pakistan and exfiltrated in 2018. A second terrorist has also been reportedly identified as Asif Sheikh. So Adil Guri and Asif Sheikh, who were local boys who crossed over the LOC, went into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, trained, and then came back into Kashmir and had been in hiding or had been underground for these last many years, were reportedly 2 of the 4 terrorists who carried out the attack yesterday. Tejinder has more details on this. Tejinder, just walk us through what further information do you have about these 2 individuals, and what about the other 2? Are they believed to be FTs or foreign terrorists?
See, Zaka, the other 2 terrorists are believed to be Pakistani, and what we have been told by our sources within the Jammu and Kashmir police, that this is a group of 6 to 7 terrorists, while 4 terrorists carried out the indiscriminate killing of civilians, tourists in the area. 2 of them were local Kashmiris. They have been identified as Adil Guri, who had gone to Pakistan in 2018 to take up arms training, and then he had returned, and since then he has been instrumental in carrying out various terror strikes in Kashmir Valley, especially in South Kashmir. The other one has been identified as a local terrorist as Asif Sheikh. They were accompanied by other terrorists who from Pakistan. The identity of 3 others who are reported to have stayed at a distance when this carnage took place, their identity is being ascertained. What the sources within the police establishment are telling us, that a massive manhunt has been launched. The dump data from all the devices in the area that were active during this terror attack are being looked into, as though the security agencies do believe that there is every possibility that these terrorists could have used encrypted mobile messaging apps, and some of those apps don't need mobile network, but still every possibility is being looked into to find the traces of the terrorists who are involved in carrying out this heinous terror act. So far, Zaka, we know that the official figures which the hospital has released, that 26 people have lost their life. The number could increase because there are still 17 to 18 injured people who are still struggling for their life. As we speak, Zaka, there are inputs that several other group of terrorists, they have been instructed to carry out terror strikes across Jammu and Kashmir. Some agency inputs have been received by security agencies that terror sleeper cells active, especially in Kathua, in Doda, Kishtwar, they have been asked to be active and carry out similar attacks, and that is why the security agencies in all these areas
on heightened alert. There is also possibility that there could be fresh infiltration attempts from across the line of control from international border. Earlier this morning, we saw army foiling at an infiltration bid in the Uri sector, wherein 2 terrorists have so far been neutralized. There was another incident of ceasefire violation in the Tattapani area of Punch, which
And
security
expect such
forces
developments
retaliated.
in the next
Sources
few
do tell
hours,
us that
days
this was
perhaps, Tejinder. And you've all been sharing news with us how there was intel on a similar attack on civilians, which was being spoken of in security circles. It's only the exact details which perhaps have shocked one and all today. But speaking of reactions coming in, let's put out the latest statement that's coming from China. China says shocked by the attack in Pahalgam and condemn it. They say deep condolences for the victims, sincere sympathies to the injured and the bereaved families. China also, in as many words, has come out to react and say they oppose terrorism in all its forms. Now, Zaka, this is what we were talking about. These are the kind of reactions that are coming in from world leaders across the globe. This is the sentiment. Everyone comes out to say today that we're with you in this fight against terrorism. But the reality is we are in this all by ourselves. And that's one thing, right? That's one thing that is going to be focused on the next few hours.
India's response is going to be determined entirely by India. I mean, just like what we saw Israel after October 7, 2023. I mean, in the face of international opposition and condemnation, they did what was required and what needed to be done to secure the lives of average Israeli citizens. The statement that you just put out is from the Chinese envoy, the Chinese ambassador to India, Xu Fei-hong. I believe that the foreign ministry in China will also respond. They have a daily briefing, which usually happens around noon India time. But this is welcoming to see that the Chinese ambassadors also put out a statement pretty quickly, condemning all forms of terrorism, condemning what happened yesterday in Pelgam, and any sensible, right-natured thinking individual in any government anywhere in the world will have to put out a statement of condemnation. But you're right. I mean, beyond statements and beyond words, what material forms of support can India expect from its own friends? Forget about countries like China, but from its own friends like the United States, the UK, the European Union, all world leaders. The Russian president wrote a letter to the Prime Minister yesterday condemning what happened in Pahalgam. So I think the Chinese envoy statement also must be read from the point of view that there is a degree of normalization, or at least the road to normalization, as Foreign Minister Jaishankar put it to me a few weeks ago. I think it should be read in that context. But I think what is even more, alarming, I would say, is the nature of response from the Pakistani Foreign Ministry. And I'd like to, break that story. So China and Pakistan were two countries that had not put out a statement yet. Now we've got one from the Chinese envoy and one from the Pakistan Foreign Ministry as well. So can we go to that breaking story where Pakistan has put out a very terse statement, a very unempathetic statement, and most importantly, the statement from Pakistan says, and I read, illegally occupied Indian Jammu and Kashmir. The statement from the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry of Pakistan, and I quote, regarding the attack in Anantnag district of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, how can any diplomat, any ministry, any foreign envoy come out with this kind of language at a time when innocent civilians have been targeted? 26 of them have died. They have no fault of theirs other than the fact that they happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Siddhant is now joining us. Just walk us through this absolute farce of a statement that's been put out by the Pakistani Foreign Ministry, Siddhant, saying Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, is this the time for such kind of politics?
Well, Pakistan has nothing more to say, Zaka. Already they stand exposed. Perhaps the statement which Army Chief Asim Munir made, clearly highlighting and provoking people on the religious lines. And in fact, what happened in Pahalgam yesterday on the religious lines, people were identified, singled out, and killed by terrorists. So, Pakistan has nothing to say. All they could say right now is that we condemn and we extend our condolences. Perhaps they have also mentioned this in their statement, as you rightly pointed out, that the district of the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So, they have understood the kind of support, Zaka, that India is receiving from last 12 to 14 hours after the terror attack, from United States to Russia to China. All the big players in the region and out of region have been sending condolence messages, and they all have in a way extended their support to India. In fact, yesterday Prime Minister Modi was in Jeddah, and the opening of the meeting with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman started with a reference to the terror attack, and in fact, Crown Prince assured India of full support. So this is something which has made Pakistan, even more frustrated about the kind of support India is receiving. Zaka, not just State Department or Vice President, President Trump made a statement, and in fact, he did speak to Prime Minister Modi, extending all support. There's a statement from Secretary of State, NSA Mike Waltz. President Putin writes to Prime Minister Modi. Chinese ambassador here in New Delhi, has expressed condolence. So this is what Pakistan is now, somewhere finding itself getting trapped in a chakravyuh, because this has been started by Pakistan, but Pakistan could sense what is coming, or what could rather come from the Indian side in days to come. Because we are expecting CCS meeting in some time from now, Cabinet Committee on Security, the highest committee to discuss security-related matters. Perhaps Pakistan could sense what could come from India in days to come, and especially given the kind of support.
There is a time and place for language. In diplomacy, language, of course, is absolutely important. This would be standard, staple fare from virtually every Friday when the Pakistan Foreign Ministry has a briefing. They would refer to Jammu and Kashmir as illegally Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. But you don't do that within 24 hours of the worst civilian attack that's been seen on Indian soil since 26/11. You don't use this kind of language if you have a degree of empathy. Forget about the geopolitics, forget about the diplomacy, at least a degree of empathy with the people who died. I remember in 2016 when the Army Public School attack happened, India did not put out a statement saying, illegally occupied parts of Kashmir or anything of that sort. I mean, it empathized.
This is a second reaction. Zaka, we've already heard it from Defense Minister of Pakistan say, Pakistan has nothing to do with this, and we condemn terror in all its form. So this needs to go past tokenism. It's just limited to that, and it's a facade, like you rightly pointed out.
And these are empty platitudes. I mean, India has put out, as news channels, we have put out there what Asim Munir said last week. We have put out there 2 of these terrorists who have returned from Pakistan, and then 2 others who are believed to be Pakistani nationals. If news stations like ours have this much information, imagine how much more information governments have and intelligence agencies have. Pakistan will continue to deny its role in fomenting this hydra-headed monster called terror. That's something that we have seen for the last 30 years. The question is, what is India's response going to be? The response, I believe, has to be proportionate, and more importantly, the response has to be a deterrent. The whole idea of escalatory response is to try and put the fear of God in the enemy, to put the fear of God in the enemy combatant so that he doesn't dare carry out something like what we saw in Pelgam yesterday. I want to go back to Arunima, and like I said, there are 2 kinds of responses. Obviously, the most immediate, the most proximate is going to be to hunt down these 4 who carried out the terrorist attack yesterday. That is in the near term. But of course, India will also have to respond in the nature of what it did with Balakot 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when Pulwama happened. Because at the end of the day, who are we kidding, or who are we, denying the fact that there is a very firm Pakistani hand in all of this? The 2 of those terrorists are suspected to be Pakistani terrorists. You have the foreign ministry statement from the Pakistani foreign ministry saying illegally occupies Jammu and Kashmir on a day and time such as this. I mean, not even waiting for the wounds to heal, for the loved ones to grieve their dead. India has to respond, and the government of India has no choice but to be seen to be responding. What might be the nature of both of these responses is what I wanted to know. I don't know.
See, even in the past, when India has responded, be it Balakot or be it the airstrike that was carried out, it was carried out. The planning was in complete secrecy, and the time of execution was also chosen after Indian forces were ready. So even though the mood in the country currently could be that do something at this moment, do something now, I think the CCS, after it meets, will calibrate what is the best strategy of all the options that are on the table, and at a time and place of India's choosing, of the choosing of our armed forces, this attack will be avenged. There's no doubt that this attack will be avenged, because that is what the Modi government has always stood for. And this time around, even the local sentiments, Zaka, are quite anti what has really happened. Where I'm standing right now, The traffic has been stalled because the locals had carried out a protest just a few minutes ago. This is right across the police control room. Let me see if I can get you at least a couple of voices from people who were protesting. आप लोग अभी प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, किस बारे में था आपका प्रोटेस्ट? आप कह रहे थे
टूरिस्ट के बारे में,
टूरिस्टों के ऊपर जो आतंकवादी हमला हुआ, क्या चाहते हैं आप सरकार से?
हम सरकार से चाहते हैं ये नहीं होना चाहिए, इसको मजम्मत कर रहे हैं हम, ये होना नहीं, इंसानियत का खून हो रहा है।
आप चाहते हैं कि सरकार इसका कोई जवाब दे, कोई कार्रवाई,
एक्शन ले लिया।
See, I think I have not seen this, having covered Kashmir for so long, Zaka, for the local Kashmiri to come out and say that after a terror attack, and there were anti-Pakistan slogans also that some of them were raising. I haven't really seen this kind of a sentiment when locals come out and say that the government of India must act and action must be taken against whoever is responsible, because an attack against the tourists is hitting the basic economy of Jammu and Kashmir, and that hits at the bread and butter of the locals here.
And just when, they were beginning to feel all is normal, they were beginning to see the manner in which so much change has come into Jammu and Kashmir in terms of tourism, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of overall development. Arunima, stay on with us. Aman Sharma joins us from South Block. Aman, we're learning that the army chief is going to be briefing. The Raksha Mantri has that meeting begun. Tell us more. Security personnel, agencies involved are, of course, reading into the fact that this is a terror playbook that is all too familiar. So all of that is being decoded. But what's happening at your end?
Well, yes, the Defense Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, has reached South Block. He's undertaking a briefing. Right now, he's being given a briefing by the Indian Army Chief on the attack which happened yesterday, as well as the response of the armed forces in Kashmir, and how the terrorists are being tracked down. And these 4 to 5 terrorists, some of them believed to be of Pakistani origin, of this offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba. The Defense Minister is getting a detailed briefing, and after this, there is expected to be the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting chaired by the Prime Minister in a few hours from now, where the top ministers of the government are expected to attend. See, there is one thing is very, very clear, that the government feels there ought to be a response. That's the feeling in the security establishment, and this response ought not to be just against the actual perpetrators of this attack, but also against the state sponsor of this attack, which is Pakistan. There is this feeling in the security establishment that this attack's timing, its location is very well thought out from the side of the Pakistan. Pahalgam, a big terrorist tourism center where tourists go from across the country. And this is also the base camp for the Amarnath Yatra, which starts in a few weeks. And this particular attack, 26 tourists dead, from across the country. So this attack is as serious, if not more, than even the Pulwama attack and the Uri attack, where our security forces were under threat, because this is trying to erode India's, very hard-earned gains in Kashmir when it comes to sense of security, when it comes to the big tourist inflow into Kashmir, and the gravity of the situation is very, very high. That is why we have seen that the Prime Minister has cut short his trip to Saudi Arabia, come back to India early today morning. Mr. Amit Shah was rushed to Srinagar yesterday night itself, and he reached there and held security review meetings. He's held meetings today also. And there'll be, as I said, a cabinet committee on security meeting as well, where the larger strategy and the response is to be, devised. As I was being told by somebody in the senior in the government, that the way the terrorists told the victims, the survivors, that go and tell your government what we have done, go and tell Modi what we have done. This senior official in the government was telling me this is a direct dare to the Indian government. India will not sit quiet. Yes, there will be swift and quick action against the actual perpetrators of this attack, these 4 to 5 terrorists, but the larger response to Pakistan. So after the Uri and the Pulwama strikes, there is a precedent of India carrying out surgical strikes inside Pakistan. What will this particular attack, the response be? We will not speculate, but clearly there's a precedent, and looking at the gravity of the situation, the way the Prime Minister is acting, there will be definitely a response to Pakistan in the days to come.
And to understand all of this, perhaps paint a closer picture to what we can expect in the next few hours, we're going to have to monitor the meetings that are to take place very, very closely. Speaking of the meetings currently underway, one is, of course, the Raksha Mantri being briefed by the Army Chief. But I do want to understand from Arunima, as we kept up with those visuals of the Home Minister also leaving the police control room in Srinagar, what's next for him? He's also later in the day going to be visiting the attack site, Arunima?
Yes, and as I'm speaking to you, more and more of the dignitaries are leaving from the police control room. Arpit, if you could just pan beside and show them the visuals. The dignitaries, after the wreath-laying ceremony, are now leaving. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, LG Manoj Sinha, Home Minister Amit Shah was the first one to leave. So they've paid their homage. They've offered their condolence to the bereaved families, and now they're all moving out from the police control room. Home Minister is expected to reach Anantnag, where some of the survivors, some of those who are injured tourists, they have been admitted. So he's expected to go to Anantnag Hospital to meet those who are injured. And there is also a plan that is being worked out to see if the weather conditions and if the technical clearances permit, then there could also be an aerial surveillance, aerial survey, I beg your pardon, of the area of the actual meadow where this dastardly attack unfolded. Home Minister will be part of the CCS later in the day. So to have a first-hand sense of what really unfolded after having spoken to the survivors, the first responders, and seen the topography, I think it'll come in very handy when CCS meets and a decision is taken about the best response that India could possibly give.
I think, I want to go back to what happened in Pulwama. On the 14th of February, 2019, Pulwama happened, in which 40 CRPF Jawans died. And then India's response was measured, it was calibrated, it was escalatory, but most importantly, it was a deterrent. But India took 2 weeks. Eventually, the Balakot airstrikes happened on the 26th and 27th, the intervening night of the 26th and 27th of February. So it took 2 weeks. It calibrated its response. And I want to use the phrase that General Huda used when Uri had happened. He was the General Officer Commanding of the Northern Command at that time. He said, India will respond at a time and place of its choosing. That is what India will have to determine. That's what the military leadership will have to determine. And that is what the political leadership ultimately will have to give the go-ahead for. The nature of the response, the time and place of choosing will be decided by India. It will not be decided by the enemy. It will be decided by India. And it will be, as Aman said, proportionate. It will be deterrent in nature. And it will convey a signal to the state-sponsored backers in Pakistan that so far and not so much, and not anymore. I mean, it will have to be, the nature of the response will have to be in a way that it draws a line in the sand. And I want to go back to a point that Aman made, and if we could sort of elaborate on that. I would argue that the closest parallel that comes to what we saw in Pahalgam yesterday in terms of these unfortunate and dastardly terror attacks are actually what happened in 26/11. Because in Uri, as well as in Pulwama, like you said, it was combatants, it was uniformed personnel who were targeted. Yesterday, a Manjunath from Shimoga or the Jagdale family from Pune, they have nothing to do with what's going on between India and Pakistan. They have nothing to do with the geopolitics of the Kashmir issue. They are absolutely innocent victims whose only fault was they were at the wrong place at the wrong time. And it is incumbent on the political leadership that death, it does not go in vain, that those deaths are avenged. And therefore, the nature of the response, I would argue, and Aman, please weigh in on this, will have to be visibly much more proportionate than what we saw in the aftermath of either Uri or Pulwama.
Absolutely, Zaka. I completely agree with you. This particular attack, is a paradigm shift in also the terror attacks in Kashmir. Tourists have never been targeted in Kashmir in this manner. This kind of targeted killing, tourists, the victims, look at the victims in this attacks coming from Karnataka, West Bengal, UP, Haryana. They are coming from virtually every corner of India. These people have gone to Kashmir to just have a good time, to go to the tourist paradise of the country, to have a holiday, and they have come under this dastardly terror attack. This is very different from Uri or a Pulwama, where security forces were attacked, and there was this thing that India went back after them through surgical strikes inside Pakistan. This time, the response has to also factor in that Indian civilians, innocent tourists have been targeted, identified, and attacked by Pakistan-backed terrorists. This is very, very concerning for the government. You look at the tourism figures to Kashmir, Zaka, in the last few years, they have been on a considerable rise. In fact, especially after the abrogation of Article 370, we have seen a big rise in tourists to Kashmir. We have just had an assembly election in Kashmir without any major incident of violence, completely peaceful. These are India's big achievements. Indian government feels and the establishment feels this particular attack is also aimed at harming that image, that Kashmir is not safe for for tourists, for normal civilians, for people visiting from across India. And that is why the government strongly feels that not just have these terrorists have to be hunted and neutralized,
also the state sponsor of the attack. People sitting inside Pakistan who are aiding and abetting these attacks need to be brought to book. There has to be a big response. When it will come, it is as you correctly say, it will be the time and the place of choosing of the Indian government. But one thing is very clear, what I'm hearing from the government, that there has to be a twin response. One against the actual terrorists, which will be in the short term, which will be in the next few days, where they'll be neutralized. Maybe somebody is caught and spills the beans on what exactly why this terrorist attack has happened and who has sponsored it. Number two has to be against Pakistan. Pakistan has just issued a statement finally, albeit very late.
Aman,
after all
while
the
we're
major
talking
powers
about
had issued it.
26/11, we're talking about Pulwama, we're talking about Uri. Let's not forget 20th March 2000, when 36 Sikh villagers were massacred in Anantnag itself, and that also happened right ahead of President Bill Clinton's visit. So this terror plot, this ploy clearly needs to be exposed. It does stand exposed to an extent. How the response is going to be from the political leadership in the country is something that we're watching out for next. But speaking of the ground updates that continue to trickle in, Ishan Vani gets us this latest ground report from Pahalgam. Take a look.
CNN News 18 has reached Baisaran after trekking for several kilometers through muddy patches and tough terrain. We are right now at the spot where this yesterday carnage took place, and you will see here the deployment is massive, and the NIA teams have arrived here to carry out further investigation to this case. Because a high-profile attack wherein 26 tourists were killed very brutally, and images from this place were very shocking. And their NIA team have arrived, they are investigating, and police is accompanying them. Now we are also told that there will be a Home Minister who will be arriving at the scene and getting a first-hand account of how the situation looks like. But this is how the scene looks like. And now CNN News 18 team has reached here. We'll be bringing you minute-to-minute coverage from the ground in Baisaran, where this ghastly attack took place. Ishan Bani from Pahalgam, Baisaran, for CNN News 18.
And we've all been decoding here how the Pahalgam attack has revived some of these ghosts of the past as well. We've spoken of the several such terror incidents targeting some in our armed forces, some innocent civilians. This time around as well, we have unarmed civilians, 26 of them being targeted by these terrorists, all backed by Pakistan. So we'll try and decode that further for you in just a bit. But going across to Payal Mehta, who joins us with more details on what's likely to happen in the national capital. Payal, a lot of crucial meetings lined up through the day. But do tell us about when we can expect the CCS to start, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister.
Well, we are expecting the CCS to start anytime, given the fact that the Prime Minister is already back in the national capital, is back in his residential office right now at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where I'm currently reporting from. But multiple leaders, who are supposed to be a member of the CCS committee are currently not available. Home Minister Amit Shah is currently in Kashmir. Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, is traveling. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is undertaking a review meeting, as our colleagues have been reporting. So it's going to be important to see when this meeting really starts, because the Prime Minister will be getting minute-by-minute updates, I'm sure, from all officials across the entire network in terms of how this can really take place. But it is also part of protocol for, of course, the CCS meeting to take place. To condone what has really happened yesterday, to condone the deaths of those people who actually had passed away, and of course details will be given in. But the intent of the Prime Minister is extremely clear, and that's the reason he cut short his visit, came back to India early this, and immediately after coming back, you could see him in the visual signaling to the NSA, in fact asking him to come and meet him as well. This meeting happened at the airport itself, where the External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Vikram Misri, and of course Mr. Ajit Doval were part of that meeting. Meetings are expected to be lined up the whole day, and all action is going to be here in the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg of the Prime Minister, given the fact that everybody has expressed their sentiments as far as this is concerned. The government of the day, Kritzwin, also understands the seething anger amongst people as to how we will avenge the series of deaths that have taken place. Innocent civilians being targeted, and for the long time never have tourists being targeted in this fashion. And this is a peak tourist season in Jammu and Kashmir. Last year there was record number of people who actually come to Jammu and Kashmir for vacation, and all those people who are actually coming for vacation turn back and go back with a sad incident backing them as well, many of them having lost their loved ones. So obviously everybody's as angered as the Prime Minister really expressed in his tweet yesterday, that we will not spare anyone, and that's been his conversation with world leaders, including Donald Trump.
Oh, yes. In fact, Payal, our reporters on ground have been telling us that at this time of the year, like you rightly pointed out, this is usually peak season in Gulmarg, Pahalgam. One can expect anywhere between 1,000, 1,500 tourists in the same area, which has seen this dastardly attack. And what we're being told is that the number this time around was still lesser in comparison to what the usual number is. So imagine, the manner in which this attack was pre-planned, targeting as many tourists who were in the Baisaran meadows. Going across to Aman on that note, Aman, like I just pointed out, this takes us back in a way to the night of 20th March 2000, when 36 Sikhs were brutally killed by terrorists ahead of President Bill Clinton's visit. This time around as well, you have Vice President J.D. Vance in India on a 4-day visit. He's also come out with a reaction. We've seen that strong commentary from President Donald Trump as well. What's interesting here is that these are two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump, who almost mirrored their opinion on terrorism, on Islamic radicalization. So how do we view this in the sense of the visit of the Vice President currently to India?
Well, Krishnan, absolutely. The Indian government establishment, the security establishment clearly feel that its attacks timing is very, very significant. They are closely studying that because this comes at a time when J.D. Vance is in India. The Vice President, he had met Mr. Modi just a day before this attack, and Mr. Modi was in Saudi Arabia on the day of the attack before he cut short his trip and come back. So the timing is very, very significant. It is to send a message. The government knows that. And it's also very clear that, J.D. Vance and American leadership in the recent past has been de-hyphenating India with Pakistan whenever they make a visit to India. What used to happen earlier, American leaders used to come, visit India, visit Pakistan as well and go back. Now, American leaders don't go to Pakistan, don't club their visit along with Pakistan when they come to India. This is also a major factor, and this timing of this attack also is to maybe send a message on that count. But that said, I think what Donald Trump's message is very, very clear. He has expressed complete solidarity with India, all help to India. Same is the tone and tenor of J.D. Vance's message today. Same is the tone and tenor of Vladimir Putin as well, who's issued a statement. So the entire world, there is a unanimity amongst top world leaders, top countries. They are backing India. They are expressing solidarity for India over this particular attack. And that is why it seems that India is in a very, very strong position, both diplomatically as well. And that is why we are seeing, the urgency and the gravity of the situation. When did we last see such a big attack on civilians in India? 26/11 attacks in Mumbai. The government has always said that the response of the UPA government then was very, very, lackluster. They didn't do enough. When attacks happened in Uri and Pulwama on our armed forces, we saw the surgical strikes happen in Pakistan. So the option for the government right now, after this dastardly attack...
Okay, apologies for that interruption. We need to cut across to these live visuals. You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families. And you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. And you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah, really narrating their ordeal. Because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible involvement of more terrorists, that there were those who were stationed at a distance with helmet-mounted cameras who wanted to shoot the entire horror unfold. Why? Propaganda. I want to go across to Arunima, who continues to stay on with us. Arunima, give us a sense of what's happening here. We're keeping up with these visuals of the Home Minister interacting with those who are grieving.
So the Home Minister has offered his condolences to the bereaved family, and now the next step that we are told is that in batches of 3, the dead bodies and the survivors will be sent to the Srinagar airport. Special flights from Delhi and Mumbai have been arranged. So the coffins will be sent to either Delhi or Mumbai, and then from there to their onward journey, because some of the victims are from Bengal, others are from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, some are from Chhattisgarh. So government is trying to make special arrangements so that the mortal remains can reach their point of origin at the earliest. And the family members, they're asking the government is that there is a bureaucratic process involved in identifying the body, in getting the post-mortem report, and perhaps also the death certificate, and only then, when all these legalities are completed, is a body usually released. But given the situation, all they are asking the government is to help them tide over this red tape as quickly as possible, so that they can go back home and grieve with their loved ones. In most cases, it was just the husband or the wife who were honeymooning, or the husband, wife, and the kids, and now the kids are without a father. That's the situation in most cases. Okay, even as I'm speaking, the Bharatiya Janata Party Committee on Public Accounts of Lok Sabha, they are here. I think I just spotted Aparajita Sarangi. Let me see if I can get you a word with Aparajita ji. Aparajita ma'am. Ma'am, would you want to share your condolence? Would you want to share a word of condolence? Okay, so this is a parliamentary committee which is also going to pay their last respect, and they said that once they come out, they'll speak to us. KC Venugopal was also here from the Congress party. So they're all trying to put up a united face and saying that we are one with the victims, and the victims are also requesting the government only one thing: the survivors. Allow us to go back home, give us a sense of closure, allow us to grieve with our extended families.
Yes, absolutely. And we've been putting out some of those horrific visuals that have been captured by those who survived the terror attack. There are those who spoke of how they mistook the firing initially as firecrackers. Some thought it was some sort of a routine of firing that the armed forces were undertaking. Such are the stories that continue to come in. Arunima, we'll come back to you. Ishan continues to get us several ground reports to keep us up to speed on what's happening in Pahalgam. Take a look.
Ready? A massive anti-terror operation is currently underway. I'll show you behind me CRPF men who are combat ready have been deployed in the jungles of Pahalgam to track down these attackers. And this is place in Baisaran where this attack unfolded. And now with heavy equipments, they have come here. And we have been told that an NIA team is also present on the ground. They are looking for any suspects and also taking vital clues and leads. Multiple teams of the security force are on the ground. We are told that Amit Shah will shortly be also visiting this place, try to get a first-hand account of how the situation is, how the things look like. But forces have been deployed in numbers. A difficult trek. It took us several hours. It was sweaty to even come here, and one could just imagine what the tragedy for those who were stranded here, who were stuck here, who were injured. How difficult was it to bring them down, and took a long time to reach here in Baisaran. And on my right hand side is the area where this carnage yesterday unfolded. But this is the jungle. Look at the dense and silence of the jungle when no one speaks. This is how it looks like. Very scary to even come here. But there, yes, there's a massive operation that is underway. You see, there are thick pine trees which cover the entire area. And already?
For now, it's time for us to head into a very quick break. There's lots of meetings that are currently taking place in the national capital in Srinagar. We'll be right back after a very quick break to get you more details on the same. Stay tuned.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert living. I need my career.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
What a save! What a save! I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
Ball, please.
आई एम माइडिया कूल. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
Now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, we had in fact told you earlier that the search operation has intensified. Like our colleague Ishan Vani also mentioned, that there is a search of about 4 to 5 terrorists who in fact killed the innocent tourist in Pahalgam, and the search operation is still on. And I believe these are the visuals of that Mi-17, which is in fact a Soviet-designed Russian military helicopter, which is in fact pressed into action for the search of these terrorists, who are in fact, like Ishan also mentioned, is a very difficult terrain as far as Pahalgam is concerned, and that is why the search operation is in fact taking a bit of time. And this is one of the priorities of the government at this point, to neutralize those terrorists who were involved in the terror attack. Now, like we pointed out earlier, it was around 2:30 p.m. when a group of terrorists, when a group of armed terrorists, in fact, shot a number of tourists who were in the Pelgam area, and they were dressed in army fatigues, is what we are learning at this point. And after the entire incident, the terrorists had in fact ran off to the jungles nearby, is what our colleague have in fact been pointed out. And ever since then, the search operations, of course, is on, and this is, of course, a priority of the government at this point, to neutralize these terrorists, so that there are no more such incidents as far as the terror attack is concerned. So we are learning that in the entire incident, the sources have been suggesting around 26 people have lost their life, and these are innocent terrorists innocent tourists, I beg your pardon, who have in fact lost their life as far as the entire incident is concerned. And right now, the search operation has intensified, like we pointed out earlier as well. Dog squad, drones, all have in fact been pressed into action, and the latest is that Mi-17 is in fact flying over the mountains in Pahalgam in the search of the terrorists. So what we are like we pointed out earlier, that as far as the entire incident is concerned, all this took place yesterday at about 2:30 p.m. when a number of the tourists were in Pahalgam. They were enjoying their snacks. They were in fact riding the pony, which is very famous as far as Pahalgam is concerned. It's a tourist sport, very famous for these activities. All right, for more details on this, I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Ishan Vani on this broadcast. Ishan, so Mi-7...
Good morning. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Griha. It's a difficult day to be bringing you news as we learn of what has happened and what has emerged in Kashmir. It's a bloodbath. Civilians have been targeted. Terror is bleeding in the Kashmir Valley. We're talking about what has emerged out of the meadows of Baisaran in Pahalgam. And this is something that we track. All the developments to do with that is something that we are tracking ever since the attack took place yesterday at about 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon. So we are learning of how 26 tourists have been killed in that terror attack in Pahalgam, in what is being seen as the deadliest attack in the valley since 2019 Pulwama strike. And this time, it is not the security forces or the men in uniform who have been attacked.
it is the innocent civilians whose lives have been taken away by these terrorists. We are constantly putting out ground reports from our colleagues who have been tracking all the developments and the investigation. What are the security forces really doing now that the attacks have taken place, and the injured and also the people who have died have been brought down? Because remember, this particular Baisaran meadow that we talk of is only accessible on pony and on foot. It's a difficult trek. It's called mini Switzerland, by the way, and it has been thronged by tourists in Kashmir Valley, whoever has visited the Kashmir Valley ever since. But what we see unfold yesterday and the developments that have come about today, in fact, are telling a very, very difficult story. Now, the cordon and search operation by the joint forces continues near the Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam. All roads leading to Baisaran Meadows have been sealed off by the security forces, and the top security officials of different security agencies are continuously visiting the area and are taking stock of the situation. Let's take a look at this ground report that's been filed by my colleague Mudassar.
न्यूज़ 18 की टीम बिल्कुल ग्राउंड जीरो पर मौजूद है और इस वक्त हम बिल्कुल बाइसरन की उन्हीं वादियों में मौजूद है जहां पर कल आतंकियों ने गात लगाकर जो टूरिस्ट का ग्रुप था उन पर हमला कर दिया और अंधाधुंध फायरिंग के नतीजे में काफी लोग जो है वो मारे गए और काफी लोगों की हालत जो है वो अभी भी गंभीर बताई जा रही है और घायल अवस्था में वो मुख्तलिफ अस्पतालों में अभी ज़ायरी इलाज है। और ये वो बाइसरन वैली का एरिया है जहाँ पर कल जो बड़ा हमला है वो अंजाम दिया गया और उसके बाद आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से सिक्योरिटी अलर्ट पर है, चाहे सीआरपीएफ, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस या फिर राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स की बात करेंगे तो मुस्तैदी से वो जवान जो है वो नजर आ रहे हैं यहाँ पर। और ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि पूरा जो इलाका है उसको फिलहाल कॉर्डन में ही रखा जाए और जो परपेट्रेटर्स है जो वहाँ पर जिन्होंने हमला अंजाम दिया और उनका जल्द से जल्द सुराग लगाया जाए। और इस हवाले से आप देख सकते हैं, अगर टोपोग्राफी यहाँ की देखें तो कितने घने जंगलात है और पीर पंचाल पहाड़ी रेंज है ये और हम हिमालयी पहाड़ियों में ये जो बाइसरन वैली है ये आबाद है और यहाँ पर टूरिस्टों का काफी रश रहा करता था। और इस वक्त हम देख सकते हैं कि ये रास्ते जो है सुनसान पड़े हुए हैं और टूरिस्टों का दूर दूर तक कहीं पर भी नामो निशान नहीं है। हालांकि सिक्योरिटी के बड़े बड़े दस्ते जो है वो यहाँ पे दिख रहे हैं, सिक्योरिटी तैनात है यहाँ पे और जो उच्च अधिकारी है, जो पुलिस के आला अधिकारी है, फौज के आला अधिकारी है या फिर पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स के आला अधिकारी है, वो लगातार यहाँ पर गश्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। और जो केस है, जो ये मामला कल अटैक जो अंजाम दिया गया तो उसको हर जाविये से, हर एंगल से देखा जा रहा है और ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि जो ये मामला है ये एनआईए के सुपुर्द होगा। और ये भी सूत्रों के हवाले से बताया जा रहा है कि एनआईए की जो टीम है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुकी है और इन हालात का वो जायजा लेंगी। और जिस तरह से अभी हमारे पास इत्तला मिली है कि जो वजीर दाखिला अमित शाह है वो कल श्रीनगर आए थे और उसके बाद अब वो अनंतनाग आएंगे और वहां पर जीएमसी में जो ज़ायरी इलाज टूरिस्ट्स है तो उनका भी वो खबर पुरसी के लिए वहां पे जाएंगे और उनकी भी वो खबर ले लेंगे। और इसके फौरी बाद ये कहा जा रहा है कि अमित शाह जो है वो बाइसरन वैली पहुंच जाएंगे और यहाँ पर जो वो टेररिस्ट अटैक जहाँ पे हुआ था तो यहाँ पर भी हालात का जायजा लेंगे। और कुल मिलाकर हम ये कह सकते हैं कि जो सिचुएशन है वो अभी भी क्रिटिकल है लेकिन अंडर कंट्रोल जरूर है, काबू में हम जरूर कह सकते हैं। लेकिन ऐसे में ये बात भी सामने आ रही है कि जो यहाँ पे टूरिस्ट ज्यादा तादाद में थे तो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वो यहाँ से निकल रहे हैं श्रीनगर की ओर, जहाँ से वो अपने अपने घरों की ओर रवाना होंगे। और इस सिलसिले में फिर एक बार हम आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे, ये वो बाइसरन का एरिया है जहां पर वो टेरर अटैक अंजाम दिया गया और जिसके नतीजे में कल काफ़ी लोगों ने अपनी जानें जो है वो गंवा दी और काफ़ी लोग जो है वो ज़ख्मी हो गए। और इन घने जंगलात में अभी जो कॉर्डन एंड सर्च ऑपरेशन है, जॉइंट सर्च ऑपरेशन जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स ने लॉन्च किया है वो कल से ही जारी है और रात के दौरान भी वो जारी रहा। और जो आर्मी, पुलिस या फिर सीआरपीएफ के जो एहलकार है वो लगातार ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उन जो आतंकी है उनका सुराग लगाया जाए और जल्द से जल्द उनको कैफर किरदार तक पहुंचाया जाए। और जिस तरह से सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हम देख रहे हैं कि पूरा इलाका जो है घेरे में है और पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन में लिया गया है और मजीद इस दायरे को जो है सख्त कर दिया गया है और मजीद यानी कि जो कमक है उनको भी मंगाया जा रहा है। और इसके साथ साथ जो एसएसबी की गाड़ियां हैं वो भी हमने देखी, यानी कि सशस्त्र सीमा बल, तो वो भी यहाँ पर आ पहुंचे हैं और हर तरह की जो सिक्योरिटी जो एजेंसीज है तो वो इस ऑपरेशन में अपना सहयोग दे रही है। आफाक शाह के साथ न्यूज़ 18 के लिए बाइसरन वैली से मुदस्सिर कादरी।
Let me take this across to my colleague Ishan Vani, who is joining us live from the incident site, from where the attack really took place in the Baisaran meadows of Pelgam. Ishan, you've managed to reach there after a difficult trek. For those of us who have visited that place, which is known to be mini Switzerland, a tourist attraction for all the tourists who have visited the Kashmir Valley, it is usually accessible through ponies or on trek if people choose to do that. The fact that this dastardly attack took place over there, it was very difficult to get the tourists who were safe back down to where they can get medical aid, and of course the people who eventually died on the spot. So take us through what exactly happened at that time. And another update for our viewers, we are learning that the Northern Army commander is currently there at the spot, at the scene of the attack.
Well, yes, it's an extremely, extremely difficult upward trek, hard to climb with the muddy track. There are stones and boulders all around. It's water which is gushing and flowing through several positions. So one could just imagine what would that moment be for those who lost their loved ones and then they had to actually run for to save their lives. We are exactly reached after more than an hour of trek to reach here. And even if the best of the best would be challenged to reach here. And that's why generally people tourists who are not fit enough, they take ponies to reach here. And this is the sort of area that is behind me where the attack took place. So let me give you an overview. Behind this is the area where the attack has taken place. I'll take you there to show you what really transpired. This is the place where yesterday, this is what is called the Baisaran Valley. If you are able to see that green patch where this is where the attack has took place yesterday, and you will see that there are still deployment of paramilitary forces there on the ground. The security forces are trying to ensure that the coordinate search operation is not limited. It is maximized so that those responsible for carrying out this attack are held responsible and they are put behind bars or their encounter is done as soon as possible. We are told that the Northern Army commander has reached the spot. You will also notice some movement there where the Home Minister Amit Shah will also visit this particular spot, get a first-hand assessment from the top officers of the Indian Army, the J&K police, the NI team is also there, who are taking vital clues and leads from the spot and are trying to assess to what really had happened, because this will all be given to the NIA for further investigation. You will further see the sort of area that is here. There are long pine trees. It's difficult to navigate through for even the forces and Jawans, and it's deep forest area. It goes on for several kilometers deep into the jungle, and that's why we say that it is one of the difficult operations that one can undertake in this particular area. You'll also notice the presence of the CRPF has been made around this area to ensure that a tight cordon is laid. Amit Shah coming here is also messaging that the Home Minister of the country is actually personally monitoring the situation. He's personally trying to get a first-hand account of how things look like and what the forces and Jawans are doing on the ground. There's an extremely, even the network connection here is very poor because it's in the middle of, it's almost the middle of nowhere where this incident has unfolded. And that's why, it becomes very crucial for the forces to carry out this operation, try to ensure that this operation is done well on time, because now you have Home Minister, Prime Minister, even CCS meeting taking place in Delhi.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, to get in that update, I will quickly, in fact, bring in our colleague Akash. Do stay with us, Ishan. We'll also talk further about the topography of that particular place and how at all did the terrorists really remain holed up over there without being detected. That is also a big question that needs answering. But Akash, a crucial meeting currently underway. The army chief will be briefing the Raksha Mantri. More details on that?
Right. In fact, the meeting is underway, and not just Army Chief. We are learning that, three service chiefs, all three service chiefs are very much there. CDS is a part of this meeting, and also NSA, is a very part of the meeting. Rajnath Singh is very much present, and Rajnath Singh is somewhere understanding the current progresses as far as the operations are concerned, and also the attack that has happened yesterday. Remember, CCS is scheduled for the later in the day today, and ahead of that, we have this sort of meeting happening here in South Block And Greha, you see, this particular update is important given the fact that this is generally the procedure that army chief generally briefs the defense minister on the happening on any such happening. And this time around we have all three service chiefs along with CDS and NSA in this particular meeting. This meeting is underway and we are expecting that within 15 to 20 minutes it will be concluded, after which Rajnath Singh is expected to go to our Prime Minister's residence.
Right, Akash, do stay on with us. We have managed to access certain more, parts of the investigation, a preliminary probe that has managed to tell us what really this attack was all about, on what this attack looked like. As we were told that terrorists, in fact, ended up using helmets with mounted cameras. We are laying out a sequence of events for our viewers. This is an exact bloodbath that we looked at happening from the Baisaran Valley, and let's take further what exactly is being emerging from the preliminary investigation that is currently underway. Like Akash was mentioning, all the security chiefs are currently briefing the Raksha Mantri, the defense minister, and of course there is a CCS meeting that is going to take place eventually. So first thing that we are learning is that terrorists use helmets with mounted cameras. That is the first step. That is the first part of the investigation. That is what is being revealed. Then there is also a sequence of bloodbath videographed by terrorists. So it was not just that videograph footage that emerged from the people who in fact take the tourists up the Baisaran Valley on ponies, because they wanted to in fact document what really has happened to help the security agencies. There was also a videography of that bloodbath, that carnage that was done by the terrorists. That's how brutal this was. Terrorists gathered and then segregated victims by gender, because remember, we have been talking about how the male members were attacked. There was a particular messaging that the terrorists wanted to send across. Identity of the victims was ascertained before shooting them. Like we've been mentioning, they were asked certain set of questions. They wanted to, in fact, identify the tourists who were present there at the Baisaran Valley, and then finally either shooting them point blank or just plain killing them. The crime scene was chosen deliberately by the terrorists. Ishan was just mentioning about the topography of that place. It's difficult to reach there. It's up there. It's either on the pony or a difficult trek that you manage to, in fact, go to that place. And that's why it was even difficult to come down from there for the victims who survived that entire dastardly attack. We're getting more updates. Now, government sources are also telling us that the government will likely take the opposition into confidence on the development, and post this attack, all of these developments are coming about. The government also may mull over calling an all-party meeting. That's also another crucial development, because remember, India is standing united in the face of this terror attack. There is no politicking that we see happening, and that's something that is a welcome step. This is the countrymen who have been targeted, innocent civilians whose only fault probably was being at the wrong place at the wrong time. They have been attacked by these terrorists, and that's how dastardly this bloodbath really turned out to be. My colleague Payal is with us with all the information about this impending all-party meeting. Yes, Payal?
We do understand that several leaders within the opposition parties have in fact asked for an all-party meeting to be called, and they be taken into confidence on a dastardly attack like this as well. But multiple leaders, within the opposition rank, whether it's Rahul Gandhi or otherwise, have in fact expressed solidarity with those people who have actually lost their lives, and also had said to the government that they stand completely united as far as this issue is concerned, because nothing and nobody is over and above the country. So having said that, it has been a general practice, when MPs in the opposition camp are taken into confidence, when an issue like this really happens. But like I said before, that the CCS issue really happened because the Prime Minister needs to be briefed about what developments are there, what is the security situation in the state, what's really being done about the rescue and relief as far as sending the bodies back, etc. is concerned. So what we're now going to understand by way of government sources is that that meeting of the Cabinet Committee for Security, in which top ministers of the government are to take place, might take place only after the Home Minister returns to the national capital this evening. Also, we do understand that we have understand the Foreign Minister is already back in the country along with the Prime Minister. He is also a member of the CCS. Ajit Doval, the NSA, is also back as well. And Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, is expected to come back late this evening.
Right, Payal, do stay on with us for these updates that you're bringing to us. Like Payal is mentioning, the CCS meeting only is going to take place after the Home Minister returns to the national capital. Now, more updates that we are bringing to you. We're learning that there is a possibility that 4 to 5 terrorists were involved in this dastardly attack. One, in fact, was holding the gate just in case the forces reached there. Rest of the terrorists spread and started identifying the tourists, and they were particularly targeted because they belong to the Hindu religion. So these are the details that we are, in fact, learning of now. 4 to 5 terrorists possibly who were there present at the Baisaran Valley to attack the tourists. Ishan has all these updates for our viewers. Yes, Ishan.
Well, what sources are telling us is that it was a group of 4 to 5, and they spread and it started identifying one after another the tourists, their religion, and asked them specific questions so as to identify them. And in certain cases, they were told to recite kalima, as we have been, saying since yesterday.
Yes.
And one of the eyewitnesses actually had told us that they did not say anything else, did not utter any word to them specifically. Whenever they asked any question, they would say recite kalima, and if you did not, they would shoot point blank. And possibility of one of them was holding the gate just in case forces reach out. There is a deployment of forces which comes through this place. That's why they had kept one of them possibly there at the gate. But these jungles are very hard to navigate, extremely difficult to carry out operations. We have seen it in south of Pir Panjal, Doda, Punch, Rajouri. That's where we have to learn lessons that how they try to carry out attacks and then spread out into these jungles. Jungle warfare is something which is being witnessed after a very long time in Kashmir Valley specifically. There were certain challenges in the jungle warfare, but not as they are now, because they're stationing themselves, rationing well, making hideouts in the jungles, those locations where no one can reach, using technology to navigate through these forests, even those technology which are paid.
Yes. So,
Downloading
Ishan,
them
you're
offline on their
essentially
phones.
also saying that all these terrorists were very much present. There was no instance of any kind of, let's say, a sniper attack-like situation, nobody shooting from a distance. All these tourists who have unfortunately died in this carnage were shot point blank or from a very close range.
Well, absolutely right. They were shot point blank, and what we have been told is that they were specifically seen, chosen, and then targeted. I mean, the specific thing was that basically they wanted to identify them, and each of them was shot from a very extremely close point of view, from into their forehead. Most of them had received shot or chest or those vital areas where loss of blood is heavy, and then it becomes difficult to actually move them out from this location. And that was the case here as well, that they tried to do it and they specifically wanted to do it. And, that led to a lot of injuries and casualties. And now forces what they will try to do now is that they will actually move out of this location, and they will try to navigate through this forest area to ensure that the operation is kept intact.
Absolutely. These are gut-wrenching images. Ever since they have started emerging, and our newsroom has been ringing with all these images, and something that was documented by many of these people who, in fact, take these tourists up to the Baisaran meadows on ponies. Many of these pony operators, in fact, recording those images, even they were, gushing out with a sigh, in fact, crying out to the Almighty on what really they saw unfold after many of those tourists were shot point blank. We are, in fact, getting a word in from one of the aggrieved families of, this is coming in from Karnal. This is from the residence of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. And that's where he was, in fact, he was very much present at the Baisaran Valley. He was killed in the attack. And my colleague Anshul is live with us from Karnal. He is at the residence of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Anshul, you managed to speak with the family. They are distraught because what has unfolded. Vinay Narwal, unfortunately, was there at Baisaran, ended up losing his life.
Well, definitely. This entire household was actually celebrating just 5 days back when Vinay Narwal just got married, and he was on his honeymoon in Pulwama on the fateful day that was yesterday. And yesterday, the family got to know that he has been shot dead by terrorists. Even before the celebrations at the home could end, the entire family is now mourning over here. Just I can show you in the visuals. that people from in and around this area have all gathered over here, trying to extend their support to the family in this very, very difficult and grieving moment at this point in time. The Chief Minister of Haryana has spoken to the family of Vinnen Narwal, and in fact, he has assured them that all support would be extended to them. Not only this, but also the Speaker of the Haryana Assembly had just arrived over here at the residence, and he has also spoken to the family members over here. But definitely, the pain, the grieving is something that can be seen, that can be sensed, and there are few days where we even as journalists do not want to face, do not want to see, and today is probably one of those days where seeing the faces of all these people is definitely something that is hurting a lot at this point in time. We'll try and get in a word from a few of people who have reached over here. Sir, आपको अभी कुछ दिन पहले यहाँ पे शादी हुई थी, अचानक से ये कल खबर आई, तो पहला रिएक्शन क्या था और कैसे पता लगा आप लोगों को कि इतना बड़ा हमला हो गया और जिसमें विनय जी की भी जान चली गई?
जो विनय नरवाल जी की मिसेज थी, उन्होंने दिल्ली फोन किया अपने पिताश्री के पास। उनका फोन आया विनय के पिता के पास दोपहर को, तो इन्होंने फिर फ्लाइट की बुकिंग करी, वो 7 बजे की मिली। 7 बजे इन्होंने फ्लाइट पकड़ के विनय नरवाल के फादर साहब, ससुर जी और जो उनकी बहन है छोटी, वो तीनों 7 बजे फ्लाइट पकड़ के श्रीनगर पहुंचे। तब तक उनको यही बताया गया था कि एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, आप आ जाइए, विनय नरवाल ठीक है। लेकिन जब वहाँ पर गए, जाने के बाद तब पता चला कि उन्होंने बड़ी बेरहमी से उग्रवादियों ने उनका गोली मार दिया, 2-3 गोली, एक सिर में मारी, एक। तो रात को पता चला, फिर 9 बजे करीब सभी न्यूज़ चैनलों पे चल गया, बाय नेम और बाय सब। तो उसके बाद पता चले सारे गांव में फिर गमगीन माहौल है, सारा गांव बहुत उदास है।
अभी क्या उम्मीदें हैं? सरकार से कुछ उम्मीद बची है अभी कि इतना बड़ा हमला हो गया पुलवामा में, कश्मीर में एक बार फिर से ऐसा हमला?
जो हमारा दुख है वो तो अब बटेगा नहीं। खुशी आए जब मातम में बदल गई है। एक ही लाल था हमारा, एक ही भतीजा था, वो चला गया है। अब उसकी भरपाई तो कोई हो नहीं सकती। बाकी वैसे परमात्मा की दया से सब काम ठीक था। उनके फादर साहब भी सर्विस पे हैं, दादाजी भी सर्विस पे थे, रिटायर है पुलिस से, तो सब कुछ। अब तो यही है भी जिन्होंने ये घिनौना कार्य किया है, सरकार सख्त से सख्त कानून बना करके उनको इसका जो उन्होंने कृत्य किया है उसका उनका अपराध का दंड मिले और आगे ऐसी घटना ना हो, आगे किसी घर का, किसी परिवार का लाल ना छिना।
चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब की भी बात हुई यहाँ घर वालों से, और उसके बाद ये बताया जा रहा है कि अभी ये विधानसभा अध्यक्ष भी आए थे, तो क्या बात हुई उनसे और क्या आश्वासन दिया?
बस वो आए थे, वो कहते प्रशासन की तरफ से हर तरह का आश्वासन की मिलेगा, जो भी पॉसिबिलिटी होगी सरकार की, अब सरकार आपके साथ है, वो यही आश्वासन देगी।
So as you heard there, that yet again they have been given a confidence that something will happen, but the larger question is, are words enough? Do these words actually suffice the loss that this entire family and this entire village has to face because of this dastardly and cowardly terrorist attack that happened in Pulwama? Definitely a lot of questions still remain unanswered, but talking about specifically about Vinay Narwal, it is expected that by 12 noon the body of Vinay Narwal will land in the national capital, and then by 5:30 p.m. This evening the last rites will eventually happen at his home.
His wife is coming along with the body of her husband. Any updates on that?
So the wife is not accompanying him at this point in time. He is being accompanied by his father, who had gone over there last evening, and he is in fact in the same flight that is bringing the body, whereas the wife and other family members who had reached over there will be traveling on a separate flight, and they will be reaching over here in Karnal in the next few hours. It is expected at this point in time.
Remember, there was a haunting image of a wife sitting next to her husband's lifeless body, her silence almost deafening. That's how drastic that entire scene of revelry and honeymooning really turned out into death. That's what has come out of Kashmir, something that no Indian would have hoped for, would have thought that they would see. And that's why the anger that's only palpable, and that's why emotions running high, and that's why India is expected to react really, really strongly on what we have seen emerge in the name of this terrorism, probably emanating on Pakistani soil, despite the fact they have come on record and yet again refuted to have any involvement in this. Keeping an eye on all the developments when it is about this attack in Kashmir Valley, in Pahalgam, We'll come right back.
सस्ते वाले
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
I'm idea cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
Coffee. Coffee.
I'm idea cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
Now we are getting another breaking input as far as the story is concerned. Mi-17 flying over the mountains in Pelgam. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, we had in fact told you earlier that the search operation has intensified. Like our colleague Ishan Vani also mentioned, that there is a search of about 4 to 5 terrorists who in fact killed the innocent tourist in Pahalgam, and the search operation is still on. And I believe these are the visuals of that Mi-17, which is in fact a Soviet-designed Russian military helicopter, which is in fact pressed into action for the search of these terrorists, who are in fact, like Ishan also mentioned, is a very difficult terrain as far as Pahalgam is concerned, and that is why the search operation is in fact taking a bit of time. And this is one of the priorities of the government at this point, to neutralize those terrorists who were involved in the
Tracking every development as far as the terrorist attack in Pelgam are concerned. These are live visuals that are coming to you from the Baisaran Valley, where currently the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has just landed. He's just landed at the scene of where the terrorist attack took place. My colleague Ishan is there at Baisaran, tracking all the developments from the meadows there. Ishan, the Home Minister is there. We had seen how he was rushed to Kashmir only last night when India woke up and learnt about the attack. And now we see these images of Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, who has reached Pahalgam, who's reached that very site where the terror attacks took place in Baisaran. Ishan.
Absolutely, it's a messaging in itself that the Home Minister of the country came down directly to the location, a very high mountainous area, to monitor for himself, to get a first-hand assessment of how the carnage actually unfolded. There's a team of top officials who are stationed here who will brief him about the situation. Where did they come from? How did they target? And what sort of location did they choose to target these innocent tourists who were in Kashmir for this particular trip of theirs? But it's a very deadly attack that has taken place. Home Minister has also chaired a security review meeting in Srinagar yesterday, and he has passed on certain directions And now all eyes will be on CCS meeting. But Amit Shah, as you see in your visuals, has landed. Along with him is the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir and the Chief Minister, who are going to be briefed. All of them are going to be briefed by the senior officials of the police, the paramilitary apparatus that is present on the ground, the intelligence and other forces as well. But the scene here is very grim. While you climb up to this place, you see footwear, belongings of people in mud. That tells you how the devastating the scene was and how difficult it was for those who wanted to escape this location. Since it was raining for a couple of days in Kashmir, it made it difficult even for them to go down because of the mud and the sort of terrain that was there. But nonetheless, that security forces are now in control of the situation. Massive deployments being made, as you see in your visuals. That Home Minister being now briefed about the situation. There's NIA team also which is on the ground. Strong directions have been passed to bring the perpetrators to justice as soon as possible. Carry out multiple operations, as much as resource you need. Go hard on those who are responsible for carrying out this attack, and don't spread anyone. Don't stop from carrying out operations in these areas. The push is fresh. The push is to ensure that these jungles are dotted by the security forces, and the strategy will be formalized. How does the India actually respond to this? Now, Amit Shah will go later on to Delhi, where he will be also part of that important crucial meeting. What transpires there will be very interesting to see that what kind of directions or what kind of decisions does the government make to ensure that the situation is under control.
Yes,
And there
absolutely.
are
And Ishan, you were earlier telling us how the Northern Army commander is there on that very spot where the attack took place. Is he going to be now briefing the Union Home Minister, considering he reached the spot, he ascertained what the situation really is looking like, how at all did the terrorists really came into this place, remained holed up, and then eventually targeted these people on account of their identities?
Well, absolutely right. The Northern Army commander, the 15th Corps commander, the top officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police will all brief him. The briefing will be about the briefing will be about particularly that how they are going to now proceed here onwards and possible routes of escape that they might have taken while escaping these terrorists. And that is why, this operation gets very interesting, because they were carrying sophisticated weapons. They precisely knew who to target, when to attack, went very close to them. Even if you see these visuals, those heartbreaking visuals tell you that how clearly they wanted to target those specific body parts where you have a minimum chance of survival. So it was very easy to determine that they came with a strong intention to basically take revenge, take down certain people who belong to a certain faith, and that is what is very clear and specific about this attack. Though a Kashmiri boy from Anantnag, a Muslim boy, has also died in this particular attack. How did he die? Was he trying to save them? What is his story? That remains to be seen, because these are times when still the situation is unfolding, and later on we'll know about each of these stories and how people were actually here on honeymoon, including a young lieutenant who was in Kashmir Valley on his honeymoon just 5 days after he got married, who got killed in front of his wife. A heartbreaking visual that we saw on our television screens, on our mobile phones, and a grim reminder that how situation can turn volatile in Kashmir at any given point.
Also, Ishan, the reports that emerged after that attack, they spoke about not just that gruesome identification parade and then killing these men point blank. It was also singling out the male members from a particular family. Children were also involved. We also learned that one particular child might have been the target of these terrorists.
We hear the conversations that we have had, or the eyewitness have spoken in the media. They clearly said that while they were specifically targeting men mostly, but they did not spread any other person there. Even those innocents were targeted who were just with their families, the children. And one of the children, according to an eyewitness, told one of them that, "Why did you kill my father? We'll take a revenge of this." And he reportedly had said, "Tell this to Modi." And this was the response of the attacker. It seems like they were highly motivated. And generally, such kind of attacks, there's the involvement of Pakistani militants in such kind of situations, because they're highly motivated, highly trained. They know how to use weapons. They know how to carry out specific targeted attacks, and that seems to be the case here as well. That they knew very well that how to target, how to navigate, how to go about these mountains, and highly motivated, and then carrying out these attacks.
Absolutely. Indoctrinated locals who have crossed over to Pakistan, taken that training over there, then they have come back to the valley to carry out this dastardly attack. The situation right now is being assessed by the Union Home Minister himself, who's reached the scene of the terror attack. My colleague Arunima is also tracking all the developments. Arunima, the Home Minister wasted no time in going to the Kashmir Valley last night. He's also met with the aggrieved family members who have come down from the Baisaran Valley, who were very much present on the scene when the terror attack took place. They have seen their family members being killed in front of their eyes, and now he's there at Baisaran.
So it does make a difference when you have a first-hand experience of what a victim has gone through. And if you're trying to think of a suitable response to bring justice to the victim, then that first-hand experience matters a lot. I think that is what Prime Minister gave as the task to the Home Minister yesterday when they spoke, and Home Minister briefed him. And Home Minister has wasted no time. He landed, he spoke to the DGP, he met Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, met Manoj Sinha, the Lieutenant Governor, then held a security review meeting. This morning, he met the family members at the wreath-laying ceremony, and now he's at the spot. So in the evening, when the Cabinet Committee on Security meets and decides on what is the best way to avenge this terror attack, I think Home Minister Amit Shah's experience over the last 24 hours will play a huge role in deciding India's response, because he's now seen all sides of the story, from the security point of view, from the survivor point of view, and also from what could be a possible response.
Also, Arunima, we had earlier, showing our visual viewers these visuals of the Union Home Minister not just meeting with the aggrieved families, he's also paid his last respects to all of these people who've lost their lives. There was a proper wreath-laying ceremony, something that is reserved so far for people who belong to the security forces. But that kind of a farewell that is given to the civilians who don't even know what it is like to react in the face of such an attack, because here we're talking about innocents who have been shot at, many of them at point-blank range.
Yes, and I think the decision to have the wreath-laying ceremony was taken because there was no doubt in anyone's mind that before the terror attack, that these were people who were killed for just being Indians. They were selected, they were segregated, their identities checked. There was only a specific set of people that the terrorists wanted to target. The men were segregated from the women. The religious identity of the men were also ascertained. Yes, one local from Anantnag also lost his life, and the preliminary information seems to suggest he was trying to save the tourists. So anybody who tried to interfere with the game plan of the terrorists was also mercilessly persecuted. So there was no doubt when this wreath-laying ceremony was planned and Home Minister decided to lead the country in paying their homage, that these people, even though they are civilians, deserve this kind of respect, and their family deserves this kind of condolence, because in this hour of grief, they need to know that the country stands firmly with them, and this injustice will be avenged.
Right. Arunima, you mentioned about this one person who's probably a local who lost his life in, I believe, trying to, save the lives of many of these tourists. That is the general sentiment among many of the Kashmiris who have responded very, very strongly to this terror attack, something that the valley, that Jammu and Kashmir particularly hasn't seen since the 1990s. And that's why probably those candlelight marches, those protest marches that have taken place, many of where you have been reporting live from yourself, and you've managed to speak to the local Kashmiri, and that's the kind of sentiment that they have, that they should not be seen as one with what has emerged out of Kashmir in the name of this terror attack by the resistance front.
So far, the attacks which happened in the valley were usually against men in uniform or sometimes against people who were labeled police informers. But these are tourists who had nothing to do with the local politics of Kashmir, with the geopolitics situation between India and Pakistan. They were just, here to have a good time. And their coming to Kashmir was giving livelihood to the local Kashmiri. As a result of this attack, if the tourist refuses to come back to the valley, then it's a matter of bread and butter for the local Kashmiris as well. And that's also perhaps a reason. Of course, there is a reason for humanity also. The local Kashmiris realize that suddenly children being orphaned, just married wives being made into widows. That is not something that they can defend under any circumstances because they were not combatants. But there is also a question of economy. There is also a question of bread and butter. Hitting tourists, even earlier during an Amarnath Yatra, when a Yatri bus was targeted, there was a sentiment that this was crossing the line. This time, however, the line has been crossed by far.
And Arunima, you mentioned the Amarnath Yatra. Incidentally, the registration for the Amarnath Yatra this year had only just begun. So this is pretty much in line with that. There's also the US Vice President J.D. Vance, who's present on Indian soil. This attack has been in line with his presence also. That's something also which is rendering it that kind of global significance. And that's why you're seeing these very, very strong reactions emerge from the United States of America. And not just US for that matter, even China and other world leaders also reacting. Now that the Union Home Minister is currently in Baisaran assessing the situation, the Northern Army commander is also going to give him a debrief, going to give him a lowdown. And once he returns to the national capital is when that CCS meeting is going to eventually take place. So what do you think the kind of assessment and then later the response of India should be like? Because there are also parallels that are being drawn after what was said by the Pakistani general, Asim Munir, the dog whistle, and how that entire attack is also being aligned pretty much after that, after what he'd said in Pakistan.
You know, after the Balochistan train incident happened, there was this sense of heightened alert in the valley, and the security establishment generally felt that Pakistan, just to save face, because ISI had blamed India for what had happened in Balochistan. So as a face-saving measure, they would want to do something in Kashmir to tell their local constituency that we have avenged. India has nothing to do with Balochistan, is what the Indian government and the Indian agencies have maintained again and again. And they've also said that Pakistan should have nothing to do with Kashmir. Having said that, now that this attack has unfolded, I don't think anybody has any doubt as far as government functionaries are concerned that the topmost agenda for the CCS today would be to assess as to what will be the best response. It may not happen today, it may not happen tomorrow. Like General Huda said, back then, it would happen at the time and a place of the government of India's choosing, and it will be, done with proper preparation. I think the first thing they would want to do is hit back at the launch pads, because these terrorists also are foreign terrorists. That's the suspicion. They could have recently infiltrated. And if they have recently infiltrated, what is the route that they're taking? Who are the overground workers? Who are the people providing them with food, with logistics? So on the domestic front, NIA will swing into action and take action on this particular front. And the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force will, after the CCS today, perhaps have a clear map as to how to hit Pakistan for, like I said, crossing this line by far in Pahalgam.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Arunima. We'll keep coming back to you. We also are getting our colleague Tejinder Singh Sodhi, who's live with us from Jammu. Tejinder, Union Home Minister at the scene of where the attack really took place. He is eventually going to go back to the national capital for that all-important CCS briefing. More details on the developments that are coming in, and also which way are the investigations really progressing?
See, one thing which has been confirmed to us by
with us. We are getting some more updates. We are learning of sketches of the suspects in the Pahalgam terror attack that have just been released by the police. And we will eventually be playing out those sketches that the police has managed to, in fact, get from the people, from the eyewitnesses' account. And these are the sketches that we're putting out for our viewers. These are the perpetrators of this dastardly terror attack that took place in Pahalgam at the Baisaran Valley. 4 to 5 terrorists, remember, that we are talking about, that we are learning of through intel sources that were possibly present in Baisaran Valley, holed up. And they were the ones who carried out these attacks. They targeted the tourists who were there for revelry, who were there vacationing. They, in fact, singled out the men, singled them out on account of their religion, and then eventually shot at them and killed many of the family members who were present there on vacation to the Kashmir Valley. These are the images that have just been released by the police, and these are the terrorists who we are looking at, possibly members of the resistance front. Tejinder, the sketches are out. More details on this.
Yes, these sketches which CNN News 18 has exclusively accessed clearly show these terrorists, and you can see in one of those sketches, one of the terrorists is wearing an ammunition pouch. The other one is carrying a backpack. So it clearly shows that these terrorists, they had come heavily armed, heavily equipped with sophisticated arms and ammunition. They were carrying latest arms and ammunition when they carried out this terror strike in the Baisaran area of Pahalgam yesterday, in which so far 26 people have been declared dead. You see, the number is likely to increase because what we are told by the hospital staff who have been treating the injured, that some of the patients, some of the injured continue to be critical. These three terrorists, they are two of them, but we are told that there was a group of 6 to 7 terrorists who carried out the terror strike. 4 of them, including 2 locals, 2 Pakistanis, were the one who carried out indiscriminate firing on the tourists after identifying their religion. So first they made it sure that every single every single victim present there were Hindu. They checked it multiple times. They asked them to recite kalma, and when those who were not able to recite kalma, they were shot dead from point blank. But we are also told that 2 to 3 terrorists, they were also watching over this group of 4 terrorists which carried out the mayhem to ensure that they could keep a check if security forces or any other support for these tourists come. So, and also one thing which sources have confirmed to us, that this seems to be the group of terrorists which was active in Doda, Kishtwar, and in every likelihood they had taken the Kishtwar route to reach the attack site. So the news break of CNN News 18 also stands confirmed that these terrorists in most likelihood took the Kishtwar route to reach there. Union Home Minister Amit Shah was in Baisaran. He has just left from Baisaran.
Okay.
He will be reaching to Srinagar. Yesterday, he held a high-level meeting in Srinagar with the LG Manoj Sinha and other senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Army, the CRPF, and other security agencies, wherein these
Right.
agencies have been instructed that these
Absolutely.
perpetrators of
Tejinder,
this
hold on to that
heinous
thought. In
terror
fact, entire update of the Union Home Minister assessing the situation and right now leaving from Pahalgam is an update that has been brought to us by our colleague Ishan Vani, who is constantly present there at the Baisaran Valley. He's managed to trek for several hours to reach that entire location where the terror attack took place. Ishan, Union Home Minister is just about left from that scene, from that spot. Any developments that you're learning of that took place after he managed to assess the situation and take stock?
Specific instructions were issued. As you see, Home Minister's chopper on your screen leaving right now from the location. He has spoken to the DGP, top brass of the police, and everyone possible. You will now see that security top brass is leaving from the location after seeing off Home Minister. He spoke with the Northern Army commander, the 15 Corps commander, the other security in charges, including the intelligence heads, including the CID, ADG, CID, and intelligence heads, to what really the plan is. The plan is for the forces to eliminate everyone. This is the first visuals that we are getting to you of how and where this actually unfolded. Look at the beauty of this place, but imagine the carnage that they had managed to do at this location is unimaginable. Yesterday, you would have had multiple bodies at the scene, multiple bodies of those tourists, visitors lying around, and difficult for them.
Strong statement. So is India now prepared to end Pakistan-sponsored terror for good? You know, that's the big question that is being asked in diplomatic circles here, in bureaucratic circles in Delhi, that will India go that far that we want to end Pakistan-sponsored terror for good, whatever it takes? That is number one. Number two is, if you've seen recent statements of S. Jaishankar, Rajnath Singh, all the top ministers of the government, Amit Shah, they have been saying that the only unfinished business with Pakistan is the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to India, that Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is an integral part of India. The only unfinished agenda, the only thing on which we are interested in a dialogue with Pakistan or any interaction with Pakistan, if Pakistan is agreeable to return POK to us. So I think these two things need to be studied and taken, analyzed very, very closely, that determine what the Indian government's response to this horrific terror massacre is to be, because the government is very clear. And we have seen that in the past, as Arunima was mentioning, Uri and Pulwama were attacks on security forces.
Yes.
But this changes the paradigm totally. This is an attack on the Kashmir positive story of the Modi government. This is the positive story that after abrogation of 370, things have normalized. Tourists are coming in huge numbers, over 2 to 3 crores tourists every year coming to Kashmir. This is an attack on that. And this affects even the livelihood of the Kashmiris, who are dependent in a big way on the tourism inflow which comes to the state. This is, I think, a double blow. And that is why I think the government's response this time could be bigger than Uri or than Pulwama.
Well, absolutely. This is not a yearly or a decadal issue. This is a multi-generational issue. This is a civilizational issue. Blood will be shed. India has shed a lot of blood. The question only is whose blood is going to be shed. And these are the moments and the thought process in the entire country, because this problem is not going to go away. It is not going to end. We've seen it with dialogue. We've seen it with a hand of friendship. We've seen trade, economy, nothing matters as far as this equation is concerned. So what is that solution that the Indian government can come forth with? This is a moment of reckoning. A moment has presented itself. It is about how well we can use this moment now to ensure that this does not keep happening. My colleague Ishan continues to track the latest from Baisaran Valley itself. Ishan, you were giving me a sense of what is happening as far as the search operation is concerned. We're also getting the identities, more and more of the identities of the terrorists who could be involved. Give me a sense of what more we're learning on that.
Well, yes, the pictures that we have been able to play out if it's right, then it's the same group basically which was involved in carrying out attacks in Gulmarg, and possibly the same group of which one of the members was killed in Srinagar. And if the sketches are absolutely point blank correct and have been made, these are all of them are from Pakistan based, and they had infiltrated from Pakistan and then towards the parts of Jammu region, and then slowly they came, making their route to Gulmarg, carried out attack there, and then moved on from there. And their strategy has been actually to be on the mountains, to be deep inside the jungle, and carry out targeted attack on security forces, because the security forces presence here is very minimum. So it becomes a little difficult for the security forces to maintain a kind of strategy around this place. Now I'll show you around how the situation is at the moment. Now, if you look from this side, you see that right now there's a heavy bandobast of security forces. There's a large presence of security forces, including the NIA team and other paramilitary forces are deployed in strength to ensure that the evidences are not tampered, to ensure that situation remains calm, peaceful, they're able to, keep the evidences there so that vital clues and leads can be established from this place. Now, this is a massive ground. Imagine where they would have run once the gunfire started. And if the sources are correct, and if they were exactly at the gate, which I'm showing to you right now, then even the exit was difficult, because the visuals, what we saw was that there was one body actually lying on this particular gate. Somebody was shot at this gate, clearly point blank, and this body was lying there. And then if I recollect correctly, this towards the end and exit part of this area, this where I'm pointing at right now, there were multiple bodies which were lying there. And then on the left side, where you look, there are these small dhabas where possibly many of them were having chai or snacks at this time, having some water, sit there for rest. And that is where also we went inside, we saw chairs scattered, the stuff they were carrying, including their bags, clothing, is still lying there. It was a massacre, nothing less than a massacre.
Yes.
We're talking about India's response. We do not know yet what kind of response will follow, because we have seen a massive response when Pulwama happened, when other times happened. So yes, one has to wait and see what follows from the government.
We're learning more of what the deliberations could be. My colleague Akash is bringing us more from the defense establishment. They're telling CNN News 18 that the forces are very much capable of carrying out operations to destroy the terrorists that are present within the boundaries and beyond. That's an important word. All options are open, and the top hierarchy and the leadership will decide on a suitable option. This is an important line that we're picking up from the defense forces. Attacking tourists is an act of war. and suitable steps will be taken. That term, act of war, is the important one here. That gives India the opening to respond in the manner that it deems fit. This is by far one of the worst attacks that have been carried out on Indian soil, but this has also happened against unarmed, innocent civilians. People are calling it Kashmir's 26/11. Many are also equating it to October 7 attacks on Israel by Hamas. My colleague Akash is joining us with more on what he's picking up. Akash, significant words. Not more will be revealed, but significant words that you're picking up.
Right, Shivani, I have had a word with a number of people since morning, both in the Defense Ministry and those who have retired now. The former officers, the former commanders of Indian Army, and in fact the Indian Air Force. And they are very clear. They are saying that this is first of its kind of attack where tourists were targeted, and it was a planned attack where the incident happened. In fact, the attack happened at around 2:30. They had planned their arrival and the departure as well, and possibly they fled the particular area. And this is the reason why they are saying, both officers in the Ministry of Defense and also those who have retired, the experts, they are suggesting that all options are open, and it will somewhere be decided in the current meeting that is happening with Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, because three service chiefs, CS, NSA, and all other top officials, are very much present in that meeting. They are deliberating as to what happened, under what circumstances, and what about the progress as far as such operation is concerned. Also, they are saying that CCS meeting is very important because this is an emergency CCS meeting that has been called by the Prime Minister, cutting short his visit to Saudi Arabia. In fact, when he arrived at the airport, then only he was briefed about the latest updates. And now we are learning that Home Minister Amit Shah would be reaching here in New Delhi, and then we have this important CCS meeting where it would be deliberated as to what can be the next course of action. Also, as far as the options are concerned, so we have seen in the past, Shivani, that how Indian forces have responded to the attacks. We have seen the surgical strikes where terror camps were in fact destroyed. Terrorists across the border were neutralized. We have seen the airstrikes conducted by Indian Air Force. And today, when we have our tourists in our boundaries, in our land, targeted, definitely, experts say that there would be some sort of response. Whether or not it is going to happen today, tomorrow, day after, it is something that, the top hierarchy leadership would decide. And
not a matter of
action,
if, but a matter of when. I think that much is clear. But, some of the self-imposed boundaries that India put on itself in the past, they've evaporated, right? There were some self-imposed restrictions that we put on ourselves. There was this entire talk about, being friendly so that we don't risk any nuclear activation, etc. All of that has been thrown out of the window. And the international community and the sentiment has also changed, particularly in context of what happened on October 7 vis-a-vis Hamas and Israel. And we're seeing the aftermath play out even today. Act of war is, if India sees it like that, then the options are many, Akash.
Right. And Shivani, I just want to give an example. You see, we had the ceasefire understanding in 2021. There was a time, when we used to hear that, in Kathua, there is a ceasefire violation. In Rajouri, there is a ceasefire violation. In Punch, there is a ceasefire violation. But after 2021, when a bullet is coming from across the border, retaliating to that particular fire, you are retaliating to that particular mortar that is coming from across the border. We have seen that how ceasefire violations have gone down drastically, and this is the India that we talk about, new India, where we won't be tolerating, we won't be disturbing you, we won't be initiating the attack. But if you will not, disturb us, then we will not spare you. This is the clear message that is coming out of the officers, posted in the Defense Ministry and across the.
But Akash, speaking of the LOC, there is a
right?
criticism when something like this happens as to why are we so afraid of a hot LOC? Why do we even have this ceasefire? After what has transpired in Kashmir, what is the response you're getting on this?
there is a boundary, Shivani, there is a boundary. Officers say that, they want to operate within their boundaries, and this is something that top hierarchy decides as to what is going to happen, what they have to, how they have to act. And this time around also, while they are saying that, they are all open for any sort of plan, they're also saying that it will depend on top hierarchy, top leadership as to how, they are seeing the plan, how they are seeing the situation, condition, and how they want the forces to respond to it.
Okay. Aman, bringing you in as well. Important words that Akash is picking up. Terror within and beyond India's boundaries. I think it almost seems like a given because we've executed this in the past, that terror launch pads or particular groups associated, their hideouts, etc. could be targeted. The bigger question is whether there's going to be anything beyond that. And I was delving into that diplomatic option. For example, whatever cursory ties still exist between India and Pakistan. Indus Waters Treaty, other diplomatic issues, the trade that is still going on with Pakistan. These are all options that the government must explore.
Well, yes, there are a number of options. And I think what Akash was saying, that one particular line, that the government sees this as an act of war. That's a very, very significant line because, yes, innocent tourists have been targeted this time. When the last time a big attack on civilians in India had happened, that was the Mumbai 26/11 attacks. And, BJP has always criticized the UPA government then of not doing anything, just sending dossier by dossier, going to the US, complaining against Pakistan, but not acting even after over 160 people were killed, including foreign tourists were killed in that particular attack. That has been the strong criticism of the BJP of the last big attack on civilians which happened in India. Under the Modi government regime, this is the biggest attack on civilians in India. The 26 tourists being killed in cold blood in Pelgam, this is the biggest attack on civilians. Yes, the Modi government has decisively acted earlier against Pakistan, with these airstrikes and surgical strikes at the time of Uri and Pulwama, when our security forces were attacked. But what will be India's response? Because this takes a level higher.
Yes.
This is, you are attacking unarmed people who are non-combatants. How will India respond to this is now the key. And as I was mentioning to you earlier, that this is the time when India has to act decisively, put an end to state-sponsored Pakistan terror for good. That is what officials are saying. Now, what will be the... Of course, we won't speculate into that, but I think this flurry of meetings, the fast action we have seen in the government in the last 12 hours, in the last 16, 18 hours, ever since the news of this attack came and the gravity became clear to the government, shows that the government means business. And we will hear soon as soon as Mr. Amit Shah, I think, is back in Delhi, the CCS meeting happens. First, number one, the neutralization of the actual perpetrators. I think that is priority number one. As Arunima was mentioning earlier, the operation is already on, but the larger response to Pakistan is something that the government will tell us, and maybe tell us after they do it.
Absolutely. I do thank my colleagues Aman, Arunima and Akash for joining us. We're going to keep a very close eye on the operations on ground, but of course the meetings and the big ones that are expected in the national capital as well. Time for me to take your leave, but stay with us. CNN News 18 continues its continuous coverage after a very short break.
सस्ते वाले
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Oh my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
What a save! What a save!
I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
Coffee?
I am idea cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of the living families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah, really narrating their ordeal. Because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible involvement of more terrorists, that there were those who were stationed at a distance with helmet-mounted cameras who wanted to shoot the entire horror unfold. Why? Propaganda. I want to go across to Arunima, who continues to stay on with us. Arunima, give us a sense of what's happening here. We're keeping up with these visuals of the Home Minister interacting with those who are grieving.
So the Home Minister has offered his condolences to the bereaved family. And
one of Jammu and Kashmir's most visited tourist spots, Pahalgam's Baisaran Valley, popularly known as Mini Switzerland, became the site where terrorists unleashed bloodbath on Tuesday afternoon. As tourists there were enjoying pony rides and snacks, their gala time was interrupted by a group of armed terrorists, at least 4 of them who were dressed in army fatigues. The group of terrorists rounded up victims. They segregated them by gender and by religion before shooting them dead point blank. Agency sources have informed CNN News 18 that the site was deliberately chosen and the aim of the terrorists was to cause maximum casualties. These 4 names have been revealed. This picture, which was one of the last pictures of them taken before this operation happened yesterday, it's now been released by the agencies. 3 out of these 4 have been identified as Asif Fauji, Abu Tala, and Suleiman Shah. They came, they unleashed carnage. At least 26 people are feared dead. At least 10 of them are said to be in critical condition, so the death toll is likely to go up. These 4 came, unleashed mayhem, and have now dispersed back to the jungles that they came from. The National Investigation Agency has joined the investigation. They are now the lead points people for identifying not just the ones who carried out this attack, but also the ones who were their handlers, who were the source behind this attack that happened yesterday. The Army, the CRPF, other allied paramilitary forces have also joined the search operation. It is difficult terrain. It is forested terrain. Mi-17 choppers have been pressed into service as well. There are geospatial equipment that are being used. An all-out operation has been launched to smoke out these 4. That's the proximate operation. Then there is the near-term operation, which is to deal with the handlers in Pakistan, much like what we saw in Balakot, much like what we saw in the Uri surgical strikes. The question is, how and when will India respond? What will be the nature of that near-term response? All of that we will try and discuss through the course of this next 1 hour. Somebody who is very, very familiar with how to respond to this kind of open provocation by Pakistani terrorists is General Retired BP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff of the Indian Army. Thank you very much, General Malik, for joining us. First of all, your thoughts on what you saw, the mayhem, the carnage that was unleashed in Pelgam at the Baisaran Valley yesterday afternoon by these group of 4 terrorists.
Good evening, Zaka. Very sad incident, very unfortunate. But I think we in India have to face the truth also. We've always had jihadi, anti-Indian, anti-Hindu elements and atmosphere in Pakistan. And now that we have got their new army chief, who's from the General Zia generation, born and brought up in the army with all those jihadi ideas, the whole thing has got exaggerated. I'm sure every one of you and us, we heard him speak the way he did, ranting all the time, talking about two-nation theory, talking about anti-Hindu and Muslim being separate and things of that nature. Now that kind of a thing gives encouragement to all the jihadi elements that they have nurtured in Pakistan and outside. So I think we have to face it that such isolated jihadi incidents will continue. They are continuing now, and there may even be more in the time to come with the kind of atmosphere that is there in Pakistan. Now, we have to handle them, not just militarily, but politically, economically, all the options and all the instruments that are available to the state. That is first thing I must say, that it cannot be only left to the military. It has to be a whole of the nation approach kind of a thing. Now, as far as this particular incident is concerned, I think we have to remain alert and we have to carry out both defensive as well as proactive or offensive operations. Let me first take the first part. Okay. I would like to question the unified command first. What happened to our intelligence? Have we failed somewhere? And if we have, why have we failed? We need to work that out properly. The second thing is also the deployment of the troops. Now, I have always seen a large amount of deployment in Srinagar during the Amarnath Yatra and when the VIPs come. Now that we have the tourist season going on and in such large strength tourists are coming, have we deployed adequate number of troops to these tourist spots like Pelgam and others? I know that the nearest army unit is pretty short of this place called Ashmukam. That is where the army unit is, not in Pelgam or beyond that. I mean, I know about the army, but I can't say anything about the police.
Sure.
So we have to look into that deployment part. Have we been doing proper deployment for during the tourist season of the kind that it has happened? It has now that. There are also, we have to look into the counter-infiltration measures, whether they are adequate, not adequate, how have they managed to come? And of course, the intelligence also has to got to see these people who have been helping the tourists helping the terrorists coming from the other side. Now, these are the short-term measures we must get into and look into that immediately and work out what needs to be done.
General Malik, just give me 1 second. I'm getting a piece of breaking news. Just hold your thought for just 1 second. I'm going to go to this breaking news and then come back to you about what the nature of India's response should be. These are top intelligence sources who are telling CNN News 18 that this was a well-planned attack by the Lashkar groups. The TRF is the front that has taken the responsibility for this attack. This attack is purely by foreign terrorists from South Punjab. That's the indication that we're getting from top intelligence sources. These groups infiltrated in larger numbers earlier. It could be 5 months ago. It could be 6 years ago. It could be at any point of time. Almost 150 FTs or foreign terrorists are sitting in various strategic points in Jammu and Kashmir. They did a proper reconnaissance of the area in a very systematic fashion much before the entry happened yesterday at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Both the entry and exit points and the timing of the entry and the exit was calculated in a meticulous way multiple times. There were 3 people who were there inside where the operation was happening, and there were 3 other people who were standing guard at the entry and exit points. This is a new kind of warfare. For the very first time in a very long time, civilians, tourists who are non-Kashmiris have been targeted. This module apparently hid for months in the mountain ranges and came out just for the attack yesterday. And this has been timed very strategically, very meticulously, as General Malik was also saying a moment ago, just before the Amarnath Yatra. The Amarnath Yatra begins in the summer. And this is when the snow-capped mountain peaks start melting. So they've deliberately chosen this time. Of course, we've been talking about the fact that it has been timed to the US Vice President J.D. Vance's visit here in India. It has been timed to Prime Minister Modi's visit to Saudi Arabia. So all of this is strategically chosen by this terror group. They want to send out a signal, not so much to the local Kashmiris there, but more importantly, they also want to send out a signal to the Indian state, to the Indian forces, and to Indian tourists who are touring Kashmir from outside of Kashmir, from mainland India. And I want to go back to General Malik on this. Now, the question, General Malik, is India has to respond. I don't think India has a choice not to respond. We've seen 2 kinds of responses in the past. One is the conventional response that we've seen with artillery shells. You know, you were the COAS when Kargil war happened. And more recently, we are seeing unconventional or non-conventional responses with the surgical strikes, the airstrikes that happened in Balakot. What may be the nature of India's response to what we saw unleashed yesterday in Pahalgam?
Dr. Firstly, thank you for the new information that you have given. It is, in fact, much like what happened in 26/11. The only thing is that 26/11 terrorists came just a day or 2 earlier. But here, people have been surviving for quite some time. Apparently, there are many sleeper cells who have been supporting them. So therefore, again, I go back to intelligence, what happened to that. There are so many people, if they are helping them and guiding them. Coming back to your question, I think we have to consider all 3 options: Army, Navy, and Air Force. And whatever suits us at this time, depending on the target that we choose, we have to look into that. It could be combined, it could be single service, but it has to be looked at into the whole spectrum of the military capability that we have got. And we should use it. The timings are also important. The target, of course, is very important. So I think it will have to be done that way. And the CCS meeting is taking place today. You're right. I also feel that some action has to be taken. I mean, we cannot do without it. There are also contingency plans that we have got all along the border and the LOC. The armed forces have those contingency plans, and they could also be looked into. I'm not going into the exact locations or the timing, etc. But some of those contingency plans which are available with us, they can also be utilized now to make an effective response. I'm using the word effective response to the Pakistani, both the armed forces, their camps, the jihadi camps, as well as their infrastructure. So these options are available with us. It's a question of taking a decision. And when we are looking at these options, we should not be looking only at the army or only on the land. It should be a thing that can be, we can utilize all 3 services, whichever way we want, whichever is the more effective.
I also want to get a word in because the timing and the context is very clear. I mean, the aim of the terrorists was to dissuade tourists who are coming from India. And I believe in 2024, 2.3 crore Indian tourists from outside of Kashmir visited Kashmir. So 1 was to, dissuade them from coming. 2, that would, of course, have a direct bearing on the local economy. But how would you speak to, General Malik, the concerns that have also been raised that there are extraneous factors? The Trump tariffs, it's a difficult time for the economy. You don't want to go into a full-fledged war at a time such as this. With China, which is an important factor in all of this, for the last 5 years, you've had an eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation after Galwan. You're just beginning the process of normalization. A disengagement has been completed in all the friction points. how would you, account for how will India's response? Because I agree with you, India has to respond and be seen as responding forcefully, effectively, as you said. But how does it also take into account these extraneous factors?
Look, when we take such actions, then we have to keep an eye on the escalation, because action taken like this, as we were discussing, both politically at military level, we have to look into the escalation control part of it. The timing is bad, there is no doubt about it. I remember when President Clinton came, when I was army chief at that time in 2000, and these people killed 36 Sikh inhabitants in Kashmir. So they are working on the timing. These are all planned incidents that are taking place. And they have been, obviously, it has been planned very well, the manner in which these people have infiltrated, stayed here, wrecked their area, and then used their weapons with the support of locals. There are bound to be some locals who are supporting that. And somewhere our intelligence and infiltration, counter-infiltration measures have failed. But now that it has happened, and as I said, this is not the first time it has happened earlier. And I'm sorry to say, but it will happen in the future also, despite whatever action. When we take these counter action, it can't be just once only. It has happened. We have done the Pulwama at that time, or even at Uri time, we have reacted. But it cannot be just one-off. It has to be, this message has to be sent over and over again whenever such things happen. And they must be prepared the Pakistanis must be prepared to face the consequences whenever they try and do things like this.
All right, General Malik, thank you very much for speaking with us. As always, a pleasure for listening to you and your insights and your military strategies. Thank you very much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. I want to just, before we go to the next piece of breaking news, just bring you up to speed with, give you a sense of where this location is. It's called the Baisaran Valley. It's a very, very popular tourist destination. To try and make sense of where exactly it is, okay, so I'm just going to click on where this particular location is. So you can see it's been mapped on Google Maps. If you were to just widen out, zoom out, and see where the Baisaran Valley is, and you will realize that all around. So first of all, this is about a 3.5 kilometer radius meadow or valley, as it's known. So basically, all around it, it's flat land. So here you go. This is the area that we're looking at. All around here, it is flat land. So what essentially happened was, it's a 3.5 kilometer meadow where these people were tourists. There are small cafes and restaurants there. Some of them were having lunch. It was around the lunchtime, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. So they really didn't have any either natural features or any kind of buildings anywhere in the vicinity to hide. So they literally became sitting ducks in that sense for the terrorists who infiltrated yesterday. The other thing, which is also a matter of concern, and this is how the terrorists managed to escape, is you look all around the flatlands, you see all of these are forests. So they basically came out from the forest and then went back into the forest. So essentially what happens is that you have a bunch of innocent civilians who are stuck in flatlands with nowhere to run, no place to take cover behind. And after that, if you were to see where the terrorists escaped to, it's to the upper reaches. So all of these are forest lands. All of these are forest lands. And here is where it becomes very difficult to try and trace them down. Of course, they have now deployed Mi-17 choppers of the Indian Army. They have deployed other geospatial equipment. As we see, the tweet that's been put out by the Home Minister, he's, of course, gone to Kashmir. He's been in Srinagar since yesterday. He went and met with the families first in Srinagar. And, of course, and then subsequently, after that, he's also gone to Pahalgam and met with the families in the medical hospital in Anantnag as well. So the Home Minister has just tweeted, "I assure all the families in the entire country that the terrorists who kill these innocent people will not be spared at all." Let's move on to another piece of breaking news. And this is, again, coming by way of intelligence sources to CNN News 18, that Pakistan is visibly showing its frustration after an increase of tourists in the Kashmir Valley. Remember, last year, over 2.3 crore tourists visited Kashmir. It is the highest number ever of the number of tourists who have visited Kashmir Valley. In 2024, the daily footfall was approximately 11,500 at Lal Chowk. Every single day, there were more than 10,000 tourists who visited Lal Chowk, which of course is right in the heart of Srinagar. The number of vehicles that were coming in from other states was also significantly higher last year compared to previous years. And the reason why a bunch of tourists from Karnataka, Maharashtra, Odisha, Bengal were chosen as the targets of yesterday's attack was to send out a signal both to potential tourists who would be planning to come to Kashmir. It's the beginning of the summer season. That's when most people travel to Kashmir. And also to the local businesses whose employment, whose livelihood depends.
Right. So, Zaka, one thing is quite evident that we have, seen the frustration of Pakistan, via the comments made by General Asim Munir and also the leadership there. We have had series of comments by the Pakistani army where, they have talked about Kashmir, they have talked about Hindus specifically, and also in reference to Muslims. This time around, defense sources are telling us that this is after an increase that is being witnessed in the number of tourists, who are visiting Jammu and Kashmir and also Ladakh. We are, seeing record numbers at places like Lal Chowk, Dal Lake, Gulmarg, and also Pahalgam. And, as you rightly pointed out, 2.35 crore is the number for 2024. In fact, at Lal Chowk, we are seeing a footfall of more than 10,000 people on a daily basis. And this is becoming a matter of frustration for Pakistan. We are seeing, their campaign on Telegram. We are seeing their campaign on Twitter. And, we are seeing their attempts to disrupt the peace and harmony via these attacks, the attack that has happened yesterday. Definitely, as of now, several sort of meetings are happening, Zaka. And, everyone is, in fact, waiting for the sort of response or the sort of reply that will come out of the Indian government. We have this important CCS meeting at 6 p.m. today. It will be decided, but definitely these numbers are suggesting that Pakistan is frustrated, and that's why these attempts are happening where they are trying to disrupt the peace and harmony in Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Akash, thanks for that. I also want to go across to my colleague Ishan Vani, who is there in Baisaran. He's been reporting from Pelgam all through the last 24 hours. Ishan, you went to that exact spot, the Baisaran Valley, earlier today, where the attack happened. Just walk us through what you saw and just, the whole modus operandi, the whole sinister nature in which this terror attack took place.
Zaka, let me break this down to you. It's an extremely difficult terrain. The gradient is extremely tough. It's muddy. It's rocky. It will take the best of best to reach here. Even the best of the forces will take at least an hour to reach here for any sort of rescue operation to take place. And because yesterday time was of essence, that's why it took a lot of time, and that resulted in a lot of casualties. And it was very clear and evident from the pictures and the sources indicating to us that they shot them point blank, and in those areas where they knew that they will not survive. Behind me, you might be able to see these beautiful looking peaks, but yesterday they became a name of disaster and casualties of so many lives who had come to just enjoy these mesmerizing beauty, which are snow-capped mountains. And what else would one want? But yes, this yesterday had a scene like no one has seen before at this peaceful place like Pahalgam in South Kashmir. And this Baisaran Valley is also known as mini Switzerland. Who would have imagined that such kind of blood will spill on in this Baisaran Valley? This is the mountain peak behind me. If you could see, I'll take you through this. I'll just rotate my camera and show you that this particular mountain peak is where they are believed to have come from. Look at the dense foliage and the thickness of these pine trees, where they disappeared later on, and the forces are trying to hunt them down in this particular location. You will also be able to see that there are multiple teams of the Indian Army, J&K Police, and CRPF who have been deployed here to track them down. The Home Minister had landed here just an hour ago, and then he left from here. But the search operation is continuing relentlessly. The forces are using helicopters, but the group is highly trained, motivated, and sources indicating that they were well operational in Doda, Kishtwar area and then possibly their handlers instructed them to come towards Kashmir, using the navigation. They were also, if the pictures hold true that the sources are sending to us, that this is the same group which carried out attack in Gulmarg. They splitted themselves. They were 4 in numbers, including one local who was killed later in Harwan and in Srinagar outskirts. But the modus operandi is clear: to sustain in the mountains, create a safe haven in the mountains. And whenever you see forces movement, use those American specialized weapons like M4 thermoscope, which has ability to hit anyone from a long distance, because you're at a position where you are able to see any soldier coming up towards you, and then you choose to target. And many sources have confirmed to us that they first check the rank of the officer who's coming up, and once that hit is done, then there is a bit of attempt to run and escape from these areas. But look at this beautiful place, which yesterday became a scene of carnage. Yes, this is one of the entry points of this particular location, and visuals that we saw yesterday, one dead body was lying at the gate, which indicates the fact that if anyone even tried to run away, they ensure that at the gate there must have been a person who was targeting and attacking them. But yes, grim scenes. Investigating agencies are trying to unearth the entire structure of them, whether there was a local hand which was responsible for carrying out this attack, whether there was an OGW who led them to this place. But yes, this place is somewhere where you wouldn't expect such kind of attack taking place. But one has to see that whether any heads will roll, whether there will be any accountability that will be fixed, that who really is responsible for such security lapse in Kashmir.
All right, Ishan, thanks very much, and thanks for your reportage. I mean, that gives us an idea of the place. It's a flat land, it's a meadow, 2-3 kilometers in radius, and there are fixed entry and exit points. So there were people inside who were literally stuck inside a closed enclosure, which had no, either natural protection by way of trees or any other formations where they could hide themselves in, or even buildings for that matter, behind which they could take protection. So they were literally like sitting ducks, and they had no place to run either, because both the entry and exit points were also being manned by these terrorists. But the focus now shifts on India's response, the nature of its response. Obviously, the immediate proximate response has to be to smoke out these 4 individuals, these 4 terrorists who carried out this dastardly attack. And then you have the bigger, more near-term response, the messaging that needs to be sent out to the Pakistani handlers of these terrorists. I want to first go across to our political editor, Aman Sharma, and then also go across to General KJ Singh in just a moment. But I first want to go across to Aman Sharma. We have the Cabinet Committee on Security, Aman, that's coming up later this evening. The Prime Minister will convene that. Clearly, they're going to authorize him to take whatever necessary steps to try and safeguard India's security and sovereignty. The question, though, is from what we have seen in the past in Pulwama, Balakot, what we saw in Uri, what do we know about what could likely be the potential nature of India's response?
Well, Zaka, it is difficult to predict that, what India will exactly do, but there ought to be a response, and a stronger response, I believe, than what has happened. This is the first time, I think, under the Modi government that such a big terror strike on civilians has happened, on innocent tourists who were visiting Kashmir. So though India has done surgical strikes earlier when our security people were attacked in, Uri and Pulwama, this time I think the stakes are a bit higher, and the government will respond in that manner itself. What I'm told, Zaka, that the first meeting which has happened between the Defense Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, and all the 3 service chiefs. If it has just concluded in South Block, the meeting lasted for 2.5 hours, Zaka. It was a detailed meeting. Complete presentation has been done by the army on what exactly has happened in Pahalgam. What are the steps ahead have also been deliberated at this meeting. This is what I am told. And now the ground has been set for the big CCS meeting, which happens later today evening under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister, where the CCS, the top ministers of the government, and the 3 service chiefs will also be present to tell the Prime Minister what could be the way ahead, what are the options on the table. Is India now going to take that giant step of putting an end for good to Pakistan-sponsored terror? Is that going to happen? Because earlier, yes, we have destroyed launch pads, we have gone and destroyed terrorist centers in POK and in Pakistan, but Pakistan-based terror continues to flourish, and hurt India. So is India willing to end it for good? That is something that I think is top on the government's mind. The government earlier, Zaka, has also spoken about that POK is unfinished business. The only unfinished business with Pakistan is the return of Pakistan occupied Kashmir to India. So, now is the time. Some in the government say it's time to walk the talk. And this is the opportunity. This tragedy is now giving India that, that leverage to stress to the world that Pakistan is a factory of terror. And that is what Donald Trump's, complete support to India, solidarity to India in his message, Vladimir Putin's full solidarity to India, I think is acting as that momentum to the government action when it happens. The Prime Minister is also not going to Kanpur tomorrow, where he was supposed to go for a visit, because one of the unfortunate victims of this tragedy belongs to Kanpur. So, as a gesture to as the honor, as a for the victim, the Prime Minister has cancelled his Kanpur visit. All eyes now, Zaka, on the evening visit of the meeting of the CCS, where some big decisions could be taken. Of course, we'll know what big action India takes only once it happens. But the deliberations are very much on the gravity of this whole incident is very much upon the government. We saw the Prime Minister coming back early. We saw Home Minister rushing to Srinagar. So we'll all eyes on the evening meeting now after Rajnath Singh's big meeting with the service chiefs has just finished at South Block.
I think I go back to that phrase that India had used, one of the commanders had used, that the nature of the response, the timing and place of response will be chosen by India. It will not be decided by the enemy. So let's try and go across also to General Retired KJ Singh to try and make sense of what the nature of India's response could be, because, like I said, there is a geopolitical, geostrategic calculus and context in which this attack has happened. A few weeks ago, you had the massive attack on the train that happened in Balochistan. Of course, that was a direct challenge, a direct security challenge to the Pakistan Army establishment. Just last week, you had the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff, General Asim Munir, using words that you would never associate with a professional army chief, saying, this is why we had the two-nation theory. Hindus and Muslims are fundamentally two different people. The twain shall never meet, so on and so forth. And then a week later, you have this dastardly attack happen in Kashmir. So, General Singh, paint this whole geopolitical calculus for us, because clearly Pakistan and its armed forces, its defense establishment, was feeling the heat, whether it was in Balochistan, whether it was on either side of the Durand line between Pakistan and Afghanistan, all the Chinese projects that were being targeted inside Balochistan. And now, after the army chief's comments last week, they have pulled out their most used calling card, which is to turn to Kashmir and disturb the peace and equilibrium in Kashmir.
Dhaka, Jai Hind. First of all, I would assure you that I am retired, but I am re-attired into a role of promoting national security, awareness on this, and preparing our country to have citizen warriors. That's the mission that we have taken up here in where I live. So, Zaka, see, we all know that Pakistan is in a state of turmoil, and we have all recounted that Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, even the Pakistan's border with Afghanistan, the very bogey of strategic depth, all that has fallen flat. TTP is running riot in Pakistan. And Pakistan has got economic distress. People are out on streets demanding the lowering of inflation, basic supplies, all that is there. But what has happened in India is something where their calibration has definitely gone wrong, because they have crossed a threshold, and they have probably invited a reaction which they will not be able to cope up with. That doesn't mean we have to go out on an all-out war. There are various options which are always available as contingency plan. There is already panic in Pakistan. Their forces are mustering. They are preparing for a Balakot type of strike. There is a movement of troops which is taking place. And imagine a situation where 11 and 12 Corps of Pakistan, which are towards the Afghanistan border, the western border, can't be pulled out, because moment you do that, Balochis and TTP would take their violence to a higher level. So they have a limitation. but they have some kind of immunity in terms of China. So India will have to have backdoor negotiations with China
Yeah.
and sensitize them that and see, we don't do things like even Balakot. If you see, the targeting was very nuanced. We selected a terrorist training camp, a seminary, and targeted it. We also delivered a message. We selected a target in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, took it outside Kashmir, and conveyed a message to Pakistan that we can't be limited to this. So there are people who are working on it, and I quite endorse your line of thinking. We will not do it based on panic or hysteria. Actually, I'll appeal to people who are whipping up this. See, after Kandahar, there was so much of panic, hysteria. I'm also ambushed, but we should not put such a pressure on our government. They are forced into something like what we did after Kandahar. Let our government, let us trust our security agencies.
All right.
Our government, they have shown determination. They have even shown audacity. Who thought that we will have, after Udi, coordinated surgical raids took place? And who thought Balakot kind of strike will take place? So rest be assured.
All right,
They are
General Singh, we'll leave it at that, because I think you're right. You know, the nature of response, the time and place of choosing will be India's, not that of the enemy. I want to go across also to Mr. Kobi Shoshani, who is the Consul General of the Government of Israel to India. Thank you very much, Mr. Shoshani, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Your first thoughts as you saw this terrorist carnage, this bloodbath unleash itself yesterday afternoon in Pahalgam in South Kashmir. First, your thoughts, especially to the victims and their family members.
Thank you very much, Zaka. I think, first of all, I would like to send on behalf of the government of Israel, Prime Minister, also a tweet about it. And of course, we here, condolences to the family of the victims. I saw the photos, and I saw especially the photo of this woman hanging her husband, dying husband in front of her face. That shattered my heart, I have to say. It's a very, very dramatic photo, and it showed the brutal of this terrorist. And what's happened there is unacceptable in my point of view. And again, I would like to send my condolences to the families.
Ambassador Shoshani, you know, many on social media, people who we're speaking to, who are calling in to our phone lines, etc., are saying that this is almost like an October 7th moment. What Israel saw on October 7, 2023, this is what India has seen yesterday in Pahalgam. What do you think about this comparison and both India and Israel being sort of victims of this kind of blind hate, almost visceral hate that's been unleashed by the terrorists?
Definitely the photos that I've seen reminds me that. I have to say that the terrorists and terrorism has no borders. And it's a past, and they are cooperating together. That's what we know from the history of terrorism for many, many years. And I think that cooperation and collaboration, Zaka, is most important in fighting against terrorism, with the knowledge that you will not have 100% success, but you have to reduce it into a minimum. The hatred and the brutal of these people cannot be elaborated, but we have to reduce it into a minimum. Such an action in Kashmir, and I have to add one more thing, beautiful Kashmir, shattered our, reminds us our not far away history from October 7th, definitely. And I have to say that the bond between our nation was strong always, but right now I think that we feel also something in my heart something happened to my heart last night.
Many are also advocating that just like what Israel did after October 7th, India should have an all-out response, that it's time once and for all to end this scourge of terrorism. How would you view that?
I have to say, I think that the Indian authority, they are very, very smart. I think that they are number one in the world, in international politics. And I think that I completely trust your government. I think that they are doing everything according to the the most important thing is what is the interest of India. And I think that that's what India should do. I don't think that we have to give them any recommendation. Definitely fighting against terrorism is part of the agenda of the Indian government. And definitely we should reduce it into a minimum, because I don't think that we can stop it for zero. But definitely we have to bring them. I have to add one more thing. I think, money laundering, and of course transferring of equipments and ammunition from side to side is a big challenge, not only to India, all over the world. And I think collaboration with technology and other methods is extremely important.
One other comparison that people are drawing, and I think there is some merit in that, is that just like in Israel, where civilians were targeted, tourists were targeted, people who were just there on a holiday, having a good time at a music festival, those were the people who were targeted. And somehow the response by nation states, when they're people, when they are non-combatants, their ordinary civilians are targeted, has to be all out and has to be despite whatever international opposition there might be. Do you see that parallel? Do you see that connection? I mean, there has to be a red line crossed when civilians are targeted.
I think this is exactly what connects terror groups together. They try to frighten civilian life. They try to destroy our normal lives. And if you ask me what is my first thought was after the event, is to take an airplane and go to have a tourist attraction in Kashmir. That was my reaction. Of course, people tell me, no, it's right now, it's dangerous, you risk it, people, but after that was my first reaction. I think this is something that Israel, we have to bring normality into the life of India, because that's what the terror groups doesn't want us to do. And I think that's the main fight against terrorism, to bring life into normality. That's extremely important.
One final word before we let you go. Prime Minister Modi and the government of India were one of the first who came and tweeted in support of Israel and the Israeli state and its right to respond to the carnage that Hamas unleashed on October 7th. And I think, reciprocally, the Israeli Prime Minister, the Israeli government is also one of the first that came out and expressed its unreserved support for the government of India and its right to respond. Do you think the time has come for the global community, whether it's the United Nations or other global platforms, to say that, look, we should have a common approach to terrorism? Just like you said, the terrorists have a common approach, whether it is Hamas or Lashkar-e-Taiba. They seem to be very clear in their common approach. But nation states should also be very clear in a common approach, because this is, at the end of the day, phenomena, and there has to be a common coordinated approach to tackle it.
Let me split the answer into two parts. First of all, thank you very much for India. Thank you very much for Prime Minister Modi after October 7th. It's really, really entered to our hearts. And the bond between India and Israel, and by the way, the new administration in the United States showed the connections between the leaders, which is very, very important. And it actually is frightened. These were another the terrorist groups. That's the first part. Concerning United Nations, sorry to disappoint you. I don't have any expectation from the United Nations. I'm so sorry to say it like that. They are controlled by, I don't know, other monies. I don't know what's going on. I don't have any expectation from the United Nations. They don't care. Sorry to say that.
All right, Ambassador Kobi Shoshani, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, and thank you for your support at this time of extreme grief and tragedy here in India, just like India extended its support to your people when they were attacked on October 7th. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I appreciate it. All right, I just want to bring our viewers up to speed with, just the global outpouring of support and condemnation that's come India's way in the aftermath of the Kashmir terror attack in Pelgam. But we're given to understand that Pakistan is now continuing to provoke. There was a statement that was put out by the Pakistan Foreign Ministry earlier today. And, this would have been seen as staple fare under normal circumstances. But we're not living in normal circumstances, not after what we saw unleashed in Pahalgam yesterday. So the basic empathy and humanity that you would expect from any nation state, from any diplomatic establishment, that was missing in the statement put out by the Pakistan Foreign Ministry earlier today. It simply said that regarding the terror attack that happened in Anantnag district of illegally occupied Indian Jammu and Kashmir, like I said, Words matter, phraseology matters. Even in normal circumstances, it would matter. But one could discount that, look, this is what nation states do. They indulge in a degree of semantics. They indulge in language that is suitable to them, but not at a time such as this, when the families have still not fully grieved their loved ones passing away in such a dastardly fashion, when the wounds that have been laid bare open yesterday have not fully healed. For the Pakistani government, the diplomatic establishment, to couch its words of sympathy, its words of condolence by saying about the terror attack in Anantnag in illegally occupied Indian Jammu and Kashmir, I think it's just, frankly, it's just below the belt, and frankly, it's inhuman. But let me go across to Siddhant, who is more on this. Siddhant, what are you picking up in terms of, clearly India will respond, and the response will be forceful, it will be effective, and it will be deterrent in nature. What are you picking up, though, from Pakistan, from China, in terms of how they are looking at the outlook for the next 1-2 weeks, where the Indian response will be more fully viewed out?
Yeah. So, well, Zaka, we have in fact compiled this list of support which countries have extended to India, or rather the condemnation that we have received on this attack from various countries at various levels. So allow me some time, and we would like to break it down for our viewers, Zaka, that 15 condemnations have come at the level of heads of states and heads of governments, at the level of vice presidents, which includes countries like UK, Australia, France, Germany. In fact, condemnations have come from 9 foreign ministers, 9 foreign ministries, and 10 at the ambassadors level in India, 6 embassies here in India, and several other miscellaneous accounts. So these countries are standing in solidarity with India. In fact, many of them have extended their full support to India. Perhaps says a lot about the power of Indian diplomacy and how India has very successfully managed to outmaneuver Pakistan's disinformation campaign, lies against India. In fact, Zaka, yesterday Prime Minister Modi was in Jeddah. He held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. At the time of the opening statement, reference was made to Pahalgam attack. And in fact, we have just received the joint statement also, which have been released by both sides. And that joint statement also condemns the Pahalgam attack. And Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman extended full support to the government of India. So as we were discussing before, that this talks about the power of Indian diplomacy, Indian foreign policy, that how over the years, in last 1 decade, India has completely outmaneuvered Pakistan's disinformation, lies, and now these countries are fully trusting India. Whatever India decides to do, perhaps these countries will support India.
All right, Siddhant, we'll leave it at that. We'll see. This global support, of course, is absolutely important. It also comes at a critical geopolitical time for India. You have the Trump tariffs, which are threatening to upend the global trading order as we know it. That's been put on a 90-day pause. You have a situation with China after 5 years of almost an eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation. You're having a process of normalization that began from October of last year. The disengagement is complete. Now we're looking at some kind of normalization of civilian flights, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, etc. So at a time that is as critical as this, India has to calibrate a response to what happened yesterday in Pelgam. I want to go across to Arunima, who's joining us from Anantnag. We also have Akash, who's covering the defense ministry here. Arunima, the Home Minister was there in Srinagar this morning. He was at the police control room. Then he was in Anantnag. He was in Pelgam. He's now, I believe, will be leaving or is in the process of leaving for Delhi, where the CCS will happen later this evening. What are the immediate priorities for the Home Ministry, for the Home Minister? Because India needs to be seen as responding to what happened yesterday.
See, if you talk about Home Minister and Home Ministry, then this is a direct challenge to his authority, because Jammu and Kashmir, in spite of an election, is still a union territory. There is a Lieutenant Governor, and law and order is under the Union Home Ministry. Jammu and Kashmir Police reports to the Union Home Ministry. So if there is a terror attack here, the direct question that is being asked is of the Home Minister, especially since opposition has listened to the Home Minister in Parliament when he has pointed out that law and order situation has improved by leaps and bounds, and which is correct. Statistics seem to back that. Stone pelting has gone down massively. Valley has seen relative peace, no hartals. But this incident of Pahalgam has shattered all of that. And if you look at Mahua Moitra's tweet, she's giving you an indication that once the dust settles down and once the opposition realizes that it's enough of not doing any politics over these dead bodies, they are going to ask questions of the Home Minister. So the first thing that the Home Ministry, Jammu and Kashmir Police will have to do is to find the perpetrators and bring them to justice. But that will be only the nearest of the goal possible. There's a larger goal, which is to avenge the terror attack, and that's why CCS is meeting in the evening. There will be a number of options on the table as far as launch pads in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir are concerned. As far as ISI's terror regime is concerned, both the intelligence, internal and external intelligence agencies will come up with what they know, and the military will be asked for operations on the table based on which a decision will be taken. I can tell you that POK, which has often been mentioned by the BJP in its manifesto, is part of Modi 3.0's agenda. But will this make India do something drastic in POK? That's what I'm watching at the moment.
All right. Just to stay on with us, I want to go across to Akash as well. All right. We're getting pictures of Home Minister Amit Shah. He's taken an aerial recce of that area in Baisaran, which of course is a huge valley. It's about 3-4 kilometers in radius. It's a flat land, basically. You can see the Home Minister there, along with the top security officers there, who are giving him, a recce, a guided tour, if you will. And look at that aerial shot. It shows you the difficulty in the terrain. You had all of these tourists, these people who had come from different parts of India, who were on a holiday there in Kashmir, on essentially flat land with really no place to hide, neither trees nor any buildings. So they had really nowhere to run and go. And then you had both the entry and exit points also being manned by these terrorists. The other concern now for the security agencies is these 4 terrorists came in, they did what they did, and now they have gone back into the upper reaches, into these pine forests. And there it's very difficult to smoke them out. You need to have a multi-agency sort of hot pursuit of these 4 terrorists. But I want to get to the larger question, which Akash has also been tracking, which is that the defense establishment will now put out a series of options before the political leadership. And ultimately, the call will be that of the Prime Minister and the political leadership as to which of those options they choose, as we see the Home Minister being briefed by officers of the CRPF, the BSF, and of course, the Indian Army, the regiment that is stationed there around that Pahalgam, South Kashmir area. But Akash, what are the options that are on the table for India for this longer-term response to Pakistan? Of course, the smoking out of these perpetrators who carry this out is going to be the most immediate one. But to send a signal and a deterrence message to Pakistan, what are the options that are being laid down on the table by the defense establishment?
Right. So, Zaka, there are a number of options. Surgical strike is one very obvious one, because we have seen the kind of capabilities that the forces have, be it Indian Army or Air Force. They have carried out operations across the border. We have seen in the past that how they have conducted the surgical strikes. So one option can be that they are, crossing the border and destroying the terror camps of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is something, that has been done. In fact, in the past, we have seen that how earlier the camps were destroyed in POJK. The second one is that, at this point in time, given the circumstances, the conditions, you just don't want to cross the border. Then artillery is something that can be opted. We know the kind of missiles that India has, a number of systems that we have. So definitely that is also an option. And, these missiles are, capped for conditions like such. The third one, is again the obvious one where, we can have some sort of technology, based assessment as to where we can strike, what are the kinds of jets that can be used from the boundaries or beyond the boundaries, and military operation can be done. There are a number of options, Zaka, but remember, as far as the design of the attack, the strategy as to what they are going to opt, how they are going to react is something very confidential, and will not come out till the time plan is executed. And we are assuming that the plan was very much discussed in the meeting that has recently happened between the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh and the three service chiefs. And now, some sort of briefing will also happen during the CCS meeting, and after that, maybe some sort of decision will be taken. But Zaka defense experts and the sources are categorically saying that options are open, and they are very much capable of carrying out any sort of attack, decisive attack, on the terrorists within the boundaries and beyond. They are also saying that this time around, these terrorists, have attacked the tourists, which is being considered as an act of war, Zaka.
I think that red line certainly did get crossed yesterday with that attack on civilians, tourists who, like I said, have nothing to do with, the geopolitics around Kashmir or the Kashmir issue. I want to go back to Arunima and get a quick closing word, which is that, A, the fact that civilians were targeted, and therefore whatever India's nature of response has to be firmer than what we saw in Pulwama and what we saw in Uri. And secondly, just off late, the focus had shifted to the Jammu, Poonch, Rajouri sector simply because it was said that after 370 and after the changed sort of political realities in Kashmir, the terrorists had also changed their tactics. Much of the attacks were happening in this side. But now in Pahalgam, with this attack, are we now seeing yet another front being opened? Is this a change of tactic, as it were?
See, 2-3 assessments that I have picked up from intelligence agencies. One, they felt that there was a deliberate ploy not to keep the heat, going or the temperature soaring here in the valley, because that could have been used as a reason to not hold elections here. So that is one assessment, that was a deliberate ploy to focus on Jammu and to let the valley breathe, because in any case, since abrogation of Article 370, the valley was feeling a chokehold. Any further security lapses here would have made life difficult for the Kashmiris even more. So that perhaps was a tactical reason why the overground workers in the valley impressed upon their Akas across the border to cool it down for the valley. But once elections were completed, there was no reason to allow that kind of breathing space. That's assessment number one. The second assessment that I have heard is that because of what happened in Galwan, there was a chasm to fill, and that is why in parts of the Jammu division, Doda, Kathua, that particular area, there was only paramilitary presence. RR had moved out, and it had become easier for these terrorists to come out and attack Jammu. Now that they are back in Pahalgam, I once again want to point out the topography to you. Pahalgam is South Kashmir. If you cross the Pir Panjal, you are in Rajouri, Poonch, the area which has seen the maximum attacks. So is this the same group which is traversing between the two sides, is also of a lot of interest to the strategic establishment here.
All right. Arunima and Akash, thank you very much for joining us. Like we said, we're counting down to the Cabinet Committee on Security. That will be chaired by the Prime Minister later this evening. The Home Minister will return back to Delhi after that visit to Srinagar and to Pahalgam. He's taken stock. Those are pictures of him from moments ago taking stock of the very site where the attack happened, which is the Baisaran Valley. And then, of course, he will brief the Prime Minister and the rest of his colleagues in the CCS before the Prime Minister is authorized by the CCS to take whatever action is required to secure the security interests of India and Indians. Quick break, but on the other side, my colleague Rahul Shivshankar will join you.
MDH का किचन किंग
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
Doll, please.
I am my dear cook. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah. Really narrating their ordeal, because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last up.
Viewers, it's coming up to 24 hours since peace was wrecked in Pahalgam. 27 are dead, and they were killed because they were Hindus. The reports that are emerging are absolutely heart-rending. The stories of those that have been killed were of hope at one time, cut short by bigotry. Some people were going to turn a particular milestone 24 hours from now. Others were celebrating their marriages. Some were there as newlyweds. Others were there because they wanted to take in the charms of Kashmir. They have returned today in caskets, and those caskets you can see in the middle of your screens, lined up as the Union Home Minister pays his last respects. They came from Mumbai, they came from Bengaluru, they came from Orissa, they came from Bengal, they came from Kerala, they came from every corner of this country to celebrate Naya Kashmir. But they were betrayed. They were betrayed by a false promise and by a gun that was loaded with hate. Not only one set of betrayers, there are several. Yes, Pakistan must take the lion's share of the blame because it is bigotry exported from there that has led to this carnage. But the state, the Indian state, cannot wash its hands off this terrible travesty simply because it has been talking about normalcy for the longest period of time, saying that we have been able to remove the roots of separatism. Well, they're very much alive. The onus now is on the executive led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who you can see in those pictures. These are pictures from early this morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, as he landed from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. Along with the NSA and other members of his team, he held an immediate meeting at the airport itself, viewers, to take stock of the situation. We know that in a few moments from now, there is going to be a CCS, the Cabinet Committee on Security will be meeting. Steps will be taken to outline, really, the response. The NIA has joined the investigation. Army and CRPF have joined the search operations. All-out operation has been launched to nab the cowardly terrorists. We even have their pictures there. You can see it. Asif Fauji is suspect number 1. He is supposed to be a hardened, very well-trained terrorist. Suleiman Shah. There were 4 of them. That is what we are being told. Abu Tala, one of them already killed. So we are to believe. But viewers, it is not just about these foot soldiers. It is about reaching to the very depths of this conspiracy, and that will take us not just beyond the borders, but which will transcend borders. Let's go straight across to our reporters who are joining us. One from, of course, New Delhi, Akash Sharma, who is live from South Block, and Arunima, who is live from Anantnag. Let me first begin with you, Arunima, because unfortunately it is in Kashmir where this travesty has unfolded. What did the Home Minister exactly do there in the state over the last 12 hours? What are you learning? Are there any immediate steps that can be taken at the regional level?
See, Home Minister's agenda was 2 points. One, to do a security review and understand from the operational commanders on the ground what went wrong. Clearly something went wrong because 26 people, innocent civilians, lost their lives, and it took time for the responders to reach them. It took time to get them medical attention because the place where the terrorists chose, the area where which they chose was not motorable. It took time for information to reach Pelgam town, and then the response party also took some time. Many of the survivors believe that their loved ones died simply because they did not get enough medical attention on time. They bled to death. So something clearly went wrong. So Home Minister wanted to understand, was it lack of intelligence? Was it lack of coordination, or was it something else? So he did one security review. Second, he wanted to let the survivors and the family members know that Government of India is standing firmly with them, and this will be avenged. If you see 2 back-to-back tweets that he has put out, he met the family members, the survivors, at the police control room in Srinagar. There were children who were wailing. There were wives who have suddenly become widowed. They were, telling the Home Minister what they have gone through in the last 24 hours. Home Minister heard them patiently and then put it out on his social media that Bharat will not bear this silently. This will be avenged. So I think that was the second big task that the Home Minister had, to assure the survivors that India stands with them. Now, task number 3 will be for the Home Minister to take his experience over the last 24 hours and his assessment to the Cabinet Committee on Security, chaired by the Prime Minister. And there, I think the next course of action will be decided in consultation with South Block.
Now, we're seeing pictures on our screens of the Union Home Minister meeting some of the survivors, clearly shaken to their boots. What was said to Mr. Amit Shah by the survivors?
2-3 things. One, I can tell you, one eyewitness, one survivor told the Home Minister and the other senior officials who were present that this was pure segregated attack. 3 terrorists who were seen at close quarter came to where these tourists were. Children were first asked to move away. Then the women were asked to move away. And then the men there were asked to identify themselves by name. Some were even asked, as per the survivors, some were even asked about their religious identity. At least one person who's a local from Anantnag, it seems he tried to intervene and even he was shot dead. So that is what was communicated to the Home Minister. He was also told how helmet-mounted cameras were utilized to videograph the entire mayhem. I think that video, the plan was also to use for propaganda purpose. Third thing, like I told you, some felt that their loved ones died because they did not get enough medical attention. The general experience that these survivors have had over the last 24 hours was shared, and they had one request, that please help us get over the red tapeism, the bureaucracy that we ordinarily see when you have to recover a dead body from a mortuary or from a hospital. There's a lot of legalese involved. Please help us tide over that, because we want to go home and mourn and grieve in peace with our loved ones. I think the Home Minister gave specific instructions to everyone concerned to ensure that the families do not suffer even more and that they can be sent back home at the earliest.
We also, of course, saw some people demonstrating with the Union Home Minister, Arunima. Do you know what those people were saying to him? Clearly, they feel let down. A lot of promises have been made about how their experience in Kashmir is going to be a wondrous one. Normalcy has taken root. The Indian state has responded. That has taken a bit of a setback, that entire narrative. Was that also something that was expressed to him, a sense of disappointment, perhaps?
Sense of betrayal is what some survivors, expressed. They said that we never thought that this would happen to us in Kashmir after we were told that law and order has really improved. And statistics did seem to suggest that law and order has improved in the valley. The number of stone pelting incidents have drastically gone down. Number of terror attacks had gone down before what we saw in Pahalgam. Overall, there was this sense of purpose amongst the youngsters also, who were only concerned with stone pelting earlier. So the tourist footfalls over the last 3 years had also breached record numbers. So some survivors said that we came here thinking we were going to visit a paradise, but we have lost whatever little we had. A wife who lost her husband of 5 days, a child who was here to celebrate his class 12th exam results with his father and mother, going back as a fatherless child. So they did communicate to the Home Minister that they feel betrayed, and their sense of justice will be assuaged only if this is avenged.
Only if this is avenged. That was the underlying leitmotif of that conversation. What you can see on your screens also are pictures of a spontaneous protest, we are told, that is broken out in Lal Chowk, some being led by political parties, others by local area market and traders associations. There has been a widespread shutdown. Arunima, I'm going to stay with you because I know that Akash and Aman are there with us, but I'm just going to hold them off for 30 seconds to a minute more, because I really want to get a sense of the mood right now in the valley. I'm told that large number of tourists are exiting. That's going to be a problem. And the J&K Chief Minister has also spoken about his disappointment and his own sense of loss at the fact that some of these people are going to be leaving the valley. So what's the mood there in the valley right now?
Sense an absolute sense of frustration and despondency amongst the locals here. I saw protests by the Batmalu vendors, street vendors outside the police control room. There is protests going on in Lal Chowk, in Srinagar. Schools have been shut. All of this, this highway usually is buzzing with tourists at this time of the the year, and there are a number of eating joints. There are a number of small shopping areas on this particular highway, but all you are seeing is ambulances running from one end to the other. All the shops have downed their shutter, and if you manage to have any conversation with the local, what they say is, ye nahi hona tha. That's the constant refrain that you are hearing, that by targeting tourists, you have hit us at the spot where we might take a long time to recover. After the floods that we had seen, after the post-Burhan Wani agitation, then abrogation of Article 370 and COVID, we were finally limping back to normalcy. By doing this, you have set us back by a decade or perhaps more. That's the sentiment that I gather from the locals also.
Well, that sentiment will, of course, echo widely in the valley, and perhaps some of these terrorists will realize that their tactics are no longer tolerated. But Arunima, just a couple of more questions. You mentioned that obviously there was some sort of a failure with regards to intelligence. Now, was it a gap in intel? Was it a gap in processing the intel? Was there a gap in acting upon the intel? What really happened here?
So I asked the top intelligence official that was this a failure? Did you fail to gauge, or did you fail to get local intelligence? The answer was, who would have ever thought that tourists could be targeted in this manner? And he made a reference to what had happened in Akshardham in Gujarat, if you recall, where for the first time pilgrims were attacked. Even then, it was something that was unthinkable. Even now, the first assessment seemed to be that this is unthinkable. We did have intelligence that's what the establishment says, that after the Balochistan train incident happened, there was an assessment. And if you recall, Home Secretary Govind Mohan visited Jammu in March, and just this month, in the first week of this month, Union Home Minister was in Srinagar chairing a meeting of Unified Command, asking for more focus on gathering of intelligence from the ground, seeking better coordination, because there was this general intel available that after Balochistan, Pakistan, to hide its own failure, would want to do something spectacular in Kashmir. The worst nightmares have come true. Was this a failure of the implementation of the general intelligence that was available, or did the intelligence agencies fail to pick up movement of this group, which has been active in Pelgam for the last 1 month? All of that is a matter of going over again and again. Some heads could well roll, but at this stage, I think the focus is to ensure that the search and are successful, that the perpetrators, who agencies believe are still hiding in the forests of Pahalgam, are brought to justice.
And these perpetrators, of course, are still dangerous, fully armed, and could strike again. Thanks for that comprehensive update. What we are learning is also that special trains have been announced for people returning from Jammu and Kashmir. We are also being told that airlines have been called upon to lower their fares and adjust tickets so that tourists can leave and go back to their native places. I want to go straight across to Akash. I also want to bring in Aman here. Akash, first to you. You've been, of course, carrying out this vigil of yours outside the offices which matter, where the decisions are going to be taken. I want to tell us now, what are the steps that have been going on in the backdrop to all of this? The Prime Minister is back. There'll be a flurry of meetings. I'm told that the Union Home Minister will be attending. Happening in the corridors there.
Right. A number of meetings are happening as of now, Rahul. Just a few minutes back, we have seen, in fact, that how the high-level meeting where Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh was very much present, along with the service chiefs, CDS, NSA, got concluded. It was, a meeting that lasted for more than 2.5 hours. And we have been told that Raksha Mantri was not just briefed about the particular incident and the attack, but was also, given the options that these are the available options that we can opt. Indian Army Chief, Indian Air Force Chief, and Navy Chief, all present in this particular meeting. And this meeting is the reason why we have a version coming from defense sources that all options are on the table, and now the hierarchy and the leadership would decide as to what they would opt. As of now, CCS is one thing that everyone is waiting for, because this is going to be the high-level meeting where some sort of decisions would be taken. Of course, no one is going to come out with those decisions, but yes, we'll get to know about those decisions once they are executed. Also, we have seen in the past, Rahul, that how forces, Indian Air Force and Army, have conducted operations across the border. We have seen that how surgical strikes have been conducted, air strikes have been conducted, and in fact, even now we have seen operations, a number of operations south of Pir Panjal, where a number of terrorists have been neutralized in the past few months. Remember, after abrogation of Article 370, south of Pir Panjal range, Rajouri Poonch specifically was in focus, and specifically when we talk about, the conditions after the Article 370. So Kashmir was largely peaceful. And this is one of those, attacks that have happened. Last time, in fact, in Riyasi, we had an attack where, a bus was targeted, but it was indiscriminate firing, on the tourists. And, it was somewhere similar. But then in this particular case, the difference was that tourists were asked for their religion and they were shot in front of their families. At this point in time, the focus is, of course, to search for those who are behind the attack.
Yes.
And in fact, searches are going on. We have been told drones have been employed, helicopters have been employed. In fact, I want to highlight ALH helicopter of Indian Army was grounded for last 3 months. But now, since they cannot operate any other helicopter, at the night time. That's why, special permission has been given to that one helicopter that can be operated. This is one exception where in the entire fleet, for the Air Force, Army, Navy, and Coast Guard, you cannot use any helicopter. But since you have an operational requirement and you have, a platform like ALH, so ALH has been given clearance that you can operate and you can use ALH. Also, Rahul, this CCS is going to be very, very important, and we are waiting for this sort of meeting because
I want to actually focus on that also. So, Akash, I want to get the sense from Arunima's conversation with all of us that there was a sense of disbelief, really, that this could have happened. But Akash, in Riyasi, pilgrims were targeted. And there were also pilgrims who were on the way at that point to a holy site. They were going to a temple and their bus was targeted. So why has this come as such a surprise? Secondly, we've had one after the other, Akash, a number of terror organizations from Pakistan, etc., warning that they don't want tourists and they're going to punish tourists, and they call them Indians, so to speak, trying to make a big distinction between Indians in Kashmir and Indians from mainland India. So where exactly did the intelligence apparatus let the ball drop? Where did this happen?
Right. In fact, when it is about the incident, the Riyasi incident that happened in June last year, in fact, at that point in time, officers were very clear that this time around, it is one of those very few incidents where civilians are being targeted, because we have seen that how, in Rajouri and Poonch, several sort of incident happened and the troops, the convoys were targeted. Even at that time, it was somewhere understood that, just because they wanted to target someone, they wanted to target a vehicle, and the bus was the obvious target at that point in time, they opened fire, and it was an indiscriminate firing. It was not a planned firing on bus. This was somewhere the understanding. But in this particular case, it is a bit different, where it was planned, executed, and they ran away from the particular area. In fact, the timing is very important, Rahul. At around 2:30, this incident has happened. And, we have been told that they carried out the whole attack. In fact, it took around half an hour or so. And after that, they fled from the area. After which the army responded, and it took some time. And even, when they were the first responder, till now they're searching for those, who were behind the attack. So possibly they have fled the area, though we have no confirmation. But then the design is a bit different than what we had in Riyasi, because it was an indiscriminate firing, blind firing, and possibly it was assumed that since they were on their, route and they wanted to target some bus, that's why they opened fire on that particular bus. But in this particular case, it was a planned move. It seems like a planned move.
Well, clearly someone in the intelligence establishment has to come out and tell us really how this attack was permitted in the first place. Kashmir has been on high alert. How is it that terrorists struck with such impunity? Let me go across to Aman. Akash, stay on with me. I want to bring in Aman Sharma, of course, reporting at length on the response now at the union government level. Aman, there are 3 or 4 things that I just want to quickly draw to your attention so that you can weave them together in a narrative. Number one, the Prime Minister, the Union Home Minister, the highest echelons of the political establishment have vowed revenge, exacting revenge. They've said that evil will be punished and it will also seem to be punished. That's one. Number 2, the international community, pretty much all global leaders have not just said that they stand with the people of India, but they stand with India, which means that the suggestion is that we know that the genesis of this crime lies beyond your border, and therefore this is a provocation from another hostile, inimical country, and we stand with India in fashioning a response as they want and please. And number 3, most importantly, the conversation that will now take place is whether we can afford to escalate at a time of uncertainty, global economic uncertainty. So these 3 things, how do you see them, and how do you see the government response unfolding from here?
Well, Rahul, one thing is very clear, that the gravity of this particular attack, is very, very high. When earlier have you seen the Prime Minister, shortening his trip while he's overseas on an important trip to Saudi Arabia? He shortened his trip by almost a day, returned to India early today morning. Then rushing the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, to Srinagar last evening itself. And Mr. Amit Shah has, gone everywhere in Srinagar to all these spots. He's gone to the terror-stricken spot as well, to that meadow, and taken stock of the situation. So the government is now gearing up for the evening 6 p.m. mega CSS meeting, where Mr. Amit Shah will be coming from Kashmir with his ground input on what really has happened there, what went wrong, and more importantly, what now. We have seen, Rahul, earlier that after the Uri attack or after the Pulwama attack, which happened in the Modi government's tenure, attacks on security forces, there have been surgical strikes on Pakistan, and we have destroyed terrorist launch pads there. But the terror sponsoring from Pakistan has still not stopped. So is the government going to take a decisive step now to put an end for good this official sponsoring of terror from Pakistan? Will that happen now? Because is this that point where India is going to up the ante and say, we have had enough, we need to act decisively? I think that is one action which is certainly being debated in government circles, that yes, there ought to be action. There ought to be stiff action against the perpetrators of this particular terror strike. These 4 or 5 terrorists, some of them believed to be Pakistanis. Obviously, they have to be acted against, they have to be neutralized, and they will be in the next few days as the army carries out operations. But the larger aim of the government is to end this endless supply of terrorism from Pakistan. How to put that end to that for good? Also, the government has been speaking again and again that the only unfinished business with Pakistan is getting back Pakistan occupied Kashmir, that Pakistan needs to hand over that illegal territory they have, usurped back to India. Is this the moment that India ups the stakes on that one also? Will India walk the talk on that also? All these things are being debated inside the government. As my colleague Akash was reporting, there was a long 2.5 hour long meeting with Rajnath Singh. The NSA was present, the 3 service chiefs were present. All options are on the table. So Rajnath Singh will be bringing the input of all the service chiefs, what they have proposed, to the table in the evening at the CCS, chaired by the Prime Minister. Mr. Amit Shah will bring the ground input from Kashmir. He's returning to Delhi as we speak, and he'll be back very soon for this CCS meeting. See, the attack changes the entire, I would say, the dynamic in Kashmir. So far, security forces were under attack. Yes, migrant laborers, Hindu migrant laborers were under attack. The Riyasi attack had happened. But this particular attack happening in the peak of the tourism season, in the most visited, arguably the most visited place in Kashmir for tourists, Pahalgam. Also the base camp for the Amarnath Yatra, which starts in a few weeks, happening at a time when J.D. Vance was in India, happening at a time when Prime Minister Modi was in Saudi Arabia. There are multiple signals in this, and the government is very, very concerned about the multiple signals which have emerged from this attack. And that is why, as you correctly say, almost the entire world is backing India in this. They are expressing solidarity. Countries like US and Russia have even promised help if India wants to mount a response. That is very, very significant. I think Pakistan is getting isolated on the world stage on this particular attack. And as it is being believed that the attackers are Pakistanis, I think that will give India a big reason to go all hog against Pakistan on this one. Let's see. We'll only know of the larger response once it happens, Rahul. And I think we should all respect that the government will, choose time and place, which is of its choosing, and act decisively. I think these meetings are happening. We should have all our eyes also on the Prime Minister's address in Bihar tomorrow. So the Prime Minister has cancelled his trip to Kanpur, UP, where he was also going tomorrow, because one of the unfortunate victims of this tragedy belongs to Kanpur. So the Prime Minister is not going to Kanpur, but the Prime Minister is going to Madhubani, Bihar tomorrow for a very, very, it's a address for inaugurating government schemes on the day of Panchayati Divas. But of course, this will be a very important address, for the first address by the Prime Minister after this tragedy, after the CCS meeting. I think we should watch out for what the Prime Minister will say in Bihar tomorrow.
Well, there is also, of course, Aman, criticism that is now pouring in from opposition quarters, specifically the India parties that say that, look, you promised that the situation in Kashmir had been normalized, that you were on top of things, but this is clear indication that what you've been saying, the promises that you've been making are hollow and empty. That is bound to sting.
Well, yes, Rahul. See, the opposition has a point here. Maybe, they are saying that, is there an intelligence failure? Is there a security failure? J.D. Vance visiting India at a time, there was a heavy security alert everywhere in India, especially in Kashmir. and the big cities like Delhi and Jaipur. So how did this attack happen? What was the establishment doing? There will be this criticism, of course, but I think the government is very, very clear. It would also call, I believe, an all-party meeting maybe in the next few days to discuss this matter with all the parties at this moment of time, at this moment of crisis, and at this moment of sorrow, when the entire country is so disturbed over what has happened, country is emotional over this, all parties need to be on the same page. There needs to be a coordinated response to terror. You can't be a divided house in this moment of national security. And I think that is what Prime Minister Modi will also try and pitch to all the opposition parties, that look, we may have our political differences, but when it comes to national security, we should all be one. This was also the strategy which was employed soon after the Pulwama attack. If you remember, an all-party meeting was called on that occasion as well by the Modi government. So I think the government would want to build a large political consensus and tell parties like the Congress and some others to not play politics at this particular juncture.
Okay, stay on with me because I also have with us General Shankar Prasad. Thank you very much for joining us, General Saab. It's obviously a very, very solemn occasion, but it is also an occasion which necessitates some honest and frank conversations, number one. Number two, we're being constantly told by sources very high up in the defense establishment that all options are on the table. What do you make of this statement, number one, and generally speaking, of the situation as it has, this carnage as it has unfolded before our eyes?
Well, you have summed up pretty much what I wanted to say. First question is that what has Pakistan done? One major thing that Pakistan has done is to completely ruin the economy of the people who are just living on the tourism that goes on the summer months of 3, 4, 5 months. Therefore, the whole of Kashmir today is anti-Pakistan. Not that they were not earlier, but today they're really chanting slogans anti-Pakistan. And those people who may have been underground workers supporting this terrorism will now be exposed more openly by the local population. Just for example, of the number of terrorists that took part in this incident, 3 amongst them are believed to be those who are locals and local residents, perhaps those are the ones who are giving shelter to these guys who were operating, who actually came and fired. Now, these 3 people, whoever they are, would be definitely known to the local villagers, will also be known to the local business people, the shopkeepers and others. They will be soon identified. And I think by now they should have been identified. And through them, the 3 or 4 other Pakistani terrorists who were there will be neutralized. So the first question is that will these 6, 7 people be nabbed? The answer is yes. Will they be neutralized in a short while of time? Yes, they will be. And will there be more underground workers that will be surfacing now? Yes, they will. The local population has understood that this is the game that's not going to go. The next part of your question is, what are the possible responses? There are many options, as I said, and many of your reporters are also saying. There are economic options. There are military options. There are use of Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary, covert, drones. Millions of other options are available today. Let's first deal with the economic. You see, as it is, Pakistan was very much on the FATF grey list. Perhaps they've come out of it now. With the kind of support that the world powers are giving us today in support of India and anti-Pakistan, I think very soon Pakistan will again be put into the blacklist of FATF. If that happens, which should happen, because diplomatically we are pretty well strong with all these countries, then Pakistan will starve further. As it is, the Pakistan economy was in total shit, and therefore now to have further, they will go into more serious problems. That will increase the rift between the Pakistan military and the Pakistan political establishment. I was listening to the defense minister of Pakistan on one of the channels a short while ago, and he said that this is not done by us. I don't know. Nothing like this has happened from us. Obviously, the Raksha Mantri or the defense minister of Pakistan knows nothing. The army chief is not going to tell him anything. It's the army chief's idea, it's the army chief's plan. The army chief runs the foreign policy and the relations with India. The defense minister of Pakistan knows nothing. Just as when Musharraf did activity in Kargil, the prime minister didn't know. So it is not a surprising aspect at all. Now, this incident is going to further increase the rift between the civil government, if at all it's a government, and between the Pakistan military. As it is, the army chief of Pakistan perhaps you're very much aware, is more of a Maulana than a general. He has learned Quran. His father used to be a Maulvi in a mosque. He has done the initial studies in a seminar, all learning about the Quran. So therefore, it is once again a jihadi leading the Pakistan army, who is not going to listen to any political niceties. And as it is, the relationships are bad, it will become worse now. So the internally Pakistan is going to suffer, economically the Pakistan is going to suffer, militarily, of course, the armed forces will take some action, which will be very, very decisive and very effective. It will last for a long time. Pakistanis must remember that. It's not going to be anywhere close to what Balakot was. It's going to be perhaps much worse. There are many options available with the Indian government and the military establishment. A lot of more advanced technologies have come in. You've got, I don't want to narrate those technologies on the television, but those can all be employed to give a very, very tough reply to Pakistan. And remember, the head of this whole thing is the Pakistan Army. This incident has taken place at the behest of the ISF, who have trained, armed, and equipped these people. And the army chief this time is directly involved with it. You heard the statement of the army chief just about a week ago, and he was talking about holding a jugular vein. So all these things can be linked together. The intelligence agencies will put it all together, and we will soon have a military option of very decisive nature. The economic options are also existing besides the FATF.
Yes.
We can also do some activities, which I do not want to discuss on the television, which will affect Pakistan's economy immensely.
Well, very
And they will
quickly,
not
General Saab, some breaking news coming in. The Chief Minister of Karnataka has gone ahead and made a very sharp attack on the government, saying that this is born out of an intelligence failure, much like in Pulwama. So that is a very clear political attack on the government. The government is going to obviously have to face up and address these concerns that are being expressed and these questions that are being asked, because clearly they were caught off guard, specifically with respect to this attack. Now, there might have been advisories, there might have been intelligence, but was it specific enough to avert carnage such as this is the moot question. And what happens next? Will there be accountability, or will things go back to business as usual? These are some fundamental questions that will also have to be answered, because remember, these terrorists are still very much alive. They have melted away into the woods, and you can see them in those pictures at the back of this valley. It is hemmed in really by a forest, and somehow they managed to retreat back into that forest and disappear. There is talk that they came to this particular location, this picnic spot, which is fenced in really, at least on one side, and separates it from the highway on a motorbike, or perhaps even a few motorbikes, because some of them have been recovered. An unmarked motorbike certainly has been recovered earlier in the morning. And many people think that overground workers have basically supplied them the necessary resources they needed to commute in an area where it is difficult to move about, because there are no real metal roads leading up to this picnic spot. So very quickly, I just want us to take a minute and listen in to this news report that was filed by our correspondent, Ishan Vani, for been reporting on this entire story for the last for 24 hours. So he's been up on his feet, and he was one of the first teams to have walked all the way, trekked all the way up to the gates of this picnic spot. He entered, and you can see that it was already under the command of the NIA there. So let's listen into this report, and then I'll bring in some more guests, and we can talk a little bit about the options that India can exercise.
Baisaran, and this is actually no route at all. It's muddy, there are big boulders, and it's difficult to even walk on these. Even if I wore a normal shoes, it would be impossible to come here. It's muddy, look at the water that's flowing, and this is how difficult it would have been to bring down any injured or any survivors or those who were there at that time. You know, possibly the cells dropped by one of those tourists who came here. There are water bottles, there are shoes everywhere, wherever you look. They have ran into panic because there were massive firing that took place, not less than a massacre. Whoever came in their way, they shot and killed them. Where is the road? Imagine how difficult for at least 3-4 kilometers. They went up and down to go to that place, and the beauty of this place might mesmerize you, but yesterday's visuals are scary, scariest to understand that what happened here. Generally, tourists take pony and come here for leisure, but everywhere you look, there are marks and signs of the disaster that happened yesterday, and something which was unexpected. Look how I have to walk through these steep and jump into certain places. There were rains that have further dampened the condition of this particular route. It's a trek generally taken by several tourists. They use ponies, as I said. It might be beautiful, but scariest of scenes were witnessed yesterday here on this difficult terrain to reach where the carnage took place yesterday, where 26 tourists were killed and more than a dozen injured when they opened indiscriminate fire at them. With Bashir Lone in Baisar and Nishanwani for CNN News 18.
Well, we're also going to get you a ground report in just a few moments from Baisaran itself. The scene really of that carnage in just a few moments, and that is also a chilling report because it still visibly is marked by the trauma. We'll tell you why in just a few seconds, but I want to go across to General Saha, who joins us. General Saab, thank you very much for speaking to us. A very, very unfortunate circumstance to be having a conversation. But I wanted to ask you, because clearly now the focus will be on two things. Number one, to eliminate this particular group that carried out this dastardly attack and prevent others. And secondly, to design a response. Both the Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister have come out and said that retribution is going to be severe. Those are their words, not mine. The international community, to their credit, has stood by India, as they've said, not Indians, India, which suggests that they are also aware that the provocation came from across the border, and therefore the solidarity is with India. It's very much like what happened after October 7th, when the world supported Israel and gave it the freedom to decide on how to respond. Now, I have to ask you, General Saab, is waiting an option at all?
Well, Rahul, I think your questions are all very pertinent and questions that are on the minds of every Indian and people who are watching this from across the world. You know, getting at innocent civilians in such a vulnerable position, friend Ishan has just shown us the terrain. I mean, completely vulnerable in a meadow, open meadow, surrounded by hills from all sides, with nothing to protect them. What can be worse than this? And what is, more disturbing actually is the way the whole situation is unfolded. And it is not of particularly this incident. It's like a new avenue that has opened up, starting from Rajouri, from Pir Panjal, south of Pir Panjal towards Kishtwar, and getting back to that good old 1995, if you recollect the kidnapping of those foreign tourists, Al-Faran, exactly, yes. 1995. It is near about the same area. It is getting over there. And if you go back to Kishtwar, one is coming towards this side, from across Sinthan, and the vulnerabilities into Western Ladakh. So we should be looking at the greater arc and the potential for damage when we think about the response that we are talking about. So besides getting hold of these 3 or 4, whatever the number is, and to neutralize them, we have to be very sure about that the response that we choose to do measures up to the appropriateness, considering the larger ramifications of what is happening over there. So I think that's important. Post Uri, we saw the launch pads being taken on. Post Pulwama, we saw the training camps being taken on. So I'm very sure that the scale and the expectation will not be forgotten when we hear, as you said, quote unquote, the retribution would be appropriate. So I'm sure all that will be factored in. It is important because we are seeing an element of gung-hoism from Pakistan. Everybody has been talking about the speech of the Pakistan's army chief. There is an element of emboldenment, I think, by events in Bangladesh, which is at the same time, by the state of affairs within Pakistan, militarily, they are getting it from what is happening along the Western front, and economically and politically, we know what is happening over there. And look at the timings. I mean, one, of course, peak tourist season. Just three days back, registration for the Amarnath Yatra has started. So this timing and everything has been chosen the way it has been chosen. So therefore, I think we have to be very sure that a very befitting response is given. Otherwise, it is going to shake up, the entire achievements that have been there since August 2019. It is very important, I think, for the forces in the field to very quickly regain very strong connect with the people out there. Ground level connect, I think, is going to be very significant. Otherwise, as you just highlighted yourself, some help from the overground workers, the reports which you're getting, without that kind of help, such an attack, I don't think it is possible to actualize it. So I think it is important that that connect is revived, because electronic measures of intelligence is all very well. So that ground level connect, I think, is very important. And somehow this free space which seems to these people seems to have managed to get with all the sponsoring from Pakistan is all very well, but on the ground, this free space that they have got, that also needs to be curtailed. So at
are you surprised,
level,
General Saha? Are you surprised that these people could strike with such impunity and then on top of it get away?
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt your question. And the fact of the matter is, to be able to get away and now 48 hours. So therefore, it is important that, we are already hearing large scale search operation and all that. So this search operation has to be complemented, as I say, with very quick activation of all potential sources or all past sources, because unless and until you have the right ground level inputs coming in, it's going to be a very big challenge. And of course, as you can see, there is condemnation from across the world, including China this morning, which is a very good sign. And even Pakistan has expressed concern. They have stopped short of condemning the incident, which also indicates, the intent of whatever they are doing.
Well, various aspects of civil society have stepped in to also condemn this incident. So you're not seeing widespread condemnation coming through from Jammu and Kashmir, but also we are being told now that in the course of a hearing on this entire issue, the Supreme Court has also condemned the terror attack in Pahalgam. Now, the Supreme Court, viewers, had, of course, set timelines for elections in Kashmir, state elections. If you all remember, it was supposed to have would mandatorily have to have been held in September last year, which it was. Many people, including myself, had said that it would be a bad idea to hold elections in Jammu and Kashmir so soon after the normalcy returning. But the Supreme Court didn't want to hear that kind of feedback. Neither did the government. So we had a situation where, encumbered by the Supreme Court decision, the deadline, the government went ahead and gave its nod. Now, whether that is premature or not is a different conversation, but I want to just bring in Ananya Bhatnagar for a few seconds or so, because he can tell us a little bit about the Supreme Court's comments and the context of those comments. Ananya.
Well, the Supreme Court has issued an official statement as far as, the Pelgam attack is concerned. They've called it a completely horrendous one and attack on, in fact, the whole civilization of the country is what, in fact, the Supreme Court has gone on to say. They've condemned the attacks, very, very categorically. But Rahul, something I would like to show you is I'm at the airport. These are the naval officials here who have come here and arrived here in order to receive the mortal remains of the naval officers who had actually lost his life. And they will be escorting the family and the body, in fact, to Karnal, which is the home of, in fact, the naval officer, and there the last rites would follow. And this is the latest as far as we have gathered. The flight could land anytime soon as far as things are concerned. And these are the naval official vehicles where, the family and, in fact, the mortal remains of, the slain Navy official would actually be taken after, they arrived in the national capital very, very soon.
Yes, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, and survived by his wife Himanshi. They just gotten married in those pictures. They're heartbreaking. There you can see them, Ananya, in their wedding finery, and they'd gone there to, of course, celebrate their honeymoon. And of course, we have lost a promising officer. A report coming in fact, from that spot where that dastardly terror attack took place. Listen in.
The visuals behind me might look pleasing to your eyes. There are ice-covered mountains, snow peaks, and the beautiful valley of Baisaran. But it is not usual that we can trek to this place and to report any news story. It is not like any other day, but today there has been a carnage which has unfolded. Yesterday, 26 tourists were killed point blank and their religions were asked, but this beautiful place became a witness to that carnage which unfolded yesterday. And now multiple security agencies behind me are investigating it. We're among the first few channels to reach inside this particular Baisaran Valley and to report to you what the scene must have been like. The visuals might look pleasing to you, but really those who were here yesterday would know that what this name would mean to them forever. People will have memories, really shocking ones, and also have trauma of seeing their loved ones being shot point blank by terrorists who opened fire at them indiscriminately and killed them. And then it was a hard trek down. Even the best of the best cannot go up very easily in this particular circumstance. But this is Pahalgam, where yesterday a massive carnage took place. 26% losing their lives. One of them is also a local Muslim, but many others are also injured. And from different places and states, these people came to enjoy Kashmir, but they came here to lose their life. There are chappals, shoes, and other stuff that they left behind without picking them up, and in panic they ran away. The investigation agencies are here. The police, the other teams are also deployed in these jungles to trap them down who killed them. But yes, it's going to be a while till the things come to calm, and then we have to see what kind of response does follow from the government. This is the route to Baisaran, and this is actually no route at all. It's muddy, there are big boulders, and it's difficult to even walk on these. Even if I wore a normal shoes, it would be impossible to come here. It's muddy, look at the water that's flowing, and this is how difficult it would have been to bring down any injured or any survivors or those who were there at that time. Possibly the cells dropped by one of those tourists who came here. There are water bottles, there are shoes everywhere. Wherever you look, they have ran into panic because there were massive firing that took place, not less than a massacre. Whoever came in their way, they shot and killed them. Where is the road? Imagine how difficult. For at least 3-4 kilometers, they went up and down to go to that place. And beauty of this place might mesmerize you, but yesterday's visuals are scary. Scariest to understand that what happened here. Generally, tourists take pony and come here for leisure, but everywhere you look, there are marks and signs of the disaster that happened yesterday, and something which was unexpected. Look how I have to walk through these steep and jump into certain places. There were rains that have further dampened the condition of this particular route. It's a trek generally taken by several tourists. They use ponies, as I said. It might be beautiful, but scariest of scenes were witnessed yesterday here on this difficult terrain to reach where the carnage took place yesterday, where 26 tourists were killed and more than a dozen injured when they opened indiscriminate fire at them.
Well, viewers, those scenes will remain firmly etched in our minds, and anyone with a conscience will bring themselves to call out the root source of that terror, that bigotry. But I want to go straight across to Aman, who joins us from the Union capital, which is going to, of course, witness a flurry of activity now the next few days as India begins to formulate its response. Now, Aman, you've been keeping vigil. What are the updates that you're learning about? And what really is on the table? We are being told that all options are on the table. Where are we going to start on the ladder?
Well, Rahul, yes, all options are on the table. And what has happened so far? The Prime Minister cutting short his Saudi Arabia trip, landing in Delhi early today morning. And at the airport itself, the Prime Minister held one meeting with the NSA, with the Foreign Minister and the Foreign Secretary to get a complete briefing on what has happened in Pahalgam and what is the government planning to do next. After that, the Defense Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, had a meeting with all the service chiefs, the CDS and the NSA for close to 2.5 hours at South Block. And Mr. Amit Shah has also visited the terror-struck site in Pahalgam. He was also in Srinagar holding security review meetings. And now what we believe that Mr. Amit Shah will bring the ground input from Srinagar. Mr. Rajnath Singh will bring the input from the service chiefs on what all they have explained about the options, what all India can do. All this will assimilate now in the evening, very important 6 p.m. Cabinet Committee on Security meeting to be chaired by the Prime Minister, where number one, the immediate priority to hunt down these culprits, to hunt down these perpetrators, some of them who are believed to be Pakistanis. So the number one priority of the government is that these perpetrators need to be neutralized. They need to be caught, neutralized, whatever, but the forces are going all out against them. Number two, of course, the big priority, Rahul, is what then? What next? Is India going to up the stakes and take steps which end Pakistan-sponsored terror for good? Will we go that far? That is the big thing for the government to decide, because government has been acting with surgical strikes after earlier big terror strikes which happened from Pakistan. But on our security forces in Uri and in Pulwama, we saw this ground strike and then the air strike. But this time the attack is on Indian civilians, innocent tourists, 26 of them from all parts of India, all nearly, various states of India, from the south, from the west, from the east, from the north. So this is something that I think has enraging emotions in India. People are very upset about it. The government is very, very deeply cognizant of the same. A senior official explained to me earlier today morning, and especially this point that the attackers made, after they killed the men, Rahul,
Yes.
they came up to the women and told them that go and tell your government, go and tell Modi what we have done. So a senior official in the morning was telling me this is a direct dare to the Indian state, to the Indian government. This is like an act of war. And the government will have a response. Of course, the government will choose the time and place of its, when it will respond to this. But the government is seeing this as an act of war against Indian citizens, against innocents who have been killed in the valley, and taking back all our efforts, to bring a sense of normalcy to Kashmir, to make it a tourist haven. All those, ambitions and all those aims have been deeply hurt by this attack. The attack also coming down at a time when J.D. Vance was in India.
Right.
So, all these steps are being considered by the government. Will wait for the CCS meeting today evening, and most importantly, the Prime Minister's address in Bihar tomorrow, I feel, Rahul, will also be very, very important.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay on with us. I just want to also quickly inform our viewers that the role of 2 more local terrorists is under the scanner for aiding and abetting. Arunima, who we were just speaking to a short while back from Anantnag, breaking this news story. We'll catch up with that and we'll get you more details in just a short while after this break. Don't go away.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your
What a save! What a save!
I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Oh my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert performance. I need my career.
Coffee?
I am mighty cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
I need expert living. I need my career.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah, really narrating their ordeal. Because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible involvement of more terrorists, that there were those who were stationed at a distance with helmet-mounted cameras who wanted to shoot the entire horror unfold. Why? Propaganda. I want to go across to Arunima, who continues to stay on with us. Arunima, give us a sense of what's happening here. We're keeping up with these visuals of the Home Minister interacting with those who are grieving.
So the Home Minister has offered his condolences to the bereaved family. And now the next step that we are told is that in batches of 3, the dead bodies and the survivors will be sent to the Srinagar airport. Special flights from Delhi and Mumbai have been arranged. So the coffins will be sent to either Delhi or Mumbai, and then from there to their onward journey. Because some of the victims are from Bengal, others are from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, some are from Chhattisgarh. So government is trying to make special arrangements so that the mortal remains can reach their point of origin at the earliest. And the family members, they're asking the government is that there is a bureaucratic process involved in identifying the body, in getting the post-mortem report, and perhaps also the death certificate. And only then, when all these legalities are completed, is a body usually released. But given the situation, all they are asking the government is to help them tide over this red tape as quickly as possible, so that they can go back home and grieve with their loved ones. In most cases, it was just the husband or the wife who were honeymooning, or the husband, wife, and the kids. And now the kids are without a father. That's the situation in most cases. Okay, even as I'm speaking, the Bharatiya Janata Party Committee on Public Accounts of Lok Sabha, they are here. I think I just spotted Aparajita Sarangi. Let me see if I can get you a word with Aparajita ji. Aparajita ma'am. Ma'am, would you want to share your condolence? Would you want to share a word of condolence? Okay, so this is a parliamentary committee which is also going to pay their last respect. And they said that once they come out, they'll speak to us. KC Venugopal was also here from the Congress party. So they're all trying to.
We start this edition of news with some breaking news coming in. Priyanka Gandhi's husband and businessman Robert Vadra has taken to social media to comment on the Pahalgam terror attack. He says, and I quote, "I feel terrible and my deepest condolences are for the people who have died in this terrorist attack," unquote. So that's what he begins with. But here's why this gets problematic, viewers, in ways more than one. He then goes on to say, and I quote, "In our country, we see that the government will talk about Hindutva. The minorities feel uncomfortable and troubled if you dissect this terrorist act that took place. If they, which is the terrorists, are looking at people's identity, why are they doing this? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims. This will make these kind of organizations feel that Hindus are making a problem, creating problem for all the Muslims and looking at the identities and then killing somebody. That's a message to the Prime Minister," he says, almost not just downplaying the atrocious terror attack that has unfolded in Pahalgam, but he's in taking on the Narendra Modi government, really taking away the seriousness from this issue and pinning the blame on the quote-unquote divide, he says, is being created by the ruling dispensation. Let's first up listen into this latest comment coming in from Robert Vadra.
The 28 people who have died in this terrorist act, and a number of people have gotten injured, and definitely my deep-hearted condolences to the family who's lost their loved ones. And I would say that I do wish to say that the people who have gotten injured, I hope they recover at the earliest. Terrorist acts are really a weak way of highlighting their cause, is what I feel. This doesn't highlight a cause, it only makes the people who use these acts on civilians and people who are just there for tourists, it's a weak act. I think surely it is a time that all governments need to come together to fight this kind of an act or this kind of organizations. But I have another thought in this also. This is my thought. This is not a thought that the Congress or my family's thought. You know, in our country, we see that this government will try and show that, talk about Hindutva, and, the minorities feel uncomfortable, and, they feel troubled when you have a survey on, mosques, or you tell people you cannot pray in this way or that way. These kind of things create instability, communal issues. And if you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. What is this? Why are we having, communal disharmony in our country? This will create divides. This will create these kind of organizations to feel that Hindus are making a problem for all the Muslims. We don't need that. You ask many Hindus and Muslims together, they help each other. In COVID, we saw they help each other. They don't understand all these political ways of, trying to infuse some, or win elections, or infuse some kind of disorder in people. Looking at identities and then killing somebody, that's a message. Also sending a message to the Prime Minister of our country. Why? Because Muslims are feeling weakened. The minorities are feeling weakened. I know that 2 weeks before I was summoned by the ED, I talked for the minorities. I said that, when you're going to stop minorities or Muslims from basically saying their prayers on spilling over from their mosque to the road or on roofs of their homes, or you have a survey of the mosques that, there's a temple.
Allow me to bring in BJP Shehzad Poonawala into the conversation. Shehzad, absolutely shocking. The mortal remains of those who have lost their lives to this terrible terror attack have not even reached their hometowns. And this comment coming in from none other than Robert Vadra. Your first thoughts?
This is typical of the Congress. The Congress party is hand in glove with the enemy forces, including jihadi Islamic terrorists. And therefore, Robert Vadra, on the instructions of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, has come out to start defending these Islamic jihadists who have created absolute massacre and genocide of Hindus in Jammu Kashmir. Rather than condemn this cowardly jihadi attack, you have Mr. Vadra blaming Hindus and Hindutva. Now, this is the same thing they did during 26/11 Kashmir. You remember how they came out to blame Hindus then. They have blamed Hindus for Pulwama. They have blamed Hindus for 26/11. They have blamed Hindus for Samjhauta. This is yet another instance of the Congress party coming out in full support of those who are behind this attack. कांग्रेस का हाथ हमेशा आतंकियों के साथ, आतंकी को बचाना है, इसीलिए हिंदुत्व को ब्लेम करना है, हिंदुओं पर ही दोष डालना है.
Shehzad, there's another problem to this. If you read in between the lines and closely listen into that comment coming in from Robert Vadra, there's a portion wherein he says, and I quote, "This will make these kind of organizations feel that Hindus are making a problem or creating a problem for all the Muslims." He's even hesitant in calling out these terror outfits as terror outfits.
Yes, and by saying this, he is legitimizing, justifying the actions of these dreaded, cold-blooded terrorists. When you start giving excuses, you say that Muslims are feeling weak, Muslims are feeling insecure. So secondly, you are saying that, so therefore it's okay if a group in the name of jihad comes out and kills innocent civilians and does this kind of attack. You are saying that action ये है कि आपने मुसलमानों को insecure करवाया, तो reaction में ये terrorist हमला होगा. So A, this is justification of the terror attack, and B, it is giving a cover fire to these terrorist groups, and it's to blame and put the blame on Hindutva forces. Pakistan will use this in international forum, saying that son-in-law of Sonia Gandhi has said this, don't blame Pakistan.
And we've already heard first official reactions from Pakistan. They're almost suggesting the same. So this is only going to be another ammunition for Pakistan, almost towing the park line once again. That's the comment coming in from Robert Vadra. Thank you, Shehzad, for joining us with your perspective. Going across to CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh on that note. Pallavi, criticizing the Modi government, the central government is one, seeking answers on intelligence failure is one. But this is Robert Vadra, and as many words trying to not just pin the blame on the Modi government, but trying to talk about a Hindu-Muslim problem here, almost speaking for the terrorists. He's even hesitant in calling them terrorists.
Well, I can understand why the opposition parties would want to hold the government accountable. They would want to ask them many questions, but there's always a time for it. And now is clearly not the time. But that's absolutely right, Christine. It's not just that of timing which is at for a problem, but a problem is also the kind of words which have been used by Robert Vadra. And he's not just any other person who the Congress party can distance. I mean, I'm sure the Congress is not going to issue any statement where it's going to distance itself from Robert Vadra, because after all, he's Robert Vadra and he belongs to the first family of the Congress. But I can tell you this much, there have been many other Congress leaders who have been asked to restrain and refrain from tweeting because they don't want it to go out of control. They want to essentially to try and ensure that no damage is done. And the reason behind this is very simple. If you remember, after the Pulwama attack, there were many Congress leaders who had actually asked for proof of the surgical strikes, and that is something which continues to haunt the Congress in terms of electoral wins and losses. And when it comes to nationalism, national interest, the Congress has always been caught on a back foot on this. The Congress always accuses the BJP of playing the Hindutva card, of polarization, dividing of Hindus versus the Muslims. But Robert Vadra today will be accused by the BJP of precisely doing that same. Why are you finding that angle over here? Why are you using words which are going to embolden Pakistan? Because he talks about his ED case, he talks about Pakistan, he talks about, he talks about Christians and churches being burned. And of course, here he's talking about Muslims. So it's going to be a very tough call for the Congress party to distance itself from his comments.
Almost justifying the radicalized minds responsible for the Pahalgam carnage, if I may put it that way, Pallavi. But here's what it's also going to end up doing, and that's what was being spoken of by Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP. We've already heard reactions come in from top officials in the Pakistan establishment. They've gone on to say this has got nothing to do with us. We don't have a role to play here. Not just that, there are voices in Pakistan that are now suggesting that this is all homegrown, part of a homegrown problem, part of a wider rebellion against India.
Absolutely. I mean, look, what are you doing here? His comments are very clearly making the point, according to him and the Congress party, that you are targeting the Muslims and therefore these kind of attacks are waiting to happen. Precisely the kind of language which are used by the terrorists, by Pakistan, and those who support Pakistan, that, look at what happens in India. Our human rights are being violated, a particular community is being targeted, and therefore this is waiting to happen. And in the backdrop of the Waqf bill, we saw what has happened in Murshidabad also, Christy. Over there are Hindus who are being targeted. Over there also the justification will be found that, okay, if you're going to come out with a Waqf bill because you are supposed to be questioning and polarizing and you don't care for the Muslims, therefore all kind of violence and acts of terror can be understood and can also thereby be accepted. This is the perfect language which suits Pakistan. We are looking at a time when there's going to be a CCS later this evening. The Prime Minister cut short his visit. Clearly, the Home Minister is getting all data. The Defense Minister also getting all the data and inputs. And we can expect some strong action in the coming days or weeks coming in from the government. But with what face can you go when your principal opposition parties, which is the Congress, which has in its own words suffered terrorism, acts of terror? They lost 2 prime ministers to acts of terror. And that's exactly the question which the BJP would to ask you, that you of all the people should have understood that what you are supposed to say and what you are not supposed to say at this time. It's not even been a little over 24 hours. And, the tears have not even dried up for many.
Right.
We are seeing those poignant scenes. And therefore, that's the criticism which is going to come in of the Congress and Mr. Modi.
So far, the political spectrum across the country has been united on this issue. Very responsible comments have come in from different political parties, even in opposition to the NDA, to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Very responsible and careful commentary that's come in from many in the Congress, including Mallikarjun Kharge, one of the prominent faces of the Congress party in the country. And yet you have Robert Vadra giving it the spin. But, here's the mother of all ironies, Pallavi. If we go by this comment, once again, he was quick to say that if in this country the government will keep talking about Hindutva, then it's bound to create this kind of a divide. Has he forgotten that at the receiving end of this kind of terror were innocent Hindus, all men who were identified for their faith and then gunned down?
Which is why the Congress party has issued a kind of a diktat to all its leaders. Don't make any comments out of turn. Don't come out with any tweet which can suggest that we are siding with one side. The Congress has often been accused of running an appeasement politics, just as Mamata Banerjee has been accused of doing so in Bengal and the Murshidabad violence. But let's not compare one violence with another. And now when you're saying that this is something which is waiting to happen because of the way the Muslims are being targeted, churches of the Christians are also being burned, he's also suggesting that tomorrow it can happen to an area where the Christians are there in predominance. So in a sense, you are giving that handle to Pakistan, who has always accused us of violating human rights, completely not looking at their backyard, which is Balochistan. And therefore, that is the problem areas. It is at its critical times, and you're absolutely right. Opposition leaders so far, like Sonia Gandhi, Mr. Kharge, to a certain extent, Rahul Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee, all of them have been very, very careful. They're talking about an all-party meeting because now is the time where the entire political class will have to show that united we stand against Pakistan and the perpetrators of terror. Unfortunately, Mr. Vadra's words, which comes on one of their own, the first family of the Congress party, has provided completely damage and poured water over this kind of mellow and nuanced reaction which we seem to be getting from the Congress for some time.
Oh, yes. So he started with words of condemnation, deepest condolences, and soon after turned them into how minorities are feeling unsafe. And that is the sole reason behind this kind of a terror attack. Most unfortunate, rather shocking, Pallavi, to say the least. But it's already angered the Bharatiya Janata Party enough to come out with responses. We're seeing on social media BJP leaders come out to react already. Now, this unfortunately is going to turn political. And like we've been discussing, the focus right now is keeping everyone united. An all-party meet is on the cards. That's being spoken of. Overall, what do you make of this? Because this is now going to create rift between the two sides.
I still remember after the Pulwama attack and when there were questions being asked about a surgical strike, many Congress leaders actually mourned the fact. And I remember there was a Congress working committee meeting which was held just after the Lok Sabha elections post the Pulwama attack. And in one voice, all of them actually suggested to the Gandhis that the reason why we lost is because we lost out on the nationalism and national interest debate. Our questioning of the Balakot airstrikes or the surgical strikes has always been criticized by the BJP, and that is what the top Congress leader said. We should be more careful, which is why the Congress has tried to project itself as a party which alone understands what terrorism is all about. I mean, Rahul Gandhi on many platforms has spoken about his grandmother, his father becoming victims of acts of terror, and therefore we would have expected a certain amount of sensitivity today. Unfortunately, that was not there to be
sensitivity,
seen.
Pallavi, which is being projected by several world leaders when the entire world has come out to call out this terror attack for what it is. This kind of a reaction coming in from Robert Vadra is beyond belief. But I do want to go across to Congress's Udit Raj, who joins us on the phone line. Mr. Udit Raj, I don't know if you've heard the entire reaction, but to quickly cite an excerpt of what has been said by Mr. Vadra, he says minorities are feeling weakened. This has become one of the things that is happening very frequently, pins the blame on the Prime Minister. The Bharatiya Janata Party say the moment minorities start feeling secure, these kind of acts will stop. He's not even calling it a terror attack, sir.
See what happened. You are doing more politics what BJP is doing. You guys as
Sir,
anchor and journalists.
Don't pin the blame on the media.
Guys as anchor
Sir,
and journalists aren't ashamed
this is
of it.
absolutely insensitive on his part, and we're going to call a spade a spade. The victims have suffered terribly. The families are still tearing out, sir. And this kind of an insensitive comment.
You are mercenaries, you are shameless guys. Disgusting.
Sir, please comment to what or react to what Mr. Robert Vadra said. It's very easy, convenient to pin the blame on the media every time. Okay, clearly not getting an explanation from Mr. Udit Raj. What we're being told as we speak is the wreath-laying ceremony is taking place once again. So these are tributes being paid to the innocent victims who have lost their lives. And do remember, slowly now mortal remains are being taken to their hometowns. And we're seeing a lot of assistance on part of the central government as well. And this is the naval officer who's lost his life, the naval officer Vinay Narwal, who's lost his life to this deadly terror attack. Last rites currently on your screens. You see the wreath-laying ceremony currently underway. Do remember, he was traveling to Pahalgam with his wife, newly married, got married on the 16th. 19th is when their reception ceremony took place, just days into their marriage. They were perhaps on their honeymoon, is when he was victim to this unfortunate terror attack. But this is the latest visual set coming in as his last rites are currently underway, tributes being paid to the naval officer. And do remember that he's survived by his wife, who was also very much present at the site of the terror attack in Pahalgam, the meadow, 6 kilometers ahead of Pahalgam, where at least 4 to 5 gunmen launched this absolute disaster on some innocent people, including the naval officer who's being paid tributes as we speak. Going across to Akash, who joins us with more details. Akash, we've all been talking about this heartbreaking story, newly married couple, a naval officer who's lost his life to this terror attack. Do give us more details on what you make of the visuals that are just coming in. Who all are we spotting here?
Right. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, the officer who has lost his life in Kashmir yesterday. The mortal remains in fact, have just reached New Delhi airport, and we have these shots coming. In fact, Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral D.K. Tripathi, can be very much seen, in fact, and some other senior officers of the Indian Navy are very much there. This is the replaying that is, going on here. In fact, this is one unfortunate, incident, the attack, that happened yesterday. And the officer, who hails from Karnal, got recently married and was on honeymoon, in Pahalgam when he was shot dead in front of, others. And in fact, we are learning that a barrage of people have gathered at, his hometown, in fact, at his house in Karnal. But these shots are important enough to tell the story, in fact, to the entire country, that how people have suffered and families are suffering after the particular attack that happened yesterday, where we have lost 26 individuals, including this Navy officer. He recently got into Indian Navy. He's a lieutenant. Lieutenant rank is the initial ranks in the officers. He recently got married as well. We have been told that on 19th April he got married. He was on honeymoon when these terrorists came and asked for the identification. And it was the time when he was shot in front of his wife. We have been told that in some time from now, the mortal remains will be taken to his hometown, that is in Karnal, where we have a large gathering. And in fact, the Navy officials will be going with the mortal remains to perform the last rites. In fact, this is an unfortunate incident. The entire country is mourning the death of these 26 individuals, where we have one IAF official, Indian Navy official, IB official, and several others from different parts of the country. This is an incident that is somewhere exposing Pakistan, the forces, that are backed by Pakistan, the groups that are backed by Pakistan, and somewhere there is a demand that some sort of response should be given to those, who were behind these attacks. In fact, we have seen that how in the recent months, several sort of attacks have happened, but this is one of the kind of incident where tourists were targeted, and in fact, they were identified.
And we should all be proud of him in every way. In every way.
Here's what you see on your screens are visuals coming in of the last rites of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, and this face is of the lady who has lost her husband 5 to 6 days after their marriage. She ends with a brave Jai Hind, but of course, it's a very difficult time for the entire family. We've been reading several reports. Our reporters on ground have been reporting how the family was still distributing sweets when this unfortunate tragedy unfolded. So absolutely heartbreaking moment for the family indeed. I want to go across to Ananya Bhatnagar, who continues to stay on with us. Ananya, mortal remains slowly being brought back to hometowns, but these visuals speak volumes about what this means for the families who have lost out on their loved ones, and why really today this is the moment we all need to stand united.
Well, definitely, we all need to stand united. It's a clear time when you see the wife of Lieutenant Vijay Narwal, somebody who could not even spend a week with her husband, and this unfortunate tragedy took place. As far as the mortal remains are concerned, they have been brought back to the national capital via a special flight of Air India. The family, along with, in fact, the Navy officials were, taken to the cargo area of the airport, the T2, what we call it. They have been taken. The CM of Delhi, along with certain senior officials, Navy officials, are in fact, paying a tribute to the slain officer. But it is a time, between where the whole nation needs to stand against the kind of, barbaric attack that has occurred on us, and the kind of killings that have taken place in the valley, at a time when, we were seeing the valley flourishing with a high amount of tourism, and now we've taken a bad hit as far as this, barbaric attack is concerned.
Yes, absolutely. Lieutenant Narwal joined the Navy just 2 years ago. He was posted in Kochi, like I said. The most unfortunate story unfolding out of this tragedy is he was married just 4 to 5 days, and that explains what his family is going through. His death has sent shockwaves through the family, through the community, and the defense establishment. You see all of them present there, paying their last respects to Lieutenant Narwal. Neighbors, locals expressing their condolences, many describing him as a young officer with a bright future. His career had just begun, just 2 years into service, just a few days into marriage, and lost his life to this deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, where he was visiting with his wife right after their marriage. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, 26-year-old Indian Navy officer, hails from Karnal, was posted in Kochi, tragically killed in this terror attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. So those are visuals that we continue to keep up with. Akash Sharma continues to stay on with us as well. Akash, this is why these stories are being spoken of, why they've moved everyone's heart, they've shaken our conscience. 2 years into service, a few days into marriage, an absolute loss for the family and the establishment.
And it is, a loss for the entire nation. We have lost a young officer in him. In fact, you rightly pointed out, lieutenant is the rank, as I was mentioning earlier, is the initial level rank, in the officers in Indian Navy. He was just 26, was entering into a new phase of his life. He just got married, was on a honeymoon period, went to Pahalgam, wanted to enjoy the beauty there, wanted to enjoy the scenery there. But who knew that, the terrorists would come there, those who have no religion, those who have, no identity as such. These are terrorists, and one should condemn, this sort of attack and the forces, that are behind this sort of attack. We know that how, Pakistan has been talking about Kashmir, has been talking about Hindus in comparison with Muslims. Hindu and Muslim is something that they have been talking about. General Asim Munir, I remember the statement, that came from him just few days back. I know that how, the Baloch Liberation Army, has in fact been struggling there in the areas of Pakistan. And, that's the reason why they want to play this sort of deviation politics. And this is the sort of design that they work on. We have seen in the past that how several sort of campaigns were launched on Telegram, on Twitter, and, how, in fact, after the abrogation of Article 370, when Kashmir, has remained largely peaceful, how they're trying, to disturb the peace and harmony. And yesterday, this was an attack, that happened, and, we have lost these 26 individuals, including the lieutenant from Indian Navy. These are the visuals, Crispin, and in fact, we have, CNS Admiral D.K. Tripathi, who was there in Delhi. He decided to go there for the wreath laying. We have the family members accompanying the mortal remains of the officer. From here, they will off the road and will directly go to Karnal. Karnal is, remember, his hometown, where, we have a large gathering of people, individuals, not from the particular place, but also from, the nearby areas, because all of them want to pay their tribute to the officer, who has lost his life. Whenever we lose an officer, it is a loss for not just for the service, but for the entire nation. He was a bright officer, a young officer who was entering into a new phase of his life and was lost to this terrorist attack.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And, it was his wife, the devastated newly married woman, sitting numb beside the lifeless body of her husband, that became the face of the ghastly terror attack in Pahalgam. 26 innocent lives lost in total. But this is the next powerful visual, a visual that speaks volumes of what the entire nation is going through, is feeling with Lieutenant Narwal's wife as we speak. I want to go across to Ananya Bhatnagar, who's reporting on the story for us from Delhi Airport. These visuals coming in from Delhi Airport, and you see their emotional tributes being paid to Lieutenant Narwal. Have you been able to speak to some who'd known him personally? Ananya, tell us more about the officer.
Young officer of the Navy, in fact, somebody who joined the naval force 2 years back. A young officer who could have, gone to the heights. So we have not been able to speak to any of the people, but we can see the kind of reactions coming in. And somebody who was just married a week prior, and somebody whose house was still decorated with the wedding rituals, and now this is something that the family is in a deep shock, deep, they are still not able to process. If you could see his wife's visuals, she's devastated. She's lost her husband. Could not even spend a week with, in fact, her, and that is something that is very, very sad as far as things are concerned, because this is a barbaric attack on the unity of the nation, not only the unity, but also the communal harmony that India has always enjoyed. But this is something, that is very, very unfortunate that has taken place in, Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay, stay on with us, Ananya. Akash continues to stay on with us as well. And we'll take a moment to, while we keep up with these visuals, while we remember those who've lost their lives, and we talk about these stories, Akash, I want to briefly touch upon what's happening in the national capital, in the important corridors of the national capital. A meeting that took place a little while earlier. Earlier today, we did hear the Army Chief brief Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and ever since we've also been picking up visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah in the valley. In the latest, we're learning that he has departed for the national capital. Do remember, upon his arrival is when the key CCS meet will take place. That meeting is going to be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, so do expect a lot of developments going forward. Now, questions are going to be thought out. Is this a challenge that will continue to be difficult for India to fully address? We're talking about terrorism here. How do we make sense of Pakistan's dangerous gamble? All of that is going to be something that's going to be introspected upon. Going across to Akash for a quick update on that. Akash, I've been meaning to ask you this. We're trying to piece together what's happening in the national capital, in the important corridors, the briefing that was done on part of the Army Chief to Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. And let's just say in about an hour or two, we can also expect the CCS meet to commence, because the Home Minister has now left for the national capital.
Oh, yes. At around 6 p.m., we have this CCS meeting scheduled where, Home Minister is going to come with the sort of inputs that he have, gathered from on ground. We have Rajnath Singh, who was briefed by the service chief, the Indian Army chief specifically, and then the other service chiefs were present. We have been told that, some sort of planning also happened, because this meeting lasted for around 2.5 hours. We know that how, it's an emergency case where, PM just, cut short his visit and, returned back to the country. He was in Saudi Arabia. We know that how, and he has landed here in Delhi in the morning today. And, in some time from now, we will have this important meeting where Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh would be present. Prime Minister will, of course, be chairing the meeting. Other ministers of the cabinet, where Home Minister would be there, Minister of External Affairs, in fact. And we are learning that Finance Minister is also returning from US, so she can also be a part of it. But again, this important meeting is very much going to, play an important role, because this meeting will not only have discussion about the sort of attack that happened yesterday, but also the future course of action as to what is going to, in fact, what are going to be the sort of steps that will be taken after this sort of attack in Pahalgam. And you see, Christine, I was mentioning it earlier, it is very evident that how Pakistan is behind the sort of attack, because, we have seen the sort of statement that they have put out, sort of statement that they have put out after the sort of attack that have happened here in Pahalgam. And also we know that how the TRF, that is the offshoot of, Lashkar, has taken the responsibility. We know that how there are inputs that the group was active in Kashmir area, in the border area, has traveled to the particular region, has carried out this sort of attack. It was a planned attack where, 2:30 yesterday, they went to this particular trekking site in Pahalgam, segregated the men and, women, and then asked for the identity of the men, the individuals there, then, started shooting them in front of their family members, in front of their loved ones. In fact, 26 individuals, including the Navy officer, the Indian Army, Indian Air Force officer, and also one IV officer, have lost their life. Total 26 individuals. Many are injured, who have been hospitalized. We know that Northern Army commander was in Delhi, and he rushed back to Kashmir, very much monitoring the situation from Srinagar. We know that how such operation has been launched by Indian Army and Jammu Kashmir police, where they are in fact taking help of the kind of modern equipment. So drones are being used. They are using the tracking dogs. They are using the helicopters. The ALH helicopter that was grounded has been given permission as an exception, to operate in the particular operation. And this time around, the only priority is to look for those terrorists, who were behind the sort of attack. We are learning that it was a group of 4 to 5 who carried out this sort of attack. In fact, Jammu Kashmir police has, put out the sketches, put out the pictures, and in fact has, announced a reward on those, who are suspected, in fact, to be behind the particular attack. And we are waiting for this sort of meeting, the CCS meeting that is going to happen at 6 p.m. today. That is going to be a decisive meeting. It will have the sort of deliberation. The ministers will sit together. Ministers will come up with the sort of inputs that they have got. Raksha Mantri with the inputs that he has got from the service chief. Amit Shah, Home Minister Amit Shah, of course, with the inputs that he has got from the IB, from Jammu Kashmir Police, and also the para forces that are deployed here, that are very much working on this sort of operation. So every input, will be presented for the Prime Minister, and then, some action, decision, is expected to be taken in that meeting.
Okay, all right. Stay on with us, Akash, as we keep up with these heartbreaking visuals of Himanshi, newly wed to Lieutenant Narwal, grieving the loss and remembering her husband. On the right side of your screens, viewers, are visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah earlier today inspecting the attack site, but these are visuals of him meeting the injured at the GMC in Anantnag. So that's him interacting with some of those who are currently undergoing treatment in Anantnag a day after the devastating terrorist attack in Pahalgam that claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians. Now, this, of course, is part of the centre's immediate high-level response to the tragedy. Do remember that Home Minister Amit Shah, since early this morning, was spotted in Srinagar. Not only was he holding back-to-back meetings, he also did visit the attack site, and we did show you the aerial visuals of the Home Minister's sortie to the attack site in Pahalgam. Senior officials have, of course, been sharing details of how the Home Minister has taken stock of the situation. On ground zero, he first began his day by paying solemn respects to the slain tourists during the wreath-laying ceremony, and this at the police control room in Srinagar, followed by which he proceeded to the Government Medical College. This is a visual set coming in from the Government Medical College, Anantnag, where he met some of the injured survivors and also inquired about their treatment, reassured them of government's unwavering support. So those are the earlier visuals from a little while earlier. Following this is when the Home Minister visited or inspected the attack site himself. He also has been presiding over high-level security meetings attended by top brass from Intelligence Bureau, Ministry of Home Affairs, J&K Police, so on and so forth. But I do want to go across to Arunima, who joins us with more details on what we see on our screens and what we've seen on part of Home Minister Amit Shah the last few hours. He has been all over the valley, Arunima, from the hospital, the GMC hospital, to the police control room where he laid the wreath on the victims, to personally inspecting the attack spot. Give us a sense of, all that's transpired the last few hours before he departed for the national capital.
So the Home Minister was in Anantnag a short while ago, and he took a round of the hospital, also met the survivors who were injured, and that helped him get a first-hand account of what really transpired. The CCS is meeting this evening. We are told around 6 o'clock the CCS could meet, and some important decisions are due when the CCS is meeting. So Home Minister's experience in the valley, having spoken to survivors, having spoken to security officials and commanders, that will come in very handy in formulating a response.
Arunima, also tell us a little bit about the perpetrators. We've been putting out some of those sketches we've accessed here on CNN News 18, the one picture with 4 terrorists in it, which I believe was found on the phone of one of them who was neutralized by the forces, has also been accessed. What's the sense we get from the security establishment as far as the perpetrators are concerned?
Yes, so Junaid was one of the terrorists who allegedly carried out the Sonmarg tunnel attack, and subsequently he was identified, and in the operation he was killed. So after the operation, his phone was seized, and this photograph was found stored in his phone gallery. The 3 people seen with him have been identified as Abu Fauji, Abu Talha, and Suleiman. This is a group which agencies suspect have been active in the valley for some time now in Pahalgam area. Forces are not sure at this stage if they are responsible directly for the attack that we saw in Pahalgam, but they are a starting point for the investigators. They could have provided logistical help or provided with support. So that is a starting point. And what I have learned is that there are two other local terrorists who are also on the radar of the probe agencies. These two local terrorists who go by the name of Arbil and Asif. Arbil and Asif are two terrorists whose antecedents are being checked, and it is being confirmed whether they were responsible in any way. So, total of 5 suspects currently on the radar of the force.
Okay, all right. Many thanks for that quick update, Arunima. Speaking of all that's happening in Jammu and Kashmir, let's take out 2 minutes to play out this reaction of Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. Here's what he said in the latest.
कर्मसार क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज आप जहाँ से भी आए क्या कहा जा सकता है इसकी पुरजोर मजम्मत उन लोगों के साथ ताज़ियत और हमदर्दी का इजहार जिनके ऊपर और जिनके साथ ये सदमा बीता है। हमारे बाहर से मेहमान आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, बदकिस्मती से उनको कफनों में घर वापस भेजा गया है। यहाँ हमारा एक गरीब नौजवान मजदूरी करके रोजी रोटी कमाने वाला आदिल घर से निकला था मेहनत की कमाई करने के लिए। बदकिस्मती से आज उनका कफन जो है उनके घर लौटा दिया गया। लेकिन सुनने में आया है कि इनकी मौत ऐसे नहीं हुई, ये बहादुरी का सबूत दिखा रहे थे। वहां लोकल सुनने में आया है कि ये एक शख्स थे जिन्होंने हमले को रोकने की कोशिश की और जिन्होंने शायद बंदूक छीनने की भी कोशिश की और तभी जाके इनको निशाना बनाया गया। अब जैसे इनके घर वालों ने अभी जनाजे से पहले बात की, इस खानदान का हमें ख्याल रखना होगा, इनकी मदद करनी होगी और मैं यहाँ इन सबको यकीन दिलाने आया हूँ कि इस मौके पे हुकूमत इनके साथ खड़ी है और जितना हम इनके लिए कर सकेंगे हम कर लेंगे। सर
All right, so that's the latest comment coming in from J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. He's also come out on several occasions. The last 24 hours alone itself condemned the dastardly terror attack. He's spoken of it without holding back and has called out terror in as many words. But do remember, viewers, this also makes us want to shift our focus to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in the valley. We're seeing several bunds take place. We're seeing protests being staged by several groups, all political stakeholders in the valley, speaking in one voice as we speak. There's a shutdown. Schools have also been shut for the day. That's pretty much the face of the valley today in the wake of this devastating loss or devastating terror attack, which has claimed the lives of 26 innocent people from across the country. There are people from Maharashtra, Karnataka, Odisha, West Bengal who traveled to Jammu and Kashmir, who were casually walking around, eating food. They were engaged in these laughable conversations with their family members when these terrorists attacked them, took them down one by one. Nishan Vani, my colleague, has been getting us non-stop ground reports from Pahalgam, the attack site. Take a look. All right. I beg your pardon. Nishan Vani joins us live on the broadcast. Nishan, do give us a sense of what's happening in the latest. A short while ago, we saw visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah inspect the terror spot. There surely is a lot of movement there itself, because Right now, we're being told that search operations are continuing still. We're reporting minute-by-minute updates on the perpetrators and what really the security agencies are up to. What have you been able to gather the last few minutes, Ishan?
Well, search operation is going on at the same time. Security forces are also gathering clues and leads to track them down. Look, it's a very difficult terrain and an intense operation. If at all they are able to engage them in a gun battle, it would be very difficult to trap them down. One, because they're highly trained, highly motivated. At the same time, they are the ones who have been responsible for several attacks, including civilian targeted attacks, attacks on the Indian Army in Rajouri, Poonch sectors, and they have also been responsible for carrying out an attack on the army convoy in Gulmarg, if our sources are correct. And the group is a similar one which had come from Pir Panjal towards Kashmir Part, have been stationed here for a while. There is still some air activity that is going on, officials coming here. There's a team of NIA which is camping in Pahalgam to actually know about the leads and clues and to collect evidences from the spot. We saw that multiple NIA members were trying to collect samples. They were collecting clues, and at the same time, wherever there was blood stains, they were collecting them and checking that if they would be able to link them with the investigation and case further. Now it's very clear that their handlers and the people will be staying across, and that's where the instruction must have come to hurt these tourists, to hurt India, and that is the clear intent. Now the choice has again been interesting. Most of the attacks that have taken place south of Pir Panjal or in Kashmir, the attacks have taken place at certain points where it's difficult for the army and security forces to reach quickly, and they are buying time so that they can escape. And similarly, this point was chosen where security forces would take a minimum of 40-45 minutes to reach, and by 45 minutes post they get an alarm about an attack taking place at an isolated location. It would take them a while to even gather and then move there. So that is a kind of tactic which is not hard to pick even for the agencies. Like we have seen this happen whenever we have reported
Ishan, sorry to
these
interrupt you there, but
incidents
this is
where,
a tourist hotspot, on a daily basis, especially peak season. There are thousands of tourists that walk up to or trek up to this particular point. It's a vast grassland, as we can see. So there's a flat land there. Why is it that there was no kind of security deployed? Anything you've heard on that note from officials stationed there?
Well, exactly. That seems to be the point why we have been saying that there's a bit of security failure in this, apart from the intelligence. Because generally, if you have around 2,000 people visiting this place, which is isolated and close to the mountain areas, considering the fact that they have chosen such kind of targets, there should have been an application of mind in the higher-ups that there could be possibility of attack taking place in these locations. And it's not impossible to guess, because once you are handling a certain situation, you should have seen through all of these things and place certain cops there at the gate or at different positions, considering the fact that one, when you're evaluating, you're seeing that this place does not have a road connectivity. There are similar kind of two places in Kashmir, in Pahalgam. One is Betav Valley and one is Aru Valley, but both have accessible road, but this one doesn't have any accessible road, and that's why this was picked up. And the failure is on part of the forces, that they did not person who are in charge of looking at the security aspect of it. They should have realized that this is a place where tourists go, and since mountains are something which have been frequently used by these outfits, that they should have stationed some personnel there as well.
Okay, so a lot of questions that need to be answered still. Too soon, I'd say. There are other things that are being focused upon as we speak. Ishan, many thanks for getting us that quick update. We'll keep coming back to you. Thank you for sending out those ground reports. But let's shift our attention for the moment on what some of those who have been at the receiving end of this terror attack have been going through. This terror attack in Pahalgam has left families of the deceased in immense grief. Many still desperately searching for the missing loved ones. Not just that, some of them have not been able to fully digest what has happened the last 24 hours. What began as a peaceful vacation for many turned into a nightmare in no time as the devastating incident unfolded without any warning whatsoever. The tragedy has taken a grim turn with official confirmations that have now climbed up to 26. One can say that the possibility of that number going up cannot be ruled out entirely, because there are those who are undergoing treatment still. But do remember, these victims are from several parts of the country, including Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Maharashtra as well. And as these names of the deceased and the injured continue to emerge, CNN News 18 has been getting you these heartbreaking stories of loss and disbelief in the wake of the terror attack. Listen into some of the reactions.
आपसे लास्ट कब बात हुआ था, कल या परसों?
পয়লা বৈশাখ বাবা মা পয়লা বৈশাখে ইয়ে জানিয়েছে, প্রণাম জানিয়ে তারপরে ও একটা ইয়ে ছিল কি নেশা ছিল, নেশা বলে এরকম ইন্ডিয়ার অল ইন্ডিয়ার মাঝে মাঝে ঘুরতো, এখানে সেখানে, আবার কাশ্মীর। হঠাৎ একটা নেশা হয়ে গেল যে কাশ্মীর যাব, কিন্তু এইটা জানতাম না কবে যাবে, ডেটটা ইজ নট পারফেক্ট। তারপর লাস্টে শুনলাম ইয়েস্টারডে আর কি, যে হ্যাঁ একটা ওর ওয়াইফকে নিয়ে আর ওর আর একটা বাচ্চা ছিল কাশ্মীর গেছে ট্যুরে। কঠিন শাস্তি না, কিন্তু কি কেন এরকম হলো, আসল তো হলো যে শাসন, রাষ্ট্র শাসনে এইরকম ভাবে, হ্যাঁ কেন কেন এইরকম করলো
বলার তো ভাষা খুঁজে পাচ্ছি না আমরা। মানে খবরটা দেখে তো আমরা প্রচন্ড শকড, কি বলবো। এইভাবে একটা কোথাও ঘুরতে গিয়ে প্রাণ চলে গেল, এটা তো ঠিক কথা যে একটা জায়গায় যখন কোনো কেউ আসে তার তো সবকিছু চেকিং হয়, তাহলে সেই চেকিংটা কিভাবে হলো যে এরকম ভাবে জঙ্গিরা হামলা করলো অথচ কেউ জানতে পারছে না।
একটা জঙ্গি হামলা হবে, দেশের মধ্যে একটা জঙ্গি হামলা হবে, আমাদের ইন্টেলিজেন্স।
Father, who is more than 8 years old, he has just shattered, he has broke down, he has no words to say. What was his son's fault? His son's fault was that he only wanted to travel. And absolutely, it's a very bereaved families. The condition is really bad, and the father literally has broken. Tan's mother is also with us, and literally they are in no condition to talk. Ashima, as you can see, it's only their tears, and we really don't. They are really in how much shattered and shocked they are. মাসিমা, আপনার সঙ্গে লাস্ট কবে কথা হলো?
পয়লা বৈশাখ প্রণাম জানিয়েছি সকালবেলায়, আমাদের পড়াশোনা নববর্ষের দিনে। মা সবসময় খবর নিত, সবসময় খবর, খাওয়ার দাওয়ার, মেডিক্লেম করা, আমার অন্য জোগাইতো। ও ছাড়া আমাদের কেউ নাই পৃথিবীতে। আমরা দেশ থেকে যখন এসেছি মা, এরম করেই এসেছি, হিন্দু না মুসলিম চেক করে করে ছেলেদের আর মেয়েদের শাখা না ভেঙে চুরে সিঁদুর পুছে।
Well, that said, do remember the Prime Minister's cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia. He's back in the national capital, and close to 6 p.m. is when he will preside over the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting for follow-up deliberations in the wake of this dastardly Pahalgam attack. We leave you with that for now. Heading into a very quick break, my colleague Akanksha joins you in just a bit with the latest.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
Bye, please.
आइडिया खुद। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
What a save! What a save!
I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
What a save! What a save!
I need expert savings. I need my carrier. I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah, really narrating their ordeal. Because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible involvement of more terrorists, that there were those who were stationed at a distance with helmet-mounted cameras who wanted to shoot the entire horror unfold. Why? Propaganda. I want to go across to Arunima, who continues to stay on with us. Arunima, give us a sense of what's happening here. We're keeping up with these visuals of the Home Minister interacting with those who are grieving.
So the Home Minister has offered his condolences to the bereaved family. And now the next step that we are told is that in batches of 3, the dead bodies and the survivors will be sent to the Srinagar airport. Special flights from Delhi and Mumbai have been arranged. So the coffins will be sent to either Delhi or Mumbai, and then from there to their onward journey. Because some of the victims are from Bengal, others are from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, some are from Chhattisgarh. So government is trying to make special arrangements so that the mortal remains can reach their point of origin at the earliest. And the family members, they're asking the government is that there is a bureaucratic process involved in identifying the body, in getting the post-mortem report, and perhaps also the death certificate. And only then, when all these legalities are completed, is a body usually released. But given the situation, all they are asking the government is to help them tide over this red tape as quickly as possible, so that they can go back home and grieve with their loved ones. In most cases, it was just the husband or the wife who were honeymooning, or the husband, wife, and the kids. And now the kids are without a father. That's the situation in most cases. Okay, even as I'm speaking, the Bharatiya Janata Party Committee on Public Accounts of Lok Sabha, they are here. I think I just spotted Aparajita Sarangi. Let me see if I can get you a word with Aparajita ji. Aparajita ma'am. Ma'am, would you want to share your condolence? Would you want to share a word of condolence? Okay, so this is a parliamentary committee which is also going to pay their last respect, and they said that once they come out, they'll speak to us. KC Venugopal was also here from the Congress party, so they're all trying to put up a united face and saying that we are one with.
We have the best countries, and we were treated proud and happy. And we should all be proud of him in every way.
It's barely been a day that the dastardly attack in Kashmir took place, that too on innocent civilians, shattering the illusion of calm. And the politics in India has already begun. Day after Pahalgam attack, which claimed 26 people, Robert Vadra, the Gandhi son-in-law, has now stoked controversy. When he blamed Hindutva for this horrendous attack, Vadra said that minorities of the country are feeling weakened and troubled because of government's Hindutva narrative. The Bharatiya Janata Party has come down heavily on the Congress party, saying that the grand old party's mentality of the Congress has germinated the seeds of hatred in the country today. Remember, what's ironical is that two leaders from this very party have been victims and prey to terrorism themselves. Let's listen in to what Robert Vadra of the Congress parties had to say.
In our country, we see that this government will try and show that, talk about Hindutva, and, the minorities feel uncomfortable, and, they feel troubled when you have a survey on, mosques, or you tell people you cannot pray in this way or that way. These kind of things create instability, communal issues. And if you see the way this act, if you dissect this terrorist act that took place, if they're looking at people's identity, why are they looking at people's identity? Because there's a divide that has come about in our country with Hindus and Muslims and also Christians. On Easter, I saw video footage of churches being burnt, priests being troubled. What is this? Why are we having, communal disharmony in our country?
कांग्रेस का हाथ हमेशा पाकिस्तानी इस्लामिक जिहादियों के साथ. Once again, Congress party in less than 24 hours is defending the Islamic jihadi terrorists of Pakistan. It did so in 26/11 by blaming Hindus. It did so in Pulwama. It did so in Samjhauta. It's doing the same in Pahalgam. Even before the bodies of our innocent citizens can reach their respective houses, before that, Congress not only has justified the terrorist act, they always echo the Pakistani script and Pakistani line. Congress has become not INC but PPP, Pakistan Parast Party. It has been done at the behest of Rahul and Sonia Gandhi that Robert Vadra has made this statement to defend Pakistan and to justify terrorists and to blame Hindus for it.
All right, Pallavi Ghosh is joining me on the broadcast. Let me quickly get in some perspective. Pallavi, Robert Vadra's comments are particularly shocking, especially unbecoming of a son-in-law who belongs to the Congress party, or rather is tom-tommed as the son-in-law of the entire Congress party, given that two former prime ministers from the Congress party of the Gandhi Parivar themselves fell prey to extremist forces.
Well, after 2019, when the Pulwama attack and the Congress leaders, many of them relentlessly questioning the surgical strikes, the Congress really faced the brunt of what was being seen as not understanding the entire idea of nationalism and national interest. And there were voices within the Congress also who actually echoed this idea that because we kept on questioning, because we did not speak out enough, that's the main reason why we had lost out. And that is why the Congress has been extremely careful whenever these kind of acts of terror, and if you've been noticing the statements which have come in the last 24 hours, whether it was a Mrs. Sonia Gandhi or Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge or even Rahul Gandhi, they are more nuanced. They're saying we stand with the government on this. We want to have an all-party meeting on this. I think the criticism and questioning of the government is the responsibility of the opposition. They would want to ask that. But, it is usually kept for a later day. It's been just a little over 24 hours. The dead bodies of the mortal remains are going back home. The tears have yet to dry up. And there are horrific scenes which are being played out both in Srinagar as well as in Pelgam. So at this point of time, Mr. Vadra insinuating that it's the non-secular politics of the Modi government, where he places Hindu versus Muslims, where the Muslims and the minorities feel attacked. That is the reason why these acts of terror have happened, is exactly what Pakistan has often said about India, where there has been a denial of human rights in the valley, and that is the reason why they want to have free the people of Kashmir. We want to make them free and independent, and the legitimate home is actually Pakistan. So Mr. Vadra is speaking a language which the BJP says is exactly the language of Pakistan. And second, is it a time to say so? Why are you emboldening our enemies across the border? And that is where he has invited a lot of criticism.
When he was being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, he called it vendetta politics. But is this not coming across as vendetta politics himself, when he is almost also sounding his own personal grouse, because he's talking about Hindutva forces? Is this the time to talk about Hindutva forces and how minorities are being targeted in India?
Absolutely. I mean, these are sensitive times, and these are times where every politician, and he certainly sees himself as a political leader, will have to be extremely careful about what they say. I did speak to him, and he made it very clear that, while I don't condone Pakistan and I don't support and I condemn what has really happened there, but he seemed to be sticking to his stand that the BJP or the Prime Minister will have to own up their responsibility. They have to follow secular politics.
All right, Pallavi, you've made a very interesting point. You've made a very interesting point that you had. In fact, you've also got us a reaction from Robert Vadra. We are breaking that for our viewers as we speak. Stay with me, Pallavi, for more perspective, because CNN News 18 has confronted Robert Vadra over his remarks on the terror attack. He's in fact gone on to say that I do not support Pakistan. On that note, let's quickly go back to Pallavi. Pallavi, as you were saying, that he's saying, all right, let's also listen in to what Robert Vadra had to say in that conversation he had with CNN News 18.
Mr. Vadra, I'm just talking in the context of a recent bite or statement you've made, which has now stoked a lot of controversy, where the BJP is saying that the Congress party once again is playing politics, and also the fact that now you're making Hindu versus Muslims. What would you want to say to that?
It's totally incorrect, because I totally condemn this terrorist act, because it's obvious that if any citizens of our country, maybe what religion they follow, are killed by terrorists, like my late father-in-law was killed by terrorist attack, obviously, I mean, I will condemn it. Obviously, I feel the same way. But why? Give me an answer. Why were the IDs checked? What is their thought process? We have to be a secular country, and we must be above party lines, and we must be together as one, united to fight the terrorism. I mean, that's what my thought is. That's it.
But Mr. Vadra, when you say that churches are being burnt and about attacks happening on Muslims, this is exactly what Pakistan has often accused our government of. That the reason why there are acts of terror is because there are human rights violations taking place. Won't you think you're going to embolden Pakistan at a time when a government is possibly mulling at some strong...
I am totally anti-Pakistan and their ideas towards India, for sure. But you tell me what is happening in our countries, in churches, and what is happening overall in mosques and surveys and various other things. What is your thought as a journalist or a citizen of this country?
All right, I go back to Pallavi, who had that conversation with Robert Vadra. Pallavi, it is understandable that one may have their own concerns when it comes to minorities in our country. We are living in a democracy at the end of the day. But, here is why Robert Vadra is being compared to as being one supporter of Pakistan, because today itself, the Defense Minister of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif, has said that this is a reaction coming in from the minorities who feel suppressed by the Hindutva forces. And that is the very line that's being told by Robert Vadra himself.
And that's exactly the question which I asked him. I asked him that, when you're saying that there are human rights violations or the minorities are being targeted, aren't you speaking the language of Pakistan? And you heard his response. He have absolutely rejected it, saying that he's condemning this terror attack, but at the same time, the Prime Minister also has to go in for a wake-up call. The Prime Minister also has to own up the responsibility, and he also needs to run a secular government. Whether it's been a Waqf bill, whether it's targeting on minorities, that's a point which has been raised not just by the Congress, but the Trinamool Congress, Asaduddin Owaisi, the Samajwadi Party. But that's a different situation. That's a different context. You may have an objection to, say, a triple talaq. You may have an objection to a Waqf bill on the grounds that a particular minority is being targeted. But at a time when it's an act of terror, this is an act of terror. There have been 28 people or more possibly who have actually been killed in the most gruesome manner. They've been targeted for being Hindus. That is enough evidence to show. And of course, everyone, the entire country is in a state of shock and it's mourning it. And there you have one of your most high-profile political leaders who very openly nurtures political ambitions, actually saying that this is a sign and this happened because the Muslims and the Christians, for example, are being targeted. In a sense, it's absolutely the language which are going to be used by the Pakistanis.
And it's certainly one that is also adding salt to the injury of all of those victims, the entire nation, as we sit in mourning. But having said that, has he also behaved like a loose cannon? Because you were talking about other reactions that have come in from the Grand Old Party, and they have been far more nuanced. Even if we were to look at, say, Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who's also called it an intelligence failure, but he did not really communalize the matter.
Absolutely. I mean, all of them, of course, want to question the government. And that's the reason why they really want to go in for an all-party meeting, which is fair enough in a democracy. You have every right to question the government and ask for the accountability. But to cast aspersions on the secular fabric and using that as a reason why this terror act took place, that is something which would be unacceptable. The Congress has already issued a kind of diktat to its leaders that please don't make any statements out of turn. Don't tweet anything out of turn. Don't write any such thing on the social media. Unfortunately, I know that the Congress party will not be able to say anything to Mr. Robert Vadra, because when I asked him, are you sticking to your stand? He ended up by saying, yes, absolutely, I do. Because the Prime Minister also has to be secular in nature. His government will also have to be secular in nature. So there is no repentance, there is no remorse, there is no going back or clarification coming in from Mr. Robert Vadra.
It's rather ironical that he's talking about the Prime Minister being secular on a day we are looking at a terror attack where Hindus were particularly targeted and identified and killed on gunpoint. Going to request you, Pallavi, stay with me. Let's also play out a reaction that's come in from Nalin Kohli of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Statement coming from Mr. Robert Vadra. What kind of sensitivity towards the victims of this dastardly terrorist attack? On the one hand, Prime Minister Modi cuts short his foreign visit to Saudi Arabia, comes back at the airport, holds a series of meetings. The Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah ji, rushes to the valley, immediately is taking stock, is with the family members. A terrorist attack where the terrorists went out, religiously identified every victim, and in the most cruel manner shot them dead, killed them in front of their family members. On the one hand, the Congress party's national president holds a press conference to say that they are with the government. On the other hand, Mr. Vadra, who's from the Nehru Gandhi family, is coming out with such a statement, trying to do not only this dirty level politics, but at the same time speaking the language that we often hear from terrorists, giving a justification for the attack. What kind of sensitivity it is to all those people who have been brutally murdered by the terrorists, their family members, their friends, the rest of the nation which is outraged. Mr. Vadra must apologize for the statement, and the Congress party and the Nehru Gandhi family, Mr. Sonia Gandhi, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Ms. Priyanka Vadra Gandhi, they must come clean whether they stand with this statement or not.
Robert Vadra is giving clean sheet to Pakistan.
One of Jammu and Kashmir's most visited tourist spots, Pahalgam's Baisaran, popularly known as Mini Switzerland, became a site where terrorists unleashed the bloodbath on 22nd of April. As tourists were enjoying pony rides and snacks, the gala time was interrupted by a group of armed terrorists with army fatigues. The group of terrorists rounded up victims, segregated them by their gender, even their religious identity, before shooting them dead. In the latest, the first pictures of the 4 suspected terrorists who were involved in the terror have been released by the security agencies. Remember, this comes after the first sketches of the 3 suspected terrorists were released earlier today. Meanwhile, agency sources have informed CNN News 18 that the site was deliberately chosen. The aim was to cause maximum casualties. The NIA has now joined the investigation. Army and CRPF have joined the search operation as well. An all-out operation has been launched to nab the cowardly terrorists, taking stock of one of the biggest terror attacks on civilians. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, even cut short his Saudi visit. Remember, he was in Jeddah yesterday, and upon his arrival, he was briefed about the attack by Foreign Secretary, even the NSA Ajit Doval, the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who were all at the airport itself. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has paid homage to the victims of terror and even met with the families who lost their near and dear ones in Pahalgam. Sources have informed us that the government is mulling an all-party meeting to keep the opposition informed about the developments. The outrage is palpable. Let's quickly cut across to the Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh, who is currently addressing the reporters.
हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। इस दुखद समय में दिवंगत आत्माओं की शांति के लिए मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं। यहां मैं भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प को दोहराना चाहूंगा कि टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। भारत एक इतनी पुरानी सभ्यता और इतना बड़ा देश है जिसको ऐसे किसी भी आतंकी गतिविधियों से किसी भी सूरत में डराया नहीं जा सकता। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं। साथियों, आज आप लोगों ने जो आयोजन किया है उसमें सबसे पहले मैं मार्शल ऑफ द इंडियन फोर्स अर्जन सिंह जी की स्मृति को नमन करता हूं और उनको अपनी हार्दिक श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। मुझे यह जानकर अच्छा लगा कि आप सभी उनकी स्मृति में यह कार्यक्रम प्रतिवर्ष करते हैं। अपनी बात प्रारंभ करने से पहले मैं भारतीय वायुसेना को उनके अदम्य साहस और पराक्रम के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। जिस प्रकार से वायुसेना भारत की सुरक्षा में तत्पर है, उसे देखकर हर भारतवासी अपने को गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है और निश्चिंत रहता है। हमें इस बात का संतोष रहता है कि आपकी छाया में हमारा पूरा देश सुरक्षित है। मेरी ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है कि आपका शौर्य इसी प्रकार आसमान की ऊंचाइयों को छूता रहे। आज आपने जो यहाँ पर चर्चा के लिए, बातचीत के लिए विषय रखा है, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ द इंडियन फोर्स, मैं समझता हूं कि यह विषय न केवल हमारी एयरफोर्स की अब तक की पूरी यात्रा को अपने भीतर समेटता है, बल्कि यह आने वाले समय में इसकी भूमिका को और सशक्त करने के डिस्कोर्स को भी हमारे सामने रखता है।
Remember, Baisaran Valley is where the attack actually took place. It's known to be extremely difficult terrain, but in fact, Zaka Jacob joins me on the broadcast. He'll take you through the entire location.
So yesterday afternoon at 2:30, when these terrorists, and at least we know that there are 4 of them, 2 of them foreign terrorists from Pakistan, when they landed up at this Baisaran Valley Park, which is where this massacre took place, just to give you an idea of why such a large number of people died, and yet there was just 4 terrorists who managed to come in and then, carry out the carnage and then leave almost unscathed. This is the topography of the entire area. This is the Baisaran Valley Park, which is about 3.5 kilometers or so in radius. It is flat land. These are meadows. If you just take a sort of 3D view of it, you can see that all around this Baisaran Valley, there are, these Pir Panjal ranges, the forest, the thick forest. But this particular area itself is flat land. This entire belt is flat land. You can see a few settlements here, which are basically, your tourist homes, your little restaurants, etc. But ultimately, this is where the attack itself happened. I want to go back to the 2D images. From here is where the terrorists came in. This is where the tourists were. It's a beautiful view because it's flat land. You can see, the upper reaches of the mountains just standing here. The unfortunate part, and the reason why such a large number of people were killed was because they have no place to hide or no place to run. There are hardly any trees around here. There's hardly any construction, buildings behind which they could have taken refuge. It was essentially just flat land. In other words, these people were sitting there as sitting ducks, literally, for these terrorists to attack. And also, the terrorists, after they came in and attacked, coming down from the mountain ranges, come into this area. This area has an entry and exit gate. So there is one narrow pathway to enter this place, which they were manning. There was a second terrorist team that was manning that pathway or the entry and exit point. And then what they did was, right after carrying out this massacre, they went up in these multiple directions, all of which are thickly forested areas, which is where you're seeing the search operations happening since this morning. And this is why it was so difficult to stop these terrorists. And now there is a massive manhunt on to try and bring these perpetrators to justice.
To you, Zaka, for breaking down that entire location for us. On that note, let me also bring in our guest today. I'm joined in by Major Manik Jolly, who's a defense expert. Many thanks to you, sir, for joining in. Zaka was just now taking us through that entire terrain. It lies between the south of Pir Panjal range, and if you look at the Zanskar range, that is where, in fact, Pahalgam is nestled between both these ranges. Do you think that now, as far as these complicated terrains are concerned, where security deployment has not been adequate enough as it should have been, becoming those vulnerable targets for these terrorists?
I think the thing is, as it has been told by many people, it is typically what we call a soft target. It was recce, and everybody understood the fact that there is no security force presence. If you try and draw a parallel to what happened in October 7th in that music festival in Israel, remember? There's no security forces, people were in party mode. The aspect of attacking such places is that the reaction time is very slow. If you see a couple of videos here also, you will realize, even if when the gunshots were going on, kids were still jumping around, people were still moving around. They thought some army training is going on, and they could not even comprehend this is, a terror attack happening. In that, because there's a large area to cover, there are a lot of people, terrorists take it as an advantage that when people don't react that fast, they have more time to target more. So these are well thought of plans. And also, as your colleague just given the terrain, it has kind of a very narrow passages and very limited passages. So you block them, you surround the people, you choose a place where so much happiness is there that it just does not register to people that they are being attacked. And it has a vicinity of army here and there, and there's a thinking that it might be army exercise happening or something. So it was a well thought of plan. That's what I'm trying to say, in that they did choose this place only because there is no security force around, and it is known. These kind of inputs, as is the old age adage goes, it does not happen without local support.
Oh, absolutely.
Inputs are given by OGWs who are in the area, because even though there is no presence, there must be some patrols happening time to time.
True.
Somebody must be visiting, even if it is a government agency. So
Mr.
these
Jolly,
people
I'm
are
going to
able to
request
tell
you to
exact,
continue
yeah.
staying with us because, in fact, as we speak, we're getting in some very significant, crucial inputs coming in from our defense sources. Our correspondent Akash is bringing us those inputs. An intelligence assessment is currently being done, and that is suggesting that there are 42 launch pads present close to the LOC across 10 opposite Kashmir, 32 opposite the south of Pir Panjal range, the SPPR is what we are being told. Around 110 to 130 terrorists are currently present in these launch pads. We can expect India's security forces to now look out for those launch pads and destroy them as well. But this is the latest input that we are bringing to you as that entire assessment that's being done, which has now rounded up close to 42 launch pads being present close to the LOC across 10 are in fact opposite Kashmir and 32 opposite to the SPPR, which is the south of Pir Panjal range. Akash brings us those breaking inputs. Akash, expand on that information that you've got for us and how many are still believed to be hiding out in that forest of Pir Panjal range.
Right. When we are talking about these launch pads, we are talking about the areas cross border. Specifically in POK. That is the area administered by Pakistan as of now across LOC. We have been told, and this is on the basis of the assessment, that around 110 to 130 terrorists at present are very much there in these launch pads, trying to infiltrate into the Indian boundaries. We have seen, fresh infiltration attempt in the morning today, where 2 terrorists were neutralized by the Chinar Corps, the 15 Corps based in Srinagar of the Indian Army. And we are learning that these launch pads are very much present across the border, and we have got strong intel as far as the launch pads are concerned. So we know that how in the past operations, in fact, Indian Air Force destroyed several sort of camps and launch pads. This time around, this is the assessment which is clearly indicating that Pakistan is basically, training these terrorists, and these terrorists are basically trying to infiltrate into the Indian boundaries.
Many thanks to you, Akash, for bringing us those breaking inputs. We'll keep coming back to you as and when more information trickles in. I am going to go back to Major Jolly, who continues to stay with us. Major Jolly, what is your assessment now and that information that's been brought to us by Akash, which is highlighting that, these terror launch pads are very much existing. He's also shared with us the location, many opposite to Kashmir, some, in fact, across LOC as well. The name of the Pir Panjal range has been time and again surfacing. Do you not think that this has also been an intelligence failure and a security lapse on India's part? Because if the tourists were there, why weren't the security forces adequately present?
We see, it is always, as it was operational success and intelligence failure. When things go right, people are really happy to say that, we did it well. But whenever things go wrong, and it is not that intelligence was not present, I can vouch for it, that there must be many sources, whether it is military intelligence or IB or other agencies or police, they would have been passing out that the infiltration is going to increase, launch pads are being created, numbers are there. But the thing is, the onus goes on how well are you able to catch them? How well are you able to check the infiltration? What your colleague just gave is a very solid input, actually, that these numbers are present at this location. Now the armed forces can actually concentrate on that area, because you actually cannot man every inch of LOC. It's hundreds of kilometers, and it's very complicated terrain. And the area which you just mentioned that it does not have, this is part of how the state administration does. Which place will be manned by which agencies, also part of the state administration, that if this theme park or, mini Switzerland was to be given police protection, was to be given CRPF, that is a state administration thing. How much police force, or if they requisite for army, it has to be there. So hence it is the onus of everybody. You cannot blame it on that army was not there. Army is positioned within the area which is given to the army. You deploy your troops there. So it was nice. And I heard somebody giving the reason people did not want to, scare the tourists coming there. So that maybe the state tourism department thought, why, overwhelm the people with so much security? Let them have a good time here. It seems like a good place. Nobody goes there. We did not have So let's keep it security forces free.
All right, Major
Hence,
Jolly, I'm
the
going to
decision
request
was
you to
taken.
continue staying with me because I also have Ishan Wani. He's been tracking all the developments for us, all the details ever since that dastardly attack, in fact, took place. Ishan, I think the moot question right now that everybody is trying to crack is why was that entire location left unmanned? If it's referred to as the mini Switzerland in the valley, it is playing as a major tourist destination. Major Jolly was, in fact, highlighting a very significant point that, there are also calls taken by the state government and that there's also an onus to be placed on the state government. So, to steer clear of any kind of blame game between the center and the state, the fact is that why was such a major tourist destination left unmanned?
Well, it's important for us to understand that we have a UT government in place, but it does not hold the charge of Home Department. Essentially means the paramilitary forces or the police which works on the ground works directly in accordance to the center and under the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, who time and again reviews the security and checks the detailed outlook of the intelligence and also the inputs that forces receive, be it the police, be it the army, be it the other paramilitary forces. There's a concept of Unified High Command, which was formed several years ago by a governor when he formed multiple teams of security forces who would sit together and discuss what's going to happen or what are the inputs so that there's a coordination among forces. So Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha is currently the in charge of the security in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why directly the state elected government cannot be put at fault. But yes, what the elected government has been trying to do is that they have been trying to install confidence among the local stakeholders, while the Lieutenant Governor and his administration is also attempted before the election to install peace in Jammu and Kashmir, to ensure that a peaceful environment is provided. And that's why you saw a reduced number of attacks. But yes, this attack has exposed a gap of security not being present at a place where at least you would have around 2,000 visitors on any given day to see it. It's called mini Switzerland. We generally, when I pass through this Pahalgam road, I would see ponies and ponywalas who will directly ask tourists that they will take you to mini Switzerland. So it was a go-to thing for locals here. And when it was very clear, even to the journalists who cover these stories, even for me, that if these militants have taken advantage of the mountainous areas, be it in the Pir Panjal, Kishtwar, Doda, Udhampur, and why they can't take it in Kashmir, because we saw a similar attack taking place in Gulmarg on IAF convoy. We saw this attack taking place in Gulmarg, I beg your pardon, in Sonmarg, when the tunnel was attacked, they disappeared in the mountains. And now here again, there was a mountain which was unguarded, and just police could have kept, or the security forces could have kept a couple of security force personnel there who could have created a little scare that there is a presence of footprint of security forces, because the plan that they chose was perfect to in a way because there was a road that never existed, and it would take at least 40 to 1 hour for the best to reach there by foot. And imagine the more time you also need to synergize and reach there and find the location, and the time that is consumed when the calls are made by the victims to the family. Because remember, they were the victims who called the police control room and informed that there have been attack on them, and then later on the time which would have passed by transferring this information. So it was all time consuming and hard to bring down injured, which resulted in their own spot.
Stay with me, Ishan. Stay with me. In fact, we have that statement coming in from the Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh, who's made a very significant statement while delivering that lecture at the Arjun Singh Memorial. And in fact, he's gone on to say that jo zimmedar hai, unko bahut jald hi jawab milega. Let's listen in to what the Defence Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, has had to say.
कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
All right, a very self-assuring message coming in from the Raksha Mantri over there. Akash joins me with more details on that news story. Akash, shed more light when the Raksha Mantri says that right now. Many are asking that question. Will India respond at all? That's amply clear that yes, it will, but how calculated and how decisive will be our response is the question.
And in fact, it has been made very clear by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Akanksha, where this is the first statement of his after the attack that happened yesterday. And he has made it very clear and in fact promised that there will be a strong retaliation. He has made it very clear the action will be taken against the terrorists and also against those who were behind these terrorists, helping them, backing them. And I quote, "The government of India will take every necessary and appropriate step. Will not only reach to those who carried out this incident, but also to those who were from behind the scenes, conspired to orchestrate such act on Indian soil." So it has been made very clear by the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. We know that how he was briefed about the incident, in the afternoon today by the Indian Army chief. And in fact, all service chiefs were there in the meeting that lasted for 2.5 hours. We know that how he is going to take these inputs to the CCS meeting that is going to happen in some time from now. But the highlight of his statement is that he has promised to the country that there is a strong retaliation that is coming from the government side. In fact, he has warned for the strong retaliation and has promised for the strong action. He has also mentioned about the zero tolerance policy of the Indian government. And more importantly, he has in fact, expressed deep condolences to those, in fact, who have lost their loved ones. In fact, the individuals who have been lost to this particular terrorist attack.
Right. In fact, we've already set the precedent with Balakot and Uri. So many are asking what is going to be the kind of scale of that response. India is going to seek revenge, but how will we do that? How strategic will be our response? That is something we'll have to wait and see. But in fact, I'm getting in breaking inputs right now. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive, as we are learning that Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir's statement was the beginning of a big terror plan. CNN News 18 is in fact decoded Asim Munir's statement that reflects his action in Pahalgam. The terrorist attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, of course, cannot be viewed in isolation from the inflammatory rhetoric of Pakistan's army chief. Top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18 that General Asim Munir's recent statements and actions provide the motivations and even the timing of the attack. Remember, this is something that has almost been also echoed by the Defense Minister Khwaja Asif of Pakistan today itself. On that note, I go back to Ishan Vani, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Ishan, at the moment, important to allude to that speech that was delivered by the Pakistan Army Chief.
Well, absolutely right. And that's why intelligence agencies have taken a note of it, that ever since he made that speech, it seemed like it's provocative and go ahead enough for these outfits to carry out deadly attacks like these. Because he categorically made a difference between Hindus and Muslims and laid the entire detailed outlook of why they laid a foundation of a Muslim state and asked them to teach their children that how they are different from Hindus. And that was clearly a go ahead in the messaging from the top, because we know that Pakistan is generally run technically by this army, and General Asif Munir is one of the top most and the most powerful leaders in the country. He is a military leader, but yes, he calls the shots, and his messaging was very important, and that is why the intelligence agencies have taken note of whatever he has said, and they believe that when he said, and I quote, "Our forefathers thought we are different from Hindus in every aspect. Our religion, customs, traditions, thoughts, and ambitions are different," and it seems like the agencies had picked up his note whenever he said it, that this is going to be a green signal for such people to go ahead and carry out a massacre like what we have seen in Pelgam. It was not just that. And remember, we can't read this in isolation. There was also about the timing when the Vice President of United States was in India, and we have seen when Bill Clinton was in India, there was a massacre of Chetty Singhpur, and after that, when Barack Obama was in India, there were attack that a notorious commander of Lashkar, Abu Qasim, carried out in Hyderpur area of Srinagar. So yes, there is a detention to divert, to make sure that Kashmir is back on the limelight, and that seems to be the case and intent, and there has been a green signal, seems like indirectly, from none other than Asim Munir.
Many thanks to you. In fact, Ishan, I'm going to request you to continue staying with me. Let me, on that note, in fact, bring in our guest, Major Jolly, who continues to stay with us. So how do you weigh in on, several experts are, in fact, now referring to that speech of General Asim Munir. They're saying that it was a prequel, a prologue of sorts. Do you also see that as a prequel to this entire event? Not to forget the timing, we are seeing that, it is time for the Amarnath Yatra to begin. Pahalgam serves as a very significant, important base camp for all of those pilgrims who were to go. And you can already see that statement coming from the DGCA, where they are talking about how tourists have been extremely afraid after yesterday's entire terror incident, and they're already demanding that they brought back.
So I agree with you and what your colleague is saying. Asim Munir, whatever statement, there's another statement he gave, that we will never forget that Kashmir is a jugular vein. And he's addressing a lot of gathering and trying to. So what happens when he gives these statements? He has done a lot of homework. He's taken people on board. He knows what is going to happen. This is the green signal. This is flagging of his terrorists. It is a ceremonial event. He declares the game starts. It is that kind of thing. It's a ceremonial thing when immediately after such incidents happen. This has been a pattern for very long, actually. It has happened earlier also. So what Asim Munir has done, he has, as I would perceive, he has gotten a lot of Tanzeem and this organization back, ISI controlled. They are planning to get into the first act which they have carried out, and this would not be in silo. The terrorists who have infiltrated or were already inside, this is part of a bigger plan. Although Indian security forces and intelligences will get after them and they will try and thwart as much as possible. But the point is, there is a bigger game here. And why do they want to stop tourism? Because, there's another argument that goes, nobody should hurt tourism because terrorists are local friends. It will hurt their rosy roti. Wo khana kaise khayenge? So terrorists are local friends. They will not. Now, by doing that, he has proved that Pakistan terrorism is no friend of locals either. They just want that the terror should be such that tourist, Indian or foreigner, should not come to Pelgam, Sonmarg,
and they've
Amarnath
plucked
and all
the
that.
lowest hanging fruit, that is the tourists. And
Yeah.
Major Jolly, that's why I want
Yeah.
to ask you, do you think that Pakistan itself is finding itself isolated today? Because all countries, even say Bangladesh, where relations currently are in a very tricky domain, have condemned this incident. From the United States to all of Europe, even Japan, Australia, our Quad partners are standing in solidarity with India. That also includes, of course, Israel, which has undergone what happened to the country on October 7. Having said that, Pakistan is the only country which has not condemned this terror attack. What does it speak of Pakistan, and what does it speak of the global support that New Delhi has received today?
So if Pakistan condemns this attack, firstly, nobody will believe them because everybody knows the terrorist organization which is taking claim for it. Even its mother organization, both are based in Pakistan. So it just, there's no value to that condemnation. Secondly, as you said, and it is a point in case that this is the time Pakistan is badly isolated. And I think the final downfall started the day they actually handed over Afghanistan to Taliban, 15th August 2020, when they actually celebrated from rooftops that we have created extended Pakistan. That is the time the actual, the journey towards the end for Pakistan started. Since that time, their armies have been fighting Afghans. They have lost prime minister after prime minister in terms of political debacles. Their army has been suffering huge casualties. There's no economy. There's no international support. There's no loans coming. So, it's like that.
Many thanks to you, Major Jolly, for joining in. Appreciate your insights here on CNN News 18. With that, we're slipping into a quick break, but do stay tuned to our non-stop coverage on that attack in Kashmir. Several lives have been lost, but the Indian government, of course, has vowed to get justice to all those families who are in mourning today as the nation mourns with them. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
जीरा से प्याज
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
My dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
Coffee?
I am my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
Bye, please. Bye, please.
I am my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah, really narrating their ordeal. Because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person, interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible involvement of more terrorists, that there were those who were stationed at a distance with helmet-mounted cameras who wanted to shoot the entire horror unfold. Why? Propaganda. I want to go across to Arunima, who continues to stay on with us. Arunima, give us a sense of what's happening here. We're keeping up with these visuals of the Home Minister interacting with those who are grieving.
So the Home Minister has offered his condolences to the bereaved family. And now the next step that we are told is that in batches of 3, the dead bodies and the survivors will be sent to the Srinagar airport. Special flights from Delhi and Mumbai have been arranged. So the coffins will be sent to either Delhi or Mumbai, and then from there to their onward journey because some of the victims are from Bengal, others are from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, some are from Chhattisgarh. So government is trying to make special arrangements so that the mortal remains can reach their point of origin at the earliest, and the family members.
We have the best curries. And we were treated proud and happy. And we should all be proud of him in every.
Staying with our live and continuous coverage on the recent terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, which has left several families of the deceased in immense grief, with many still desperately searching for missing loved ones. What began as a peaceful vacation for many turned into a nightmare as the devastating incident unfolded without any warning. The tragedy has taken a grim turn, with official confirmations that several of the 26 victims were tourists from across India, specifically from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, even Maharashtra. As the names of the deceased and injured emerge, CNN News 18 gets you this heartbreaking story of the loss and disbelief in the wake of this terror attack.
Come back. I pray that his soul may sleep peace. And we have the best life, please. And we were taken proud and happy.
सर ये जब कल खबर आई तो कैसे आपको पता लगा ये हुआ? और आज से कुछ दिन पहले यहाँ पे शादी हुई थी, शादी के बाद तुरंत मातम आ गई।
थ्रू सोशल मीडिया। यस सर।
तो यहाँ जब घर आए तो घर वालों, आप इनकी शादी में आए थे जब परसों शादी थी 19 तारीख को?
शादी में नहीं आ पाए थे, हम रिलेटिव हैं, शादी में नहीं आ पाए थे किसी वजह से, लेकिन रात 10 बजे के करीब पता लगा कि वैसे हादसे का तो पता लगा कि वहाँ अटैक हो गया आतंकवादियों का। उसके बाद फिर जैसे सर्च किया ना तो इनका नाम आ रहा था, नेवी ऑफिसर, पता लग गया
इसका तो इंसाफ होना।
अभी 19 तारीख को ही शादी हुई थी इनकी।
हाँ, कुछ भी रहा है नहीं, सब खत्म है।
आपसे लास्ट कब बात हुआ था, कल या परसों?
পয়লা বৈশাখ বাবা মা পয়লা বৈশাখে ইয়ে জানিয়েছে, প্রণাম জানিয়ে তারপরে ও একটা ইয়ে ছিল কি নেশা ছিল, তো নেশা বলে ইন্ডিয়ার অল ইন্ডিয়ার মাঝে মাঝে ঘুরতো, এখানে সেখানে, আবার কাশ্মীর। হঠাৎ একটা নেশা হয়ে গেল যে কাশ্মীর যাব, কিন্তু এইটা জানতাম না কবে যাবে, ডেটটা নট পারফেক্ট। তারপর লাস্টে শুনলাম ইয়েস্টারডে আর কি, যে হ্যাঁ একটা ওর ওয়াইফকে নিয়ে আর ওর আর একটা বাচ্চা ছিল কাশ্মীর গেছে ট্যুরে। কঠিন শাস্তি না, কিন্তু কি কেন এরকম হলো? আসল তো হলো যে শাসন, রাষ্ট্র শাসনে এইরকম ভাবে, হ্যাঁ কেন এইরকম করলো
বলার তো ভাষা খুঁজে পাচ্ছি না আমরা। মানে খবরটা দেখে তো আমরা প্রচন্ড শকড, কি বলবো। এইভাবে একটা কোথাও ঘুরতে গিয়ে প্রাণ চলে গেল, এটা তো ঠিক কথা যে একটা জায়গায় যখন কেউ আসে তার তো সবকিছু চেকিং হয়, তাহলে সেই চেকিংটা কিভাবে হলো যে এরকম ভাবে জঙ্গিরা হামলা করলো অথচ কেউ জানতে পারছে না?
একটা জঙ্গি হামলা হবে, দেশের মধ্যে একটা জঙ্গি হামলা হবে, আমাদের ইন্টেলিজেন্স।
Father, who is more than 8 years old, he has just shattered, he has broke down, he has no words to say. What was his son's fault? His son's fault was that he only wanted to travel. And absolutely, it's a very bereaved families. The condition is really bad, and the father literally has broken. Tan's mother is also with us, and literally they are in no condition to talk. Ashima, but you can see it's only their tears, and we really don't. They are really in how much shattered and shocked they are.
Mahi sir, how?
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
What a save! What a save! I need expert savings. I need my carrier. I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah. Really narrating their ordeal, because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we'd put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible
We have the best night, buddies. and we were taken proud and happy. And we should all be proud of him in every.
Good evening. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde, and our continuous coverage of the terror attack that took place in Jammu and Kashmir. In one of Jammu and Kashmir's most visited tourist spots yesterday remains our top focus. It was in Pahalgam's Baisaran, which is popularly known as Mini Switzerland. That was a site where Pakistani proxies unleashed bloodbaths. Group of terrorists rounded up victims. They segregated them by their gender first and then by their religious identity before shooting them in cold blood. In the latest, the first picture of 4 suspected terrorists who were involved in this terror attack has now been released by the security agencies. There is operations that are continuing on ground to try and find these 4 to 6 terrorists that are believed to be holed up in those forests that surround this particular attack site. First, the sketches of 3 suspected terrorists were released. That was this morning. And then these pictures were brought in to corroborate the identity of who these terrorists are. They are now being tracked down and hunted by our agencies. Sources, in fact, have told us that the site was deliberately chosen, that the aim was to cause maximum casualties. An all-out operation has been launched to nab these cowardly attacks. In a first public response, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has sent out a stern message to Pakistan. He says that the accused will get a befitting reply very soon.
कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। इस दुखद समय में दिवंगत आत्माओं की शांति के लिए मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं। यहां मैं भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प को दोहराना चाहूंगा कि टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
The world is standing with India in this time of crisis that we are facing, in this time of demand that is coming in from all quarters, that not only should terror be condemned in the strongest words, but it needs to be dealt with an iron hand as well. US Vice President J.D. Vance, who is in India on his state visit, he sent condolences over the terror attack as well. He says that the United States continues to offer all assistance and support to India in its fight against terror.
I want to just, of course, issue our condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack. The president's already spoken with Prime Minister Modi. I believe I'll be speaking with him later this afternoon. And obviously, we're providing whatever assistance and help we can provide to the government, to the people of India.
Siddhant now joins us, getting us more perspective on this. Siddhant, the United States is just one of those countries that have stood steadfastly with India in this time of the terror attack that we're facing. World leaders, foreign ministers, diplomats here in India, they've all spoken out in the strongest of terms condemning this terror attack.
Well, that's right. And in fact, J.D. Vance is in India, and this is happening at a time when the visit of U.S. Vice President is still going on. In fact, there was a statement which we received from J.D. Vance yesterday. Several other departments of the U.S. government have also, reacted to this incident. In fact, they all have extended support to India. President Trump spoke to Prime Minister Modi this morning, and in fact, he assured all help and assistance to India. And as you said, U.S. government is standing shoulder to shoulder with India at a time when India is mulling over various options to retaliate, perhaps to go after Pakistan. That is what is being reported. So in these times, support from United States, in fact, not just United States, countries like Russia, France, Germany, Italy, heads of states and heads of government. There have been 16 heads of states and heads of government which have condemned the terror attack. There are more than 20 foreign ministries across the world have condemned the attack. Major economies, world players have done that. So, it shows that how India has successfully managed to outmaneuver Pakistan's lies and disinformation over Kashmir, and perhaps the world has realized that finally come to this realization that who is on a receiving end, who is actually a victim, and this is a reason that world is sending condolence messages and strength to India so that India can fight back, stand against terrorism.
Absolutely, Siddhant. Thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. My colleagues Ishan Vani and Aman also join us on this broadcast. Ishan, you're on ground there in Pahalgam. You've been there since yesterday. What's the latest that you can tell us? The hunt is still on for these 4 to 6 terrorists that are believed to be hiding somewhere in these forested areas that surround this particular valley, that surround this particular area where the attack took place yesterday.
Well, yes, Poonam. The hunt is on. The multiple teams of para commandos, the Indian Army's Rashtriya Rifles, Jammu and Kashmir Police and CRPF are coordinating to carry out a massive operation. It's not like any other operation where you just go and neutralize a militant based on an input. But it's an operation which is massively spread over several acres of forest area. And then you have dense and steep terrain, and sometimes the enemy can be at an advantage. So you have to go very brisk and take no risk for any casualties further. And that's why the operation is taking a little more time. But time is of essence, as we say. And that is the case in this particular operation. What they cleverly did, because we have come through that area, reporting through that area, it's very clear that they knew and assessed that there will be a timing gap and there will be time for them to escape. Because the route there does not have a road. It is mud, it's slush, it's rough terrain, and then you also have big boulders in between. So generally when tourists go to this place, they hire a pony and go there. Otherwise, it's hard to commute there by foot. Difficult terrain. I have trekked that area just a while back, and coming and going out of that area is not easy at all. Even the bus are challenged there. And when this attack took place, it must have taken more than 45 minutes for the forces to reach there, and let alone the time that they might have spent to regroup as a force to reach there. And then because of the fact that one of those whose husband was shot at, she made a call to the police control room Srinagar saying that they have been attacked at Baisaran, and that's when the police came in action. But it's a difficult terrain and a difficult task for the security forces. But the question is that was there any intelligence failure? Was there any intelligence input which said that this magnitude attack will take place in Pahalgam? But yes, when you have a location where at least 2,000 tourists visit in a day, who frequently visit there, and then it is nested between a deep mountain and forest area, you have to have some kind of a guard there. Be it the police, be it the army, or any other forces might have to use their patrols, might have to station their guards there. And when the attacks are particularly taken place in the forest areas, and that's why it is more of a question than an answer. And that's the question that right now is emerging when you look at the entire scenario and the sort of carnage that has unfolded there in Baisaran area. The forces are there. There is NIA also. We're told the IG of NIA, DIG, NIA, and SSP rank officer are camping in Pahalgam to take vital clues and leads. We have seen that investigating agencies have taken samples and leads from the location. But the fact is that 26 people have lost their lives. The coffins have been sent home. The families have seen graphic visuals which will haunt them forever. And particularly those children who saw their fathers getting brutally killed point blank range. And even those who killed them knew that they have to target their vital areas. If you look at the videos that we have seen, which are very graphic, they have been shot in their head mostly, and others have been shot in their chest. It has been a close range fighting where target is to finish them and kill them, and it's impossible to bring anyone back to the hospital and make him survive when he has received bullet wounds bang on center of his head and massively on the chest or any other part of the body. But several, injured are there to tell their story and narrate this massacre, and they are being treated by a team of doctors. Around 17 of them are hospitalized. Some have trauma and some have minor injuries. But yes, it's a story which entire Pahalgam will never forget.
And the entire country, in fact, will never forget. It's something that we want a retribution for, that Pakistan and its proxies need to be punished for spilling blood on Indian soil. And that's the clear message that the armed forces of India, the government of India, and every single individual here is wanting. Do stay on with us, Ishan. Before I get in, Aman, as well, we have some more breaking news that's now trickling in. What we're now learning is that CNN News 18 has been exclusively able to tell you who exactly is the mastermind as far as the agencies are concerned. The agencies believe that Sajid Jat, alias Saifullah, is believed to be the main commander behind this entire attack. He's the face of Pakistan-backed terrorism in Kashmir. He's used this kind of militancy, the kind of narrative and the propaganda that's been brewing there. Technology is something that he's been using as far as unleashing his terror is concerned. This is what we're gathering from our intelligence sources. In fact, what we've learned is that not only is he a prominent face that the agencies have had on the radar here in India, here in Jammu and Kashmir, but his affiliation with the Lashkar-e-Taiba is also extremely known. And since yesterday, remember, CNN News 18 has been telling you that Lashkar is the one that's behind this particular dastardly attack. Ishan continues to be with us, getting us all those details. Ishan, what more can you tell us about this particular mastermind of this attack? How exactly it is that all of this was planned and then implemented?
Yes, exactly. His name has propped up in several investigations that have been done by the agencies in the past as well, be the attacks on civilians, be the attacks on security forces, or other attacks that have been carried out in Kashmir Valley. Now our editor Manoj Gupta, who has spoken to top intelligence sources, have again said that their eye is on Sajad Jat. His alias is Saifullah. Not the first time that even the NIA has named him, and there are several cases that NIA has also registered against him. That he's known somebody who's a recruiter and motivates them well to join the outfit, which has been named as the Resistance Front, which is nothing but a Lashkar's offshoot to prevent that backlash that the Pakistan faced in the wake of several attacks that were carried on the Indian soil. And then these outfits started propping up post the abrogation of Article 370, that it's an indigenous resistance, so to say, that is locally done. And because he has also served as an operational commander of Lashkar, so he's been instrumental in running camps there, and that is why his role has propped up again. Though there are possibility of others also who might have masterminded this attack, but the agencies are saying that he has been also been responsible for using technology like drone-based dropping of weapons that have been sometimes recovered in Jammu region, particularly on the IB or the line of control towards Kashmir, and the idea of using the drugs to generate money is also coming from them. So yes, he's somebody where all investigating agencies are pointing out their fingers at, and is not for the first time and possibly not the last time when the intelligence agencies have hinted at his role in such kind of brutal attacks on the Indian soil.
Right. In fact, what we're putting out now for our viewers is this cash reward that's now been announced, even as the hunt is on for all of these 4 to 6 terrorists that are believed to be holed up in that forested area near the Baisaran Valley. Now we're given to understand a cash reward of about 20 lakhs has also been announced by the Jammu and Kashmir police for anyone who could come forward, give out information about who these men are that were involved in this attack. Not only the Pakistani proxies, but also the locals that are believed to have been seen as guides or as acted as guides for these particular terrorists, who ensured that their route was mapped out for them. Any information on those individuals is going to be rewarded. All steps are being taken, in fact, by the administration, by the army and the Jammu and Kashmir police to ensure that all of these terrorists are hunted down at the earliest. Arunima also joining us on this broadcast from Jammu and Kashmir. She's been in Pahalgam since this morning. But Aman, as far as retribution is concerned, the question on everybody's mind is, what exactly is going to be India's response to this? Would we find the answer to that question when the crucial CCS meeting is chaired by the Prime Minister in a short while from now?
Well, Poonam, the CCS meeting will happen, but we won't know what happened in the CCS. It's a secret meeting, and obviously the government will not want to leak or tell what it will do in the terms of response before its response actually happens. We have seen that in the case earlier of Uri and Pulwama attacks. We knew what the government did after the government did it. But what we do know is that there's been hectic activity in the last 24 hours ever since the news of the Pahalgam attack has come to light. We saw the Prime Minister cutting short his visit. We saw the Home Minister being rushed to Srinagar last evening. He has spent much of his night and today visiting the terror-strict spot and other holding top-level review meetings. Then we had Defense Minister Rajnath Singh hold a 2.5-hour long meeting with the 3 service chiefs and the NSA today morning, where the entire attack has been discussed, why it has happened, the timing, the location, and what options does India have. I think what is very, very significant is what Rajnath Singh has said at this function a short while back. This is, I think, the first public statement by the top government minister on what the government could do next. I would like to read out from his statement. He is saying that I assure the countrymen that in view of the incident, the government of India will take every step that is necessary and appropriate. Mr. Rajnath Singh is also saying we will not only reach those perpetrators who have carried out this attack, but we will also reach those who are sitting behind scenes and have conspired to commit such a nefarious act on the soil of India. Rajnath Singh also said the people responsible for such acts will get a befitting reply in the near future. So I think this shows the government's how the gravity of the situation. The top minister, the defense minister of the country, is saying that not only will we account for and reach the perpetrators of this attack, we will also reach the masterminds who are sitting behind the scene, not taking the name of Pakistan, but the signal is definitely towards Pakistan. And the government has a big call to take, because after Uri and Pulwama, we saw the surgical strikes happen in Pakistan, terrorist launch pads. But is the government right now ready to go as far as to end Pakistan-sponsored terror for good? That is the big question. And the CCS meeting, which happens today evening after 6 p.m. with Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah in attendance, along with the NSA, will take some hard decisions in the short term and in the medium term. The government's action is expected to be much more than Uri and Pulwama attacks. That's what I can tell you from sources, that the government is considering very serious measures, and we will soon know what the government does in this regard. But I think the defense minister's statement is a very big giveaway that with what seriousness and gravity the government is considering this situation.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Modi, too, in his first response yesterday on social media, had come out and made it very clear that those guilty, those responsible for this dastardly attack will have to pay the price. Arunima, the Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, is en route to Delhi, where he of course, is going to be attending that CCS meeting when it happens here. But any inkling of what his assessment has been of what transpired on ground, what the next steps should have been? Any information that perhaps you've been able to gather from your sources within the Home Ministry?
General BBC.
Now you could get visuals of him reaching his residence, and he's expected to leave for the Prime Minister's residence around 6 p.m. As far as assessment here is concerned, he has very meticulously recorded what the survivors have told him. For example, the helmet-mounted cameras shooting at point-blank range, the bodies being segregated, the locals and the non-locals getting segregated, and then the non-local males getting hit at point blank range. In some cases, their faces have been disfigured because of the impact of the shot. All of this has been noted by the Home Minister. And if you see his 2 tweets, 2 of the social media posts that he put out, he said that Bharat will not really take this lying down. So again, that messaging from the Home Minister, the same as Raksha Mantri. But what that response of India could be, one indication given to us is that for some time now, Pakistan occupied Kashmir has been on the agenda of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But is it now time to really do something about Pakistan occupied Kashmir? Because POK is providing the launch pads for infiltrators to cross over. Even in this case, even though suspicion is around 5 local terrorists, but 5 of them could have been FTs. So Pakistani terrorists coming in via POK. So could the CCS decision be something to do with India's next step to create a buffer zone between India and Pakistan? The buffer zone that Pakistan occupied Kashmir once was, that was subsequently taken away. So that is one thing that is getting speculated upon, but we'll have to wait and see what the CCS finally decides.
Absolutely. Anytime after 6 p.m. is when that CCS meeting could take place. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who's also a part of the Cabinet Committee on Security, was in the United States. She's cut short her visit. She's on her way back as well. We will keep a track of what transpires both here in the national capital and on ground in Pahalgam. I thank all my colleagues for joining us and getting us those inputs. It is time for a quick break on this edition, but we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
लाल रंग इसका
My dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
What a save! What a save! I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
Coffee?
I am my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
What a save! What a save! I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
Bye, please.
I am my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah, really narrating their ordeal. Because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible involvement of more terrorists, that there were those who were stationed at a distance with helmet-mounted cameras who wanted to shoot the entire horror unfold. Why? Propaganda. I want to go across to Arunima, who continues to stay on with us. Arunima, give us a sense of what's happening here. We're keeping up with these visuals of the Home Minister interacting with those who are grieving.
So the Home Minister has offered his condolences to the bereaved family. And now the next step that we are told is that in batches of 3, the dead bodies and the survivors will be sent to the Srinagar airport. Special flights from Delhi and Mumbai have been arranged. So the coffins will be sent to either Delhi or Mumbai, and then from there to their onward journey, because some of the victims are from Bengal, others are from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, some are from Chhattisgarh. So government is trying to make special arrangements so that the mortal remains can reach their point of origin at the earliest. And the family members, they're asking the government is that there is a bureaucratic process involved in identifying the body, in getting the postmortem report, and perhaps also the death certificate. And only then, when all these legalities are completed, is a body usually released.
Thank you for staying with us here on CNN News 18. Our continuous coverage here on the Pahalgam attack that claimed 26 innocent lives continues. In fact, news now coming in via intel sources here on CNN News 18 is that the TRF, which is the resistance front, a proxy for the Lashkar-e-Taiba, is dangerous. It's evolved over time, which is why it is concerning that this is a rebranded proxy version of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. TRF, remember, had claimed responsibility for this attack on on the attack on these innocent civilians and tourists in Pahalgam, in which 26 lives were lost. The aim of the TRF and Lashkar is to project Kashmir's militancy as indigenous. They want to avoid international scrutiny. That's their aim. But all fingers are being pointed towards Pakistan, and the world is calling out this kind of cross-border terrorism. It was particularly to avoid scrutiny from the Financial Action Task Force. Remember, Pakistan has been in the grey list for the longest time as far as terror financing went. Terms like resistance were chosen to deliberately show the visibility globally. They want to mask their ties with the ISI, is what we are now learning. So there is an evolved strategy that we're seeing from Pakistan-based terror groups like the TRF or the Lashkar-e-Taiba to try and mask what they're doing, but the world is seeing through. Lieutenant General Nirborkar, former GOC of 16 Corps, is joining us on this broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. We've been discussing the terrorists who are responsible for spilling this kind of blood, for unleashing this terror in Jammu and Kashmir. The TRF, or the Resistance Front, we know is a proxy of Lashkar-e-Taiba. But the kind of evolution that we've seen, or the kind of planning that we've seen in this attack, is that concerning? Is that something that India should look at even for the future now and develop other ways in dealing with these organizations?
See, what happens, the final outcome, whether it is Lashkar-e-Taiba, JEM, TRF, or any other Hizbul Mujahideen, outcome is the same. They are doing the activities in the Kashmir and in the Indian part of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, TRF per se is very well known that it is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba. And whatever methods they take to obscure its linkage, I think it is futile. And therefore, everybody knows that, it is an outfit which is sponsored by the people. However, only one thing is there. As far as Lashkar-e-Taiba is concerned, most of the terrorists, they are from Pakistan. Whereas in TRF, many of the supporters, one can say 60-40, most of them are locals also. So therefore, that can be a way of disguising that, yes, they are the local homegrown militants, which actually is not the case.
So they're trying to make it look like this is some kind of indigenous problem. That's something that the Pakistani minister today as well hinted at. But this is only to try and shirk blame for what Pakistan has been doing for decades together, and that is spilling blood on Indian soil. And they will not escape responsibility from that. India is going to be calling them out, both militarily and diplomatically, on global forums as well. Unfortunately, I'm out of time. Lieutenant General Nirborkar, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18 and sharing your perspective. Our coverage, though, here on CNN News 18 will continue. We'll keep getting you voices from on ground in Pahalgam. The families that are completely shattered and broken at this point, their stories are being narrated here on CNN News 18 as well. Do stay on with us.
मेरा वोल्टास
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought cricket fans.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert living. I need my career.
My dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
I need expert performance. I need my career.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah. Really narrating their ordeal, because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person, interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. Families that were on vacation, that were holidaying, who have lost their loved ones, most of them losing out on their father, their husbands, speaking of their stories of horror that they'd witnessed in Pahalgam last afternoon. 2:30 p.m. viewers is when the terror attack was reportedly to have happened. 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. This lasted for about 20-25 minutes is what our reporters on the ground have been telling us. And now there are other details emerging slowly on the possible involvement of more terrorists, that there were those who were stationed at a distance with helmet-mounted cameras who wanted to shoot the entire horror unfold. Why? Propaganda. I want to go across to Arunima, who continues to stay on with us. Arunima, give us a sense of what's happening here. We're keeping up with these visuals of the Home Minister interacting with those who are grieving.
So the Home Minister has offered his condolences to the bereaved family. And now the next step that we are told is that in batches of 3, the dead bodies and the survivors will be sent to the Srinagar airport. Special flights from Delhi and Mumbai have been arranged. So the coffins will be sent to either Delhi or Mumbai, and then from there to their onward journey. Because some of the victims are from Bengal, others are from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, some are from Chhattisgarh. So government is trying to make special arrangements so that the mortal remains can reach their point of origin at the earliest. And the family members, they're asking the government is that there is a bureaucratic process involved in identifying the body, in getting the postmortem report, and perhaps also the death certificate, and only then, when all these legalities are completed, is a body usually released. But given the situation, all they are asking the government is to help them tide over this red tape as quickly as possible, so that they can go back home and grieve with their loved ones. In most cases, it was just the husband or the wife who were honeymooning, or the husband, wife, and the kids, and now the kids are without a father. That's the situation in most cases. Okay, even as I'm speaking, the Bharatiya Janata Party Committee on Public Accounts of Lok Sabha, they are here. I think I just spotted Aparajita Sarangi. Let me see if I can get you a word with Aparajita ji. Aparajita ma'am. Ma'am, would you want to share your condolence? Would you want to share a word of condolence? Okay, so this is a parliamentary committee which is also going to pay.
We have the best colleagues, and we were treated proud and happy. And we should all be proud of him in every.
It is the worst terror attack on Indian soil on civilians since 26/11. 26 innocent tourists who were holidaying in one of the most picturesque touristy spots in Pahalgam in Baisaran, popularly known as Mini Switzerland, were the victims of a bloody carnage that was unleashed by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists who entered that park, killed wantonly, and then returned. The group of terrorists, they rounded up the victims, they segregated them, first by gender, then by religious identification, before shooting the men dead point blank. Now, the latest is the first set of pictures of the four suspected terrorists that have been released today. 3 of those 4 have been identified by the security agencies. 2 out of the 4 are reportedly Kashmiris who were exfiltrated to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir back in 2017-18, and then they came back. The 2 others are suspected to be Pakistani terrorists. Meanwhile, top intelligence sources have also said that the site of the attack, the park, the valley, the meadow, which is really an open space, 3-4 kilometers wide, which has very little, natural obstructions, that was chosen deliberately to cause maximum casualties. It also had 1 entry and 1 exit point, which was again manned by these terrorists. Now an all-out operation has been launched to nab these cowardly terrorists. In fact, in his first public response and first public comments since what we saw last afternoon, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has sent a stern message to Pakistan saying that all of these 4 terrorists will get a befitting reply. It's not just them, but their backers, the people who hide behind a curtain, as he put it, will also get a befitting reply. But we are counting down to the all-important Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that is due at 6 o'clock in about half an hour's time. Let's bring in our expert views on this here in the studios. Rahul Trivshankar, our consulting editor here at Network 18. I'm also joined by my colleague Anand Narasimhan, who's, of course, on the road in Mumbai on a patchy line, I'm told. So, Anand, I'll start with you first. We're building up to the Cabinet Committee on Security, which, of course, is the highest political body which will authorize the Prime Minister to take whatever action is necessary in response to what happened yesterday in Pahalgam. What are you hearing? What are you picking up? And why do you believe yesterday's attack really draws a line in the sand, that India's response needs to be forceful, it needs to be proportionate, and most importantly, it needs to act as a deterrent?
Chaka, I'm joining from the land or from the city that witnessed the horrific 26/11 Mumbai. After 26/11, there was a pledge that was taken, an oath that was taken by the Indian polity, the Indian state, that such an act will not be repeated on Bharatiya soil again. This is the second biggest attack on civilians on Bharatiya soil. How has this? The CCS has to now comprehensively decide that there will be a national security doctrine that will be followed, that will be a whole of nation approach, which will ensure that enemies of Bharat will be brought to book. And there will be a relentless relentless pursuit of these enemies, and it will be preemptive, be it on our western border, be it on, or who are targeting our citizens, profiling them by religion and trying to disrupt the Hindu way of life, will be brought to account. And this does not matter whether it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Prime Minister, or Dr. Manmohan Singh as Prime Minister, whichever political party or government. This is about Bharat, this is about a country. Can the government of the day, on behalf of the Indian people, take a position which will be followed through by the people of India? That we will not compromise our country, and anybody who wants to break us, who wants to bleed us with 1,000 cuts, will be shrunk and eventually they will be erased. That is the threat, and that is a posture that we need to take as a nation, saying, don't mess with us. Don't mess with our people. You touch a Hindu, when I say Hindu, not by their religion, but those who follow the Hindu way of life of Hindustan, you touch an Indian citizen, you touch a Bharatiya, you will have to pay the price for it. That is the strength of Bharat that we need to showcase, and that's what I would like to see the CCS come out and with a firm resolve. Balakot was an aberration. You cannot sit and rest your laurels on Balakot, because Rahul, Zaka, viewers, all of us will realize they are not relenting. They don't care if 100 are dead or 300 are dead. They will try and radicalize 300 more and then they'll send them across. How are we okay with 120 foreign terrorists on our soil? How are we okay? How are we saying we know they are there, but we don't know where to find them? Why is it that we have not collectively found them out, weeded them out and exterminated them? Why is it that we are soft on those people who are giving them backing on our own soil? Why is it that we don't come out critically? That's the big question. Why aren't we going aggressive and hard as a nation, as a state? Why don't we have a whole of nation approach? That's a simple point.
Anand, thanks for joining us. I know you're out on the road, so thank you for joining us on the show. Rahul, this meeting, let's first sort of lay out the agenda for the meeting. The members will be part of this Cabinet Committee on Security. Obviously, it'll be chaired by the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Defense Minister, of course, the Home Minister, who's just coming back from his visit to both Srinagar and Pahalgam. He will, of course, be briefing the Cabinet Committee on Security. How does this work? How does this whole, this is the top political decision-making body when it comes to national security matters. How does it work? What should we expect?
Okay, so there are 3 or 4 issues here. How did the NDA distinguish itself from previous regimes? It did so by saying that it is a guarantor of India's national security interests. To a large measure, it executed that promise by going ahead and responding after Uri and after Pulwama. The unfortunate part was that it didn't prepare the ground. So you had a large number of people questioning the actions that were taken because, quite frankly, they weren't visible actions. Yes, something happened across the LOC on our soil, actually, against certain terror enclaves. But we didn't have, except for some patchy footage that came out, a real demonstration that Pakistan was bled. Then there was Balakot, which, as you know, in the fugue of politics in the run-up to an election, got drowned by claims and counterclaims. The Pakistanis didn't really feel visibly brought to justice. So they could say, nothing happened. This is all bluster. So whatever action that needs to be taken now must be visible action. And you have to say that to some extent, NDA has changed the paradigm of response. After 26/11, there wasn't a response. There was an investment, on the contrary, in diplomacy. In this false promise that perhaps that would lead to a better understanding of issues, Kashmir was sort of separated, dialogue, this, that, the other, to build confidence and therefore close what they believed were the gaps. That has failed. The NDA did that much, but never escalated costs in a sustained manner. So you had a situation where Balakot happened, and then after that, gradually, we've kind of let Pakistan off the hook. So the FTA, when the case needed to be strengthened, somehow Pakistan got off the hook there and has been able to recoup some amount of funding from the international community. Then you've had certain vacillation with regards to our own allies and their relationships with Pakistan. So Pakistan got in, rehabilitated itself diplomatically also in places. Then India decides to enter into a ceasefire across the LOC with Pakistan. Then you have an indirect sort of trade that goes on through the UAE, and Pakistan continues to benefit from that. It's a surrogate trade. There have been talks about talks, as you know, recently. And of course, we've been playing cricket. There have been also cultural exchanges. I think all of that needs to stop. And we have to, at some level, this particular government needs to realize that on the external front, they need to have a sustained application of costs on Pakistan. It cannot become, sort of subject to a small gesture from Pakistan and then we sort of move back.
Yeah, it can't be an on again, off again.
It can't be on off. The second issue is a lot of political capital has been invested by this government. And this is where I have a real problem in showing that Kashmir has returned to this sense of normalcy. Yes, a lot of things have changed, they've turned positive, etc., etc. But development itself is no guarantee against the real issue. And the real issue is the radicalization of certain elements of Kashmiri society. If development was the silver bullet, you wouldn't have had Osama bin Laden coming out of Saudi Arabia, for example. Today, Kashmir, and just look at the numbers, per capita incomes have gone up in the last half decade. Per capita education levels have gone up in the last half decade. Per capita psychological welfare is better on indices in the last half decade. Yet you have a situation where a wide, and you have to call this out, a wide support network exists for those people who think that they can bleed India through 1,000 cuts by attacking Hindus and striking at the ideological foundations of our country, which is to undermine secularism. So the government has to react now.
Okay. I just come to you. Just want to bring our viewers and their attention to the pictures that are on your screen. So what you're seeing are live pictures from Karnal, where Lieutenant Narwal, who is the Indian Navy officer who was there on his honeymoon, he got married just a few days ago, just earlier this month. He was there in Pelgam yesterday, and you saw those images of his wife sort of weeping over the bullet-ridden body of Lieutenant Narwal. So the last rites will be performed there. It's going to be with full state honors. He was, of course, a serving lieutenant of the Indian Navy. I want to go across to our reporters as well as we play those pictures. And on the bottom of your screen, the breaking news that is flashing, which is that US Vice President J.D. Vance, who's on a 3-day visit to India, he has spoken to Prime Minister Modi just ahead of that CCS meeting. Late last night, President Donald Trump had a telephonic conversation with Prime Minister Modi. So the American support for India is very much front and center. The top two, the president and the vice president, have spoken to the prime minister on the phone. I want to go across to our reporters. Arunima is joining us live from Kashmir. Ishan Wani has been reporting for us for the last 24 plus hours from the site of the attack in Pahalgam. Akash tracks the Ministry of Defense and the army and what the nature of the response from the defense establishment is going to be. And Payal, of course, covers the Prime Minister's office for us, and she's outside 7LKM, where the CCS meeting is due to begin in about 15 minutes' time. Let me start with you, Payal. You know, what's on the table? Clearly, Prime Minister Modi cutting short an important diplomatic visit to Saudi Arabia, coming back, touching down early this morning. He's had multiple meetings with his top lieutenants, the national security establishment. What are the options on the table? Because India has to respond and be seen as responding. And for Prime Minister Modi himself, I mean, he's dealt with a similar challenge in Pulwama, in the aftermath of Pulwama in 2019. But this, I would say, is manifold bigger in that sense.
Well, of course, the sense is very, very clear. The Prime Minister was extremely upset with what really transpired, and that's the reason he cut short his visit. And for the longest time, you've never seen such an explicit message coming in from the Prime Minister, where, of course, the Prime Minister advised the Home Minister to immediately rush to Kashmir, which he has done effective last night. Today, there will be a lot of protocol that will be followed as far as this meeting is concerned. The Cabinet Committee for Security also has the External Affairs Minister, the Raksha Mantri, the Home Minister who's just come back from Kashmir. He will be briefing the Prime Minister as well. We are given to understand that top officials of all these ministries will be present. The NSA himself, who knows a thing or two, Zaka, about Kashmir, will also expected to be present. Of course, we are given to understand that the Home Secretary might make a detailed presentation as far as briefing the Prime Minister is concerned, what the situation is on ground. But, to say that, we'll be able to get what the government is looking to do in the next few days from this meeting will be a little bit too much, because there's a lot of strategy which has to be discussed. This is essentially to brief the Prime Minister in terms of what is going to happen as well. So obviously the country, the Prime Minister, every citizen understands the kind of sentiments that exist right now with what has transpired over the last 24 to 48 hours. But like I said, multiple rounds of conversation, multiple tweets being put out. All the leaders have said that this is not going to be, India is not going to take this lying down. India will seek revenge.
at the time of its own choosing. So we'll have to just wait and see what transpires. Given the fact that, in a bit from now, you'll also have the Ministry of External Affairs briefing, which is really going to happen at about 7 o'clock this evening. We're waiting for the countdown. We're waiting for the Home Minister to, in fact, come over here in a few minutes from now. We're given to understand that he's all set to leave from his house. He's going to be the man that everybody will be looking forward to as far as this meeting is concerned, because he's just hit the ground. He's met the families of the victims. He's met the security establishment. So he'll have a lot of things to say. But essentially, in this meeting, the briefing is done by the officials, and of course, on the invitation of the Prime Minister, multiple people from the armed forces, including the CDS and the Army Chief, might also be asked to join in. Nirmala Sitharaman, of course, the Finance Minister, is also part of this committee, is currently traveling back to India, so she's not expected to be there in this meeting. But you can expect Rajnath Singh, you can expect Dr. Jaishankar, and you can expect, of course, Amit Shah to be a part of this meeting, along with the Prime Minister and top officials, including the NSA, who has a lot of experience on ground as far as Kashmir is concerned.
Let me go across to Arunima as well. I mean, you've been covering Kashmir for a very long time. Just put into context for our viewers what changed yesterday. I mean, the informal sort of understanding was, especially after 26/11, that civilians are not going to be targeted in a large scale. There may have been one or two instances where, pilgrims have been targeted and so on. But this kind of large scale, where 26 people, I'm afraid, are dead, and I'm afraid, again, that death toll could go up because of some of the criticality of the injuries to the others. What changed yesterday?
See, one thing that I have noted is the change in the concern of the locals. Earlier also, when Pulwama happened or when Chatti Singhpura happened in the year 2000, there was concern, but the concern was about, complete crackdown by the security forces, that they will not be allowed to move out, that their bikes will be seized, or they will be locked up in their house. There will be more youngsters who will be picked up. So security crackdown kind of concern. But what I note this time around is a real concern about their future. They feel that a red line has been crossed by attacking tourists. Tourism is the mainstay of Kashmir's economy, and they have suffered setbacks because of COVID. Before that, when the lockdown happened owing to Article 370's abrogation, and before that, the flood that had ravaged Srinagar, it took a long time for Kashmir to rebuild after that flood. So in the last 3 years, they had finally started getting back on their feet. There were no longer any stone pelting, so no hartal calls. Schools were open, colleges were open. Youngsters were opening up cafes. I came across 2 youngsters who decided to come back from Bengaluru and open their cafes here in Srinagar. Life was looking up for them. But now suddenly there's a lot of concern about what this attack would mean. Here on the Boulevard Road, you will still see groups of tourists milling around. This group has come from West Bengal. Another has come from Bihar or Uttar Pradesh. There are groups from southern part of India. So when you see this, you will not realize the kind of anxiety Kashmiris are feeling, because between Srinagar and Pahalgam, when we went down that highway today, barely any tourist. All the restaurants were shut. All the kesar selling shops were shut. The bats that are so,
right.
Avantipura is famous for selling bats, and all our youngsters go there. They had no customer, and they feel this is here to stay.
Arunima, just give me a moment. I want to go back to 7 LKM because I believe Home Minister Amit Shah has reached 7 LKM, the Prime Minister's residence. Payal is there. Payal, walk us through what you're seeing around you.
We did see Zaka, a flurry of cars coming into the 7 Lokalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister, and gazing at the cars and looking at the flurry of cars really there. We're given to understand that the Home Minister Amit Shah has in fact arrived at the 7 Lokalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister. He's going to be one key dignitary to watch out for, as I said, in this particular meeting, because he has assessed the situation on ground, held a security review meeting yesterday, went to the location where the attack took place, met the officials over there, met the armed forces, met people from the paramilitary forces, also met people, from the CID unit of Jammu and Kashmir, and of course he'll have a lot of feedback to share as far as this is really concerned. So obviously it's going to be very important what the outcome of this meeting really is. The meeting is expected to begin in some time from now. We'll have to just wait and see if Mr. Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, has already reached, or Mr. Jaishankar is also being awaited. So we'll have to just wait and see. All we can gauge is see what cars are coming out as well, because the entrance is blocked for us to really see.
I want to go across to Ishan Vani as well. Ishan, so, the most proximate question that everybody is asking is these 4 terrorists, or at least 4 of them who are there that we know, whose pictures have been released, they managed to come in, unleash this mayhem, unleash this carnage, and then made good. And it's been 24 plus hours now. How and why and just how difficult is it to track these guys down and to smoke them out as the army would want? I mean, why is it that 24 hours plus we're still, grappling as to where these 4 went away? And I believe some of the images seem to suggest at least one of them was involved in previous attacks as well. So this is not the first attack that this man was involved in.
Zaka, they are well versed with the sort of terrain that they are dealing with because they have sustained for more than 6-7 months. And you are absolutely right. The proximity and the sort of sketches that have been released clearly indicate that those who security agencies had matched with earlier attacks that took place in the south of Pir Panjal, which is the Rajouri, Poonch and Dera Ki Gali area, where certain video clips that they had released and the sort of fatigue and tire and the sort of guns that they were carrying has completely matched with that of a picture that had come out of the phone of one of those militants who was killed in Srinagar encounter, again on a mountain peak. It's very hard to see how these civilians were killed because if there would have been any prior intelligence or any deployment that would have been made in a place like this, which is not a hard task because this is a place which is isolated, difficult, no road which leads to that place, and deployments would take a lot of time to reach there. So it's not a rocket science to figure out that whether they should make deployments in these areas, precisely also because that in several incidents we have seen the mountains have been taken advantage of by these groups. And plus it's difficult for them to track. One, because the forces will have to go very carefully in carrying out this operation. One, because the sort of ammunition and the sort of weapons that they have now is the leftover of the American forces ever since the Afghanistan went in the hands of Taliban. And that has clearly been seen in Kashmir when multiple times I spoke to our sources in the army that they confirmed that the numbering and the sort of data that they've been able to take out from these weapons have been shared with the US counterparts. And they've confirmed that these M4 rifles are the ones which they had left in the United States. It's not just the M4 rifle. It's this also the thermal scopes which help them fire at the officers initially from a distance, and that disbands the
Ishan,
entire
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we were just
operations.
playing out that breaking news as well. The J&K police is saying that there is an operation that's going on in Pelgam. We don't know if it's connected to what happened yesterday, if any of those terrorists are trapped inside in Pelgam in the operation that's going on right now. But I want to get a quick word in from Akash before I close it out with Rahul here in the studios. Akash, the Chief of Army Staff and I believe the CDS as well have briefed the Raksha Mantri. The Raksha Mantri will be part of the CCS that's going to begin in the next few minutes. What are the options that they have laid out on the table for the political leadership to take a call on?
Before that, I want to draw your attention towards the statement of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. 2-3 things that he has made very clear. One thing is that, there would be a strong retaliation. And in fact, he has made it very clear the action would be taken not against those, not only against those who were behind the attack, but also against those who were somewhere supporting the group. And clearly, the indication is towards Pakistan. And this entire statement is indicating the sort of agenda that we have for the CCS meeting today. Zaka, in some time from now, we are going to have this deliberation as to what happened and what can happen next and what will be the course of action. I'm learning that there would be a presentation, from the Chief of Army Staff as well. And, we are expecting that he would be a very part of this CCS meeting along with the CDS. And, it will be interesting to see as to how things will pan out from now onwards. Of course, we are not expecting any sort of operational detail as to what is going to happen next. But definitely, retaliation would be there. And it has been mentioned categorically by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh.
All right, Rahul, I'll give you the final word. I mean, in the aftermath of Pulwama, we saw a public overt operation through the Balakot airstrikes. We have seen in the past covert operations where, figures have been eliminated. What do you think will happen this time around?
Look, it's difficult to guess, but I can say one thing for sure. And you have to look at the statements that have come out of Washington. So you've had Mr. Trump come out and give India complete backing. You've had J.D. Vance carrying a message clearly from Trump to the Prime Minister. So a country that exercises influence in 2 capitals is weighing in on our side very clearly. There is no ambiguity about that. And if you just jog your memory back to 1999, the Strobe Talbot book, Clinton bearing down on Pakistan as India was trying to sort of rid itself of that incursion, and how Clinton actually behind closed doors, still Pakistan's hand, we could be expecting something like that. So India might be actually working right now in conjunction with 2 or 3 world capitals to ensure that it has the elbow room to take reprisal action without actually escalating this crisis, because Pakistan's hands might be stilled.
Yeah.
So that could be happening.
All right, we'll leave it at that. My own view on this is, yes, India needs to act. It needs to be seen as acting. It needs to act in a effective manner, a deterrent manner, because at the end of the day, the whole purpose of any military action, any kinetic action, any retaliatory action is to ensure that the enemy understands that there is a price and does not dare do something like what we saw yesterday in Pelgam. So we'll await what the decisions of the Cabinet Committee on Security are. I don't think anything's going to happen in a hurry. Even 5 years ago when Pulwama happened, it took 2 weeks for Balakot to respond. And that's the way to go. You have to respond in kind, and that requires a lot of elaborate military planning. And that is the way to go. There's no point rushing in with a half-baked plan because emotions are running high. Yes, of course, emotions are running high. But the point is the effective military response needs to be calibrated. It needs to be well planned, well thought out, and most importantly, well executed. So we'll leave you with what Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh said just ahead of that cabinet meeting.
कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। इस दुखद समय में दिवंगत आत्माओं की शांति के लिए मैं परमात्मा से प्रार्थना करता हूं। यहां मैं भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प को दोहराना चाहूंगा कि टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. An act of brazen terror by Pakistan-backed Islamists has stunned the valley, with echoes of deafening gunshots and blood of 26 innocents. Many others are battling for their lives on the hospital bed. These families were on a vacation, enjoying pony rides and snacks in the picturesque Baisaran. Families filled with hopes and dreams, many just married or with their young children. But these families aren't coming back with Chinar-inspired souvenirs and pictures of shikara rides on Dal Lake, but instead with the mortal remains of their near and dear ones. They were gathered, handpicked, segregated before being shot dead. The message is clear: there is no peace with Pakistan, but India will not bend before terror. A reply to Pakistan and its proxies is imminent, a reply that should be so powerful, we hope, their generations, as General Asim Munir said, will not forget. In a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be presiding over the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting to assess and deliberate on the follow-up actions that are required after this audacious attack. Top ministers, of course, with him, Defense Minister, Home Minister, External Affairs Minister, Finance Minister. Some of them are cutting short their other trips to be part of this CCS meeting. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, CDS General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Army General Dwivedi, and many other officials part of these ministries are also going to be as far as this meeting is concerned. Now, what unfolded in Pahalgam was a well-orchestrated plot to target the country. Look at the timing and the intention of the attack. The attack was timed with Vice President of US, J.D. Vance's visit to India. It took place on a day when the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi, was on a visit to Saudi Arabia. The attack comes 5 days after Pakistan Army Chief General Munir's provocative and divisive speech against Hindus, and coincides with online registration of Amarnath Yatra. Remember, Hindu pilgrims have been targeted by terrorists in the past as well. Moreover, the attack comes right at the onset of tourism season in the valley, and many see this as a desperate attempt by Pakistan to try and block the return of normalcy and prosperity that Kashmiris were denied so far. Here's what has turned heads. Just 20 days ago, Pakistan Army violated ceasefire merely a few kilometers from Pelgam. Was that incursion a diversion, a cover to push terrorists into India for this brutal attack? And infiltration continues to be our biggest challenge. So, in a few days ago in Akhnur, a junior commissioned officer of the army was killed in an encounter with terrorists along the line of control as forces thwarted an infiltration bid. Last month in Samba, the BSF foiled an infiltration bid from across the border after keeping a close watch on suspicious movements, and they fired a few shots as well. Little before that, in February, a potential infiltration bid by terrorists trying to breach the border along the LOC in Sundarbani sector of Rajouri took place. This was foiled by the forces as well. In January this year, army troops foiled an infiltration attempt by a group of heavily armed terrorists along the LOC in Poonch. They said at least 2 terrorists were hit by bullets of the army firing. While Pakistan's backing of terror isn't new, here's why Pakistan is currently in a desperate position. It clearly is frustrated with the fact that normalcy is returning to Kashmir, and its narrative, its hold on the psyche of Kashmiris is weakening, particularly at a time when Pakistan itself continues to grapple with its own crippling economy and ever spiraling financial woes. The recent upsurge in attacks by Baloch rebels and the attacks on even Chinese projects in Balochistan are other issues posing a challenge for Pakistan. And of course, the terror infrastructure that Pakistan harbored in its own backyard has come back to bite it. Terror attacks by Pakistan Taliban and its affiliates, and the constant skirmishes at the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. It was predicted that Pakistan would attempt to do something to divert attention from all of these issues. While the nature of the attack is unprecedented or rare, targeting civilians in such large number, reality is this is not new. Hindu workers, non-locals, pilgrims have all been attacked in Kashmir with blatant regularity. This is a much bigger attack as far as some of the older ones are concerned, but just in June last year, Pakistan-backed resistance force, the same offshoot of the jihadist terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba that is taking responsibility of this recent attack, took responsibility for the terror attack on a bus carrying Hindu pilgrims in Jammu and Kashmir's Raisi, which claimed the lives of 10 tourists and left 33 others injured. Before that, in May last year, a tourist couple was shot at and injured in a militant attack in exactly this area of Pelgam. And now, a year later, tourists have been attacked again. Now, Indian government is mulling what action it can take, and opinions are as ranging as there are Indians. It is clear an action will be taken. What remains to be seen. So, obviously, the options include more surgical strikes like post the Uri attack, artillery attacks on Pakistani post-terror launch pads, and also precise airstrikes even inside Pakistan, like the ones conducted in Balakot. This time, though, many feel it is time to take an all-out approach, maybe go even beyond this. Hurt where Pakistan will remember this the most, and not just as a single operation, but continue to do this till the terror backbone is completely eliminated. That debate is coming up with our guests.
अभी ठीक है बोली बात, इतना ये नहीं, लेकिन ठीक है, अभी बात करती है क्योंकि उनके सामने हो गया तो उनको थोड़ा शॉक लग गया.
अच्छा.
पाकिस्तान का इससे कोई ताल्लुक नहीं है. कथित तौर पे ये सारी होम ग्रोन जो हैं
Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it.
We are being told that the CCS meeting headed by the Prime Minister has begun, and to talk more about what are the decisions the government of the day could take, I'm joined by Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, former Deputy Chief of the Indian Army. I want to begin with you. Do you feel the same as many others are feeling, that this is time to go beyond what we have already done in response to terror attacks, vis-a-vis a surgical strike or an airstrike?
Of course, I strongly believe that punitive action, immediate punitive action, is necessary. I mean, there's talk of planning and such thing. This should have been done earlier. And I'm certain the army has got its plans in place, and there should be no wastage of time in carrying out reprisals. This was a horrendous attack. And there has to be immediate response.
So when you say immediate, just to expand on that, you feel that a response should have already been carried out or should be carried out as immediately as possible. But there's also a conversation about sustained action on Pakistan.
Well, sustained action can follow. But if you want to teach some nation which has spread terror, which has been guilty of 26 fatalities of innocent people, I think the response should have been immediate. And I'm certain the Vice Chief would have got his plans in place and they will be executed.
According to what you're saying, should we expect that an action could be carried out in the next 24 hours, 48 hours? Is that what you mean by immediate?
Well, if the army had done its pre-planning, and I'm sure they would have, I'm certain that the army chief would advise the Raksha Mantri of the action taken. Look, these days, you got drones, you got UAVs. These are meant for immediate response.
Sure.
They should have been on, we've had sufficient warnings.
Sure.
The chief of the Pakistan Army spelled it out 5 days ago. That should have been taken as a warning. We've been having continuous actions against our civilians, against our armed forces. And I am certain that reprisals have been planned. And I have found that the most effective way of carrying out a reprisal is immediate. You must hurt the person immediately. What happens if you delay? It gives the person to give all sorts of excuses. It gives the person time to prepare. So response, I expect it to be immediate.
Yes. And as you very rightly said, all of these plans are made in advance. And certainly all that is needed now is the political go-ahead to carry out such an attack. But I want to understand from you, what do you think would be the best nature of reprisal, the immediate action that you think is absolutely necessary?
The best nature of reprisal is to go in for the guilty, go in for the terrorist organizations, blast them out of existence. That should be the immediate response. Subsequently, you can prolong it, the escalation, but immediate should be the terror camps. We've got them located. I'm certain the army knows where they are. And I'm certain that we're also tracking where the leadership of these camps resides. So immediate action is required against these people. Subsequent action can be better planned and executed.
So can I just press on this further? Not just the terror launch pads, but also the leadership that is given safe haven in Pakistan. Do you think time has come for targeted strikes of those kinds? Because anything that is into Pakistani territory officially, not just POK, will be seen or will be raised to alarm about as an act of war. Of course, India considers this an act of war as well. So do you think that escalation is very much on the cards?
I would feel that if the armed forces have done their homework, which they should have after all these warnings, immediate action is required against the leadership of the terrorists and against their camps.
So just to break down for our viewers, sir, what do you think is the the way to go about this, which was seen in airstrikes and surgical strikes, beyond that, or a replication of what we achieved then?
No, airstrikes and other strikes can follow.
Okay.
We've got better intelligence. We've got better technology. We have got the information technology. We've got the artificial intelligence, all that has to be harnessed. And the drones are the best answer for an immediate response. That's what I feel. We've got to learn from what the other countries are doing, especially Israel. And my advocacy is an immediate response conveys the best message.
And there is a feeling also that, Pakistan will obviously not learn its lessons with just a singular strike as we have achieved in the past. They have to be reminded again and again. Or maybe time has come, General, where we need to just go all out. Are you in support of that? Is that something India can look at?
Look, going all out will require, in a nuclear symmetry, would require very, very careful planning. But I think that an immediate response against the terrorists, the camps, the leaderships, we know where they are, should be taken, and plans should be made. In case there's further escalation, then we are not found lacking.
What do you think is the message that the army chief would be giving to the Prime Minister right now?
If the army chief is worth his salt, I'm sure he would tell the Raksha Mantri, we've already made plans. Give us the okay for execution.
And now this is just about, we're expecting the MEA also to brief us in an hour's time from now. I'm not sure what they're going to announce, but if, what you're suggesting is true, then maybe there could be an announcement of an immediate action that needs to be carried out. But I want to broaden this, Lieutenant General. You talked about General Asim Munir's speech. Hindsight is 2020, but at the time when you heard him, did you think this was a direct attack and some sort of a premonition or an announcement against India?
Well, I analyzed this and I did tweet on X, and I said that there are several reasons. One is that he was playing the Islamic card again. He is weak. He is, but still the de facto ruler of the country. So he wants to play the Islamic card. But I also caution that these religious cards will invariably backfire and bite anybody who puts them into place. So I'm certain that he's strengthening his position. He conveyed a message. We should have taken serious note of it and pre-planned a response.
And Lieutenant General, do you also see this, as many are raising the question, a sort of a security failure, as far the fact that terrorists could come in and carry out such an attack on innocent civilians and tourists?
Well, I'm told that a CRPF battalion was responsible for guarding the perimeter. I don't know why and how they allowed the infiltration into this resort. I cannot point fingers, but in case there's laxity, my experience is whenever there's laxity, the terrorists recognize it, pinpoint it, and act at the weak spot.
Right. Finally, can I ask you, Lieutenant General, before I let you go, people are really fed up as far as this Pakistan problem is concerned. And, this whole action of bleeding us with 1,000 cuts, people feel a country that is so much superior and stronger than Pakistan shouldn't really have to deal with this for much longer. What is your take on a final solution, if I can use that term, for this entire Pakistan terror problem?
Look, firstly, let me work on the reasons why they've done it. Your person has clarified. One is the Prime Minister's absence in Saudi Arabia. Second, the presence of the US Vice President. The immediate aim of Pakistan was to embarrass us.
Yes.
It was triggered to spread disunity in the country. What is happening is innocent Kashmiris are also being targeted now. It is the terrorists who are responsible, but Kashmiris who got nothing to do with the problem. They are wanting to earn bread and butter. The aim was that they are targeted, the Muslims of India. I have seen the social network awash with negative and hate speeches against the Muslims of India who got nothing. They condemn this. In fact, it has been strongly condemned by the whole lot of Muslim parties. But if there's action against the Muslims of India, it would put the country in turmoil and would lead to big problems. So that is also one of the aims. to encourage turmoil in the country, and that should be nipped in the bud, immediate, and then further prolonged by detailed and proper planning and execution.
All right. Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, thanks a lot for joining us and setting the tone as far as our further discussion is concerned. Very clearly, the former Deputy Chief of the Army saying it is time for immediate action. The time is now. And of course, there can be sustained action later on as well.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go across to our other guest joining us, Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, former Adjutant General and former GOC 14 Corps of the Indian Army, Tarakarta, former Director NSCS. Farooq Renzu Shah is a former bureaucrat also joining us. Lieutenant General, I'm coming to you as well. I'm sure you must have heard a little bit of what Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah had to say. Are we already a little bit late as far as our initial reaction should have been? It's been more than 24 hours. Are you hopeful that the government would announce some sort of immediate action? And then, of course, we can look at how we escalate later.
Thank you for inviting me. Now, firstly, at this juncture, which is already 24 hours behind us, it is futile to outguess the government. So the discussion is on at this time when we are talking. And the decisions are being arrived at to now outguess and second guess as to what's going to happen is being incorrect. But yes, there will be a menu of options already worked out. The menu of options are on the table, may have been already discussed with the government previously. And which of these options, or which all of these options, maybe more than one, would be applied and in what timing, in what schedule, maybe over a period of time, will be decided, I think, in the course of this one. So I would not say that things would happen today or tomorrow, but one would say that, there will be a thought process as to how to unveil the whole game, which would have been pre-planned and pre-thought about it. Now, to say that, we are already late. Now, when we had the line of control hot, in those previous years, and, immediately as something happened, we used to have powers and have given across, decentralized to people on the ground to undertake some missions on their own, whether used by artillery or infantry or cross-border things, So those tasks were given out there because, as time passes, rationality sets in. And when rationality sets in, the decisions become even more difficult.
Exactly.
But this is not line of control issues. These are larger issues here. And I'd like to say one issue. I absolutely agree with what General Shah was been talking earlier. You see, an operation like, say, a Balakot or a surgical strike, as is evident, did not deter Pakistan at all.
Yes.
Because for them, to bind their country as a nation, as Pakistan, it is essential to keep the pot boiling in J&K and also keep anti-Indianism on the fore all the time.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's very difficult for them to have Balochistan and KP as part of their country. They have major problems within their own self. So this issue of a singular strike of any one of the kinds, Air Force on the ground, is unlikely to make a large amount of change into the attitude of Pakistan, because it is the only way of survival of their country is to keep talking J&K and keep taking actions out here. Therefore, what you rightly alluded to earlier about sustained actions, we have to take some kind of measures in which are more hurtful than simple surgical strikes or hitting across the LOC and this thing. There have to be a larger measure of doing things which are more painful to Pakistan than one only military option.
Yes, Lieutenant General, I want you to elaborate on that because, we talk a lot of this, but, the civilian understanding of this can be a little bit faulty at times. So maybe you can shed a little bit of light on that. But before that, can I just point out for our viewers, the mortal remains of Vinay Narwal, one of the young victims of the attack in Pahalgam. Those are the mortal remains that are being brought to the family and to the native place. This is a very heartbreaking story. Vinay was on a honeymoon with his wife, and he became one of the 26 victims of the terrorist ambush in the region. In fact, we saw earlier the anguish of the newly wedded wife losing her husband in such a dramatic fashion. Let's not forget, men were singled out. They were asked their religion. They were asked to recite Islamic prayers, and then they were shot point blank, most of them, in front of their family members, in front of their wives, parents, children. Can you imagine the trauma that the family is going to have to live with? So these are the mortal remains of the family being taken to their native place. Very heartbreaking story, this, just 6 days after their marriage. Farooq Renzu Shah is also with us. Farooq Renzu Shah, the sentiment in the valley is decidedly very different. I'm not sure if I have him, but let me go. Okay, he can hear me. Mr. Shah, the sentiment in the valley is decidedly very different. We've never seen these kind of candle marches, the statements that are unequivocal with no ifs and buts before. Are Kashmiris more pained today with the manner and the audacity of the attack than they ever were before? Because this is hitting not just their livelihood, but because Kashmiris now know of the better life that they have been deprived of in the name of Islamic terror in the valley.
Right, you are. Basically, today also, when I have sent you also the video interacting. I am chairman of Kashmir Society. We have met large number of tourists here who expressed very clear determination that we will not escape. The panic created that tourists are escaping. Why should we escape? That will be like 90 fulfilling the desire of the militants of their intention. Because the drastically attack and very cowardly attack by the animals, they don't call them the humans who have made this attack on the innocent people and 28 martyred. All sentiments are in the favor of the martyrs.
Can I ask you,
they are the humans
Mr. Shah, can I
who have
ask
been
you,
massacred
this is not the first time.
Behest of the perpetrators.
Sir, can I ask you, this is not the first time that Hindus have been targeted in Kashmir. This is not the first time that tourists have been targeted. This is not the first time that non-locals have been singled out and targeted, basically to send a message that don't come here, don't live here, don't work here, don't come here to enjoy tourism either. Why is this attack different, do you think, in the minds of the Kashmiris?
Yeah, I tell you, you understand the Kashmir very clearly. Kashmir, from very beginning, from the Ziaul Haq's Operation Topak, has been 1,000 cuts of India, but also to create a radical atmosphere in Kashmir. And unfortunately, this radical elements and those radical religious institutions have been appreciated. Even they have been showered by, at the highest forms today also, the shawls and even their salary in the Waqf owned by the government has been doubled by those radicals who are responsible for radicalizing, creating a Ghazwatul Hind type of slogan. And recently now, how it precipitated, it was like Ziaul Haq. This time it was Ziaul Haq II, Asif Munir, Mad General of Pakistan, who is telling the way in window of the statement, quoting even Quran, Sharif, he is telling that Hindus are different, so it means they should be eliminated. So this type of provocative system has been today for the first time rejected by people of Kashmir. Because people of Kashmir have been
Mr. Shah, what has changed is what I'm trying to understand.
Believe in renaissance.
What has led to this change? Because from Kashmiri Pandits to Hindu tourists and pilgrims till last year, Hindus have always been attacked in Kashmir. If you're saying that the voice of the valley has changed, what has brought about that change? Why this change now?
Also, by telling the political elements here have been always in support of the radical Islamic institutions, and they would justify earlier attacks on this Hindus. Like they in the recent, some legislators also projected that those who have been given domicile are all Hindus, and this all those though have been Hindu Sharnarthis have been given state subjects, so and domicile. So this type of creating a division has been the political game in Kashmir for their
Fair enough.
vote
At least
bank.
you're saying this openly, that there was an open, vocal support, a constituency of separatism, etc., that seems to be not working in Kashmir anymore. I want to go across to Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma once again. When we talk about action that needs to be bigger, that needs to raise the costs for Pakistan more than what we have attempted in the past, sir, what is it that we can truly do?
Again, rightly so, it should be decided by the government, and any kind of conjecturing at this stage is not right. However, having said that, look, we've been talking about Indus Water Treaty for a very long time.
Yes.
You just cannot stop the waters of the Indus on one fine morning today, saying that, okay, tomorrow morning onwards, no water goes down of the eastern rivers, the western rivers. So now the point out here is that we have to start planning the methodology of stopping the waters of Indus Water Treaty, which means a kind of creating reservoirs or some kind of canal systems, so the water gets deviated and water reduces across there. So I am not saying that the Indus Water Treaty can be scrapped in one day, but it requires planning. And if we start planning and executing the issues, then there will be a threat in the minds of Pakistanis, saying that one day will come when we will have the methodology of stopping the Indus water, when we create the infrastructure to stop the Indus water. Indus water meaning also of Jhelum and Chenab. The second part of the story is that, see, there is no diplomatic issues with Pakistan. We have no diplomatic relationships.
Yeah.
The embassies are fully skeleton. There is no economic relationships that we have with Pakistan, not directly. There are indirect methods of Pakistan taking advantage through Dubai and other places. Now, the fact is that there are issues that we can take advantage of. Now, Pakistan's Achilles heel, the pain that they feel today is coming from their western borders, towards Afghanistan, from Balochistan, from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And of late, quite some time, we are making relationships active with Taliban. I think there are methodologies to keep the Pakistanis increasingly busy on the Balochistan front and the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa front, so that they are more pushed into the other sides. If a nation wants to make life difficult for us, then military options across the border are there, some limited, some not so limited, but there are larger options that we can do which can make life difficult for Pakistan over a period of time, and announce it and say it that we're going to do so A, B, C, D, which are the larger options. Even today, there are Pakistan patients who come to India for treatment into things because of our humanitarian nature, because they don't have the hospitals and treatment. So they come to India for treatment across in say Delhi and many other places. There is some kind of minuscule trade even takes place now.
Right.
We need to work back at it and say, okay, enough. Yeah, you don't want relationships. So
yeah, there has to be a cost escalation for their citizens, for their civilians. If our civilians' blood is being shed, then sorry to say, but this is how the game is played. Then there will be trouble for their civilians as well, and maybe only then they will realize the suicidal path that they are on. Lieutenant General, thanks a lot for joining us. Also, Renzu Shah for their thoughts as far as this entire development is concerned. Remember, the CCS is meeting right now. MEA briefing is at 7 p.m. this evening. We're expecting some sort of announcement to be made. But the military establishment in India is very clear. Our capabilities are not in doubt. It is only about how quickly we want to strike. India always says time and place of its choosing. But as Lieutenant General Zameeruddin Shah was saying, sometimes you have to hit back immediately as well. I'm going to slip into a very short break. Remember, on the other side, we'll get you more of the stories of the victims, how Hindus were singled out before they were shot dead. Innocent citizens at point blank range purely because of their religious identity and to send a message to the rest of India. Will terror apologists in India finally open their eyes?
सस्ते वाले
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
What a save! What a save!
I need expert savings. I need my carrier.
my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
Coffee?
I am my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Bye, please.
I am my dear cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
You see Home Minister Amit Shah on your screens, and he's interacting with some of those grieving families, and you can make out the sadness, the disappointment on some of these faces that you see on your screens of the people who the Home Minister is interacting with. So in all likelihood, these are family members of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack, and you see some of those women, they're crying their heart out, pouring their heart out to Home Minister Amit Shah, really narrating their ordeal. Because let's not forget, while the men were singled out, they were singled out on basis of their faith, their religious practices. The women and the children stood there right next to them in horror and saw the horror unfold right in front of their eyes. And they're perhaps narrating that ordeal to the Home Minister as we keep up with these visuals coming in from Srinagar. Just a short while ago, we put out visuals of the Home Minister exiting the police control room. Before that, we had visuals of him laying the wreath on the victims in Srinagar itself. Now, the mortal remains, remember, will be flown to their hometowns where the last rites will take place. But this is Home Minister Amit Shah in person interacting with some of those grieving family members of those who have lost their loved one to this brutal terror attack.
26-year-old Lieutenant Vinay Narwal of the Indian Navy was killed in the savage terror attack in Pelgam on Tuesday, days after he tied the knot in Mussoorie. These are visuals coming in from his hometown. We saw visuals earlier of his newly wedded wife unable to control herself as the mortal remains were brought to them. My colleague Anshul is also joining us from the spot. Anshul, this is an absolute tragedy that has descended on the family.
Well, definitely no one, absolutely no one would have expected that something like this could have happened. Remember, he was married on the 16th of April, gave a reception party on the 19th of April, and on the 22nd of April, news came to the family that he has been shot dead by coward terrorists in Pahalgam. And since then, the entire town of Karnal is absolutely mourning. You can see in the visuals over here, the number of people that have collected over here. Most of them might not even know who Vinay Narwal was, or might not have any direct connection with him per se as well. But all these people are standing over here giving a very clear message that the entire country at this point in time stands united with each and every person who might have lost their life in this very cowardly attack that happened in Pahalgam. The number of people who have gathered over here since morning, they were waiting to get a last glimpse of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal so that they could actually pay their respects to him. And now in the next few minutes, as the women and elderly people of the family are paying their last respects, in the next few minutes the mortal remains will be taken from here to the where the body will be cremated in the next few minutes. But yes, Navy officers are also present over here, and state honors will also be given to him. So definitely the entire town is mourning at this point in time. I'll just try and get in a word from a few of the people. आप लोग यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, क्या आप सरकार से क्या उम्मीद है? गुस्सा है या डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है? क्या इमोशन है?
सर, सरकार से यही अपील है कि कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाए, इनके खिलाफ मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाए पाकिस्तान को, ताकि भविष्य में कभी ऐसा दोबारा ना हो। और जैसे कि ये नौजवान, सभी के बच्चे सुरक्षित रहें। इतना नौजवान व्यक्ति जो खुशियां मनाने के लिए गया था, ये बेचारा वहां पे शहीद हो गया। और दूसरा, इंडियन नेवी में थे ये, इन्हें क्या पता था कि आगे जाके ऐसा होना है.
There is a lot of anger and a lot of disappointment that can actually be sensed amongst the people over here. But definitely the loss that has been faced by the Narwal family is something that will not be repaired in their entire lifetime, and definitely a massive, massive loss for our country as well.
It's a loss for the country, not just the family. And this is why, the pain, but also the dignity and the patience of the families who've lost their loved ones needs to be respected. And this is a long history, particularly of Hindus in India, who've shown enormous patience, who've shown enormous will to carry on, despite the fact that for 1,000 years, they've been made victims of relentless attacks on their faith and because of their faith. And here in this attack in Pelgam too, Hindus were specifically targeted with an aim to strike terror, not just in their minds, but in the minds of all Indians. Send a message to the current government as well. Terrorists told male tourists to recite Islamic prayers or drop their pants to check their religious identity, then made their families watch as they shot them point blank. Their families were told to go tell Modi what they have done. This isn't really new as far as Islamic terrorism in Kashmir is concerned, or even the rest of India. But since it hadn't happened for some time and not in this scale, it has shocked everyone yet again. Let me go across to our guest joining us as well. Amit Raina is a Kashmiri activist. His family has faced what we are witnessing again in Kashmir. Colonel Rohit Dev is defense and security expert. Amit, I want to begin with you. You know, it always amazes me that little bit, just slight victimhood in this country, deserved or undeserved, or around the world, minutest of victimhood, minutest of identity victimhood has been made grounds for violence. It is Kashmiri Pandits like yourself and Hindus of this land who have never used victimhood for the last 1,000 years to be violent. That needs to be recognized.
See, often I used to feel proud that I did not resort to violence for the injustices that has happened to me. But unfortunately, what I've been saying for the last 35 years is that there's been a relentless attack on the Hindus of this country, whether it is Kashmir, Mushirabad, or any other place, even the Southeast Asia, in Bangladesh. And we have remained as a mute spectator, believing that our resilience is our strength. Unfortunately, it is not anymore. If we need to understand what happened in Kashmir yesterday was who will await justice. We have not been able to deliver justice to these Hindus. We are not able to tackle the jihad this community has been facing. A minor Waqf bill goes and instigates a community to go and kill and rape women. And as a community, we have been sitting silent in spite of thousands of us being killed. And yesterday, 28 of us getting killed by identifying them as Hindus. They were identified as Hindus and they were killed. Tourists were not killed in Kashmir yesterday. It was Hindus that were killed in Kashmir. Even in just a year back in Riyasi, they did not kill Yatris. They did not kill tourists. They again killed Hindus in Kashmir. What happened at Gagangir 6 months back was again an attack on Hindus. And unfortunately, our system has been peddling a fake narrative that everything is fine.
No, there's also an alternative narrative, and I want to play out those bites because not just is the fact that we don't recognize that Hindus are under attack. You know, we're told, oh, Hindus are 80%. How can Hindus be in danger? This is all a certain communal narrative. But this is history. This is history. This is our history. For 1,000 years, there have been attempts to wipe out Sanatan Dharma in this land. And it's only foolishness that we don't recognize it. Sure, we can protect ourselves without being violent, but even that motivation or that resolve, Hindus have not been allowed in this land. Because if they are resolved to protect themselves, to not die, then they are communal and bigots. That is the problem. And on top of that, earlier today, we had almost a justification of the so-called victimhood of Muslims in India used and provided for this attack on Hindus. This is the problem. I want to play out that bite and the response that came to it. We'll go across to that bite in just a bit, but let me bring in Colonel Rohit Dev as well. This has to stop. The fact that Hindus are victims because of their identity, no matter how many their numbers, no matter the fact that they're the majority, it has to be accepted. Till you identify the problem, you can't solve the problem.
Thank you for having me here. And firstly, my condolences to the family. Cannot be brought back. Tears will flow for many, many years in your lifetimes. And this country will always be in debt to the death of martyrs in any which case. But we are also very, very sorry that innocent civilians had to take the brunt of what is a national interest strife between us and the Pakistani and the deep state. Let me tell you, I agree with you. I am very happy that I was called for this debate, and you have taken a very important matter up. The intellectual terrorism, as I probably termed it many, many years ago while I was serving, this intellectual terrorism is born out of deep, deep, deep fanatism and religious affinities and radicalization, indoctrination. And as far as Pakistan is concerned, let me make no bones about it, religion or no religion, the Pakistani state, the Pakistani army rests itself and binges itself on the religious content of its entire being. You pick up the 1970s, book, I think it's called The Quranic Concept of War by Brigadier Malik there. Ziaul Haq was at the helm who made that being done. That book is like a textbook of what the indoctrination level is in the Pakistan army, the Pakistan establishment, and that's where they are. Their dreams of being the Islamic Caliphate got a lot of money from the Middle East, from the deep state, from inimical foreign elements who were inimical to India. And I'm afraid that in the Cold War era, they gain a lot of hardware as well from countries like US and others. Today, while we have this dastardly action of yesterday, I, as a strategist, let me say very openly, thank you, Mr. Sharif, there for this opportunity, because I think it was time and a waiting in disguise with the Indian state for so many years. Because last 30 years, I have seen, in my sort of being awake in this world, the narrative has been driven right from a Mahila Lodi sitting in UN, people buying out as diplomats, other newspapers, media, their own political elements to wage a war against India. And it was that intellectual terrorism which gave roots and shape to the finance, and the finance gave shape to the hardware, and the hardware gave shape to the deaths of innocents. And like the brother on panel says, right from the exodus of Kashmiris that time till date, we have been very, very perseverant and resisting this kind of proactive approach. I think time has come, and this is the right opportunity, economically, financially, geopolitically, and militarily, is the time to hit back at Pakistan so hard. Hit back not only at Pakistan, but tell the world to make the right choice. Either you stand with the Democratic Republic of India, or you stand with the terrorist state of Pakistan. There is no ifs, there is no buts, there is no Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and there's certainly not goddamn India occupied J&K, which the BBC wrote in the article last night.
They did.
So I'm very, very clear, as the proponents of this country, whether I am military, you are media, let's make it very, very clear to everybody.
No, we have been making it very, very clear. But, the problem is that this is two-front. You can only solve the problem externally, vis-a-vis Pakistan and others, all the financial funding, all the intellectual terrorism. Before you solve the problem here. If Hindus in this country, just because they are the majority, are condemned to be killed every month, every week, every day for their identity, we can't solve this problem.
Hindus are getting killed every day, like you say, and in every episode, is only because the polity of this country from 1947, when it got divided, was divided by the Muslim community per se. You go to the history of Nehru, you go to the history of Mr. Jinnah, you go to the history of Abdullah, the three cousins in arms divided the country for their personal gains. You can check any record. I am not a historian.
No, can I just say,
I will leave it to you.
Not enough time for history right now. I understand where you're coming from. But my point is, it is not Muslim politicians or Indian Muslims who are creating these problems for Indians. The problem is coming predominantly from Hindus, from Hindu politicians, right? Let's accept that. It's a self-delusion.
It is. You saw that movie. I saw it this morning. I don't see Hindi movies. I saw that movie today just for the knowledge of it, of the Jallianwala Bagh. There is always a traitor Tirath Singh in this country who is able to be sold out to make this country the mohtaj of the British, the Mughals, and now the deep state.
Okay,
so
let me just say the apologia that exists. There is a certain resilience that Hindus have, which is why, as a culture, as a way of life, as a religion, and even as a belief system, it hasn't been erased, and this fight has been going on for 1,000 years. There's no other way to put it. This is a civilizational, cultural war.
I agree.
Right? And this doesn't end. It doesn't end with your life, with my life, or anybody else's life. But we don't recognize this. We want to brush it under the carpet. We want to keep telling people that this is not about that. This is a clash of civilizations. And the clarity with which General Asim Munir speaks, we lack that clarity over here, which is why we're condemned to suffer.
We don't lack clarity.
Just a second, because clarity hurts, right? Clarity hurts. Clarity then begets responsibility, then it begets action, and that is why we don't want to get into it. Our polity loves just brushing things under the carpet and delaying it for future generations to deal with. How many legacy issues are we leaving for our future generations because we don't deal with it? I'm running out of time. Amit Raina wants to come in. Running out of time.
We have been saying that this is a civilizational war and we have been fighting it. We have resisted it. Let's not forget we have lost 30% of our land to Pakistan and Bangladesh in 1947. We today have almost a 0% population of Hindus in Kashmir, a significant minority population that existed there, that too in the Republic of India. So we have been losing space, we have been getting hounded out, or there's a continuous assault of Ghazwa-e-Hind which is happening. And we have been losing. Yes, we may have been able to resist the Islamic invaders, we may have been able to resist the forces that want to forces who want to kill us, unlike Persia, unlike other countries.
Yes.
But the fact is that we are so every day conceding space to the Islamists, and they are happy. They are happy that they do not want to win this war in a day. They are happy. They are open about it, that even if it takes hundreds of years to convert India into an Islamic Republic of India, they will continue to wage this war. It is for us to decide how are we going to stop that. And we have unfortunately been in apologetic mode for many years now. What is worrying is that we are more apologetic after post-1947 in spite of
what happened. Yes, we want to forget what happened as far as India's partition is concerned, not learning those lessons. Time has come, one, to stop telling people to not want to fight for themselves. That doesn't work beyond a point. You can't have people wanting to kill you and then also the victim being told that please play down your identity, otherwise you will be killed. That nonsense has to stop. And secondly, we have to as a country come together and recognize the threats that we are facing and not mollycoddle them as individuals who are misled or misdirected against us. I've run out of time. I do thank our guests for joining us. We'll continue to get you more updates as far as the situation in the national capital is concerned. The CCS is meeting and MEA is also expected to speak to the media shortly. Stay with us.
Co-powered by
I need expert living. I need my carrier.
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.